Chapter 1. As night descends, the myriad stars twinkle in the firmament, resembling countless dreams igniting in the darkness, illuminating the grand line. At this moment, within the confines of the Naval Academy, a solitary figure stands in the dormitory corridor, using the starlight as his guide, gazing at the cherry blossom trees lining the walkway below, his gaze gradually becoming distant. Have I traversed dimensions? Though I bear no surname of Monkey or Gol, nor am I connected to the celestial dragons, being a student of Zefa's class is a commendable beginning. Yet, what precisely is this weapon fruit all about? Thoughts swirled chaotically in Rosen's mind. Just moments ago, he had been abruptly awakened from slumber, and with it, the memories of his past life surged forth. Memories of his former existence, along with everything pertaining to the world of pirates, flooded his consciousness, causing a throbbing pain in his forehead. Thus, he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, hoping to untangle the convoluted memories. The weapon fruit allows one to transform any part of the body into a weapon that's not too shabby. Although it's neither a Logia nor a Zoan, it certainly beats being defenseless. Isn't this the very devil fruit possessed by Baby 5, one of Doflamingo's subordinates? Could it be that had I not awakened these memories, I would have soon met my demise, and this weapon fruit would have fallen into Baby 5's hands, potentially leading to my downfall at the hands of Doflamingo? A tightening sensation gripped Rosen's heart. He had previously found solace in knowing he was not from the same cohort as Ein and Binz, thus avoiding an encounter with Edward Weevil. However, now he found it impossible to feel at ease. Even if this was merely a conjecture, having stumbled upon such a fortunate reincarnation, he had no desire to test the veracity of his fears. The Naval Academy's program lasts 1 year. This means I have at most a year before I am randomly assigned by the Navy headquarters to one of the branches in the Four Seas or the Grand Line. Even if encountering Doflamingo is merely my personal speculation, once I graduate from the Academy, if I am dispatched to a branch in the New World, I will inevitably face Doflamingo, perhaps even more terrifying monstrosities. What will I have to confront the horrors of the New World? Is a mere weapon fruit sufficient? With this thought, a wave of irritation washed over Rosen. Had he been bestowed with a Zoan or Logia, he would have remained unfazed even at the prospect of confronting Doflamingo or even stronger foes after a year. Yet the crux of the matter was that he possessed the Paramecia-type weapon fruit. Contemplating the notion that the weapon fruit in Baby 5's possession could only produce a handful of mundane weapons only heightened his vexation. Reincarnation came with a devil fruit, yet he was not endowed with the physique akin to Blackbeard thus. Changing it was out of the question. As Rosen found himself increasingly agitated, a refreshing night breeze suddenly swept through, akin to invisible hands caressing the cherry blossoms surrounding the dormitory. Branches swayed, and petals cascaded down. In that fleeting moment, like a multitude of ethereal beings, they danced gracefully before him. Not only did it dispel the anger that had clouded his mind, but it also sparked an unexpected thought within him. Cherry blossoms, you say? If my weapon fruit could transform into a Zampicudo, even if it were merely 1,000 cherry blossoms, it would undoubtedly surpass the likes of natural or mythical devil fruits. Doflamingo would pose no threat whatsoever. Rosen mused, lost in his thoughts. As he exhaled softly, releasing the pent-up frustration, darkness suddenly enveloped his surroundings. The starlit sky vanished. The dormitory disappeared. As the scene before him blurred, it transformed into an enormous suspension bridge, where a man clad in the garb of a soul reaper, exuding an aura of nobility, stood. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixated upon a burly figure on the bridge ahead. Is that so? You are the Shiba clan. In that case, my earlier actions were quite inconsiderate. The Soul Reaper, resembling a refined gentleman, raised his sword with a single hand, poised before him. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Upon uttering those words, the blade of his Zampicudo erupted with a chilling violet light, and from the tip of the sword, it began to disintegrate, transforming into beautiful yet perilous shards resembling cherry blossoms, soaring in every direction. On the suspension bridge stood the robust man, but now, confronted by the swirling 1,000 cherry blossoms, he could only widen his eyes in terror, his body tense, rendered powerless as he awaited the onslaught of the lethal petals. Then came the inevitable. Countless blades, piercing flesh. With the sickening sounds of blades embedding into flesh, the scene before him, the bridge, the soul reaper, and the ethereal thousand cherry blossoms, along with the man being mercilessly shattered into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. The night sky, adorned with stars, returned anew. The cherry blossom trees flanking the dormitory continued to sway in the gentle breeze, sending showers of petals cascading to the ground. Was that merely an illusion? Rosen stared at the unfolding scene, grappling with doubt about whether his previous experiences had been mere figments of his imagination, when suddenly, a voicino, a thought emerged within the recesses of his mind. You possess extraordinary insight through the visualization of your own essence, combined with the paramecia-type weapon fruit. You have comprehended a unique skill. Thousand cherry blossoms. A jolt coursed through Rosen's heart. Thousand cherry blossoms. This was the Zanpakuto of Yucatec Jushuru from the world of soul reapers. Perhaps not the strongest, but undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing. Upon its initial release, in a single thought, one could command countless blades, embodying both offense and defense. As for its final release, words were unnecessary. Successive technique dazzled with both beauty and power. Especially in the Thousand-Year Blood War arc, the number of cherry blossom blades unleashed upon initial release rivaled that of previous final releases, while the sheer quantity of blades in its final release was simply beyond measure. So this is my hidden power, Rosen murmured to himself. Whether as a student of Zefa's class or possessing a weapon fruit by sheer luck, neither was his true advantage. It was his extraordinary insight that stood paramount. With this boon, even the seemingly mediocre weapon fruit in Baby Five's hands could unleash astonishing power. Crafting a Zanpakuto with his own hands, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, was the finest testament to this. Wait, with this extraordinary insight, if I can wield a weapon fruit to create Thousand Cherry Blossoms, can I not also manifest other Zanpakuto? A realization struck Rosen suddenly. The weapon fruit was not limited to producing a single weapon. By the same token, he should not be confined to crafting only one type of Zanpakuto. In an instant, names of renowned Zanpakuto Ryūjin Jakka, Senbenzakura, Hyorimu, Zangetsu, and Shins erupted in his mind like a volcanic explosion. Weapon fruit, you say? This opening gambit seems rather splendid. Rosen reached out to grasp a cherry blossom petal drifting on the breeze, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. In that moment, all traces of confusion and unease from his recent reincarnation dissipated, replaced solely by anticipation for his future. The following day, upon awakening, the first thing Rosen did was to concentrate his thoughts, and immediately, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Thousand Cherry Blossoms exclusive skill. You possess extraordinary insight through the visualization of the Zanpakuto, combined with the weapon fruit. You have comprehended this unique skill. In a single thought, swords transform into myriad forms. Requires weapon fruit. Rosen withdrew his gaze. This was the first time he truly appreciated the value of possessing a weapon fruit upon his reincarnation. Without the weapon fruit, even with his extraordinary insight, he could only watch in vain, unable to utilize the Thousand Cherry Blossom skill. For this skill necessitated the accompaniment of the weapon fruit. Without it, there would be no possibility of crafting Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Weapon fruit, truly splendid. Rosen praised the weapon fruit once more before exiting the dormitory, following the directions etched in his memory toward the cafeteria for breakfast. Aside from himself, he noted the presence of several others in the cafeteria, both staff and fellow students. 10 minutes later, Rosen rose to leave the cafeteria, making his way toward the lecture hall, accompanied by a number of students emerging from the cafeteria as well. However, they soon diverged in different directions. The Naval Academy was divided not merely by numerical classes, but rather into ordinary and elite classes. The elite class, known as Zefa's class, was personally taught by the Academy's chief instructor, former Admiral Zefa. Zefa's class, you say? Those within are either prodigies or possessors of powerful abilities. Indeed, it seems that fate treats individuals quite differently. As Rosen made his way towards the direction of Zefa's class, numerous students from the ordinary class could not help but cast envious glances. That is indeed the Zefa class. While it may not possess any distinctive features, everything taught in the Zefa class is also covered in the ordinary class, the only difference being the added security of a guaranteed outcome. And that outcome is a guaranteed rank of colonel upon graduation. Indeed, graduates from the Zefa class are assured that, barring any ill fate leading to their demise in battle, they will at the very least attain the rank of colonel in the headquarters. This is the guarantee. There is no lower rank than this. On another note, Rosen arrived at the entrance of the Zefa class and peered inside, noticing that quite a number of individuals had already gathered within the classroom. Moreover, he could even recognize several familiar yet unfamiliar faces among them. Simultaneously puffing on 2 cigars, they exuded an air of arrogance and ferocity. The pink-haired beauty was both spirited and self-assured. Smoker. And I. And then there are. Rosen's gaze lingered briefly on the cigar-smoking man and the pink-haired woman before being drawn away by 2 individuals towering at the height of a general. The man possessed a capybara-like face, complemented by squinty eyes that hinted at a lewdness not unlike that of Borsalino. The woman was strikingly beautiful, boasting a pair of cup breasts, with a beauty mark adorning the corner of her mouth. But what stood out the most were her legs, which were longer than Hanai's height, yet did not detract from her overall proportions. For reference, Hanai's bare height is 1.9 meters. Jakka, Ryūjin, future candidates for the position of admiral. Rosen pulled back his gaze, secretly astonished by the impressive caliber of his classmates. 2 candidates for admiral, one with a natural affinity, and several others whose names he could not recall. Merely from this one class, they could potentially sweep aside nearly all pirate crews, excluding the 4 emperors. Not just Rosen, but the others in the classroom, including Ryūjin, Jakka, and Smoker, were also sizing up their peers. After all, they would be spending the next year in close quarters together. Whether out of curiosity or caution, they naturally observed those around them with keen interest. Shortly after Rosen took his seat, several more students trickled in, quickly filling the remaining seats. Suddenly, a deafening gong resonated through the air, jolting everyone in the classroom to attention, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. From afar, at nearly the same moment, all eyes turned to the entrance of the classroom. A man clad in a coat of justice, with muscles like granite and a physique resembling that of a tower, stood at the doorway. His eyes sparked like lightning as he scanned the classroom, akin to a general surveying his domain. "Greetings, I am Zefa. You may address me as Teacher Zefa or Instructor Zefa. For the coming year, I shall guide you in becoming exemplary members of the Navy." After surveying each student in the classroom, Zefa strode confidently to the podium. Following a brief self-introduction, he delivered a shocking declaration. "Before we proceed, you must first understand what constitutes an excellent Navy officer. That is, possessing a physique akin to a monster, a will of steel, and an overwhelming aura. No matter your race, or whether you possess the powers of a devil fruit, only by embodying these qualities can you bear the weight of absolute justice." He picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed the 4 characters on the blackboard. Absolute justice. Then, with a forceful slap against the blackboard, his eyes widened and an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, swept through the classroom, causing the expressions of the students to shift drastically, their bodies tensing up. Is this the weight of a former Marine admiral? Rosen's pupils constricted, his heart racing. At that moment, he felt as though Zefa had transformed from a mere man into a monstrous entity standing atop the ocean. Even more terrifying was the fact that this very entity was now casting a predatory gaze upon him. Physique and will cannot be forged overnight. They can only be cultivated through relentless training and combat. Thus, the first lesson I impart to you today is Haki. As a formidable figure who rose to the rank of admiral through mastery of physical strength and Haki, Zefa undoubtedly held the utmost regard for Haki. Hence, his inaugural lesson was focused on this very topic. What is Haki? Haki is the ability to seize the body of a Logia user when they have transformed into an element. Haki is the means by which you can suppress the powers of various paramecia. The user's Haki allows you to confront Zoan users with monstrous physiques using your fists and feet. This type of Haki, known as armament Haki, lies dormant within each of you. It is an innate ability that has simply remained unrecognized until now. Now, what you must do is to acknowledge its presence, seek it out, and then wield it. Much like controlling your own limbs, transform Haki into an extension of your being. As Zefa elucidated the concept of armament Haki, he raised his arm, unleashing streams of violet light that coiled around his fists. With a resonant clang akin to the clash of metal, his fists solidified into a shade of black, resembling a pair of iron gloves. Witnessing this spectacle, some furrowed their brows, others wore expressions of concern, while a few engaged in serious contemplation. After Zefa elucidated the method of awakening the armament Haki and shared his distilled experiences, he fell silent, crossing his arms and observing the transformations of each student from the podium. Understand it, identify it, utilize it. Rosen murmured to himself, his mind replaying the imagery of Zefa employing the armament Haki as if it were a scene from a film. The essence of his comprehension was extraordinary. Through Zefa's explanation of Haki's nature and his own life experiences, he grasped the unique skill, the supreme Haki technique. The supreme Haki technique, infusing one's consciousness into the Haki, allowing for an effortless and precise control over the internal Haki. Achieving an unparalleled mastery requires exceptional insight. Suddenly, a fragment of information surfaced in his mind. You possess remarkable insight. Through Zefa's elucidation of Haki's essence and your past experiences, you have comprehended the unique skill, the supreme Haki technique. The supreme Haki technique, infusing one's consciousness into the Haki, allowing for an effortless and precise control over the internal Haki, achieving an unparalleled mastery, requires exceptional insight. Rosen's heart jolted. The supreme Haki technique? Infusing consciousness into Haki to attain effortless control. Is this not akin to the life restoration of Haki? Yet, what would be its efficacy? With this thought, Rosen focused, allowing his consciousness to plunge within, his vision initially engulfed in darkness. However, as his consciousness delved deeper, a faint light began to emerge that he followed the light, and eventually, at the deepest recesses of his being, he beheld 3 luminous orbs, akin to bulbs in the night. One flowed like a tide. Another crackled like a dark red lightning, and the last resembled a colossal Is this the Haki I was born with. Wait. 3 luminous orbs, 3 colors of Haki. Does this imply that I possess the Conqueror's Haki? A rarity among millions. Rosen's heart brimmed with elation. While one could become a top-tier powerhouse in the sea without the Conqueror's Haki, exemplified by the 3 admirals, only those endowed with it could ascend to the pinnacle among the elite. They are the so-called kings, like Roger, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks. The qualifications of a king are innate. One either possesses them or does not, and they cannot be altered through later efforts. To discover that he, too, possessed such qualifications filled him with joy. A trial would reveal the truth. Containing his exhilaration, Rosen infused his consciousness into the flowing orb. The moment his consciousness fully entered the orb, he not only comprehended what it represented, but also felt an overwhelming sense of control over it, more agile than the manipulation of his own limbs. As his thoughts raced, the orb infused his consciousness and burst forth like a dam unleashing a flood, streams of light cascading toward his limbs and every part of his body. Meanwhile, Zefa continued to scrutinize every student in the classroom. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if he sensed something, and he swiftly turned his gaze, sharp as a blade, towards a student seated in the back row. Rosen, the wielder of the paramecia-type weapon fruit, Zefa recalled Rosen's identity. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something incredible. Under his gaze, Rosen's body suddenly erupted with a violet glow, forming trails of purple light, resembling serpentine dragons, entwining around him. Then, with a clang echoing through the air, the classroom students turned their attention toward the sound. Zefa's brows twitched in disbelief. How is this possible? Unbelievable. Had he already mastered the armament Haki? Akin to Zefa's earlier demonstration, moreover, while Zefa had merely wrapped his arms in Haki, Rosen had managed to harden his entire body. How long has it been? Could it be that he had already learned the armament Haki from the outset? Observing Rosen's skin gleaming like black iron, exuding an unyielding aura, even the future admirals in training, Cheyenne and Kaji, as well as Smoker, who had little interest in Haki, displayed expressions of disbelief. I have just begun to grasp the fundamentals. Under favorable conditions, it would likely take me a day to master the armament Haki. Has this man already arrived at this point? Shine gazed intently at Rosen, her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue. Who claims that women are inferior to men? She had aspired to become the first female admiral in the history of the Navy and, bolstered by the support of her sister-like figure, Crane, and the heroic Carp, she had received accolades from legendary figures for her potential. This elevated her standards significantly. Unless one was an admiral or possessed the qualities befitting one, they were hardly worthy of her attention. To her surprise, aside from Kaji, there existed another in their class who was already far ahead of both her and Kaji. If Crane and Vice Admiral Carp praised her for possessing the qualities of an admiral, then what of him? A tempest of thoughts surged within Shine. This young man is impressively formidable. I have yet to find my Haki, yet you have already achieved full-body hardening. Remarkable. Kaji directly gave Rosen a thumbs up. His tone devoid of jealousy, only admiration. Those 3 luminous orbs indeed represented 3 types of Haki. Thus, the remaining 2 must be observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. In response to Kaji's praise, Rosen merely nodded, maintaining an air of composure. Having comprehended both the 1,000 cherry blossoms and the supreme Haki technique, especially after awakening the armament Haki, his mindset gradually transformed. No longer did he react with surprise at every turn, as he had upon his arrival. Instead, he pondered the other 2 forms of Haki. Have you previously studied Haki? At that moment, Zefa approached Rosen directly. The term Haki was introduced to me by you, Teacher Zefa, Rosen replied, temporarily setting aside his thoughts. Remarkable. Zefa had been closely observing Rosen, even employing observation Haki to sense his emotions and mental shifts. He was nearly certain that this student was indeed encountering Haki for the first time. I had assumed that Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan were exceptional enough. I never anticipated finding someone even more extraordinary. In their day, it took them an entire day to master the hardening of armament Haki. Yet you, merely half an hour. A hint of astonishment crept into Zefa's voice. Since retiring and taking on the role of chief instructor, he had encountered countless geniuses, even among those with the potential of an admiral. There were only a few. Yet now, he discovered someone surpassing the accomplishments of the 3 admirals from years past, which was astonishing. Outperforming the 3 admirals in training of their time, this is nothing short of monstrous. Hadn't he heard that Sakazuki and the others took an entire day to grasp the hardening of armament Haki back in the Naval Academy? And here, this fellow achieved it in half an hour. If he were not a monster, how could he accomplish such an unfathomable feat? Upon hearing Zefa claim that Rosen's achievements surpassed those of the 3 admirals from years ago, a wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Silence. Your task is not to marvel at others, but to focus on your own development. Remember, the essence of domineering presence is an external manifestation of willpower. Thus, unwavering conviction is the foundation of such presence. Upon noticing a commotion in the classroom, Zefa cast a piercing glare, and instantly, silence enveloped the students. However, when they turned their gaze towards Rosen, their eyes were still filled with astonishment. They understood its existence, its discovery, and its application. Aside from Shiwan and Gigi, everyone else remained in the realm of merely comprehending the concept of Haki. But what of Rosen? He had transcended the stages of knowing and finding Haki. Reaching the level of its application. It was akin to entering first grade together. While I merely opened the first grade textbook, you had already unveiled the 3rd-year curriculum. How could this not be astonishing? The complete hardening of one's body is only applicable to withstand unavoidable area attacks. In combat against pirates, such a tactic should never be employed. Fully hardening one's body would exacerbate the consumption of Haki. Unless one is willing to waste it, it serves no purpose. Zefa scrutinized Rosen from head to toe. Then, like lightning, his right hand shot out, pointing decisively at Rosen's neck. As a former admiral, despite retirement and a prolonged absence from the field, his vision, experience, and awareness had not diminished with his departure from active duty. His fingertip struck with just the right force to shatter the Haki enveloping Rosen, yet it did not harm his clone. Even after the strike, Rosen remained seated, unflinched. Observe, Zefa remarked, if you were to concentrate all the Haki used for hardening your entire body solely on fortifying your neck, your defensive capabilities would increase significantly, preventing me from dispersing it with a single blow. Withdrawing his finger, Zefa concluded, the students have been enlightened. Thank you, Teacher Zefa. Upon hearing this, Rosen felt a chill in his heart, immediately recalling Virgo. If the latter had only directed his Haki towards hardening a specific area while confronting Trafalgar Law and Punk Hazard, he likely would not have been dispatched with a single strike. You call me Teacher Zefa, hence it is my duty to impart knowledge unto you. Zefa waved his hand, first surveying the students in the classroom still struggling to grasp the concept of Haki. After a moment of contemplation, he astounded them all with his next words. From this day forth, you need not attend class with the others. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the room, including Rosen. Why? Rosen maintained his composure. In other environments, he might worry about the perils of standing out, but within the Navy school, particularly in Zefa's class, such concerns were unwarranted. On the contrary, the more he excelled, the more pleased Zefa would be. It would be unjust to have a genius study alongside a group of ordinary students. Likewise, Zefa continued, it is equally unjust to have a monster learn alongside a group of geniuses. He fixed his gaze on Rosen, articulating each word with precision. Upon hearing this, Rosen fell into a contemplative silence. He grasped Zefa's intent. Just as placing Shuan and Gigi in a regular class would lead them to master the intricacies of Haki in a day, while others would take months or even years. It was clear that their potential would stagnate thereafter. It was not that they had exhausted their talents. Rather, the regular class instructors were still repetitively teaching the fundamental concepts of Haki. However, Shuan and Gigi had already mastered these principles. No matter how much they attended class or studied, it would be a waste of time. The situation in Zefa's class was distinctly different. The disparity in teaching quality and educational methods was evident. Similarly, Rosen's experience in Zefa's class mirrored this. He had grasped the intricacies of Haki in half an hour, while Smoker had yet to awaken his Haki, and even those with the potential of an admiral, like Shuan and Gigi, had yet to master it. This indicated that remaining in Zefa's class and continuing to attend the same lessons as Smoker would amount to futility. Rosen, Zefa declared, from this moment on, I shall establish a separate class just for you. You need not return to this classroom. I will dedicate time exclusively to instruct you. Zefa's words stirred a tempest within the classroom. What? Smoker, Genai, and others were taken aback. The allure of Zefa's class lay not only in the guaranteed rank of captain, but also in the opportunity to learn under the guidance of a former admiral. Yet now, Zefa had decided to create a class solely for Rosen, offering one-on-one instruction, elevating his treatment to an unprecedented level. This was no longer the dynamic of instructor and student, but rather that of a true teacher and disciple. Do not accuse me of favoritism towards Rosen, nor of denying you opportunities today. As of today, whoever can master the principles of Haki before the school bell rings shall be granted entry into this newly established class. Zefa, having perceived the envy among the students, used Rosen as an example to further ignite their competitive spirit. Particularly, his gaze seemed to casually sweep over Shuan and Gj. To learn the intricacies of Haki in a day, for 99% of the sea's populace. Such a feat would be deemed impossible. Only those with the caliber of an admiral could achieve it. Having previously guided the likes of Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, he had already recognized Shuan and Gg upon entering the classroom. In them, he saw reflections of Borsalino and his peers. Thus, Zefa's proclamations, while ostensibly directed at the entire class, were in reality aimed at Shuan and Gj. As for the others, like Smoker, even if Zefa were to make an exception and allow him to join Rosen's class, it would only deepen his despair as he witnessed his peers advancing rapidly while he remained stagnant. The continuous blows to his confidence would be devastating over time. One day, Shuan clenched her fists, her eyes glinting with fervor. If she could master the intricacies of hardening in a day, she knew she would have a chance. Unlike Rosen, who had achieved mastery in half an hour, she believed she could manage it within a day, as she had already progressed beyond the first step Zefa had outlined. Knowing Haki, finding Haki, and using Haki, she was currently at the second step. In the phase of finding Haki. It seemed I still have a chance, Gg thought to himself. Who with the potential of an admiral would willingly admit to being inferior to another? Even witnessing Rosen's lead, he merely rationalized that Rosen was quicker to learn Haki, but his strength was not necessarily inferior. Fire Mountain, come here for a moment and assist me in teaching. Zefa summoned Fire Mountain, who at that moment was still a rear admiral. In contrast to other rear admirals known for their iron-fisted demeanor, Fire Mountain's nature was considerably more gentle. When not engaged in missions, he would often be called upon to substitute, teach, or serve as an assistant. Before long, Fire Mountain, having received Zefa's call, hurried to the classroom. Upon arrival, his gaze immediately fell upon Rosen. Clearly, Zefa had briefed him on Rosen's extraordinary abilities over the phone, that a monster exceeding even Sakazuki. It was hard to fathom such a being truly existed in this world. Fire Mountain regarded Rosen, his astonishment evident and unabashed. The emergence of yet another student with the potential of an admiral was already remarkable. Now, to behold a super monster surpassing even that caliber was simply staggering. Follow me, the elder commanded. After summoning the fire to burn the mountain for a substitute lesson, Zefa immediately beckoned to Rosen and left the classroom, leading him to a room filled with several devices resembling wooden training dummies, yet forged from steel. This was an instrument crafted by the captain of the Navy science class, Jiabank, designed to test the power of one's will. The upper limit was set at 10,000. With this device, students could clearly observe their progress in the early stages. Zefa pointed at a willpower device. What you must do now is unleash your Haki with full force upon this device. He crossed his arms, watching Rosen intently. Understood. Upon hearing this, Rosen immediately infused his Haki into his being, wrapping all of his armed Haki around his right arm, hardening both his fist and forearm. Then he lunged forward. His spine taut as a bowstring, and struck with the ferocity of a dart. With a resounding thud, the moment his fist collided with the willpower device, a small display screen erupted with a series of numbers, 260. Not bad. According to the world government standards, mastering the 6 forms and achieving a willpower exceeding 500 would classify one as a superhuman. Presently, you lack offensive physical techniques, yet due to your recently awakened armed Haki, you managed to strike with a force of 260, which is equivalent to half of a superhuman's power. By the way, a trained Marine typically possesses a willpower of only around 10. Zefa elucidated the significance of the value of 260. Do you understand? This encapsulates the strength and worth of Haki, he stated with a serious expression. Clearly, the purpose of prompting Rosen to deliver this punch was to instill in him the importance of Haki. I understand, Teacher Zefa. Rosen nodded. Without needing to be told, he was already aware of Haki's significance. Through Zefa's first-hand demonstration and his own experience, he deeply felt the intrinsic value of Haki as someone who had just awakened his armed Haki without even mastering the 6 forms. He had managed to unleash a willpower value equivalent to half of a superhuman's capability, solely through the absolute control of armed Haki via the Haki Supreme technique. This was the essence of armed Haki. If he were to wield 1,000 Sakura branches, entwined with armed Haki, what would the resultant willpower be? At that moment, an idea blossomed in Rosen's mind. If I wield 1,000 Sakura branches and wrap them in armed Haki, that would be the proper way to unlock the fruit's potential. Good to know. Now, there's one more thing. Zefa released his arms from their crossed position, clenched his fists tightly, and enveloped them in hardened armed Haki, launching a punch that resembled a dark cannonball. With a thunderous boom, the air at the forefront of his fist seemed to be compressed to its utmost limit, only to succumb to the pressure and explode violently. A tangible wave of Haki surged forth from his fist, striking the willpower device and reducing it to a mere disk of iron, despite its testing limit of 10,000. Did you comprehend that? Zefa turned to Rosen, flowing external release. Rosen's eyes sparkled, yet his heart remained tranquil. With his extraordinary understanding, the moment he grasped the Haki Supreme technique, he was able to control armed Haki at will. In essence, he could entwine, harden, release externally, and cause internal destruction. These 4 techniques were within his grasp after a mere observation. In fact, with a bit of exploration, he could master them in just a few minutes. This was the intrinsic value of the Haki Supreme technique. Just as one can control their body at will, Rosen, through the Haki Supreme technique, could imbue his armed Haki with consciousness, allowing him to exercise various techniques at his discretion. Excellent. Indeed, it was flowing external release. This was the 3rd technique of armed Haki that I intend to teach you. Zefa nodded initially, but then shook his head. However, this is not the entirety of it. Look at the willpower device. Besides flowing external release, what other differences exist between your punch and mine? His gaze bore into Rosen. While the techniques of armed Haki may vary in sophistication, they do not necessarily reflect the strength of one's prowess. Rosen's mind raced, quickly grasping the lesson Zefa wished for him to internalize. Indeed, beyond entwining and hardening, as well as flowing external release, armed Haki also encompasses the technique of internal destruction. However, mastering all 4 techniques merely signifies the versatility of one's armed Haki. It is akin to a sword that can slash, thrust, or parry, yet regardless of its application, the sword's hardness and sharpness remain unchanged. Zefa's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Do not be overly reliant on the techniques of armed Haki. Instead, focus on enhancing its strength. Take you and me, for instance. Even if you employ all 4 techniques of armed Haki, I could still defeat you with a simple entwining technique. This exemplifies the qualitative disparity in our armed Haki that no technique can bridge. He articulated each word carefully. I will heed your advice, Teacher Zefa. Rosen nodded earnestly. He concurred with Zefa's assertions. Monkey D. Luffy was the perfect example. Observation Haki can foresee the future. Armed Haki can entwine, harden, release, and cause internal destruction. Even the Conqueror's Haki can entwine, yet ultimately, it still fell short against Teacher K. At its core. Aside from the disparity in physical attributes, the most crucial factor was the difference in Haki strength. In terms of technique, Luffy had caught up with Teacher Kai, but in the quality of Haki, he had not. Go ahead. First, master the flowing external release, and then I shall teach you internal destruction. Once you have mastered all 4 techniques of armed Haki, I will instruct you on how to enhance its strength. Just as Zefa was about to elaborate on the techniques and learning tips for flowing external release, Rosen raised his hand, extending a single finger. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, a wave of Haki erupted from his fingertip, striking a nearby willpower device. Of course, it did not shatter the device as Zefa had done. It merely registered a willpower value of 260. Expected. Just as Teacher Zefa had stated, the techniques of armed Haki do not equate to strength, whether employing hardening and entwining or flowing external release. The resultant willpower value remains the same. Witnessing this scene, Rosen couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having a distinguished teacher. There was no possibility of taking a wrong turn. You've mastered flowing external release? Zefa's eyes widened in astonishment. As a former Marine admiral, he was well aware that among the techniques of armed Haki, learning flowing external release is significantly more challenging than entwining and hardening. Yet, after merely throwing a punch, his student had already grasped it, and with such fluidity, it felt as though he had been immersed in it for years. I have mastered it, Rosen affirmed with a nod. Not only flowing external release, I have also comprehended the internal destruction technique you just mentioned, Teacher Zefa. Before Zefa could respond, Rosen astounded him once more. Impossible. No sooner had Zefa spoken than a sound of metal fracturing resonated from nearby. He turned to see the willpower device, which Rosen had struck with armed Haki, emitting a series of cracking sounds, while the 260 displayed on the screen began to blur, ultimately vanishing altogether. Internal destruction? I have never demonstrated that in front of you. How did you accomplish this? Zefa murmured in disbelief. Enveloping, hardening, flowing external release, and internal destruction. Within the span of a single lesson, Rosen had mastered all 4 techniques of armed Haki. Especially the internal destruction technique, which was the most profound, he had managed to explore independently. Given that the testing limit of the willpower device was 10,000, it was impossible for Rosen's 260 willpower to exceed that threshold. However, just because it does not exceed the limits of the power of the Tao instrument does not mean that it cannot be destroyed. By penetrating the surface of the Tao instrument with armed color Haki and invading its interior, one can damage the internal components. A power value of 260 can indeed destroy a Tao instrument with a testing limit of 10,000. Zefa naturally recognized this, which is why he was so astonished. I noticed that you just mentioned, Teacher Zefa, that besides wrapping, hardening, and external projection, there exists a 4th technique of armed color Haki, internal destruction. Thus, while I attempted to project the armed color Haki outward, I experimented with manipulating it to penetrate the surface of an object and directly inflict damage internally. Seeing Zefa's bewildered expression, Rosen could only explain, I merely mentioned internal destruction, and you've managed to master the 4th technique of armed color Haki on your own? Zefa's mouth fell agape in shock. It was akin to casually mentioning an atomic bomb and having someone actually create one by hand. Perhaps it was indeed so. However, it wasn't solely my own achievement. Without your mention of internal destruction, Teacher Zefa, I would not have realized that armed color Haki could be utilized in such a manner. So credit must go to you. Rosen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Zefa's face flushed with embarrassment. He had always taken immense pride in his teaching abilities, especially considering he had nurtured 3 candidates for the rank of admiral, all of whom were guaranteed to ascend to that level. Under any other circumstances, he would readily accept praise for his teaching. Yet, in the face of Rosen, he found it difficult to attribute his success solely to his own instructional prowess. He understood that even if a Marine from the New World, well-versed in using armed color Haki, were to teach Rosen, the outcome would not differ from that of his own instruction as an admiral. Rosen's innate talent for cultivating Haki had reached a level where it could transcend the teacher's capabilities. Whether taught by a Marine or an admiral, he would learn the entirety of armed color wrapping, hardening, external projection, and internal destruction in a single lesson. What's the matter? Is there something amiss? Have you accidentally injured yourself while practicing armed color Haki? Just as Zefa was about to speak, he noticed Rosen's brow furrowed and hurriedly approached with concern. After all, this was an admiral. No, a potential candidate for a fleet admiral. If Sengoku were to discover that he had harmed such a promising candidate during his instruction, he would likely storm the Marine Academy with a mighty fury that I haven't been injured. I merely had a sudden thought. If armed color Haki can cause internal destruction, then how would I respond if an enemy could wield such a technique and strike me with it? What do you think, Teacher Zefa? Rosen shook his head and sought Zefa's counsel that he recalled the clash between Teacher K and Monkey D. Luffy. Both had mastered the advanced technique of internal destruction with armed color Haki. Yet, when facing each other's attacks, it seemed they could only endure the damage. To counter armed color, one must use armed color. If the enemy employs internal destruction, one must project their armed color before the opponent's Haki reaches their body to neutralize it. However, battles are ever-changing. If you have taken the enemy's strike, it indicates that you were unable to react in time, leaving no opportunity to mobilize an equal amount of armed color Haki to counteract. If you could do so, you would have had ample time to evade the enemy's attack entirely, as a former admiral. Zefa responded to Rosen's inquiry without hesitation. Not so. I must simply endure the damage. Rosen's brow grew even tighter. He had consumed the weapon fruit, not the Azure Dragon, nor was he Nika. He did not possess such a robust constitution or formidable defenses. Have you forgotten? What was the first thing I said in class? It is not enough to possess overwhelming Haki. One must also possess the physique of a monster and the will of steel. Zefa shot a glance at Rosen, the implication clear. The physique of a monster is necessary to withstand the damage from internal destruction. Ultimately, it comes down to enduring the blows. Teacher Zefa, is there truly no other method? Upon hearing this, Rosen's brows knitted tighter. Unless one disregards the consumption of Haki during battle and maintains constant hardening of their entire body, such a strategy would inevitably decrease one's overall defense, allowing the enemy to breach defenses in specific areas. Furthermore, this approach could lead to defeat against opponents one might otherwise have bested due to overexertion of Haki. Zefa shook his head. Stop overthinking it. While you worry about the enemy's internal destruction, they are equally concerned about yours. Rather than fretting over these matters, it would be more prudent to strengthen your body and refine your martial arts. In doing so, you could potentially incapacitate the enemy before they even strike. He spread his hands. Rosen subtly shook his head, convinced that Zefa's method was inadequate. It might work against weaker opponents, but facing a peer, who could guarantee a one-hit knockout? Take Teacher K as an example. Who could deplete Teacher K's health in a single blow? Big Mom, red-haired Shanks, or Whitebeard? Perhaps the three of them combined could achieve that. Stop pondering these trivialities. As far as I know, there currently exists no effective means to resist internal destruction in the Grand Line. Wrapping, hardening, and external projection techniques are inadequate. Neither the four emperors nor the admirals can effectively defend against attacks from within the body. Seeing Rosen's brow furrow deeply, Zefa feared he might become fixated on this issue and spoke firmly. Wrapping, hardening, and external projection are ineffective. In that case, can I not create a technique specifically designed to counter internal destruction? Teacher Zefa also mentioned that only armed color can counter armed color, and techniques such as wrapping and hardening were developed by predecessors. This implies that internal destruction was not a concept until someone thought of it later. With this in mind, Rosen's consciousness began to sink. He focused on the armed color Haki coursing through his body, molding it into a round shape and then flattening it, attempting to discover a technique specifically for countering the enemy's internal destruction. As the armed color Haki transformed within him, his thoughts gradually emptied, and he became one with the armed color Haki. Unbeknownst to anyone, his armed color Haki began to flow slowly into his blood vessels, circulating throughout his body with the flow of blood. You possess an extraordinary talent. Using the four techniques of armed color Haki as a foundation, combined with the ultimate Haki technique, you innovate and comprehend a unique skill of armed color Haki, Silent Blood Armor. Silent Blood Armor, utilizing the absolute control of Haki through the ultimate Haki technique, by injecting Haki into the blood vessels, it evolves into tangible defensive power, significantly enhancing both internal and external defenses and effectively guarding against internal destructive capabilities. Requires the ultimate Haki technique. If others attempt to cultivate it, it will cause permanent damage to their blood vessels. Suddenly, A line of information leaped into Rosen's mind, pulling him from his deep contemplation. You possess an extraordinary talent. Using the 4 techniques of armed color Haki as a foundation, combined with the ultimate Haki technique, you innovate and comprehend a unique skill of armed color Haki, silent blood armor. Silent blood armor. Utilizing the absolute control of Haki through the ultimate Haki technique. By injecting Haki into the blood vessels, it evolves into tangible defensive power, significantly enhancing both internal and external defenses and effectively guarding against internal destructive attacks. Requires the ultimate Haki technique. If others attempt to cultivate it, it will cause permanent damage to their blood vessels. Rosen felt a surge of joy within him, not merely for having grasped an unprecedented 5th technique of armed color Haki capable of effectively countering internal destruction. Instead, he recognized the intrinsic value of the exclusive skill known as Conqueror's Haki. Without mastering this technique, even if he were to encounter extraordinary talents such as Monkey D. Luffy, Teacher Zefa, or Shanks in the future, they would not be able to spontaneously learn it simply by witnessing him utilize the silent blood armor. The only way would be if he chose to instruct them in the ways of Conqueror's Haki. This signifies that Rosen stands far ahead of any formidable opponent in the realm of armament Haki. When faced with adversaries lacking Conqueror's Haki, even if the strength of their armament Haki were comparable, he would emerge victorious, with no defeats. After all, while others possess merely 4 techniques, he wields 5. When confronted with internal damage, his opponents can only endure it through sheer resilience, whereas he can utilize the silent blood armor for defensive mitigation. In this comparative advantage, even before engaging in combat, he has already secured half the victory. Rosen. Noticing that Rosen appeared entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, Zefa called out several times without success, and he could hardly restrain the urge to take action. I can't hear you. Teacher Zefa, what do you intend to do? Kindly retract your black arm. Upon snapping back to reality, Rosen observed Zefa clenching his fist, enveloped in armament Haki, poised to deliver a blow. He quickly retreated and raised his hands in defense, despite having developed the unprecedented 5th technique of armament Haki in the Grand Line. He, as a novice just beginning his journey with Haki, could not withstand the might of a former Marine Admiral's Haki-infused punch. As Zefa had advised, one should not place blind faith in the techniques of armament Haki that in situations where the strength of Haki differs by several magnitudes. Whether it is Conqueror's, hardening, or external release, a single punch could still obliterate him. Let me reiterate, do not dwell on the notion of defending against internal damage. Currently, you lack the capability. After all, neither Conqueror's hardening nor external release can accomplish that. Zefa counseled earnestly. But what about Haki techniques beyond Conqueror's hardening, external release, and internal damage? Rosen countered. Armament Haki has always comprised only 4 techniques. Where does this 5th one arise? Just as Zefa finished speaking, he noticed a slight smirk on Rosen's lips, prompting a startling thought to surge through his mind about his student's prodigious talent in Haki, while it had not existed before. It certainly seemed to now. Meeting Zefa's astonished gaze, Rosen nodded slightly. Is that truly the case? Zefa instinctively wanted to dismiss the possibility, but the words transformed into a request for verification. Evidently, after witnessing Rosen's insight, he began to believe in his student's extraordinary ability to transmute the mundane into the miraculous. Teacher Zefa, I wish to ask a favor of you. Please strike me with an attack infused with armament Haki of equal intensity to mine. Preferably, employ the technique of internal damage. Rather than responding, Rosen invited Zefa to deliver a blow that would invoke internal damage. Truth is born of practice. Although he was confident in the silent blood armor, he felt the need for practical examination. It would be unwise to wait until facing a pirate to evaluate its efficacy. Allowing Zefa to take action, the worst outcome would be sustaining minor injuries. Far from catastrophic, yet allowing a pirate to test it could lead to fatal consequences. Are you certain? Zefa's gaze sharpened. He understood Rosen's intent, to let results speak for themselves. Very well. With a thought, Rosen infused his consciousness into his armament Haki, precisely controlling it to flow into his blood vessels, coursing throughout his body. Zefa wasted no time. His fist, enveloped in armament Haki, struck with a thunderous crack, aimed squarely at Rosen's forearm. Though the display was formidable, he wielded the strength with great restraint, matching Rosen's Haki intensity and targeting the arm. Thus, even if Rosen failed to defend, he could receive timely medical attention without lasting repercussions. With a resounding clash of arms, a gust of force erupted from their center, unleashing a cacophony of spine-chilling howls, reminiscent of unseen tigers roaring in unison. Zefa's gaze fixated on Rosen's arm, where he observed dark lines etching across the skin upon impact. It appeared as if shadows of flowing black light coursed through his veins. Most significantly, he distinctly felt that the internal damage technique, which had previously proven effective against any opponent, was thwarted. Indeed, as he attempted to penetrate Rosen's arm with his armament Haki, seeking to invade the muscle, blood vessels, and soft tissues, he encountered an impenetrable barrier that prevented any breach of the surface, thereby nullifying any possibility of internal damage. He had truly achieved it. Zefa gazed at Rosen in astonishment, comprehending through their encounter that this was a technique that countered internal damage, effectively obstructing Haki from penetrating the body's surface. For any Haki master facing Rosen, the internal damage technique was rendered utterly ineffective. The only recourse lay in launching an overwhelmingly powerful attack to breach the defenses from the outside. However, while the adversary's internal damage technique was rendered moot, Rosen was not similarly constrained. He could employ Conqueror's hardening, external release, and internal damage techniques all at once against his foes. Wait, a new concern arose. Maintaining this state, do you require significant Haki expenditure? How does this differ from continuously hardening your entire body? Zefa suddenly recalled something. Of course, there is a distinction. To harden the entire body continuously demands substantial Haki. In contrast, my silent blood armor, once activated, can remain in effect until I am attacked, without incurring further Haki costs. It is akin to donning a layer of armor with armament Haki before battle, maintaining that protection with minimal additional expenditure. Rosen's words sent a chill through Zefa. He spoke the truth. The armament Haki imbued in his blood vessels would circulate with his bloodstream, perpetually sustaining its presence without fading or incurring further costs. The portion of Haki infused into the blood vessels would remain there, preserving the silent blood armor state, unless subjected to external destruction. It would not dissipate. If one were to speak of consumption, there indeed was some, but it pertained to Rosen's stamina and mental exertion. After all, the intricate control required to infuse Haki into the blood vessels naturally demands energy, and the constant flow of Haki within would eventually impose a burden on both the blood vessels and his body over time. Nonetheless, with his current physique, activating the silent blood armor could be sustained for over half a day. As his physique and Haki grew stronger, that duration would only continue to extend. A monster. This was a being born for Haki, a creature more terrifying than any marine admiral, observing Rosen, who had developed the silent blood armor. The fifth technique of armament Haki. On his very first day of engagement with Haki, a thought emerged in Zefa's mind. In the marine headquarters, Sengoku sat at his desk, fingers interlaced atop its surface, wearing an expression akin to that of a listener engrossed in a tale. Not just him. Carp, Kazan, and Borsellino, seated on a nearby sofa, were equally wrapped in Zefa's storytelling. Indeed, they unanimously perceived Zefa as a storyteller. Zefa, you say you have a student who mastered all 4 armament Haki techniques, Conquerors, hardening, external release, and internal damage, in a single lesson. Indeed, Zefa, you claim your student, after mastering all armament Haki, also created a 5th technique? Indeed, Zefa, you assert that your student invented a technique called silent blood armor that can defend against internal damage. Indeed, all of this accomplished in a single lesson. Indeed, regardless of Sengoku's inquiries, Zefa merely nodded. For this was the undeniable truth. Zefa, I summoned you to report on the current state of the students, not to regale me with tales. Moreover, if you insist on weaving stories, should there not be a semblance of truth in them? At the very least, it should be one truth amidst 9 falsehoods. Unable to contain his inner turmoil, Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table. What you just uttered, does that even qualify as a story? It is nothing short of a myth, he retorted sharply. Teacher Zefa, he continued, are your eyes failing you? The monstrous variety you described does exist, albeit only within the realm of myth, as Mr. Sengoku aptly stated. Seizing the opportunity to mock, the ever-contrary Borsellino chimed in. Their animosity was not born of deep-seated hatred or clashing temperaments, but rather a divergence in understanding. Zefa held steadfastly to the belief that only Haki could reign supreme. In stark contrast, Borsellino maintained that while Haki was undoubtedly significant, the powers of the glint fruit were even more formidable. One was a former Marine admiral, the other a current candidate for the position. Both immensely proud in their own right, and neither could sway the other. As conflicts grew more frequent, their relationship soured further, and no need to scour myths for validation. If you wish to see, I can summon him here at this very moment. Would you like me to do so, Borsalino? Faced with Borsalino's sarcastic demeanor, Zefa exhibited a rare calmness, directing his gaze towards his students. Borsalino's expression shifted slightly. Although he was at odds with Zefa, he was acutely aware of his teacher's temperament. Such a demeanor signified that Zefa was entirely serious. Zefa, you cannot be serious. Karp straightened in his seat. The previously silent Kazan lifted his eye patch. In that instant, the entire Admiral's office, filled with high-ranking Marines and legendary figures, fixated their attention on Zefa, searching for any hint of jest. Are you not recounting a story? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. Nonsense, Zefa retorted. I have been diligently reporting to you. How could you think I was merely spinning tales? Observing the expressions of those around him, Zefa's displeasure mounted, and he turned sharply to Sengoku. That short-sighted fool Borsalino is one thing. But even you, Sengoku, look upon me with such skepticism? Once uttered, his words offended Borsalino. However, recognizing Zefa's serious demeanor, he opted to swallow his pride rather than risk further embarrassment. Are you certain you speak the truth? Sengoku scrutinized Zefa intently. Here, take this den mushi and call. Zefa produced a den mushi from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Is it truly possible for such a creature to exist in this world? Sengoku reclined in his chair, disbelief etched across his face, once he confirmed that Zefa was not jesting. Oh my, is this for real? Kazan murmured softly. If it is true, then my junior is indeed a creature born for Haki. Borsalino observed the corners of Zefa's mouth, which had been curving upward since he entered, and even his own sword. The Amatsukes could not suppress the realization dawning within him. Zefa, what is his name? Sengoku straightened, for typically, a student yet to graduate from military academy would hardly warrant remembrance by someone of his stature, unless they possessed the caliber of an admiral. Yet Rosen? He lacked the qualifications of an admiral, but possessed qualities that transcended them. Rosen, indeed. Zefa recalled that he was also a user of a devil fruit. Because Rosen's Haki talent was so astonishing, he had entirely overlooked the fact that the other was also a fruit user. What a waste, Karp shook his head, not in reference to a wasted devil fruit, but rather he felt it was a squander of talents for someone like Rosen, born for Haki, to consume a devil fruit, which would only introduce additional vulnerabilities, such as the sea and sea prism stone. Zefa, Sengoku interjected, regarding whether Rosen is a fruit user. I am indifferent, I simply wish to ascertain if he possesses Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, all ears perked up. Conqueror's Haki, known as the royal qualities, although one can become a top-tier powerhouse without it. Those lacking it could never ascend to the uppermost echelons, such as Roger, Whitebeard, or Kaido. Rosen merely developing the blood flow technique, akin to acquiring an additional skill in armament Haki, would already grant him a significant advantage. Not to mention the addition of Conqueror's Haki. I provided him with a lesson, and then came here to report to you. What do you think? Zefa spread his hands, his meaning clear. There was no time to confirm whether Rosen possessed Conqueror's Haki. Expedite this matter. Once it is confirmed that Rosen does possess Conqueror's Haki, notify me immediately. I shall personally instruct him in its use. Sengoku gazed intently at Zefa. His words astounded everyone present. A man standing atop 1,000,000 Marines would personally teach a military academy student, a rarity in the annals of Marine history. Sengoku himself will provide guidance, Borsalino thought in astonishment. Yet he understood Sengoku's motives. Unlike the pirate realm, which was replete with kings, the Marines had never lacked for admiral-level power but were in dire need of a ruler endowed with Conqueror's Haki. To his knowledge, only Sengoku and Karp among the Marine hierarchy possessed Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the only individuals capable of teaching Rosen to wield it were Sengoku, the Marine fleet admiral, and Karp, the hero of the Marines. Zefa comprehended Sengoku's desperate yearning for a successor endowed with royal qualities to take his place, even while Sengoku remained in his prime. After I finish reporting to you, I shall proceed to see if I can help Rosen awaken Conqueror's Haki. Zefa informed Sengoku, though he himself lacked it. As a former Marine admiral and the chief instructor at the Marine Academy, he had a methodology for testing royal qualities, while it may not be foolproof. It was certainly better than nothing. Just then, as Zefa concluded his report on Rosen and prepared to depart back to the Marine Academy, the den mushi in his pocket suddenly emitted a ringing sound. Hello, this is Zefa. He paused, retrieving the den mushi and answering the call. Teacher Zefa, you must return at once. A great calamity is unfolding at the Marine Academy. The urgent voice from the Den Den Mushi echoed. What seems to be the issue? Has a student mastered armament Haki? Is it Gion or Kaki? Zefa appeared remarkably composed, having immediately discerned that Gion and Sokka were both monsters with the caliber of admirals. Akin to Akainu, Borsalino, and Kuzinin.it was entirely normal for them to grasp armament Haki in a single day. Neither of them came the response.it is Conqueror's Haki. Just now, Conqueror's Haki suddenly manifested at the Marine Academy, and its effects were widespread. Almost all the students in the classroom were knocked unconscious as the echoes of the words Fire Mountain faded. Sengoku, Carp, Borsalino, and Kuzan rose in unison. With a synchronized fervor, they surged forth from the marshal's office, bursting towards the Naval Academy. Armed with the report just delivered by Zefa, they could easily surmise the implications of the Conqueror's Haki that Fire Mountain had alluded to over the phone. A new king had indeed emerged within the Navy, and Sengoku's heart swelled with excitement. While the mere possession of Conqueror's Haki would have brought him joy, it was the revelation of Rosen's innate talent for Haki that rendered even the marshal unable to contain his eagerness to meet this new sovereign. I knew it all along, Borsalino thought. Such a being, born of Haki, could not possibly lack the qualities of a king. He transformed into a streak of golden light, effortlessly surpassing his peers as he raced to the Naval Academy. In terms of raw power, he may not have been the strongest among the legendary navy, but he was undoubtedly the swiftest. Let me see, he murmured. To his astonishment, he found that over 90% of the students had already collapsed. Hovering above the Naval Academy, he surveyed the scene below, where both hallways and classrooms were littered with unconscious bodies. Goodness, even the very air in the academy is suffused with the essence of Conqueror's Haki. To awaken Conqueror's Haki upon first contact, what a formidable student this Rosen must be. As he shook his head, preparing to use his observation Haki to pinpoint the source of the Conqueror's Haki, he noticed that the overwhelming presence of it seemed to retract, not dissipate, but rather compact under conscious control, minimizing collateral damage. Am I seeing things? Borsalino nearly lost his elemental form, almost plummeting to the ground. Steadying himself, he rubbed his eyes, realizing the Conqueror's Haki continued to condense. Impossible, he gasped, astonished. The newly awakened Conqueror's Haki was rapidly advancing beyond the rudimentary stage and swiftly approaching an intermediate level. Borsalino's mouth fell agape, his face etched with disbelief. He had encountered pirates with royal qualities before, some of whom even fell to his own hand, yet none possessed the terrifying potential of Rosen. Borsalino, what are you daydreaming about? At that moment, a powerful rush of air signaled Carp's arrival, who landed beside him, standing in midair. Mr. Carp, Borsalino gestured towards the teaching building, where the training equipment was housed. You should feel this for yourself. There's still time. Unbelievable. Carp, intrigued, extended his observation Haki, his eyes widening in shock. How long has it been? He has already learned to control Conqueror's Haki with his own, will awaken Conqueror's Haki independently, and immediately surpassed the beginner level. Such a feat achieved without any guidance was nothing short of extraordinary. Carp, flabbergasted, could sense a distant aura methodically commanding the Conqueror's Haki to retract. The range is vast. Huh? What are you two gaping at? Sengoku arrived, slightly behind due to his lesser agility and the absence of his Buddha form. By now, Rosen had already managed to consolidate the Conqueror's Haki to a certain extent. Unless one employed observation Haki, it was nearly impossible to discern that Rosen had surpassed the initial threshold and stepped into intermediate territory. Sengoku felt a sense of urgency. Time was not on his side. Carp, feeling somewhat stiff, turned to the perplexed Sengoku. What do you mean? Sengoku, still in the dark, was reassured by Carp's insistence that it was not too late. Just open your observation Haki, and you'll understand. Carp shook his head, urging Sengoku to perceive for himself. Curiosity piqued. Sengoku activated his Haki, and the moment he did, he was jolted back, nearly tumbling from the sky. What? He just awakened it, didn't he? How is he able to control it so freely? Sengoku staggered, on the brink of losing his composure. The image of the Navy's marshal faded from his mind as he became consumed by astonishment. Previously perplexed by Carp's words, he now comprehended entirely. Conqueror's Haki is categorized into 3 levels: the beginner awakening, the intermediate control, and the advanced transformation. The beginner stage is characterized by an initial awakening, where control is still rudimentary. The intermediate stage allows for the free manipulation of the Haki's range, targeting, and potency. The advanced stage enables one to wield sheer pressure to vanquish opponents, with the Haki perpetually activated. capable of inflicting tangible physical damage. In the New World, most seasoned rulers exist within the intermediate realm of Conqueror's Haki, including the 4 emperors. Only Roger, Rox, and Shanks have ascended to the advanced level. And what of Rosen? He had awakened and was rapidly closing the gap with kings who had immersed themselves in the mastery of Conqueror's Haki for years, even decades, though he might still lack in raw strength. His control was already formidable. This implied that beyond the techniques of utilizing Conqueror's Haki, there was little the marshal could impart to Rosen. Should Rosen make even a slight advance, Sengoku might find himself seeking advice from this young prodigy. It's all right. Rosen had yet to master the technique of Haki wrapping. In that regard, Sengoku still had something to teach him. Recognizing that Rosen's Haki had reached an intermediate level, Sengoku comforted himself. Haki wrapping was the true technique that unleashed the terrifying potential of Conqueror's Haki. Without mastering this, even the mightiest Haki would merely serve to clear out minions, falling short of its true potential in actual combat. Sengoku admonished himself to dismiss any lingering thoughts of complacency. Mastery of Haki wrapping required at least intermediate Conqueror's Haki. That young man, Rosen, had already met the criteria for this skill. Carp seemed to sense Sengoku's thoughts, bluntly dispelling any notions of hope. Once that lad realizes that Conqueror's Haki can be intertwined with armament Haki for attacks. Given his demonstrated talent, he may very well learn it on his own. You understand? Even you, the Navy Marshal, can only offer him a single lesson at most. No more. Upon the utterance of those words, a sense of urgency surged within Zhangguo. Regardless of the realm, the immense favor of imparting knowledge and wisdom is unparalleled, particularly within the tumultuous world of pirates, where individual prowess is paramount. This favor bears even greater significance. Upon learning of Rosen's existence from Zefa, Zhangguo had already contemplated leveraging the gift of mentorship to foster a sense of belonging and identity within the Navy for Rosen. It was unavoidable. Other naval officers, even those hailing from Zefa's tutelage, typically spend at least a year in Naval Academy, enough time to cultivate a sense of allegiance to the headquarters. However, Rosen was different. His rate of progress was astonishingly swift. The current pace of advancement, in just half a year, no, 3 months, no, that was still excessive. In merely 1 month, Rosen could entirely graduate from the Naval Academy. Graduation was imperative, for by that time, from the admirals to the fleet admiral, no one would possess the capability to teach Rosen in the realms of Haki, physical skills, or the development of devil fruit abilities. This cannot be allowed. I must act before Rosen reaches the realization of Haki's Conqueror's application. I must teach him this technique beforehand. With this thought, Zhangguo immediately harnessed his devil fruit abilities. In a blaze of golden light that shot skyward, he transformed into a colossal Buddha and then, with a powerful moonwalk, unleashed his full speed. What has happened to Mr. Zhangguo? Could it be that the Navy headquarters is under siege? Is it the escaped Golden Lion? Or perhaps Kaido? A delayed Ku-Zhan, catching sight of Zhangguo's resplendent silhouette, immediately assumed a defensive posture. Nothing had transpired. Merely Ku-Zhan. You have missed an abundance of intriguing events. Carp patted Ku-Zhan's shoulder, indicating for him to follow. Although he could inform Ku-Zhan, experiencing it firsthand is entirely different from learning through another's words. Meanwhile, Rosen had gathered the Conqueror's Haki, which had spread across the Naval Academy, back within himself. Indeed, I possess the Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, the mastery of Haki can not only be applied to armament Haki, but also to Conqueror's Haki. Zefa headed to the Fleet Admiral's office to report to Zhangguo. Rosen, with some leisure time, decided to experiment with Haki, attempting to infuse his consciousness into another orb of light within his body. Initially believing it to be observation Haki, he was surprised to discover it was, in fact, Conqueror's Haki. The moment his consciousness entered the realm of Conqueror's Haki, it erupted with uncontrollable ferocity, akin to a dormant volcano that had accumulated terrifying energy. Erupting entirely. If armament Haki is likened to flowing water, then Conqueror's Haki is akin to lightning, wildly tempestuous and exceedingly difficult to control. Even for Rosen, it took a full 5 minutes after awakening Conqueror's Haki to master this ferocious power, achieving the ability to wield it with the same fluidity as armament Haki. Following this, he naturally transitioned from the novice to the intermediate level of Conqueror's Haki. With armament Haki acquired and the 5th technique comprehended, he could now freely control Conqueror's Haki. With this in mind, I shall attempt to apply the Conqueror's Haki. Rosen's expression turned eager. The foremost teacher among pirates, Teacher Kai, has explicitly stated that Conqueror's Haki application is a feat accomplished only by a select few top-tier powerhouses. If possessing Conqueror's Haki signifies the potential for kingship, then mastering its application signifies one has already ascended to kingship, a true emblem of the highest rulers, since I now wield Conqueror's Haki. Mastering its application is imperative, just as Rosen prepared to infuse his consciousness into the Conqueror's Haki, akin to manipulating armament Haki. To control its application on his hind legs, the tightly shut door was suddenly blasted open, followed by a powerful wave of energy rushing toward him. Before he could even glance, a blinding golden light pierced his vision. You, who are you? Rosen gazed at the golden Buddha before him, who had shattered the door and pierced the ceilings. Completely bewildered, was it truly necessary for the fleet admiral to personally seek him out after merely practicing Conqueror's Haki for a brief moment? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang, the fleet admiral of the Navy. However, you may refer to me as Teacher Zhang. Zhang, upon their initial encounter, greeted him warmly and, without further ado, firmly established their teacher-student relationship. Teacher Zhang. 3 question marks floated in Rosen's mind. Wasn't Zhang the fleet admiral? Was his workload not already overwhelming enough that he intended to take on a part-time teaching role at the Naval Academy? Yet, what did this have to do with shattering doors, piercing ceilings, and descending before him in the form of a Buddha? To be candid, if not for the absence of any murderous intent from Zhang in the immediate reversion to his natural state, Rosen would have been inclined to suspect he had unwittingly encountered a scenario where the exceptionally talented attract envy and ire. It is as follows. Zefa has just informed me of your situation, and I surmise you possess Conqueror's Haki. Thus, I intend to teach you how to wield this power correctly. After all, while Zefa is an exceptional teacher, he ultimately lacks mastery over Conqueror's Haki. After a brief introduction, Zhang launched directly into his instructional endeavor. Indeed, your Conqueror's Haki has reached an intermediate level. You should have noticed that this power is both tumultuous and formidable. Yet it appears chaotic and unrefined, failing to unleash its true potential. This is because you lack the key to unlock the door that conceals the true power of Conqueror's Haki. Admiral Zhang. Yes, Teacher Zhang. I believe I have already conceived of it. All right, you need not say anything further. Follow me. Before Rosen could finish his sentence, a glint of red light flashed in Zhang's eyes, and his expression changed dramatically. He no longer afforded Rosen the opportunity to speak, transforming once more into his Buddha form and, leveraging the might of the fleet admiral and the sheer size of the Buddha, seized Rosen and carried him outside. That was close. Thankfully, I heeded Karp's advice. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Who could have anticipated that just seconds later, this young man would have already mastered the application of Conqueror's Haki? As Zhang dragged Rosen outdoors, he silently rejoiced. Just moments ago, he had employed observation Haki to foresee the future with clarity. If given merely a few more seconds of exploration, this prodigy would have undoubtedly self-taught the application of Conqueror's Haki. At that point, the esteemed fleet admiral would find himself without any relevance. Just a hair's breadth away, this teacher Zhang was on the verge of unemployment. Should Karp discover that, as the fleet admiral, he was unable to even conduct a single lesson for Rosen, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule for an entire year. Right here. Now, tell me, what is the key to unlocking the true power of Conqueror's Haki? Zhang brought Rosen to an expansive training ground, finally granting him the opportunity to speak. Teacher Zhang, I believe that Conqueror's Haki should be able to envelop one's limbs and weaponry like armament Haki. This would allow for a concentration of power, unleashing its true might. Rosen spread his hands. Your ability to deduce this is already quite remarkable. Indeed, as you have stated, enveloping the limbs and weapons with Conqueror's Haki is the key to unlocking the door that conceals its true power. To provide you with a tangible sense of the power of Conqueror's Haki, and to expedite your mastery of this technique, I shall demonstrate it directly. This will also help you avoid unnecessary detours. Upon finishing his words, Sengoku did not grant Rosen the opportunity to speak. Instead, he directly manipulated the raging Conqueror's Haki within him, which surged like a tempestuous lightning. His fingers converged into a palm, accompanied by the crackling roar of thunder and flashes of lightning, as streaks of black and red lightning, resembling a ferocious black dragon, writhed around Sengoku's hand. Though wild, it was firmly under his control. Entwined around his palm, this exemplified the technique of utilizing Conqueror's Haki, the wrapping of the Haki. As soon as his words fell, Sengoku's palm descended towards the ground, though his palm had yet to touch the earth. Still about half a meter away, The black and red lightning that coiled around his hand had already burst forth like a runaway stallion, cascading to the ground and spreading in all directions. With a crack, the ground ruptured wherever the black and red lightning passed. The sturdy concrete floor was reduced to mere paper before the might of the black and red lightning, with a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder. The area within 100 meters was transformed into a desolate riverbed, riddled with alarming fissures. Even more terrifying was that each crack was filled with the black and red lightning that a formidable wave of air, mixed with an almost tangible pressure, evolved into a terrifying Conqueror's Haki shockwave that swept outward. This the aura of a Marine admiral. Feeling the oncoming tide of Haki, Rosen's heart trembled. He finally witnessed the legend that stood at the pinnacle of 1,000,000 Marines. He sensed that although Sengoku had employed the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki, he was merely demonstrating it to him. He had not exerted his full strength, and the display likely amounted to less than half of its true power. One should not place blind faith in the techniques of armament Haki. Rosen suddenly recalled what Zefa had told him before. Now, it appeared that it was not only armament Haki that one should not revere for its technique, but Conqueror's Haki as well. Regardless of the type of Haki, technique is one thing, and strength is another. They are entirely separate matters. Even if one mastered the wrapping technique in a contest of Haki with Sengoku, it would surely be himself who would be overwhelmed. Even if both Rosen and Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki were at an intermediate level, this classification merely pertained to the control of the Haki, not its inherent strength. Ultimately, what determined the power of Conqueror's Haki was, beyond technique, the innate strength of the ruler themselves. The same principle applied to armament Haki. At this moment, several towering figures stood around the military academy's square. Carp, Kazan, Zefa, and Borsellino, together with Sengoku, who was instructing Rosen. It could be said that nearly all legendary Marines, except for Akina stationed in the New World, had gathered to witness Rosen's extraordinary talent for Haki. Do you think he will be able to learn it? Kazan was the first to break the silence. He should be able to, came the response. However, mastering the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki was far more challenging than the techniques of armament Haki. Even with the boy's talent, it would take at least an hour or two to master the wrapping technique. Zefa was somewhat uncertain. He was the first to perceive Rosen's talent, but after all, it was Conqueror's Haki, the mark of a top ruler of the seas, a symbol of kingship. No longer merely about potential, he had already ascended to kingship. An hour or two, Borsellino remarked, feeling that was a bit optimistic. But recalling the earlier incident in the Admiral's office where he was soundly defeated, he promptly swallowed his words. Observing from the sidelines was one thing, but when it came to himself, it was another matter entirely. An hour or two. Zefa, just how little do you think of this kid? Carp shot a deep glance at Sengoku, then grinned. Isn't it natural? What Marine Admiral wouldn't feel a sense of regret upon encountering a talent like Rosen? Zefa was somewhat perplexed. Was Sengoku being protective of talent? He was worried that if he took even a few seconds longer to teach, Rosen might grasp Conqueror's Haki on his own, thus rendering him a laughingstock as an admiral. When it came to understanding Sengoku, Carp could be considered the world's foremost expert. What? Carp, do you mean to say that even if Sengoku didn't teach Rosen, he would still be able to comprehend the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki on his own? Is that so? Kazan, who had a close relationship with Carp, couldn't help but inquire. Wasn't it obvious? Just moments ago, Rosen had awakened his basic Conqueror's Haki and then grasped the intermediate level without anyone's guidance. This kind of monster was clearly someone whom fate had favored. If Sengoku had been even a moment slower, he would have lost the chance to impart his knowledge to Rosen. Carp couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Sengoku's hurried demeanor. What do you mean? Zefa could not restrain his gaze towards Carp. Essentially, if Sengoku had taken just a few seconds longer to teach, Rosen would have independently learned the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. Carp, facing the incredulous looks of Zefa, Kazan, and Borsellino, uttered words that were nothing short of astonishing. So, you mean to say he has already mastered the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki? Is that even possible? Zefa, Borsellino, and Kazan exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Rosen at the center of the square, their eyes wide with anticipation, afraid to blink for fear of missing a moment that would be etched into the annals of Marine history. As if to answer Kazan and Borsellino's unspoken thoughts, after witnessing Sengoku employ the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki, Rosen felt that this technique held no more secrets before him. Originally, even without Sengoku's instruction, he had confidence in mastering it. It would merely take him an additional 5 to 6 seconds. Now, with Sengoku's hands-on guidance, Mastering the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki was simply a matter of will. Under the watchful gaze of legendary Marines, who regarded him as a monster, Rosen raised his arm. Fingers coalescing as he clenched his fist, streaks of black and red lightning erupted forth like a furious black dragon breaking free from its restraints. Eagerly wrapping around his fist, exuding immense pressure that distorted the air surrounding it. Indeed, it is the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. Even Sengoku, who had seen this scene in his future with observation Haki, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine as he witnessed Rosen wield the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. How much more so for Zefa, Karp, Kazan, and Borsellino, who stood at a distance, observing in Rosen is he a monster? No, he should rightly be called a born ruler. In that moment, all the legendary Marines present reached a unanimous conclusion. To them, Rosen was indeed the type of king whom destiny pursued relentlessly, his growth unaffected by the absence of a teacher. I have nothing left to teach him, the very least, in terms of Conqueror's Haki. This was undeniably true. Sengoku watched as Rosen, before his very eyes, began to manipulate the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. His heart a tumult of emotions. He was astonished by Rosen's extraordinary comprehension. He felt joy for the Marine headquarters to possess such an innate ruler. And he felt ashamed as an admiral for having only imparted a few minutes' worth of instruction to Rosen, especially as he was keenly aware that, in truth, Rosen did not need Sengoku's teaching to master the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. He had foreseen through observation Haki that within mere seconds, Rosen would independently grasp the technique to avoid losing face in front of Karp, and to fulfill a duty of imparting knowledge, Sengoku had forcefully offered Rosen a taste of the technique. Relying solely on his overwhelming Haki and strength, otherwise, as an admiral, he would not even have the qualification to teach Rosen a single lesson. Cough, cough. Rosen, although you have already mastered the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki, you have also perfected the 4 styles of armament Haki. No, it is 5 techniques, but do not let that lead to complacency. The vastness of this ocean far surpasses your imagination. Sengoku does not wish for Rosen to become arrogant and overconfident due to his extraordinary insight. So he racked his brain and finally recalled that there are still areas where Rosen needs refinement. At the very least, your observation Haki. Before he could finish his words, he noticed the familiar red light flickering in Rosen's eyes, causing his heart to tremble. So this is the sensation of perceiving others through observation Haki. The presence of Zefa, Admiral Karp, as well as Admiral Pizarro and Admiral Akiji in the Navy headquarters was as glaring as 5 suns. Rosen closed his eyes, extending his observation Haki. Clearly, during the moment Sengoku was calming himself to impart knowledge, Rosen had already infused his consciousness into his observation Haki, mastering it. Although he could not yet foresee the future, after all. That pertains to the strength of Haki rather than its techniques. He had comprehended all the foundational skills of observation Haki. He could sense attacks, predict an opponent's next move, gauge the strength of beings, discern their emotions and thoughts, and perceive the location and quantity of objects beyond his line of sight. All of these he had grasped one by one. In other words, if we count Zefa and Sengoku together, he has graduated after only 2 lessons. Rosen had mastered all the known techniques of the 3 types of Haki in the Grand Line. The remaining abilities, such as observation kill and foresight, were no longer mere techniques, but were tied to the intensity of Haki. For instance, to foresee the future, one must cultivate the intensity of observation Haki to its utmost limit. As for observation kill, without the strength of a superior Conqueror's Haki, it is utterly unattainable. Has he also learned observation Haki? Or is it a self-realized understanding? Sengoku opened his mouth, as if he had swallowed an invisible egg. Before he could finish speaking, no, during that brief moment of speech, this monster had independently comprehended observation Haki. Since when did the 3 types of Haki become so trivial that they could be mastered in just 2 lessons? This was intriguing. With the mastery of armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and observation Haki, Zefa would face a crisis of obsolescence, just like Sengoku. Observing this, Borsellino, while teasing Zefa, felt a shock that was no less than anyone else's. He had always considered himself a monster, except for the lack of inherent Conqueror's Haki in every aspect, be it swordsmanship, physical skills, or fruit abilities. He was not inferior to the so-called 4 emperors, until he encountered Rosen. Borsellino realized he was, in fact, just an ordinary person. How much do you look down on my abilities, Borsellino? Zefa smirked, then disregarded Borsellino, walking directly to Rosen. Rosen, from a technical standpoint, you have indeed mastered all 3 types of Haki. But that does not mean you lack room for improvement. Do you remember what I said before? Do not place blind faith in the techniques of Haki, be it observation Haki, armament Haki, or conqueror's Haki. The so-called techniques are merely tools to better unleash the inherent power of Haki itself. Yet, no technique can alter the strength of your own Haki. As the only man in the Navy capable of contending with Kaido for the title of the world's greatest teacher. Zefa was entirely different from Sengoku that he immediately discerned Rosen's shortcomings in a single sentence. Abundant technique, insufficient strength. If we liken Haki strength to internal power and Haki techniques to moves, then Rosen possesses top-tier moves, but lacks the corresponding top-tier internal power. Teacher Zefa, please guide me. Upon hearing this, Rosen pondered briefly and bowed to Zefa. After mastering observation Haki, he could distinctly sense Zefa's paternal aspirations for him, not as a son, but as a disciple, reflecting on Zefa's dedication to nurturing the new generation of the Navy after losing his wife and children to pirates. He understood that Zefa's investment in him was devoid of any ulterior motives. This is why, upon realizing the possibility of possessing Conqueror's Haki, Zefa hurried to the Marine headquarters. It appeared he was reporting to Sengoku. But in truth, he sought to lay a foundation for a personal approach to ensure that upon confirming Rosen's possession of Conqueror's Haki, Admiral Sengoku would personally come to instruct him. You are impressive. Zefa, witnessing Rosen mastering the techniques of all 3 types of Haki in just 2 lessons, yet remaining humble and respectful towards his teacher, could not help but feel a sense of gratification. Regardless of what the future holds, the fact that teacher Zefa is my mentor will never change. Meeting Zefa's gaze, Rosen spoke in a calm, yet undeniable tone. He thought of the irony that this teacher had devoted half his life to cultivating the Navy, only to perish at the hands of those he had nurtured. Justice? If this is the creed upheld by the Navy headquarters, he would rather forego it. Zefa's heart trembled for the first time upon hearing those words. Throughout his life, he had taught many students, including numerous admirals, yet this was the first time he heard a student speak to him in such a manner, especially one who had attended only a single class under him. A true anomaly. Having taught many students with admiral potential, Zefa was acutely aware that those with the caliber of admirals were invariably filled with lofty ambitions and unyielding pride, whenever there was a divergence of opinion. Even if it was with their mentor or close kin, they would not hesitate to sever ties. This was true for both the Navy and the pirates. For instance, Monkey D. Luffy and Ace would never heed Carp's thoughts. Nor would Monkey D. Dragon. The same goes for Marshal D. Teach. Yet Rosen seemed to challenge this understanding. With this thought, Zefa's tiger-like eyes shimmered momentarily, but the moment he turned away, that glimmer vanished as if it had never existed. Very well, today's lesson ends here. Upon returning to your dormitory, remember to review what you have learned today. After all, mastering all 3 types of Haki in one go is quite a feat, and knowing how to effectively utilize them in battle is an entirely different matter. That will be all for now. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 8. Zefa turned his back to Rosen, treating him with the affection of a kind elder, his words imbued with profound concern. I will remember. Rosen earnestly absorbed every word Zefa imparted. He realized that Zefa truly deserved the title of the greatest teacher in the Navy. Tailoring his instruction to his students was evident, and his teachings perfectly aligned with what Rosen currently lacked. He had mastered all techniques of the 3 types of Haki at once, yet his combat experience and awareness were essentially non-existent. When engaging in battle, he lacked a clear concept of when to employ Conqueror's Haki, when to use armament Haki, when to activate observation Haki, and which Haki techniques to utilize, having only recently learned the 3 types of Haki. He had yet to engage in combat, with his usage being severely limited. However, he could tell from Zefa's demeanor that he was undoubtedly aware of all this, perhaps already crafting a tailored teaching plan for him. Zefa must ensure he teaches him well. Rosen, he is the future of the Navy, the unequivocal successor of absolute justice. Sengoku watched Rosen depart until his figure disappeared from view before retracting his gaze and addressing Zefa beside him. Each student represents the future of the Navy, the indisputable inheritors of justice. Zefa shot Sengoku a glare, clearly dissatisfied with Sengoku's words. The existence of stronger and weaker students is a fact, but the notion that all students are the future of the Navy and inheritors of justice is equally true. You should understand what I am trying to convey. I am unafraid to speak candidly. Considering my current physical condition, regardless of how well I maintain myself, I can expect no more than 5 years of peak performance. Beyond that, my stamina, charisma, strength, willpower, and even my devil fruit abilities will gradually diminish with the passage of time. Karp is likely in a similar predicament. The Navy headquarters requires a new king, a ruler capable of leading the Navy and reigning supreme over the world. Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on Zefa's eyes. You must ensure that Rosen can mature within 5 years, regardless of the cost. Zefa, he proclaimed with deliberate emphasis, he is my student. Rest assured, I will devote all my efforts to nurturing his potential. Just as I did with Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan. Zefa too felt the weight of Sengoku's expectations and the hope he harbored for Rosen. The position of Fleet Admiral is not one that just anyone can assume. Internally, one must contend with the world government. Externally, the threat of pirates looms large if a hero grows old and the old king abdicates. Yet the next generation of Fleet Admiral lacks the qualities of a conqueror. It spells disaster not only for the Fleet Admiral, but also for the Navy headquarters, which would fall under the disdain of the 5 elders. Simultaneously, it would be unable to suppress the increasingly rampant era of great pirates. That night, Rosen stood in the corridor of the military academy dormitory, quietly gazing at the 2 rows of cherry blossom trees below. The same location, the same scenery, yet the observer's emotions had changed. From the initial feelings of confusion and anxiety upon crossing over to an extraordinary comprehension that allowed him to master the 1,000 cherry blossoms, to today when he grasped all the techniques of the 3-color Haki in just 2 classes. After this brief experience, as he returned to the dormitory corridor and beheld the falling cherry blossoms once more, his heart brimmed only with aspirations for the future and a sun-like confidence. This confidence stemmed from his possession of the means to control his destiny in the age of great pirates, to face the storms of life with a smile. Still awake? Are you pondering the events of the afternoon? Just as Rosen reveled in the beauty of the cherry blossoms, a melodious voice floated in from behind him. He turned to find Guion. Perhaps she had just stepped out of the dormitory. At that moment, Guion donned a pink lace nightgown that barely covered her hips, exposing legs that were nearly as long as Rosen's height to the cool evening air. There was no denying that whether before or after his crossing. Rosen considered himself quite tall. Standing at 2.2 meters, he was certainly not short among this cohort of students. However, Guion's height surpassed even that, standing just over 3 meters tall, complemented by a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels. Well, aside from the strength of Haki, he would need to develop a bit more in height. He wondered if his extraordinary comprehension could alter that. The events of the afternoon, Rosen was somewhat puzzled by Guion's inquiry. The Conqueror's Haki, Guion said, articulating each word with care. Speaking of the Conqueror's Haki, I must apologize. I have only just awakened it and cannot yet control it fully, which may have caused you some inconvenience. Upon recalling Zefa's words before he left, Rosen remembered that when he awakened his Conqueror's Haki, he nearly incapacitated the entire faculty and student body of the Naval Academy. Only a few, including Guion, Kaji, Smoker, Hinai, and others, had managed to escape its effects. Thinking Guion had come to seek an explanation for her unexpected encounter with his Haki, he hastily clarified, "That's of no concern. Just refrain from unleashing your Conqueror's Haki on me without warning in the future. After all, starting tomorrow, we shall be classmates for another year." Guion's lips curled into a subtle smile, implying something more. Rest assured, an incident like today, where I cannot finally control my Conqueror's Haki, will not happen again. As for your comment about continuing as my classmate, Guion, you must have already mastered the application of armament Haki. Haven to you. Upon seeing Guion's smile, Rosen quickly grasped the truth. Guion was not there to chastise him for the incident, but to inform him that she had indeed mastered armament Haki. Moreover, there was another implication. I, Guion, am not inferior to you. Of course, she replied. If I had not mastered the application of armament Haki, how could I dare to say we would continue to be classmates starting tomorrow? Guion's words exuded a sense of resolute confidence, yet reason reminded her that while she progressed, Rosen remained stagnant. After all, this man had achieved mastery of armament Haki in merely half an hour. And his Conqueror's Haki that had swept through the Naval Academy was the best proof of his prowess. By the way, Guion continued, you just mentioned that there won't be a second occurrence of the inability to control the Conqueror's Haki like today. Have you already reached the intermediate level with it? Gion astutely discerned the alarming implications from Rosen's musings that it was merely luck. Rosen replied with a hint of humility. Such mastery could hardly be attributed to mere fortune. The Conqueror's Haki is the most challenging of the three types to control. Without a year or more of training, an ordinary king would struggle to wield it effectively. Gion gazed at Rosen. A complex expression flickered in her beautiful eyes. She had stepped out of her dormitory tonight, partly to admire the cherry blossoms, and partly to unwind from the tension accumulated from a day spent training armament Haki. To her surprise, she encountered Rosen in the corridor. She had hoped to regain some confidence by measuring herself against him, only to feel disheartened again. She had thought she was catching up to Rosen. But the reality was she could barely glimpse the man's back. We have class tomorrow, Rosen remarked, glancing at the night sky. I suppose you do too. Let us conclude our conversation here for the night. Gion. After bidding farewell, he turned and returned to his single room, a privilege afforded to Zefa's students, sparing them the discomfort of sharing a dormitory with others. Rosen. Gion quietly watched his retreating figure until he had entered his room and closed the door. She then shifted her gaze back to the cherry blossom trees below at that moment. Her eyes sparkled with a flicker of uncertainty. Her heart, which usually soared above all other women in the headquarters, now felt a subtle tug, her mind swirling with thoughts and emotions tied to Rosen. The initial desire to admire the cherry blossoms had long since faded. The following day, Rosen rose early, arriving punctually at the designated classroom with Zefa. The square that had been shattered during Sengoku's demonstration of Conqueror's Haki had been swiftly restored overnight. Yet, as soon as he arrived, a capybara-like face nearly pressed against his own. Hey, good to see you again. Rosen, what serendipity this is. I never expected to continue as your classmate just a day after parting, Kaji exclaimed, his face close to Rosen's, practically broadcasting his pride in having mastered armament. But it seems you're quite pleased. Rosen remarked. Well then, Kaji, you'd best cherish this, for our camaraderie as classmates can only last until this lesson concludes. Before Rosen could finish his sentence, Zefa's formidable figure loomed behind Kaji. Zefa-sensei, Kaji stammered. I'm not quite sure what you mean. His smile faltered. Fool, Zefa retorted. Have you forgotten about the Conqueror's Haki from yesterday? Rosen has already reached the intermediate level. Today, not only is Kaji present, but Gion, who also mastered armament Haki in a single day, is here too. Not a problem. Regardless, I do not possess the Conqueror's Haki, which equates to not being left behind by Rosen. Teacher Zefa, what shall the three of us practice today? Is it the flowing externalization of armament Haki? Or the observation Haki? Ryūjin is quite adept at comforting himself. Lacking Conqueror's Haki means I am not at a disadvantage. Today's lesson will not focus on the techniques of Haki, but rather on enhancing its intensity. Upon hearing Zefa's words, Rosen also perked up. He had already mastered all three types of Haki, and now merely lacked the intensity. Once the intensity of Haki aligns with the level of technique, and he hones his physical skills and swordsmanship, he could undoubtedly be considered a formidable contender, even without the powers of a devil fruit. Remember, the techniques of Haki are cultivated through practice, while its intensity is forged in battle. Thus, to elevate the intensity of Haki, one must simply fight. Zefa surveyed the trio with utmost seriousness, stating that only through relentless combat and consistent utilization of Haki can one continuously enhance its intensity. Particularly when one reaches a certain level of strength, it is only in the crucible of real combat that one can ascend to greater heights. Upon hearing Zefa's remarks, Rosen furrowed his brow slightly. He was not questioning Zefa's teaching prowess. On the contrary, he understood well that Zefa was entirely correct. Techniques are cultivated, while intensity is derived from combat, whether from the mediocre teacher Rayleigh or the renowned Master Kaido. They both employed this method to train Monkey D. Luffy. However, solely relying on incessant fighting to enhance the intensity of Haki carries significant risks and yields gradual results. Luffy engaged in combat with Rayleigh for 2 years on Rusker Island. And upon entering the New World, he fought against Fishmen, Doflamingo, Big Mom, and Katakuri, battling his way to Wano and ultimately confronting Kaido on Onigashima. Despite this meteoric rise, his Haki intensity still paled in comparison to seasoned emperors. Relying instead on his Nika form in conjunction with the three types of Haki to contend with them. Reflecting on Luffy's extraordinary journey, which was fraught with peril, Rosen shook his head inwardly. Zefa had stated that techniques are honed through practice and intensity through battle. But could it be possible to both train and fight simultaneously? A dual approach of training and combat, stillness and motion, would undoubtedly maximize the efficiency of enhancing Haki intensity. Nonetheless, the prerequisite would be to develop a training method suitable for increasing Haki intensity. As Rosen's mind raced, he immersed himself in the essence of the three types of Haki. He was engaged in dual contemplation, pondering how to enhance the intensity of Haki through training while simultaneously grasping the fundamental nature of Haki itself. Gradually, his consciousness became fully absorbed in the ocean of Haki, leading to a flurry of insights. Hey, don't lose focus during class. Zefa is notoriously strict. Ryūjin, standing beside Rosen, keenly sensed his distraction. He lowered his voice to remind Rosen, but to no avail. Seeing this, he was about to nudge Rosen with his elbow when Zefa intervened. Do not disturb him. Zefa swiftly extended his hand, locking onto Ryūjin's elbow, preventing him from touching Rosen. Even daydreaming does not warrant reprimand, nor should it be disturbed. How fortunate he is. Even the rigorously strict Zefa shows such leniency towards him. Ryūjin thought inwardly. However, he remained oblivious to the tumultuous waves stirring within Zefa. This was precisely how it had been yesterday in the combat power testing room, and it was in this manner that Rosen had comprehended the fifth technique of armament Haki, static blood armor. Could it be that he was on the verge of another revelation? Zefa raised his palm, signaling Ryūjin and Ryūjin to maintain silence. Upon witnessing Zefa's serious demeanor, Ryūjin realized he had misjudged the situation. This stern master, known for his severity, was not indiscriminately tolerating Rosen. Rather, something extraordinary was unfolding beyond his comprehension. Your prodigious insight allows you to establish a training method based on the absolute control of Haki, integrating the essence of Haki with Zefa's teachings, leading to the development of the Haki cultivation method. Chi body source flow. Chi body source flow. Utilizing the absolute control of Haki, the three types of Haki are planted in the upper, middle, and lower dantians, manifesting as three Chi infants concealed within, enabling the enhancement of Haki intensity through battle, while also permitting self-cultivation through the Chi infants to bolster Haki. Requires mastery of Haki. If others attempt to practice, their dantians will explode. After a while, a sudden stream of information flashed through Rosen's mind, jolting him from his reverie. Chi body source flow. Your exceptional insight, combined with Zefa's explanations, allows you to plant the three types of Haki in the upper, middle, and lower dantians, transforming them into armament Haki Chi infants, observation Haki Chi infants, and Conqueror's Haki Chi infants. There is no need for battle. The three Chi infants will continuously cultivate Haki, enhancing its intensity autonomously. After digesting the information that surged in his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rosen's eyes. His extraordinary insight could surpass even his own expectations. Initially, he had been contemplating the derivation of a method that could enhance Haki intensity through both training and combat. Little did he anticipate that he would uncover a version of Chi body source flow tailored for Haki. Not only could it be applied to observation and armament Haki, but it was also effective for Conqueror's Haki, which had previously only been controllable and not cultivable. Once the three types of Haki manifest as Chi infants, they can enhance Haki intensity through combat, while also self-cultivating to bolster it. From that moment forth, even if Rosen were to refrain from following Luffy's combat-centric path and simply remain at the Navy headquarters, the three Chi infants could assist him in refining the three types of Haki to their utmost potential. The extent of this pinnacle remained uncertain, but he could only speculate. At the very least, armament Haki would rival that of Carp. Observation Haki would match Karakuri. Conqueror's Haki would stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Shanks. As for whether Chi body source flow holds additional functions, that would only be discovered through practice. After all, this Haki cultivation method was freshly derived by Rosen, and he had yet to practice it himself. Come with me. Noticing that Rosen seemed to have paused in his thoughts, Zefa directly pulled him aside. Speak. You brat. Did you comprehend another technique of Haki just now? Perhaps due to Rosen's extraordinary aptitude and a history of prior achievements. Zefa used the word again when speaking of comprehending Haki, and it's not a technique per se, merely a stroke of luck in discovering a method to enhance Haki intensity through training. However, like static blood armor, it is only applicable to myself. If others attempt to practice it, they would only endanger their lives. Facing Zefa, Rosen did not conceal much, revealing a portion of the Chi body source flow's function. Given that Sengoku had personally come to instruct him on Conqueror's Haki's application, it was sufficient proof that as long as he exhibited his prowess, the Navy headquarters would not be a place where the nail that sticks out gets hammered. Of course, this was contingent upon his unwavering allegiance to the side of justice. That I knew it would be this way. Zefa's expression was somewhat numb. He had just stated that techniques are cultivated through practice and intensity through combat. Only to have Rosen shatter that assertion moments later. Not only techniques, but even the intensity of Haki could be cultivated. This matter should not be disclosed to anyone outside of us. Not even Sengoku or Carp. While they could be trusted, others outside the Navy headquarters could not. Zefa forcibly suppressed his inner astonishment, gesturing upwards. Rosen instantly understood, referring to Myriad, the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent. Home to the world government. According to Zefa, within the confines of the Navy headquarters, one could showcase their abilities freely, but one must never reach a level that would disturb the world government's peace. Since you have uncovered this method, continue to practice it. However, do not neglect combat. As you stated, relying solely on fighting or training lacks efficiency in enhancing Haki intensity. A dual approach is indeed most suitable for you. As Zefa observed, Rosen grasped the essence of his words. He did not forget to remind him not to rely solely on cultivation through the chi body source flow, while neglecting the importance of combat. After all, engaging in battle not only enhances the intensity of one's domineering aura, but also hones the skills associated with it, expands experience, awareness, and physical fitness. Both combat and practice are essential. Rosen nodded in agreement. He deduced that his exploration of the chi body source flow stemmed from the realization that depending solely on combat to strengthen his aura would be an inefficient approach. Now that he understood the chi body source flow, he certainly would not forsake combat as a means to enhance his aura's intensity. If you can think this way, I can rest easy, Zefa said with a reassuring smile, then took Rosen back to their original position to continue the lesson. Returning to our earlier discussion, only through practical combat can the strength of one's aura be elevated to new heights. Therefore, today's lesson is quite straightforward. You two will fight against Rosen. He addressed the three before him. Teacher Zefa, while it is true that Rosen was distracted during the previous class, must you impose such a punishment on him? Collaborating with Shuan to take him on, regardless of fairness, does not constitute real combat, but rather mere bullying, Kaji remarked, casting a glance at Rosen as if to say, I am a good friend, am I not? Teacher Zefa, practical improvement should also consider a fair match, right? 2 against 1. Will that truly benefit us? Shuan chimed in. She had come to the Navy school to enhance herself, not to undermine others. Indeed, Rosen was more accomplished than herself, but that did not incite envy within her. Are you underestimating Rosen too much? Or overestimating yourselves? Zefa retorted. Having you two face off against one is the greatest fairness I can offer. Only in a 2-on-1 scenario can we prevent Rosen from overwhelming you with his attacks, thus achieving any meaningful combat training. Zefa scoffed lightly. How could that be possible? Kaji interjected. Teacher Zefa, I acknowledge that Rosen is indeed slightly ahead of both Shuan and myself in terms of advancing his domineering aura, and he has even mastered the intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Yet, such skills are merely effective for clearing out weaklings. For skilled fighters like Shuan and me, they hold no substantial value. Kaji felt a strong sense of being underestimated. Skilled fighters, you say? Zefa mused. Very well. I shall tentatively accept your assertion. But who told you that Rosen is only slightly ahead of you, Kaji? Zefa's expression turned incredulous at Kaji's words, while he did have a personal preference for Rosen. He was adamant about maintaining impartiality in education. The 2-on-1 scenario was genuinely for Kaji and Shuan's benefit. This arrangement would enable all 3 students to experience growth during this lesson. In terms of armament Haki, if everyone could only entwine and harden their aura, what does slightly mean? By the way, Zefa continued, that slightly figure also accounts for Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. Kaji presented a solid argument. Zefa and Sengoku had collectively devoted 2 lessons to Rosen yesterday. In the first lesson, he mastered the entwining and hardening of armament Haki, outward flow, internal destruction, and even created a 5th technique of his own. During the break, he self-awakened his Conqueror's Haki, stepping into the intermediate level. As for the second lesson, he perfected the entwining of Conqueror's Haki and also learned observation Haki. Zefa raised 2 fingers, relishing Kaji's expressive reaction. In summary, in just 2 lessons, Rosen learned all techniques of 3 types of Haki. Tell me, Do you really believe you two are only slightly behind him? At this proclamation, both Kaji and Shiwan were left dumbfounded. How could Rosen possibly master all 3 types of Haki and numerous techniques in such a brief period? No, it was not merely about mastering. He had even innovated a new armament Haki technique that it dawned on Shiwan that she was not merely keeping pace with him, but was, in fact, struggling to glimpse his trail. She recalled their encounter in the dormitory corridor last night, feeling a pang of bitterness and helplessness wash over her. She had previously taken pride in believing she had caught up with this man before her. Little did she realize how distant she truly was. He had likely refrained from sharing this information with her to avoid discouraging her. Reflecting on her earlier pride after mastering the entwining and hardening of armament Haki in front of Rosen, she felt a flush of embarrassment for her actions. While others learned all 3 types of Haki and mastered every technique in 2 lessons, she had merely grasped the entwining and hardening, yet had the audacity to show off. The more she thought about it, the more shame she felt. Was it truly like this? Brother, Kaji turned his stiff neck, gazing pitifully at Rosen. Just luck, Rosen replied, observing Kaji and Shiwan's expressions. He could only say this, Shiwan. Kaji. What issue could arise from 2 against 1? Zefa stated bluntly. None whatsoever. Teacher Zefa, I request that we begin immediately. Kaji glared at Rosen with gritted teeth, his fists cracking like fried chestnuts. He was certainly not envious, nor did he wish to take the opportunity to pummel Rosen. Shiwan silently unsheathed her prized sword. Conqueror. She was not envious. She simply wished for everyone to progress together. What do you think? Zefa inquired of Rosen. I have no objections. As Zefa revealed that Rosen had mastered all 3 types of Haki and every technique. Rosen had already infused his consciousness into the 3 types of Haki within his body. Utilizing the meticulous control of his Haki through the ultimate Haki technique, he planted the observation Haki in his upper dantian, the armament Haki in his middle dantian, and the Conqueror's Haki in his lower dantian. Though he had yet to cultivate a Chi infant, the seeds of Haki had already been sown in his dantian, requiring only combat and cultivation as nourishment. Faced with Zefa's proposal, Rosen not only showed no resistance but was also somewhat eager to engage. He wished to test his learning from yesterday and the effects of the recently mastered Chi body source flow through real combat. Begin. Zefa swiftly retreated to the edge of the square. Almost instantly after his voice fell, Shiwan and Kaji launched their attacks simultaneously. Shiwan aimed for the center, while Kaji circled behind for a powerful strike. In the split second before their assault, Rosen concentrated, his eyes glimmering with a red light as the observation Haki unfurled, and a multitude of sounds echoed in his mind. It was as if an invisible entity was narrating the next moves of Kaji and Shiwan to him. While it was far from the foresight of top-tier observation Haki, akin to watching a movie with both sound and visuals, it provided him with a significant advantage to anticipate his opponent's next moves, especially when they lacked observation Haki and were of comparable strength. This was particularly crucial when facing multiple attackers. After all, one-on-one combat and being surrounded are entirely different scenarios. Imagine having a master like Kai or the pinnacle of Whitebeard in a one-on-one duel against 3 admirals. In a 1v1 wheel battle, defeating 2 admirals consecutively would be entirely feasible. However, if it were a 1v2 scenario, being besieged by 2 or more admirals would present a wholly different challenge. The differences among commanders exist, but they are not as pronounced as the disparity between admirals and vice-admirals. When 2 admirals join forces, they not only compensate for the gaps between commanders, but can also gain the upper hand against the 4 emperors. Rosen found himself in a similar predicament. Individually, neither Kaji nor Shiwan posed a challenge, but when they teamed up, the situation changed entirely. That he needed to disrupt their rhythm and prevent them from coordinating effectively. In a fleeting moment, Rosen made his decision. His eyes widened dramatically, and a chilling crimson glow erupted from his pupils. That instant, he was no longer merely a military academy student who had attended just 2 classes. He had transformed into a sovereign ruler, a new king gazing imperiously upon the vast ocean. The thunderous aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth like an unseen tidal wave, spreading outward in all directions, yet leaving the Naval Academy's inhabitants untouched. Even Zefa, who stood in close proximity, felt no trace of the oppressive force of the Conqueror's Haki. Only Cheyenne and Kaki perceived it, as the crimson light flickered in Rosen's eyes. They were met with an overwhelming pressure akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon their minds. Though it did not inflict tangible harm or render them unconscious, their movements were inevitably hindered, whether it was Cheyenne preparing to strike with her blade or Haki poised to unleash a punch from his side. Both exhibited a momentary hesitation. In that instant, Rosen lunged forward like a descending tiger, his body infused with the flowing power of armament Haki, surging into his right arm, hardening his fist before launching a powerful punch. The clash of his fist against Cheyenne's blade produced no sound of flesh meeting steel, but rather erupted in a shower of sparks, accompanied by the shrill noise of metal colliding. Cheyenne felt an immense force coursing through her hand, as if the punch aimed at her was not from a person of her own height, but rather from a towering giant exceeding 20 meters. The overwhelming might of the Haki, combined with the force of his punch, forced her tightly gripped sword, Conqueror, and her right arm to be pushed aside. In that moment, Cheyenne's defenses were completely breached. Seeing this, Rosen stepped forward, his left fist, already primed for action, propelled like a cannonball, targeting the vulnerable area just below her substantial core. Although the core was more prominent and easier to hit, potentially causing greater harm. He deemed it unnecessary to strike with lethal intent. You won't succeed. Cheyenne sensed Rosen's intentions, and, although a flicker of gratitude arose within her, her body remained unaffected, with a powerful stomp of her long legs clad in high heels. She cracked the freshly repaired plaza floor beneath her, creating a spiderweb of fissures, and then leveraged her strength to retreat, as if being pulled back by an invisible tether. Rosen, my friend, don't forget. This is a 2-on-1. At that moment, Haki had already maneuvered to Rosen's left side. His fist, hardened by the armament Haki, surged forward like a cannonball, driven by a fierce gust of wind straight towards his neck. Even before the punch arrived, Rosen felt the intense wind generated by Haki's strike. He understood that had he not initially intimidated Haki with his Conqueror's Haki, this punch would have landed on his neck long before he had engaged with Cheyenne's blade. Not enough distance. Wait a moment. Zefa had mentioned that he had mastered all 3 types of Haki and all associated techniques. Observing the distance between his fist and Rosen, which was still about a meter away. Cheyenne initially thought this way, but quickly realized the truth. Had their positions been reversed, that punch would indeed have fallen short. However, in Rosen's case, that distance remained well within the striking range of his Haki. As expected, even after fully extending his left arm, Rosen's fist still could not reach Cheyenne's abdomen, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters. Yet, the air before his fist rippled in concentric waves, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Then, with a resounding boom, a shockwave of Haki erupted from his fist, as if a dam had burst, a torrential flood unleashed, surging towards Cheyenne's abdomen. Zefa was speaking the truth. Not only had he mastered the external flow of Haki, but he also possessed the profound technique of internal destruction. Cheyenne's face paled slightly. Although she immediately reinforced her abdomen with armament Haki, it proved ineffective. In other words, she could defend against external attacks but could not withstand those aimed at her internal structure. The moment Rosen's Haki shockwave made contact with her abdomen, she felt a force penetrate her hardened defenses, invading her body to wreak havoc. Enduring a punch that fused both the external flow and internal destruction of Haki techniques. Cheyenne involuntarily let out a groan as her feet left the ground, her body flying backward like an arrow released from a bow, soaring several dozen meters away. Damn it, it was all due to the earlier Conqueror's Haki. Had she not been momentarily disrupted by Rosen's Haki, she would never have had the opportunity to unleash her own Haki against Cheyenne. Haki, witnessing this scene, could not help but curse inwardly, yet felt powerless, gritting his teeth as he aimed his Haki-imbued fist at Rosen's neck. If he landed this blow, even if Rosen had mastered all 3 types of Haki, he would undoubtedly suffer. After all, as Zefa had stated, Haki techniques do not equate to the strength of Haki. They were all still novices in mastering armament Haki, and there would likely be significant disparities in technique. However, in terms of strength, he believed he and Rosen were on equal footing. He found it hard to believe that Rosen, having attended only 2 classes, would have had sufficient time to enhance the intensity of his Haki while focusing on learning its techniques. What are you planning to do? At this moment, Zefa, standing at the edge of the plaza, fixed his piercing gaze upon Rosen. Would he be unable to defend himself, left to passively endure the assault? Or would he resort to that untested devil fruit ability? In response to Zefa's speculation, Rosen acted decisively. Faced with Haki's right fist, akin to a heavy artillery shell, Rosen neither dodged nor utilized any weaponry from his devil fruit. Instead, he remained rooted in place, merely twisting his neck. Then, under Kaki's astonished gaze, he absorbed the blow with his neck, which, despite being one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, withstood Kaki's hardened punch. With a thunderous explosion, a violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact between Rosen's neck and Kaki's fist, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The ground beneath them cracked under the immense strain, fissures spreading across its surface. Yet, even after absorbing Kaki's powerful punch, Rosen did not so much as sway, firmly anchored in place like an unyielding pillar. Impossible that Kaki's pupils constricted at the sight, but he quickly noticed that the area struck by his fist, Rosen's neck, was adorned with pulsating violet patterns. This was neither the result of armament Haki hardening nor the external flow or internal destruction techniques. What is this? Indeed, this should be the fifth technique of armament Haki that Zefa had mentioned, one that Rosen had devised himself. But that didn't make sense. Techniques and strength were separate, especially considering that the punch he had just delivered to Cheyenne had utilized a significant portion of his Haki. In such a hasty moment, how could he possibly muster such a formidable defensive capability? Shortly thereafter, Kaki realized the truth. The skin, muscles, and bones had been enhanced through the intertwining of the wrapping and hardening techniques. The blood vessels infused with Haki evolved into tangible defensive strength. The internal and external defenses were seamlessly united, rendering Haki nearly ineffective against him. Zefa, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished by Rosen's mastery of the blood flow technique. He understood well that neither the wrapping and hardening nor the blood flow technique alone could withstand Kaki's punch. Just as Kaki surmised, Rosen was simultaneously allocating a portion of his Haki to attack Cheyenne. The issue was that Rosen's Haki techniques were far beyond comparison. The skin, muscles, and bones could be enhanced through the wrapping and hardening of Haki. The blood vessels could be infused with Haki, evolving into defensive power. The internal and external defenses were pushed to their utmost limits. If Kaki's Haki strength vastly surpassed Rosen's, he might have been able to inflict pain through sheer force. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the issue lies in the fact that he simply lacks the formidable intensity of Haki. In contrast, Rosen's Haki is on par with that of Kaji, and his mastery of Haki techniques far surpasses that of Kaji. Particularly noteworthy are the three techniques of armament Haki: wrapping, hardening, and the use of blood flow, which collectively enhance defensive capabilities, resulting in a synergy that yields a greater effect than the sum of its parts. Skin, muscle, bone, and blood vessels. Three techniques forming a quadruple defense. What could Kaji possibly do to breach such defenses, let alone breaking through? He cannot even inflict pain upon Rosen. Unless Kaji's armament Haki intensity exceeds that of Rosen by more than double, and he masters both the flowing outward and internal destruction techniques, reaching the defense would be utterly impossible. Zefa, observing from the sidelines, reached a conclusion. This is the advantage conferred by the additional technique of armament Haki. This also elucidates why admirals generally fall short when compared to the four emperors. The four emperors not only possess an additional technique known as Conqueror's Haki wrapping, but they also wield the Conqueror's Haki itself. Indeed, the blood flow technique, combined with wrapping and hardening, evolves defensive capabilities. Armament Haki of equal intensity simply cannot penetrate my defenses. When Kaji struck Rosen's vulnerable neck with a punch, not only did Rosen remain unyielding, but he also felt no pain whatsoever at the point of impact. Wrapping, hardening, outward flow, internal destruction, and blood flow, 5 techniques of armament Haki, alongside the observations of Haki, have all been tested. The only thing missing is the Conqueror's Haki. As thoughts swirled in Rosen's mind, the Conqueror's Haki surged forth from within him like a dragon emerging from the depths, coiling around his right foot in tendrils of black and red lightning. With a step of his left foot, his right leg propelled itself into the air. The right foot, enveloped in the Conqueror's Haki, resembled a fearsome black dragon, exuding a tremendous pressure that distorted the very air around it as it charged toward Kaji. This was certainly not mere armament Haki. The moment Kaji beheld Rosen's right foot entwined with the Conqueror's Haki, a chill ran down his spine. Before Rosen could even make his move, Kaji, feeling as if his tail had been stepped on, propelled himself backwards with a series of powerful leaps, attempting to create distance. Indeed, the distance ultimately widened. Even if Rosen's right foot, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, was fully unleashed, the height difference between 2 and 3 meters, coupled with Kaji's rapid retreat, meant that his kick consistently fell half a meter short of Kaji. He dodged. Just as Kaji's thoughts began to form, He witnessed the tip of Rosen's right foot, entwined in black and red lightning, suddenly unleashing a terrifying force, a suffocating pressure that crossed the gap between them and struck his chest directly. A resounding impact twisted Kaji's features as he incredulously looked down, discovering that his chest, along with his clothing and skin, had visibly contorted. Not only that, tendrils of black lightning, dancing like a frenzied dragon, had somehow surged from Rosen's right foot and enveloped him, erupting into a devastating burst of Haki. Wow! Kaji let out a pained cry, suspended in midair, and before he could land, he spewed forth a jet of crimson blood. His body propelled backwards like a cannonball, spiraling with waves of turbulent air until he crashed onto the plaza's ground. With a resounding thud, cracks radiated from the point of impact, resembling serpentine patterns. As the plaza shattered like a parched riverbed, spiderweb-like fissures forming and clouds of dust rising from the crevices, reaching skyward, the Conqueror's Haki wrapping. Lying in the deep pit, Kaji felt an overwhelming weight on his eyelids, rendering it difficult to open his eyes. His mind throbbed as if struck by a mountain, his head pounding and the world spinning. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the previous intimidation he experienced from Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. But in terms of power, it was worlds apart. If the mere release of Conqueror's Haki held a potency of 10, then the utilization of Conqueror's Haki wrapping soared beyond 100. It was a complete liberation of the Conqueror's power, not merely the qualifications of a king, nor the skills of a lowly soldier, but rather the emblem of a ruler. Unable to rise. On the other side, using his sword as a cane, Ryūjin watched as Kaji lay incapacitated after receiving a blow from Rosen's Conqueror's Haki wrapping, as if his life force had been instantly drained, leaving him unable to stand. Though she had known Kaji for only a day, sharing a similar stature as an admiral, and having both learned the techniques of armament Haki wrapping and hardening within that time, she held a clear understanding of his strength, that he was not weaker than herself. But now, after merely a single kick, he lay defeated. In other words, had she been in Kaji's position and received a blow from Rosen's Conqueror's Haki wrapping, her fate would undoubtedly not differ much from his. This the might of Rosen? Zefa-sensei, you were mistaken. Even a 2-on-1 scenario remains profoundly unfair for us. Ryūjin glanced at Rosen, who stood proudly at the center of the plaza. For the first time, she perceived what absolute oppression truly felt like. Even united with Kaji, they were still overwhelmed and defeated by Rosen's merciless prowess. Let me see. Just how significant is the enhancement of Haki through battle? No, it should be said, how substantial is the effect of the chi body source flow? After striking Ryūjin with a punch and kicking Kaji, Rosen retracted his legs and stood still, channeling his consciousness into the Haki within. Upon doing so, he noticed that the 3 colored spheres of Haki, which had previously resided in his upper, middle, and lower danshans, had visibly transformed. Following the combat, the surfaces of the 3 Haki spheres, of observation Haki, armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, had morphed into 3 distinct chi embryos, each residing in their respective dantians. By infusing his consciousness into the chi embryos, Rosen could distinctly sense them performing movements akin to breathing. With each breath, he observed a slight enhancement in the intensity of his 3-colored Haki. Moreover, once the 3-colored Haki transformed into chi embryos, not only did they autonomously cultivate and gradually enhance the strength of Haki, but the effects of battle on Haki's intensity also received substantial augmentation. Just like now, you possess extraordinary insight. Through this initial battle, combined with the training of chi body source flow, your 3-colored Haki has gained in intensity. The strength of armament Haki increased by 30%. The strength of observation Haki increased by 20%. The strength of Conqueror's Haki increased by 20%. But a stream of information flowed through Rosen's mind as he pondered. Could it be that the reason for the most significant increase in armament Haki was due to its frequent usage during combat? Having personally experienced the effects of chi body source flow, Rosen felt immense satisfaction with the Haki cultivation method he had created. After just one battle, all 3-colored Haki exhibited visible enhancements. What might occur after a few more bouts? Additionally, he discovered that not only could combat yield immediate improvements in the 3-colored Haki, but chi embryos could also achieve this through self-cultivation. The prerequisite, however, was the need for sustenance, immense amounts of sustenance. With this thought, an impulse surged within Rosen. Forget the class. I must first make a trip to the cafeteria. This will suffice for now. I shall head to the cafeteria for a bite. I have already arranged for a feast of Sea King meat for you all. Zefa, observing Ryūjin's readiness to continue the fight, interjected to conclude the training session. Kaji lay incapacitated, and Ryūjin was not in optimal condition either. Persisting in their practice would yield no fruitful results and could potentially lead to injuries. It would be far more beneficial to rest, replenish their strength, and return to their Haki training in the afternoon. Of course, this arrangement was meant for Ryūjin and Kaji, while Rosen's situation was different. As Zefa had initially stated, this lesson would be the last opportunity for Ryūjin and Kaji to train alongside Rosen. A feast of Sea King meat awaited them. Upon hearing this, Rosen felt a surge of excitement. The Sea Kings, undoubtedly a remarkable characteristic of the pirate world, represent the most formidable race in these waters. Even the most ordinary of Sea Kings exceeds 100 meters in length, while some of the colossal varieties can only be measured in kilometers, rendering the giant race mere playthings in comparison. The Sea King meat that Zefa referred to could hardly be from the gigantic Sea Kings. Yet even the average Sea King boasts an unimaginable level of nutrition, making it exceptionally suitable for the cultivation of chi body source flow. Still alive, are you? A master. Zefa approached Kaji, gazing down at him while not missing the opportunity to tease him. Teacher Zefa, you are mistaken. Even if Kaji and Ryūjin teamed up against Rosen, it would still be an immense injustice to them. Kaji, using his hands to support himself, stood up, shaking his still dizzy head, wearing a face filled with despair. Truth be told, this was all due to the old man misjudging the situation. I never expected. The prowess of this master is far from what you claimed. Zefa still held on to Kaji's previous boast of being a master. Hearing this, Kaji could only force a bitter smile and no more pretense in the future, especially in the presence of Rosen. Let us go. Time for a meal. Although Zefa was jesting with Kaji, he earnestly checked his condition. Once he confirmed that Kaji was not gravely injured, he led Rosen and the others toward the cafeteria. Inside the naval cafeteria, whether it was the teachers dining or the staff serving food, everyone was fixated on the mountain of plates piled high on a nearby table. More precisely, the attention was directed at the black-haired youth in front of those two towering piles. In just 10 minutes, he consumed a staggering 100 jin of meat and showed no signs of stopping. Was his stomach somehow connected to the ocean? While Mr. Sakazuki, Mr. Polysolino, and Mr. Kazan had also been known for their impressive appetites during their academy days, none had ever reached such extremes. Witnessing Rosen devour 100 jin of Sea King meat in merely 10 minutes, and still continuing, was nothing short of astonishing to all present. Slow down. There's more than enough meat. Seeing Rosen's relentless pace, Zefa could only add a brief remark. Upon hearing that there was an abundance of meat, Rosen finally slowed his consumption and took a moment to regard Ryūjin and Kaji beside him. Why aren't you two eating? Noticing that both held utensils yet had empty plates before them, he inquired with curiosity. I want to eat too. But every time the dishes arrive, I don't know why they vanish into your stomach. Kaji felt veins popping on his forehead. After being kicked by Rosen, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, he had intended to grab a bite in the cafeteria, yet after 10 minutes of sitting, all he could do was watch the meat with his eyes. Unable to partake, let us call in a few more chefs. Recognizing the situation, Zefa had no choice but to leverage his authority as the chief instructor and principal to summon additional chefs. With their arrival, the speed of food service in the cafeteria saw an immediate improvement. After Rosen consumed around 150 jin, Ryūjin and Kaji finally received their first bite of meat. 7/10 full, starting a meal with 150 jin of meat, and he calls that 7/10 full. Kaji nearly choked upon hearing Rosen claim such a quantity was merely 7/10 full. While his own appetite was not insignificant, beginning each meal with 30 jin, he maxed out at around 50 jin. Nothing like Rosen. Don't be surprised. You think the enhancement of physique and Haki comes without reason. Both combat and training require substantial nutrition as support. Otherwise, you would merely exhaust yourself. Zefa, unfazed, remarked, as your training and combat intensity increase, so too will your appetites. It may seem exaggerated to consume a Sea King in one sitting, but a whole tiger might just serve as an appetizer. Even as a former admiral of the Navy, Zefa, despite his age, did not shy away from the front line. His own appetite was hardly small. Teacher Zefa, Kaji interjected, if we graduate and embark on missions, we need to stockpile hundreds of tons of meat on our ships. That would be ideal. However, if not, it's of little concern. The ocean beneath our feet is abundant with food, and the more powerful the Sea King, the greater the nutritional value of its meat. Zefa placed his foot on the ground, explaining, To put it this way, if you were to eat ordinary beef, you would need at least 100 jin per meal. For Rosen, it would be 3 to 500 jin. However, with Sea Kings, far less is required. The meal you had today consisted solely of the smallest and least formidable Sea King. Yet you still needed only around 30 to 40 jin, while Rosen would manage below 200. If it were a mid to large Sea King, the nutritional value would be even higher, and the amount needed would decrease. Zefa's words eased Ryūjin and Kaji's worries. After all, neither of them were capable users. If they needed food, diving into the sea would yield plenty. Sea Kings, huh? Rosen, upon hearing this, felt reassured. Although he was a power user and could not dive directly into the sea, he had plenty of methods to hunt Sea Kings. With this thought, he turned his focus to the 3 types of Haki within him. Despite devouring nearly 200 jin of meat in just 10 minutes, Rosen noticed that his stomach merely bulged slightly. Akin to an ordinary person after a hearty meal, he was not inflated like a balloon. In fact, he could distinctly feel the slight bulge in his belly gradually diminishing at a slow pace. Simultaneously, 3 faint streams of heat surged toward 3 areas of his body. Your extraordinary comprehension, combined with copious consumption and the cultivation of chi body source flow, has enhanced the intensity of your 3 types of Haki. The intensity of armament Haki has increased by 10%. The intensity of observation Haki has increased by 10%. The intensity of Conqueror's Haki has increased by 5%. Upon sensing the enhancement of his Haki, a smile crept across Rosen's face. Eating, copious amounts of eating, especially of highly nutritious food. This was the method by which the Chi infant could autonomously cultivate and achieve immediate improvements in Haki intensity, though it still did not match the boosts derived from combat. It was still quite remarkable. After all, he could not engage in battle every day, but he must eat daily, with at least 3 meals. The enhancement from 3 meals combined with the continuous 24-hour cultivation of Haki by the 3 Chi infants meant that even if Rosen refrained from combat or any form of training, merely eating and sleeping daily would still see his 3 types of Haki flourish. In comparison to others who relied solely on combat to enhance their Haki, this growth was unparalleled. It seemed as though the 3 Chi infants had grown a bit. Wait a moment. Why do I feel like the speed at which the Chi infants are cultivating their Haki has accelerated? Through the formidable application of Haki, Rosen infused his consciousness into the armament Haki within his body, allowing him to distinctly perceive the transformations of the Chi infants in the aftermath of his previous battles with Kakiji and Shigeyama. Coupled with a recent feast of Sea King meat, he discerned that the Chi infants residing within his 3 dansins had all significantly enlarged compared to their initial state. Most notably, after this enlargement, the speed at which the Chi infants cultivated Haki had remarkably accelerated. If the previous cultivation rate was an increment of 1 unit of Haki per second, it had now surged to 1.5 units per second. While this may not seem like a doubling, one must not forget that the Chi infants do not require sleep and can engage in uninterrupted cultivation for 24 hours. This effectively means that Rosen's tricolored Haki has transitioned from an increment of 1 unit per second to 1.5. Without the need for years of rigorous training, merely 1 day of such cultivation yields substantial enhancement. Does a more potent Haki indeed correlate with a faster cultivation rate for the Chi infants? It appears that henceforth, maintaining a proper diet is paramount, and each meal must consist of meat derived from Sea Kings in this manner. While others toil to increase their Haki, I merely need to eat heartily to witness a steady rise in its intensity. Rosen felt an immense satisfaction at the changes in his tricolored Chi infants. This was indeed the quintessential method of harnessing tricolored Haki. Share your insights, Zefa prompted. Following our recent skirmish, what have you gleaned? Alternatively, what do you perceive as your greatest shortcomings? Observing that Rosen and his companions had satiated their appetites, Zefa ushered them into his office. This served not only as an opportunity for them to rest, but also to facilitate a combat debriefing. Laying the groundwork for their forthcoming lessons, Shigeyama, you may begin, Zefa directed, turning his gaze toward him. The technique of armament Haki, Shigeyama commenced. Had I possessed the ability to externalize my Haki, I could have preemptively unleashed it when Rosen attacked, thereby neutralizing a substantial portion of his strikes before his armament Haki could make contact with my body, preventing a swift defeat. However, the most crucial aspect remains the observation Haki. After a brief contemplation, Shigeyama articulated his thoughts. Rosen's ability to simultaneously contend with both myself and Kakiji while maintaining the upper hand stems from his mastery of observation Haki. He can anticipate his opponent's moves and prepare accordingly. such as initially using Conqueror's Haki to disrupt the rhythm of our assaults, then seizing the fleeting opportunity to repel me before adeptly employing the techniques of static blood, binding hardening, and armament Haki to defend against Kakiji's attacks. Ultimately delivering a decisive strike with his Conqueror's Haki to conclude the confrontation. The reason Kakiji and I were so thoroughly vanquished by Rosen's punches and kicks is largely attributable to our lack of observation Haki, which accounts for at least 50% of our defeat. As soon as he finished, Kakiji nodded in agreement. Zefa-sensei, he interjected, let us set aside the intricacies of armament techniques for now. Had both Shigeyama and I possessed observation Haki, we would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. A prolonged engagement would have allowed us to withstand a few more of Rosen's blows without issue. Kakiji, stroking his chin with an expression of reluctance, continued. During their meal, he had been replaying the encounter with Rosen in his mind. The gap in strength was undeniable, but given that it was a 2-on-1 situation and everyone was still new to Haki, they should not have been so easily overcome. Indeed, Zefa affirmed, your greatest deficiency at this stage is, without a doubt, your lack of observation Haki. Therefore, this afternoon, you shall engage in training for observation Haki. I have already arranged a suitable venue for you, and there will be someone to guide you there. Zefa's words ignited a spark of excitement in Shigeyama and Kakiji. Observing their reactions, Rosen could not help but nod in silent approval that a master is indeed a master. Seemingly prompting Shigeyama and Kakiji to summarize their experiences, Zefa had already perceived their shortcomings and preemptively organized the subsequent lessons. Now, it is your turn, Zefa directed, shifting his focus to Rosen. Me. Rosen replied, Zefa-sensei, if I may be frank, I have yet to identify any shortcomings within myself. Rather, I feel exceptionally powerful. After a moment of earnest contemplation, he sheepishly admitted he had mastered all techniques associated with tricolored Haki, with the potential to enhance his Haki intensity through his chi body source flow. All that remained was to adhere to a structured routine, exercising regularly, and consuming nourishing meals to cultivate his tricolored chi infants, mastering the techniques of armament Haki akin to carp, observation Haki like katakuri, and Conqueror's Haki akin to shanks would pose no challenge. In the realm of Haki, he perceived no weaknesses, particularly when compared to Zefa's students. He truly felt superior. Shigeyama and Kakiji exchanged glances, eagerly wishing to refute his claim. Yet the reality seemed to affirm Rosen's assertion. After their recent confrontation, they recognized that Rosen indeed exhibited no weaknesses, at least not in regard to his tricolored Haki. Using Kakiji, a so-called expert, as a benchmark naturally leads one to feel invincible. Do not measure yourself against him. Rather, use me as a reference point. Do you still consider yourself exceptionally powerful? Zefa was not surprised by Rosen's response. Across the entirety of the Navy Academy, Rosen undoubtedly stood head and shoulders above the rest, an insurmountable gap. Even amidst the throng of formidable individuals at Navy headquarters, he had already carved out a place for himself. Should the strength of his tricolored Haki align with his mastery of Haki techniques, it would not merely secure him a position but elevate him to the pinnacle of Navy headquarters, enabling him to contend with admirals. This assessment did not even take into account the capabilities of Rosen's devil fruit. Were you to face me instead of Shigeyama today, would your armament Haki-imbued punch yield any effect? Could it inflict significant damage upon me? To bolster his point, Zefa showcased his own hardened black arm, clenching his 5 ebony fingers into a fist, producing a cacophony of unsettling metallic clashing sounds that sent chills down the spine. Shigeyama opened his mouth, feeling a sense of offense, yet upon witnessing Zefa's display of his black arm, he chose silence. Was Zefa-sensei truly the opponent? In that case, such an attack would indeed prove futile. This. Rosen adopted a serious expression. Then what should I do? Although I do not possess the static blood technique, I am well versed in various armament techniques such as binding hardening, external flow, and internal destruction. In such circumstances, how would you respond? Zefa inquired, each word deliberate and measured. Enhance my attack power. Rosen mused, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind. Then allow me to pose another question. Before achieving a breakthrough in Haki intensity, how might you augment your attack power without invoking my full strength? Even if I were to utilize an armament Haki of equivalent intensity to defend, how would you breach that defense? Zefa's eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction. How to enhance my attack power? Rosen's brow furrowed in contemplation, his consciousness instinctively flowing into his armament Haki. As he pondered ways to amplify his assault, he observed the intricacies of his armament Haki. Gradually, he became wholly absorbed in the essence of armament Haki, disregarding the external world entirely. Zefa, witnessing Rosen's demeanor, found himself momentarily taken aback. He had no ulterior motive. He merely intended for Rosen to temporarily set aside matters of Haki and commence training in physical techniques. After all, to maximize the efficacy of tricolored Haki in practical combat, one requires not only Haki techniques but also complementary physical skills. Swordsmanship, or the capabilities of a devil fruit. As a man who has dominated through physical prowess and Haki, Zefa certainly wished for Rosen to focus on both Haki and physical techniques, rather than pursuing fruit-based powers like Borsalino. Yet the outcome was quite the opposite. In a moment of discord, Rosen was compelled to comprehend a new ability. His innate understanding was extraordinary, building upon the 4 techniques of armament Haki. He ingeniously fused it with the ultimate intent of Conqueror's Haki, innovating to realize a unique skill of armament Haki, blood motion armor. This technique allows for absolute control over armament Haki through the infusion of Haki into the bloodstream, transforming it into tangible offensive power, thereby significantly amplifying the destructive capacity of the body. It requires mastery of the ultimate intent of Haki. Should others attempt to cultivate it, it would result in permanent damage to their entire circulatory system. As Rosen contemplated this newfound knowledge, a jolt coursed through him. Blood motion armor, an enhancement to attack power. Hadn't he just achieved that, with blood motion armor, combined with wrapping and hardening techniques, as well as the outward and internal devastation? He could evolve to unparalleled levels of offensive might. Defensively, with static blood armor, alongside wrapping and hardening, he could attain supreme defensive prowess. Each punch and kick he delivered would constitute the strongest of assaults. Even his mere stance would embody the utmost in defense. After all, static blood armor and blood motion armor, as techniques of armament Haki, not only synergize with other techniques of armament Haki, but can also be paired with other forms of Haki. For instance, while unleashing blood motion armor to attain ultimate offensive capability, he could simultaneously utilize wrapping and hardening, augmented by Conqueror's Haki. Even against his mentor, Zefa, the notion of employing an armament Haki of equal strength would be futile. Even if the opponent possessed double his armament Haki strength, it would still be rendered defenseless by a single strike. Zefa, I have conceived something, Rosen declared, meeting Zefa's gaze with unwavering intensity. What have you conceived? Zefa inquired, his suspicions all but confirmed. Utilizing the 6th technique of armament Haki that he had recently mastered, blood motion armor. It would deliver unparalleled offensive power, capable of breaching defenses with a single blow. Rosen's eyes burned with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Zefa. The 6th technique of armament Haki? Ryūjin and Jai were taken aback. Had the chasm between people widened to such an extent? Zefa had instructed them to summarize their findings and concluded that they would practice observation Haki in the afternoon. Yet here was Rosen, who, devoid of any apparent weaknesses, ultimately regarded Zefa as a hypothetical adversary. And what was the outcome? Instead of undergoing specialized training that afternoon, he had, in a moment of disagreement, unlocked the 6th technique of armament Haki. It is worth noting that both Ryūjin and Jai had yet to fully master the 4 techniques of armament Haki. Was it akin to static blood armor? Upon hearing this, Zefa instantly grasped the concept. Without Rosen needing to elaborate, he understood that blood motion armor was akin to static blood armor, channeling armament Haki into the bloodstream. However, while static blood armor evolved supreme defensive power within the bloodstream, blood motion armor cultivated ultimate offensive power. Such a feat, even for innate monsters like Kaido or Big Mom, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Infusing armament Haki into the bloodstream was akin to launching indiscriminate attacks on one's own body. Whether it be the indestructible, the iron balloon, or the elemental transformations of the natural type, it would spell self-destruction. This technique could only be wielded by Rosen, its originator. Even if others, be they Yonko or admirals, attempted to replicate it, they would fail miserably. Not even a hands-on lesson from Rosen would suffice for them to grasp it. Impressive, Zefa acknowledged. The distinction lies in offense and defense. As long as your Haki intensity does not exceed mine by more than threefold, I can breach your defenses with a single punch. There was a resolute confidence in Rosen's voice. Upon hearing this, Zefa's expression grew complex. He did not doubt Rosen's words, yet he found himself at a loss for a response. His initial intention had merely been to guide Rosen towards mastering physical combat. Little did he anticipate that his extraordinary disciple would, in a moment of disagreement, spontaneously devise the 6th technique of armament Haki to cultivate ultimate offensive power. But it was akin to instructing someone to practice martial arts, only for them to end up cultivating an otherworldly skill. Even for someone as accustomed to the extraordinary as Zefa, who himself was a prodigy, he could not help but mutter internally, "This fellow's comprehension is akin to that of a monster." Was my blood motion armor not sufficient? Zefa-sensei, Rosen queried. Noticing Zefa's silence as he stared at him in a daze, that he assumed that his realization of blood motion armor still fell short of Zefa's standards. Given that the former Marine Admiral was renowned for his strictness towards students and his high expectations. Not at all, Zefa replied. Your blood motion armor is exceptionally commendable. Could he say otherwise, since the discovery of armament Haki? Over a millennium had passed, with generations of kings and heroes producing merely 4 techniques. Yet here was Rosen, who, within just 2 days, had unlocked 2 techniques of armament Haki, much of his time spent on mastering the 3 types of Haki. Even Zefa, with his stringent standards, could not help but marvel. Others were too eager to progress. Only Rosen seemed to advance at a staggering rate. Rosen, you must understand one thing. I am not a mere plank of wood. Passively allowing you to strike. Zefa racked his brain, attempting to steer the conversation towards physical techniques. You have acquired Haki techniques. You possess both offense and defense. What do you believe you still lack? He regarded Rosen intently. Speed. Incorrect. Is it physical techniques? Rosen shook his head and ventured a guess. Correct. What you currently lack is the most fundamental physical techniques. Cultivating physical techniques not only equips you with means to engage your foes, but also enhances your capabilities in attack. Speed, defense, and evasion across the board. While training in physical techniques, you simultaneously strengthen your body. It is a mutually beneficial process. Zefa smiled reassuringly. Remember this, the stronger your physique, the more potent your physical techniques. And the greater your Haki will be. To stand at the pinnacle of the seas, both Haki and physical techniques are indispensable. I, along with Carp, serve as the best examples. To underscore the significance of physical techniques. He directly referenced himself and Carp. Thus, this afternoon, I shall conduct a class focused on physical techniques. Rosen understood this implicitly. He bore no aversion to physical training, who would resent an abundance of abilities. Moreover, he did not aspire to excel in a singular domain. He sought to become a versatile warrior. After all, specialization implies vulnerabilities that can be exploited. He had no desire to falter in physical combat at some point in the future. In any case, training in physical techniques was merely a matter of attending a single class. Excellent. Seeing that Rosen was not resistant to physical training, Zefa felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that Rosen would end up like Borsalino, specializing too narrowly. Yet while Rosen specialized in the 3 types of Haki, Borsalino focused on his devil fruit abilities. After resting briefly in the office and allowing the meal to settle, Zefa summoned a military academy instructor to escort Gyun and Jie to the training grounds for observation Haki. Meanwhile, he took Rosen to a nearby beach adjacent to the Naval Academy. What I am about to teach you is a set of physical techniques known as the 6 forms, Shurgan. Rankyaku, Tekai, Saru, Jeppo, and Shave. The 6 forms integrate offense, defense, speed, and evasion, capable of both slaying enemies and honing the body. Zefa elaborated on the intricacies of the 6 forms. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most crucial aspect is that upon mastering the 6 forms, you will progress to a technique known as life return, which allows you to infuse your consciousness into any organ or tissue within your body, enabling you to exert free control over your body, hair, and even internal organs. Once you master life return, you will be able to consume double, or even several times, the amount of food you typically eat in a day, rapidly digesting and absorbing the nutrients therein. The 6 forms will unearth your potential, while life return will replenish your energy. Only through this symbiotic relationship can you grow ever stronger, rather than exhausting your body in the process. Upon hearing Zefa's words, Rosen instinctively furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Zefa immediately sensed Rosen's unease. You see, Teacher Zefa, I previously comprehended a method to cultivate Haki. It can elevate the intensity of Haki through combat, as well as through training. However, the so-called training is essentially the absorption of my body's energy or the nutrients from food to enhance the strength of the 3-colored Haki. Rosen spread his hands. In other words, the nutrients from food, aside from what is necessary for sustaining the body, are entirely devoted to enhancing the 3-colored Haki. If I wish to practice physical techniques, the nutrients from food must prioritize nourishing the body to replenish its consumption after training. Consequently, the progress of my 3-colored Haki cultivation will slow down. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of life return, but can it truly satisfy the simultaneous strengthening of both Haki and the body? The cultivation of the three-colored Chi infant also requires nutrients. It cannot simply amplify Haki out of thin air. Yet, he possesses only one mouth and one stomach, making it impossible to simultaneously nourish both the body and the three-colored Chi infant. Why not try training in the 6 styles first? Perhaps Life Return's digestion and absorption capabilities could sufficiently meet the requirements for cultivating both the three-colored Haki and physical techniques. Upon hearing this, Zefa's brow also furrowed. In his previous teaching experiences, it was generally understood that once one mastered Life Return, the 4 meals a day would certainly provide enough nutrition for the cultivation of both physical techniques and Haki. Even the likes of Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan were no exception. However, Rosen had discerned the flow of Chi cultivation, directly implanting the three-colored Haki into the upper, middle, and lower dantian. Cultivating the three-colored Chi infant, which would continuously train itself in Haki 24 hours a day. Even in the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy was necessary, let alone for Haki. Earlier in the cafeteria, Rosen had already realized this. The three-colored Chi infant, aside from combat, was perpetually cultivating, meaning that with each passing breath, it was not merely during the act of eating. However, during mealtimes, the influx of food into the digestive system provided an immense amount of nutrients, accelerating the training speed of the Chi infant. Not quite. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The immediate priority, in my opinion, is to resolve the issue of nutrition. For the sake of prudence, Rosen refrained from immediately practicing the 6 styles. It was not out of concern for failing to master the 6 styles or Life Return, but rather due to a lack of confidence in the capabilities of Life Return, the three-colored Chi infant's unceasing cultivation. Enhancing Haki was already substantial. Adding physical techniques would necessitate a colossal intake of nutrients. Otherwise, one would only suffer losses. He felt that relying solely on the absorption and digestion of Life Return could not simultaneously meet the strengthening needs of both the three-colored Haki and the body. It could easily slow down the cultivation of the Chi flow and weaken the body instead. To achieve proficiency in both physical techniques and Haki, Rosen believed it was not impossible. But the foremost task was to address the issues of digestion and absorption. With only one mouth and one stomach, it was impossible to conjure multiple mouths or stomachs. Thus, he could only enhance the 6 organs responsible for energy absorption in the human body, much like how Monkey D. Luffy used Haki to enhance the elasticity of rubber. Having made his decision, Rosen settled onto the beach, deep in thought, prioritizing an extraordinary epiphany before class. It seems he was about to make progress again. Zefa, observing Rosen's demeanor, instinctively placed a hand on his forehead. Just moments ago in the cafeteria, he had asked Rosen to provide a simple self-summary, only for the latter to immediately comprehend the 6th technique of Haki, the blood flow technique. Now, on the beach, he merely requested Rosen to practice the 6 styles in Life Return, yet it seemed another miraculous development was in the offing. To be frank, Zefa was renowned for his strictness, holding exceedingly high expectations for his students. Even someone as talented as Borsalino was considered to have shortcomings, lacking effort, and overly reliant on his light fruit. However, this did not apply to Rosen. To be fair, Zefa felt that every aspect of Rosen could only be described as exemplary. There was no need for him to constantly seek enlightenment or derive new techniques at every turn. He was simply curious as to what astonishing ability Rosen would manifest this time. Zefa acknowledged Rosen's extraordinary talent, grounded in the mastery of Haki's ultimate technique, visualizing its essence, and combining it with Zefa's teachings to successfully derive a unique physical technique, the 6 Library Celestial Thief. The 6 Library Celestial Thief, utilizing the absolute control of Haki's ultimate technique, it infuses the armed Haki into the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner, reinforcing the 6 internal organs of the human body, thus creating a perfect digestive system capable of flawlessly absorbing nutrients, improving constitution, eliminating odors, preventing aging, and maintaining peak condition indefinitely. Requires Haki's ultimate technique. Should others attempt to practice it, their 6 internal organs will shatter and perish. Rosen did not keep Zefa waiting for long. After approximately half an hour, a surge of information regarding the 6 Library Celestial Thief flooded his mind. In the instant of its creation, he grasped it entirely. Now, he no longer had to fear the inadequacy of nutrition leading to subpar Haki training, while also weakening his body. Whether it was Haki cultivation or physical technique training, the 6 Library Celestial Thief's capacity for material digestion and absorption could adequately satisfy both, even yielding a surplus. Most importantly, It would prevent aging and preserve peak condition. That a flicker of delight sparked in Rosen's eyes as he infused armed Haki into his 6 internal organs. That in that moment, his digestive system transformed into an insatiable entity, capable of instantaneously digesting whatever it consumed, absorbing it perfectly without leaving a trace. The world of pirates is replete with numerous substances high in nutritional energy. However, the human body, in its normal capacity, cannot absorb or digest them, let alone assimilate them. Yet now, these substances would be completely digested by him, transformed into nutrients, and flawlessly absorbed by his body, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, the remnants of food within him were rapidly digesting, vanishing completely. The odors emanating from his body were also dissipating. Even with a sense of smell far surpassing that of a hunting dog by tenfold or more, it would be nearly impossible to detect any scent on him. Moreover, through this perfect digestive system, Rosen could instantaneously decompose the food or substances he ingested, converting the absorbed nutrients into Haki through circulation, and no matter how severe the injuries, as long as he still drew breath, he could rely on the 6 library celestial thief to restore himself to full health. In a nutshell, even consuming air could lead to strength and healing, coupled with the chi cultivation flow. The 3-colored chi infant's incessant training would accelerate the enhancement of Haki to extraordinary heights. Not only Haki, but even before commencing physical technique training, his physique had already begun to strengthen. Rosen keenly observed that after mastering the 6 library celestial thief and establishing the perfect digestive system, his absorption and digestion capabilities were so remarkably efficient that under the substantial influx of nutrients, both his Haki and body were autonomously becoming stronger. It could be said that even from this day forth, if he engaged in no further training or combat, merely maintaining a consistent intake of 3 meals a day would still cause his 3-colored Haki to soar in strength, while his body would continuously fortify itself through the 6 library celestial thief's flawless digestion and absorption capabilities of food. No. Of substances. Rosen, your aura is strengthening. What is happening? Zefa seemed to have sensed the change in Rosen, his eyes flashing red as he activated his observation Haki, discovering that his student's aura was gradually increasing. Teacher Zefa, did you not mention that upon mastering life return, one could infuse their consciousness into any organ or tissue of the body, controlling everything from major organs to individual hairs at will? Thus, I pondered whether, on that foundation, I could combine Haki to create a physical technique even more potent than life return. So, I attempted to infuse armed Haki into the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple burner, gallbladder, and bladder to see if I could craft a perfect digestive system. Indeed, I have succeeded in my endeavor, creating a capability that can be classified both as a martial art and as a technique of armed color. I have named it Ryoku Shianze. In response to Zefa's concern, Rosen does not conceal the truth. Regardless of whether it is the domineering technique he has developed or the martial arts, they are all his exclusive abilities. Even if he were willing to teach others, it would be a matter of one practice resulting in one demise, a situation from which neither the surgical fruit nor the healing fruit could rescue. Take, for instance, the 2 armed color techniques, static blood mode and dynamic blood mode, infusing armed color into the delicate and fragile blood vessels to evolve both attack and defense capabilities. Who would dare to experiment with such a thing? The power of armed color could cause one's blood vessels to rupture in an instant. You have created Ryoku Shinzai, yet I allow you to return from this brink of death. Zefa almost instantaneously comprehends the extraordinary nature of Ryoku Shinzai. Yet, this revelation leaves him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. It is akin to a middle school student preparing for their first physics lesson, only to find themselves unwittingly crafting an atomic bomb, and succeeding at that. Practice the Ryoku Shinzai in solitude. Like the previous abilities of static blood mode and dynamic blood mode, do not attempt to teach anyone else. Infusing armed color into the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple burner, gallbladder, or bladder will undoubtedly lead to fatality. No matter how close your relationship may be, refrain from teaching, unless you desire their demise. Ultimately, Zefa can only caution Rosen to remember never to impart any of his self-created abilities to others. As a former vice admiral of the Navy, he only needed to hear Rosen explain the principles of Ryoku Shinzai once to understand just how extraordinary his student's self-created ability is, surpassing the life-returning technique's manifold. However, due to its extraordinary nature, it cannot be disseminated. Only Rosen may wield it. For anyone else, be it Nika or Qi Long, the outcome remains the same: one practice, one death. There is no escape. I understand. Rosen is fully aware of the extraordinary nature of his created abilities. Yet, it is precisely because of this extraordinary quality that they have become exclusive skills, which he finds quite agreeable. This way, even if one day the five elders covet his self-created abilities, they will certainly refrain from any malicious intentions unless they desire the annihilation of the world government, since you have created Ryoku Shinzai. The issue of simultaneously training in armed color and martial arts is effectively resolved. Now then, I shall now impart to you the 6 styles. Zefa shook his head, calming the shock in his heart. And then, before Rosen, began to demonstrate the 6 styles. First is the finger gun. Zefa lunges forward, without employing armed color, relying solely on his bodily strength to pierce a rock on the beach with a single finger. This is storm leg. He lifts his right foot from the ground, like a drawn blade, and strikes downward toward the sea. The sound of the clash resonates like a sword's cry, and a visible vacuum slash flies forth like a bird, cleaving the beach from the sea and leaving a deep fissure in its wake. This is Sara. Zefa appears to step with both right feet, yet in reality, he has taken dozens of steps in an instant, vanishing from his original position in a flurry of sand, as if he had teleported to a spot 50 meters away. Next comes the moonwalk. He steps into the air, his feet seemingly gliding as if walking up a staircase, ascending step by step to the heavens before descending once more. Then there is paper drawing. Zefa releases his strength, his body swaying with the wind, seemingly adorned with a parachute, dancing freely in midair. Finally, there is the iron block. With a mere thought, his muscles swell as if infused with boundless power, rendering every inch of his skin and flesh as resilient as steel. Not even a cannonball could inflict harm. However, when it comes to the first 5 techniques of the 6 styles, Rosen watches attentively. Yet, upon reaching the iron block, he turns his head away, disinterested in observing further. The iron block is shrouded in mystery, aside from instilling a sense of unfounded confidence in its user. It serves little other purpose. It is primarily a technique that leads to defeat for all who attempt to use it, and indeed, that is the case. The iron block technique can only be wielded effectively by exceptional beings like Teacher Kai and Big Mom. For anyone else, one attempt results in one failure. Have you learned it? After demonstrating the 6 styles, Zefa turned to look at Rosen. If he were teaching other students, even those with the caliber of a vice admiral, he would teach each technique one by one. However, considering Rosen's extraordinary aptitude, he decisively opted for an intensive teaching method, demonstrating the 6 styles from start to finish without any explanations or caveats. Such details would be superfluous. I have learned it. Rosen nodded. Having absorbed the 3-color Haki and all related techniques, he grasped them after hearing Zefa explain them just once, applying them innovatively, let alone the mere 6 styles. Especially as Zefa had just demonstrated them in their entirety. Do not underestimate the 6 styles. These 6 techniques draw heavily from the characteristics of devil fruits, swordsmanship, and weaponry. The storm leg borrows from the swordsman's aerial slashes. The finger gun is inspired by firearms. The iron block derives from the physique of Zoan-type users. The paper drawing emulates the fluidity of Logia-type users, while the moonwalk and Soru are influenced by the abilities of Paramecia-type spring fruits. Zefa seems to perceive Rosen's disdain for the 6 styles, particularly the iron block. While the power of the 6 styles may not be overwhelming when used singularly, what if they were paired with the 3-color Haki? Martial arts and Haki are eternally complementary. Moreover, I teach you the 6 styles precisely because they serve as both martial arts techniques and excellent methods for physical training, even if you have mastered all 6 styles. The repeated practice of these techniques will contribute to your physical conditioning, especially combined with your Ryoku Shinzai. Eating and training in tandem will allow you to forge a monstrous physique in the shortest possible time. Zefa stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Rosen finally retracted his contempt for the iron block, or rather, altered his perspective. The iron block is not intended for defense, it is a means of physical conditioning. After all, the attacks of top-tier combatants, whether they be ability users, Haki masters, or swordsmen, can shatter the earth and cleave the seas. What could the iron block possibly withstand? Only the foolish members of CP9 and a select few within the Navy would consider using the iron block defensively. This will also be your final lesson at the Navy School. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer attend classes at the Navy School. Upon witnessing Rosen demonstrate the 6 styles in front of him, Zefa suddenly declared, "Teacher Zefa," Rosen inquired, "do you mean to say I am graduating?" Startled, Rosen paused for a moment. He had only been enrolled for 2 days and attended a mere 4 classes. Is it truly time for graduation? Upon reflection, he realized it indeed seemed plausible. He had learned all the 3-color Haki techniques, all the Haki skills, and the martial arts techniques. He had essentially absorbed all that the Navy School could teach. As for what the Navy School could not teach, he had already grasped that as well. It seemed that even a former vice admiral would have little left to impart to him. What are you thinking? I merely stated that you can no longer learn anything of value at the Navy school. I never claimed you were graduating. Zefa shot a glance at Rosen. If I am not attending classes and cannot graduate, where shall I go? Rosen looked at Zefa, puzzled. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will wait at the entrance of the Navy school for me. Then you shall see. Zefa did not provide a direct answer and instead instructed Rosen to return and rest. Unlike other students, even those in Zefa's class, who must adhere to collective training schedules, Rosen is exempt. This is not favoritism. Rather, Zefa understands that aside from teaching Haki and martial arts, allowing Rosen the remaining time for self-directed training is the optimal approach to his development. After class, Zefa did not return to his class nor observe the training of Gion and Kaji, but directly proceeded to the marshal's office, knocking on the door and presenting a request that left all high-ranking officials in the office astounded. What did you say? Shall I draft a pass permitting free access to Impel Down? Zefa, what business do you have there? Sengoku's expression was one of confusion. In addition to the pass for entering and exiting Impel Down, I also require a waiver personally signed by you. Zefa did not respond to Sengoku's inquiry. Instead, he continued to present a second request. What exactly are you planning to do? Zefa, you aren't still harboring past grievances, are you? You don't intend to go to the city and execute prisoners, do you? Sengoku furrowed his brow. His mind immediately recalled Zefa's lifelong pain, his family, the former admiral who never executed anyone in battle, who refrained from taking the lives of any pirates, ultimately witnessed his entire family slaughtered by those very pirates. From that moment on, the former admiral had ceased to exist. What remained was a general consumed by hatred for pirates. Even after resigning from his position, that hatred had not dissipated. Rather, it had intensified with the passage of time. If I truly wished to do so, I would have rampaged through Impel Down long before my retirement, rather than come to you for a pass and a waiver. Upon hearing Sengoku mention his family, Zefa's expression momentarily changed, only to revert to its previous indifference and seriousness. Then what is your intent? Though Sengoku felt a sense of relief, he remained unwilling to sign without clearer understanding. After all, Impel Down was a forbidden place, a prison holding the world's malevolence. No matter how much he trusted Zefa, he would not easily grant a pass or a waiver without comprehending the reasons behind it. Rosen, he is progressing remarkably, far exceeding my expectations. Even I, as his instructor at the Naval Academy, could teach him nothing, be it Haki, physical techniques, or any other skills. In the face of Sengoku's gaze, Zefa sighed. Teach him nothing? If I recall correctly, Rosen has only been enrolled for 2 days, having attended merely 4 classes. Has he truly reached a point where even you, Zefa, have nothing left to impart? Karp dropped the senbei in his hand, astonished. Kazan, seated on the sofa, removed his eye mask, while Pausalino set aside his nail clippers. They were all products of Zefa's teachings, the finest achievements of the Navy. Having studied under him for a year before he admitted he had nothing more to teach. Yet Rosen, just 2 days into his studies, having attended 4 classes, and already Zefa claims he has nothing left to teach. If Rosen remains at the Naval Academy, that might indeed be the case. Zefa felt no embarrassment, but instead acknowledged that, at this stage, he truly had nothing further to teach Rosen. While he still possessed swordsmanship, Zefa's skill was merely at a general level. With Rosen's aptitude, he could grasp it with a mere glance. Moreover, he had just taught Rosen the Gale Foot technique. Knowing Rosen's understanding, that single move would suffice for him to rapidly surpass this admiral, who was not adept with a sword. So, your request for a pass and waiver for Impel Down is for Rosen. Sengoku scrutinized Zefa deeply, seemingly grasping his intentions. The once merciful admiral was now bringing his student to commit murder. Is this truly wise, Zefa-sensei? Pausalino, too, discerned Zefa's intentions. Murder, of course, is wrong. However, are pirates still human? Zefa replied expressionlessly. Are the pirates imprisoned in Impel Down still human? He surveyed the room, his voice resonating with authority. Each person who met Zefa's gaze ultimately found themselves speechless. Even Karp, who often had ambiguous relations with pirates, fell silent. Indeed, among pirates, there are undoubtedly good individuals, but those confined within Impel Down have forfeited even the right to be called human. Arson, plundering, murder. These are merely their basic activities. If they are no longer human, allowing them to continue living is merely a waste of the air of the Grand Line and the Navy's resources. Rather than that, it would be better to let them shine and contribute in certain ways. Sengoku, I will speak frankly. Rosen has already mastered the 3 types of Haki, all techniques, and the 6 powers. Unless you can bring a Grandmaster swordsman to the academy to teach him swordsmanship, keeping him there is merely wasting time. Zefa, witnessing the silence of the crowd, continued. Aside from swordsmanship, the only thing he currently lacks is the strength of his Haki, which is the last thing I, as his teacher, can impart to him. At this moment, everyone comprehended his intent. Therefore, the fifth lesson you are to provide him is to take Rosen to Impel Down and have him practice against the prisoners within. Setting aside whether those prisoners can still be considered human and the potential negative impact on Rosen's mindset, are you not afraid of him encountering danger in such an environment? Those prisoners are all monsters. Ruthless and unscrupulous when it comes to fighting. Carp's expression soured. Immense practical experience will enable Rosen to rapidly enhance the strength of his Haki, accumulate combat experience, and skillfully apply the abilities he has learned over the past 2 days in battle. As for your concerns about their ruthlessness and unscrupulousness, that is precisely what I desire. Only by exposing Rosen to the true nature of pirates beforehand can I ensure he does not make the same mistakes I did upon graduation. He will not admire pirates nor become the second revolutionary leader, Zefa argued vehemently, refusing to relent. Compared to taking him out to sea in search of pirates for combat training, going to Impel Down is not only more efficient but also yields quicker results. Most importantly, it is in close proximity to the Navy headquarters. Should any mishap occur, we will be there to support him. What is your stance, Sengoku? After silencing Carp, Zefa redirected his gaze to Sengoku. The person holding the power to decide and veto was not Carp, but Sengoku, the fleet admiral. Which layer do you plan to take Rosen? Sengoku pondered for a moment, realizing that while Zefa's proposal was somewhat audacious for Rosen, Impel Down would undoubtedly serve as a natural training ground. As Zefa had stated, the prisoners within could no longer be considered human. Even if Rosen accidentally killed a prisoner during a confrontation, it would not impose an excessive psychological burden on him. Most importantly, Zefa's concluding remarks about not admiring pirates and avoiding becoming the second revolutionary leader resonated deeply with him, given the precedent of Monkey D. Dragon. Sengoku's greatest fear was that the Navy would painstakingly cultivate a new king, only for him to abandon that path and become a pirate or a revolutionary. The sixth layer. Zefa's declaration was astonishing. Are you out of your mind, Zefa? The prisoners of the sixth layer surpass the bounds of malice. They are monsters erased from history. You want Rosen to fight against the monsters of the sixth layer. If anything goes wrong, even you, Zefa, may not be able to protect him. Carp could not help but rise to his feet. He had assumed that even if Zefa were to act recklessly, he would only take Rosen to the third or, at most, the fourth layer. He never anticipated Zefa would go straight for the jugular. The sixth layer, an infinite hell. Protect him? Carp, how low do you regard Rosen? Or do you intend for me to mold him into what? A flower in a greenhouse, incapable of withstanding the elements? Or a porcelain doll, shattering at the slightest touch? Zefa scoffed. No one understands Rosen's potential better than I do. He was born to become the king of the Navy. To speak of monsters, the pirates of the infinite hell are indeed creatures of such nature. Yet, is Rosen not a monster as well? The mere Impel Down is but a trifling frost upon his journey within the Navy. He once more rendered Carp speechless, whether it be a pass for Impel Down or a release order. I can grant you either. However, Zefa, I have a stipulation that you must comply with. Sengoku's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the surface of the desk, halting the dispute between Zefa and Carp. Whenever you escort Rosen to the sixth level, it is imperative that either Palusalino or Kazan accompany you. Should you adhere to this, I shall sign it for you now. Zefa. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku's considerations were far more comprehensive than those of Carp or Zefa. He sought to nurture Rosen, allowing him to witness the true terror of pirates, while also ensuring his safety, alongside the long-term stability of Impel Down. Relying solely on Zefa was evidently insufficient, after all. Zefa had been retired for many years and was afflicted with asthma. However, with Palusalino or Kazan, all would be secure. Very well. The old man acquiesced. Faced with Sengoku's undeniable gaze, Zefa could only nod in agreement. The following morning, shortly after Rosen exited the Navy dormitory, he encountered Guion and Haki on their way to the classroom. Good morning, Rosen, Guion greeted. Hey, don't slack off. To be frank, Guion and I have already mastered observation Haki yesterday. If we were to spar again, it's possible we could defeat you before your Haki runs out, Haki boasted, simultaneously emphasizing his strength with the most timid of words. That's so? Congratulations to both of you. Rosen replied with a smile, commending their achievement in mastering observation Haki. By the way, where are you headed? Guion instinctively filtered out Haki's words. She was aware of her own capabilities, not to mention mastering observation Haki. Even if she were to attain foresight in the 4 forms of armament Haki, joining forces with Kaki may not suffice to deplete Rosen's Haki. I'm not entirely sure. Teacher Zefa mentioned that yesterday's lesson was my final class at the Navy school. He instructed me to wait for him at the school gate this morning. Rosen waved at the 2. Final class. You're not graduating, are you? Gion and Kaki exclaimed in astonishment. No. Rosen clarified. It seems he believes I can no longer learn anything further at the Navy school. It appears he intends to take me to continue my studies elsewhere. Only 2 days after attending 4 classes, have you already learned everything there is to learn at the Navy school? Gion and Kaki's shock only intensified at his words. Even the 3 admirals of your had remained at the Navy school for nearly a year before departing to board a training vessel under Zefa's guidance. Yet, Rosen? He had attended merely 4 classes and was already deemed to have exhausted the teachings of a Navy school overseen by the former Admiral Zefa. Could it be that he made remarkable progress after that last class yesterday? As Kaki contemplated Rosen's potential rapid advancement, he felt his earlier words were still inadequate. Let us stop here for now. Otherwise, we'll be late and face Zefa's reprimand. Without waiting for Gion and Kaki to recover from their shock, Rosen had already set foot toward the military school gate. Since I first met Hga. Whether it was she, or Rear Admiral Karp, or others, they all referred to me as a monster, born with the potential to become an admiral. Yet now, I feel nothing more than a normal person. Gion observed Rosen's retreating figure and suddenly remarked, if monsters were to be graded, Rosen would undoubtedly stand atop all monsters. The so-called potential of an admiral is merely the threshold to encounter him. That's all there is to it. Kaki shook his head. As one of the witnesses to Rosen's growth, he was acutely aware of the man's terrifying nature. Gion remained silent, neither nodding nor refuting his assertion. On the other side, after parting ways with Gion and Kaki, Rosen walked steadily to the military school gate. Noticing that Zefa had yet to arrive, he stood in place waiting. Before long, Zefa, clad in a coat of justice, came into view, approaching him steadily. Let us proceed. Zefa beckoned Rosen, leading the way. Where are we going, Teacher Zefa? Rosen inquired as they walked out. I shall take you to the classroom for the 5th lesson. A place that confines the world's malice. Impel Down. Zefa did not conceal his intention. Are you suggesting I practice on the prisoners of Impel? Rosen momentarily froze at the implication before swiftly regaining composure. No, the old man declared. I expect you to approach the prisoners of Impel with the resolve to kill. Can you embrace such a determination, Rosen? Zefa continued his stride, speaking with astonishing candor. Why not? Rosen retorted with a question of his own. Though it involves killing prisoners, it is still taking a life. Do you not feel burdened by this? Zefa appeared somewhat taken aback by Rosen's response. Surely, his student was not akin to Sakazuki, adhering to the doctrine of absolute justice. Those confined within Impel Down are what kind of beings? Beasts. Since Monkey D. Luffy set sail, the only critique he has faced was in releasing the death row inmates from Impel. After the escape of the prisoners from the New World Paradise, they were placed under the supervision of Emporio Ivankov and settled within Kamabaka Kingdom. But what of the other prisoners? To name a few, what of the clown buggy and his entourage? How many of them can still be regarded as human? Ha 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 ha. Zefa chuckled. What a coincidence. I share the same sentiment. Therefore, when we arrive at Impel Down, ensure that you harbor no thoughts of mercy, compassion, or forgiveness. The Navy's compassion and mercy are not something they deserve. Forgiveness is the domain of the divine. My purpose is to send them to meet their God, Rosen shrugged. Your attitude is commendable. Once we reach Impel Down, your duties will consist of fighting, eating, progressing, and resting. Through combat, you will hone your skills, integrating all that you have learned while simultaneously enhancing your Haki's intensity. Rather than allowing the prisoners in the 6th level to continue wasting the Navy's resources, they might as well serve as training materials, thus illuminating your path. Zefa nodded in satisfaction, not one to revel in bloodshed nor harboring any compassion for pirates. Had he approached matters as Rosen did back then, perhaps the tragedy of his family suffering at the hands of pirates would have been averted. Which level of prisoners will I be sparring with? Following Zefa, Rosen arrived at the Navy headquarters dock, where imposing steel warships loomed like fearsome beasts, poised to unleash their wrath upon any pirates daring to cross their path. The 6th level. Zefa led Rosen aboard a self-propelled demon-slaying warship. Are these the monsters expunged from history? Upon hearing this, Rosen felt neither fear nor trepidation. Rather, he was filled with a sense of eager anticipation. He, too, was eager to discover just how formidable he had become after attending 4 classes at the Navy school. Should he exert himself fully? As for the possibility of inadvertently killing the death row inmates of the 6th level, such would be a boon. Eliminating a member of the Blackbeard pirates in advance not only contributes to the Navy, but also ensures the enduring peace of these seas. Good to see you again. Junior. As Rosen stepped onto the warship, a familiar figure emerged in his line of sight and approached him. Admiral Pizarro. Hello. Upon recognizing Bartholomew Kuma, Rosen greeted him back, intrigued by Kuma's presence on the warship. Especially considering his notoriously poor rapport with Zefa. There's no need to be surprised, given the overly ambitious teaching plan that Zefa crafted for you, along with the ferocity of the prisoners held in level 6 exceeding your imagination. Mr. Sengoku specifically requested my company to escort you through the infinite hell. Just consider me a mere shadow, focusing solely on battling the prisoners. As Kuma spoke, he retrieved 2 small notebooks from the pocket of his justice coat and handed them to Rosen. What are these? Rosen nodded, understanding that the release of prisoners from level 6 inherently posed risks. If, for instance, any of the devil fruit users chose to flee rather than engage him, or worse, wreak havoc throughout Impel Down, particularly jeopardizing the containment of other inmates, it could lead to severe consequences. Though Zefa was a former admiral and still possessed formidable strength, having not yet diminished to the point of being bested by Edward Weevil. He had been retired for many years and suffered from asthma. In the event of an unforeseen incident, it was uncertain whether he could maintain control. Pizarro, on the other hand, was a different matter altogether. His mastery in martial arts, Haki, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities was unparalleled, placing his combat prowess at its zenith. A candidate admiral empowered by the light fruit, coupled with Zefa's experience, and the additional strength of other prisoners in Impel Down, ensured that no significant turmoil would ensue as long as 2 prisoners of comparable might to the admirals were not released simultaneously. 1 notebook served as a pass for entering and exiting Impel Down, while the other was a waiver of liability. Both were procured by Zefa from Mr. Sengoku on your behalf. With these 2 items in hand, even if Zefa's reckless actions lead to chaos within Impel Down, you, as a junior, would remain unscathed and free from repercussions. To be honest, while Zefa is known for his strictness and can be quite self-righteous at times, he truly has no complaints regarding you. Unlike me, who only receives his relentless severity. Pizarro cast a glance at Zefa. Though their opinions often clashed and their relationship was strained, he could not deny that Zefa was indeed a commendable teacher. Teacher Zefa. After receiving the pass and the waiver, Rosen couldn't help but glance at Zefa. Just holding those 2 small notebooks, he could sense the profound affection of a teacher for his student, a weighty concern devoid of any impurities. In his quest to cultivate him without leaving any potential hazards, Zefa had truly exhausted his efforts and devoted himself fully. I am sending you to confront the most heinous pirates upon these seas, not to assume the mantle of an admiral. Zefa, his back turned to Rosen, spoke with a hint of stubbornness. An admiral, you say? Rosen's gaze shifted toward the distant sea, the direction of Impel Down, and he thought to himself, soon, after completing this lesson and emerging from Impel Down, it should be nearly time. Having personally experienced the formidable combination of chi body origin flow and 6 treasures immortal thieves, Rosen was acutely aware of the astonishing speed at which his Haki and physical skills were enhancing. Therefore, he harbored no doubts about his future as an admiral. The only variable was the duration of time required. If he remained at the Naval Academy without engaging in combat or training, merely focusing on eating and sleeping well, and then entrusted his Haki to chi body origin flow while allowing his physical skills to be honed through 6 treasures immortal thieves, he estimated that within 3 to 5 years, he would possess the strength to rival that of an admiral solely based on Haki and physical prowess. Should he build upon that foundation with practical combat experience, the timeline to reach the rank of admiral would undoubtedly shorten by 3 to 5 times. Impel Down Level 6, the legendary monsters erased from history. To Rosen, they were merely a package of experience, serving only to expedite his ascension to the rank of admiral. Impel Down was not far from the Navy headquarters, and with the demon-slaying warship's self-propulsion, it would be regarded by sea kings as part of the ocean, thus avoiding any attacks. Before long, a colossal structure materialized within the view of Rosen and the others. From a distance, Impel Down resembled a sea king lurking within the ocean, its entrance gaping like the monstrous maw of a sea creature, dark and menacing, ready to devour the pirates of the sea. We have arrived. Junior, this is the entrance to Impel Down. Pizarro disembarked from the warship first. You should brace yourself, based on my understanding of Teacher Zefa. His grand gesture of procuring the Impel Down pass and waiver indicates that you will likely be here for an extended period, until you reach a level that satisfies him. As he walked, he continued, for instance, Rosen inquired with keen interest, curious about the heights to which Zefa expected him to ascend. According to Zefa's style, perhaps he expected him to be a vice admiral. However, not the kind like Ben Beckman, but rather a level of strength that could rival any of the 4 Emperor's Vice Admirals. Is that correct? Teacher Zefa. Pizarro stroked his chin, looking toward Zefa. That is merely the expectation for you. Pizarro. Zefa scoffed, then fixed his gaze intently on Rosen. As for you, Rosen, a candidate admiral. His words were astonishing. You truly remain as relentlessly stringent as ever. Teacher Zefa. Pizarro's expression shifted slightly. Shaking his head. He had thought he was already accustomed to Zefa's strictness. But he realized he had underestimated it, the candidate admiral's strength, that would not merely rival a vice admiral, but possess the capability to overpower all but Ben Beckman among the 4 Emperor's vice admirals. From Pizarro's perspective, given Zefa's severe demands, even with Rosen's talents, he would likely need to spend an entire year within Impel Down. What is it? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Or do you, like Pizarro, feel that I am being overly harsh on you? Zefa asked, noticing Rosen's silence. No, I was merely setting a small goal for myself. Rosen shook his head and stated in a calm tone, as if declaring a fact, within a year, I will become an admiral. Upon hearing this, both Zefa and Pizarro were taken aback. The distinction between an admiral and a candidate admiral may seem slight, yet the disparity in strength was an entire tier. While Pizarro and Zefa were still processing Rosen's modest ambition, several prison guards who had been waiting at the entrance of Impel Down approached them. I am the chief warden of Impel Down. Shiria. I apologize, Instructor Zefa and Admiral Pizarro. Due to certain special circumstances, Director Magellan is unable to welcome you all personally. Please understand. Draped in a cream-colored coat over a black military uniform, his imposing stature exceeding 3 meters. He was none other than Shiryu of the Rain. Is at the Iron Wall. Rosen assessed Shiria before him, the future second-in-command of the Blackbeard Pirates, still serving as the chief warden of Impel Down. Yet to be imprisoned by Magellan for his merciless treatment of inmates and colleagues, that is of little concern. I am merely an escort, Paulusino remarked nonchalantly. It is of no consequence. He added. It is we who have intruded. Zefa interjected, clearly aware of Magellan's circumstances and indifferent to whether the other party was present to greet them, directly instructing Rosen to produce the past. To navigate Impel Down without hindrance, one must at least hold the rank of a vice admiral. Of course, there was one exception. Carp, Director Magellan had already instructed me to fully cooperate with you. If I may be so bold, Shiria began, casting a glance at the forge pass in Rosen's hand before continuing. Please escort us to the 6th floor. Moreover, Zefa added, regardless of what you see or hear, please keep it to yourself. This is the highest military secret of the Navy. He fixed his gaze on Shiryu, emphasizing each word. I shall comply, Shiria replied, briefly surveying Zefa and Paulusino before his attention settled on Rosen. Although the party was small, one was a former admiral and the other a vice admiral candidate, thus providing an unspoken protection for Rosen. Reflecting on Paulusino's earlier words, a shiver ran down his spine. The vice admiral candidate was merely an escort, and Zefa appeared to be in a similar position. Was such a grand entourage assembled solely for Rosen? From his attire, he seemed to be a student of the Naval Academy. Who exactly was this young man that warranted the presence of both a former admiral and a vice admiral candidate as escorts? The more Shiryu pondered, the more astonished he became, and his curiosity regarding Rosen's identity and the purpose of their visit deepened. Please follow me. Magellan thought of many things, yet maintained a composed exterior. Unlike Domino's treatment of Hancock, he did not search Rosen, Zefa, and Paulusino as they entered Impel Down. After exchanging pleasantries, he led them to a large elevator. Using it would allow direct access to the director's office on the 4th floor. Taking this route would expedite their arrival at the 6th floor. As he spoke, Domino, with her golden hair, military uniform, and red boots, stepped forward to operate the elevator. Everyone else, apart from Domino, was dismissed. Considering the nature of Rosen and his companion's mission, which involved Navy secrets, he ensured that the accompanying prison personnel were also sent away, leaving only Domino, who shared the role of warden. After you, gentlemen, Domino said as the elevator doors opened, stepping inside and pressing the button to keep the doors open. Observing this, Rosen and the others exchanged no words, instead stepping inside. With a creak, the elevator doors closed, and it began its rapid descent straight to the 4th floor, with a click and a slight tremor. The descending elevator came to a halt, the doors reopening to reveal a spacious office. From this point onward, we can only proceed on foot, Shiryu explained as he exited the elevator, taking the lead. The moment Rosen and the others stepped out of the director's office, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them. Is this the hellish inferno? Rosen felt as though he were immersed in a colossal iron pot, being boiled alive. While he would not be cooked to death, Discomfort was inevitable, especially over time, as he would surely become drenched in sweat. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, channeling his Haki into his blood, enhancing his defensive capabilities. Externally, there appeared to be no change, but once his blood armor was activated, Rosen immediately sensed the oppressive heat dissipating around him, the suffocating sensation vanishing. The blood armor could defend against more than just Haki. Any attack not exceeding its limits could be repelled. At nearly the same moment, Zefa, Ryūjin, and Shiryu, who was leading the way, all turned to glance at Rosen. What is this? It was neither the typical hardening nor the flowing outward technique. Yet it could block all external intrusions. Could Haki be utilized in such a manner? While Ryūjin and Zefa were unfazed, having been informed of Rosen's creation of a fifth Haki technique, Shiryu was different. Witnessing Rosen's blood armor for the first time, he felt as though he was re-evaluating Haki altogether. Wait, if that were the case, wouldn't his internal destruction technique be rendered ineffective? Indeed, this young man, who had yet to graduate from the academy, was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he was akin to the extraordinary trio of Ryūjin, Sakazuki, and Kazan from years past. Shiryu cast a sidelong glance at Rosen before averting his gaze, concealing the tumult of thoughts within as he continued onward. Much more refreshing, Rosen mused, feeling invigorated by the activation of his blood armor, the oppressive heat no longer bothering him. He then surveyed his surroundings, which revealed a vast boiling blood pool and raging flames that nearly engulfed the entire floor of the prison. This entire level was aptly named the Hellish Inferno. Flames. Rosen paused, gazing at the fiery sea surrounding him, a thought igniting within. Although the Mera Nomi was often deemed undesirable, the power of flames could not be denied. Especially in the New World, nearly every renowned powerhouse possessed a fiery ability. Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and Jin, to name AFEW.IT, could be said that flames were almost a standard ability for the strong. Even for kings, without a flame to showcase, one would find it difficult to claim the title of king. What would it take for me to master the power of flames? It seemed that Haki could not conjure flames out of thin air. What about the weapon fruit? Contemplating this, a look of deep thought crossed Rosen's face as his pace slowed, his gaze fixed upon the fiery sea around him, gradually becoming lost in reverie. Halt for a moment. Zefa was the first to notice Rosen's unusual behavior. Without explaining, he instructed Shiryu, who was leading, to stop. Is it due to age that you tire so easily after taking just a few steps? Zefa-sensei, Ryūjin teased, suspecting that Zefa was struggling to endure the oppressive environment of the Hellish Inferno, thus succumbing to an asthma attack. His words may have sounded harsh, but he halted his steps nonetheless. You had best keep your eyes wide open and not blink. Otherwise, you might miss a spectacular sight. Zefa crossed his arms defiantly, retorting to Ryūjin. Ryūjin, intrigued by Zefa's words, followed his gaze and focused on Rosen. What is it? Shiryu, noticing the shift, also turned his attention to Rosen, seeing that he was simply transfixed by the inferno and the blood pool, puzzled by the fascination. Was it merely flames? He could not fathom what was so captivating. Shiryu assumed that Rosen, being young and visiting Impel Down for the first time, was merely curious about the blazing hell. Little did he know that, in Rosen's perception, the hellish inferno had faded from view. As he sank deeper into contemplation, his consciousness transported him to a different scene. It was a modern city, enveloped in darkness, with the moonlight dimmed. Beneath the crescent moon suspended in the heavens, a man clad in a haori embroidered with the number 10 stood in confrontation with a figure ahead. Adorned with a white horn mask and exuding an aura of lethal intent. A black void. This level of spiritual pressure was not something a mere Arrancar could possess. Could it be Vasto Lord? Ryūjin fixed his gaze intently upon the imposing bull-horned hollow before him, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. This was Karakura Town, home to countless humans numbering in the tens of thousands. The rampage of a single Vastlord-class hollow could obliterate the entirety of Karakura in mere moments. Roar. Suddenly, the bull-horned hollow seemed to have lost its patience. Its mouth twisted into a grimace, and with a thunderous cry that pierced the heavens, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged forth, sweeping across the landscape like a tidal wave, reaching for the sky. Hey, who sent a creature like you? Ryūjin raised his hand to draw his Zanpakuto, all the while probing for information regarding the bull-horned hollow. However, the response he received was a sharp, shrill scream, followed by the hollow vanishing from its original position, appearing before Ryūjin as if teleporting, its hands like blades, dragging a tempestuous gust of wind as it struck downwards. Not willing to respond, Ryūjin raised his sword to parry the hollow's blade-like hands, narrowly avoiding it as he maneuvered behind the creature, his gaze icy and unyielding, regarding the hollow as one would a corpse. Burn. Shanwei. He bellowed, and his Zanpakuto devoured the surging flames that illuminated the night, before he dashed forward, becoming one with the man, the sword, and the fire, transforming into a fiery blade that pierced the night sky. Surging towards the bull-horned hollow, just as the flaming blade was about to consume the hollow, the scene before him shattered like a mirror drop to the ground, fracturing into countless cracks before erupting into oblivion. The night sky, the moonlight, Ryūjin, the bull-horned hollow, and that Zanpakuto engulfed in flames, which threatened to stain the crescent moon red, all vanished as if they had never existed, simultaneously, in the stifling heat of the prison. The seething blood pool beneath, surrounded by flames, returned to its original state under Rosen's watchful gaze. From beginning to end, he had remained within the 4th level of Impel Down, the fiery hell, without having taken a single step out. The preceding scenes were merely a product of his extraordinary insight, conjured through visualization. To this, Rosen remained unfazed, entirely engrossed in the information that suddenly manifested within his mind. Your insight is extraordinary, through visualization and personal comprehension. Combined with the powers of the superhuman fruit, you have comprehended a unique skill, Shanwei. Shanwei unique skill. Your insight is extraordinary, through the visualization of your Zanpakuto, combined with the powers of the weapon fruit. You have independently comprehended this unique skill. A fiery Zanpakuto, embodying both flame and cut. When drawn, flames accompany, incinerating all. Requires weapon fruit. Rosen's heart trembled. Shanwei, in the world of Shinigami, while not the most potent of the fiery types, it was equivalent to his Zanpakuto imbued with flame abilities. Of course, it was a single-bladed Zanpakuto, not a dual blade. Its overwhelming attack power meant that among all fiery Zanpakuto, only the ancient and powerful Ryoku could surpass Shanwei. From this day forth, I too am a wielder of the weapon fruit, having consumed the flame fruit. A smile flickered in Rosen's eyes. He had yet to reach the 6th level, nor had he begun to confront the criminals there. Nearly traversing the 4th level of Impel Down had granted him comprehension of a new Zanpakuto. This only heightened his anticipation for the subsequent 2 levels of the prison and the criminals of the 6th level. Are you ready? Zefa, upon observing Rosen's expression, discerned that this monstrous student had once again comprehended a new ability, though unaware of its nature. He knew it was undoubtedly remarkable. I am ready. My apologies for keeping you all waiting. Rosen quickly interjected upon noticing that not only Zefa but also Borsalino, Shiri, and Domino had paused, evidently waiting for him. Junior, may I ask, did you just comprehend something? Of course, if you choose not to share. That is perfectly fine. I am merely curious. Borsalino approached Rosen, lowering his voice to speak in his ear. I've developed a technique utilizing a fruit ability. Rosen casually replied. Can you demonstrate it for me? Borsalino inquired, his curiosity piqued. As far as he knew, Rosen had only been at the Naval Academy for 2 days, attending 4 classes, yet had already made several historical achievements. The techniques of static blood and dynamic blood alone were sufficient to immortalize Rosen's name within the Navy. Nay, the annals of world history. Currently, while Rosen's exploits had yet to circulate widely across the seas, it was not due to any intentional suppression by the Navy headquarters, but merely the brevity of time. Since Rosen's enrollment, only 2 days had passed, and no matter how swiftly news spread, it was impossible for his name and deeds to resonate throughout the entire sea in just a day or 2. In fact, within the Navy Academy, or rather, the Navy headquarters, tales of Rosen's exploits had already begun to circulate, from the highest-ranking admiral to the lowest seaman. Everyone was aware that this new recruit possessed the potential of a monster surpassing even the admirals. All right, when we reach the 6th level, I will definitely show it to you, Senior. Observing Borsalino's eagerness for insight, Rosen did not decline. From their first meeting at the military academy, Borsalino had consistently referred to him as Junior, and he could clearly perceive that this future admiral was attempting to befriend him, though confident in his ability to ascend to the rank of admiral within a year, if not sooner. He was neither Uchiha nor a celestial dragon. He had no habit of looking down upon others, nor any penchant for making enemies of the world. Friends, especially friends possessing the power of an admiral, were certainly worth cultivating as many as possible. As for the concern that revealing his abilities might lead to targeting, Rosen had not even entertained such thoughts. When facing the criminals of the 6th level, he would inevitably have to utilize the powers of the weapon fruit. Simply put, his weapon fruit was not limited to just manifesting Shani Yui. By the time others managed to gather intel on Shanwei and formulate a strategy against it, he would likely have already mastered the Ryoku. Indeed, the reason he had been unable to manifest the Ryoku earlier was not due to an inadequacy of insight, but rather a lack of strength as a wielder. He was not yet powerful enough to support the manifestation of that Zanpakuto. It was akin to how Luffy, upon discovering the Nika fruit, could not utilize the awakened form despite knowing of its existence. This was not a matter of insight but of strength. At that moment, the oppressive heat that had enveloped them dissipated abruptly, replaced by a chilling, bone-congealing frost, pouring in like a blizzard. Clearly, Rosen and his companions had left the scorching depths of the 4th level and entered the 5th level, known as the extreme cold hell. Aside from the biting cold that assaulted them, their eyes were met with a landscape of ice and snow. The 5th level of Impel Down resembled a world colder than a vast ice warehouse. Achoo! Merely stepping into the entrance of the extreme cold hell, Domino, the chief warden, was already trembling uncontrollably, even sneezing. Having just endured the searing heat of the fiery hell, she was now faced with the freezing temperatures of the extreme cold hell, her body struggling to cope. After all, this level was one that hardly any prison personnel would ever visit. Pathetic. You're the chief warden. Don't disgrace Impel Down, Shiri remarked, biting down on his cigar. Casting a glance at Domino, not only did he scold her without regard for camaraderie, but he also criticized her for her weakness. As members of the Navy, Rosen, Zefa, and Borsalino remained unperturbed whether in the fiery hell or confronting the extreme cold hell. Whereas Domino, a fellow prison officer, was overwhelmed. Even he felt embarrassed by the situation unfolding on his own turf. Perhaps you should return. I can lead the way, Zefa suggested, noticing Domino shivering uncontrollably, her legs quaking as she attempted to warm herself. It's all right, Mr. Zefa. As Shirley so eloquently stated, I am indeed the chief warden. Moreover, once we have traversed the frigid depths of hell and reached the 6th layer, the cold will no longer plague us. Domino's voice began to tremble, yet as the warden of Impel Down, she resolutely refused to let herself lose face in front of her prisoners. Miss Warden, I beg your pardon, but if you do not mind, could you please draw a little closer to me? Upon witnessing Domino's determination to maintain the dignity of her position despite the biting cold, Rosen could not help but sigh inwardly. He was neither a saint nor a celestial dragon. Although Impel Down and the Navy headquarters belonged to different organizations, they were ultimately colleagues, and their paths would inevitably cross in the course of their duties. It seemed only natural to offer a helping hand within his capabilities. Of course, if it were CP9, he would prefer they keep their distance. Rosen feared that upon seeing them, he might be compelled to strike them down with a single blow. Of course, although Domino was perplexed, she nonetheless moved her nearly frostbitten limbs and leaned her shoulder against Rosen's. Observing this, Rosen nodded and then raised his right hand, palm facing upward, revealing a series of violet patterns on his skin. As he activated the static blood technique, it began to extend beyond his blood vessels, forming a semicircular shield centered around himself, enveloping Domino within it. After completing this act, Rosen gradually lowered his hand. The cold was entirely vanquished. Domino's eyes lit up, and she instantly felt the biting chill that threatened to invade her very marrow dissipate entirely. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Rosen, she expressed her gratitude hastily. Was this the external manifestation of armament Haki? Not quite. While the external manifestation of armament Haki could evolve into a tangible form of defense, it certainly could not achieve such a feat. Shirley observed Rosen's semicircular shield, and his expression shifted. Employing his observation Haki, he confirmed that the shield before him was indeed the result of armament Haki, but it was far from a mere external flow. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Shirley's pupils constricted sharply, and his face betrayed a mixture of astonishment and dread. I understand now. This naval officer named Rosen had created a 5th technique of armament Haki, building upon the concepts of wrapping, hardening, external manifestation, and internal destruction. The realization that Rosen had previously employed the static blood technique in the frigid depths of hell struck Shirley like a thunderclap. The mystery was unraveled. No wonder he had the former Marine Admiral Zefa and the Admiral candidate Borsalino accompanying him. It was solely because this man, who had yet to graduate from military academy and could hardly be considered a rookie, had shattered the conventional understanding that only 4 techniques existed within armament Haki, birthing a 5th. Only such a prodigious talent could command the presence of the black arm and the yellow monkey. Is this the static blood technique you have created, Junior? It bears some resemblance to the external manifestation but is far more powerful. A defense that is 360 degrees, all-encompassing and without blind spots. Sustained indefinitely, this is beyond what mere external manifestation can achieve. Borsalino could not resist stepping into the semicircular shield and scrutinizing it closely. This is another application of the static blood technique. Just as you, Senior, have stated, I combine the static blood technique with the external manifestation of armament Haki, ultimately forming the shell of the static blood technique that you see before you now. Upon witnessing Borsalino grasp the essence of the shell of the static blood technique after just a glance, Rosen could not help but admire him. Truly, The yellow monkey was formidable not only for his pika-pika fruit, but also for his keen insight and understanding. I see. No wonder I discern traces of external manifestation within your static blood technique. Borsalino regarded Rosen with an expression akin to that of observing a marvel. On the first day, he had created the static blood technique. And by the second day, he had already managed to evolve it in conjunction with existing techniques to forge a more potent capability. It was no wonder that Mr. Sengoku remarked that Rosen possessed a potential that surpassed even that of a fleet admiral. Zefa, however, exhibited little surprise. He had previously witnessed Rosen combine the static blood technique with the wrapping and hardening techniques during his encounter with Kaji and Gion, resulting in an unparalleled defense. Since the static blood technique could be employed alongside wrapping and hardening, it naturally could be used in conjunction with external manifestation as well. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Shirley absorbed every word of the conversation between Rosen and Borsalino, fully confirming his suspicions. The man before him, known as Rosen, was nothing less than a monster cloaked in the guise of a newcomer. Contemplating this, he grew ever more curious about the purpose of this group. Was he truly that formidable? Domino, too, overheard their exchange, and her gaze toward Rosen transformed instantaneously. Beyond gratitude, she harbored a newfound, unusual emotion. It was not love, but rather admiration. As the chief warden of Impel Down, Domino had borne witness to the grotesque and vile nature of pirates each day, instilling within her an almost instinctive reverence for strength and power. In her eyes, only the strong could capture and confine the pirates within the walls of Impel Down. Let us proceed. Zefa observed Rosen's act of aiding Domino with keen interest, mentally nodding in approval. Whether as a mentor or a former Marine admiral, he did not wish for his student to become a heartless individual like Shirley, devoid of compassion for his colleagues. Even the simplest act of lending a hand was something he would prefer not to neglect. In his view, if Rosen could turn a blind eye to Domino today, he might just as easily disregard a distressed Navy officer or a hapless civilian tomorrow. Truly, a prison befitting its name. The frigid hell. It was a world apart from the fourth layer. As Rosen walked through the frigid hell, his gaze was met with nothing but snowstorms and solid ice. There were no snail phones here, and prison personnel were scarcely visible. Only a pack of creatures known as military wolves, with their crimson eyes, roamed the forest at the periphery, alongside a group of former pirates who once commanded bounties exceeding 100 million. Now laboring in this icy desolation, with the next layer being Impel Down 6th level, infinite hell, and with the prospect of engaging these monsters, whose bounties typically began at 3 to 500 million. Rosen slowed his pace, contemplating what kind of Zanpakuto he would craft next. For direct assault, he had Senbenzakura. For heat, he had Shike. Thus, this time, he would forge an ice-themed Zanpakuto in no time. Rosen reached a decision and began to ponder the details of his ice-themed Zanpakuto. Just a few seconds later, he noticed the scene before him suddenly blur, and then the surroundings transformed dramatically. The icy landscape vanished, replaced by a dim sky and a desolate ground littered with crumbling buildings. Among them, on the top floor of a dilapidated structure, stood a female Shinigami clad in a white coat, wielding a Zanpakuto, her gaze as frigid as ice itself, fixated on a peculiar woman nearby. Adorned with a black spiked mask, Sodi no Shirayuki is not a blade that emanates cold from its tip. Sodi no Shirayuki is a Zanpakuto that lowers the wielder's body temperature to below freezing. Rukia Kachiki murmured, her Zanpakuto rapidly enveloped in a layer of white light from hilt to blade, transforming into a weapon as pure and white as snow. An icy mist hissed from the blade's tip, spreading to the body and finally reaching the hilt, visibly emanating a chilling aura. Crackling under the embrace of the frost, the blade began to freeze, morphing into an ice sword radiating an intense cold. Anything I touch will freeze. The blade itself merely serves to extend the range of freezing. So, what do you think my body temperature could drop to? As soon as Rukia's voice fell, her Zanpakuto was enveloped by a chilling aura, transforming completely into a blade of ice. The goggles adorning her face could not withstand the terrifyingly low temperature, shattering into fragments of ice. As the icy goggles clattered to the ground, she surged forward, propelled by the frigid air, and materialized before the masked woman, her blade gliding gently across the surface of the woman's body without delivering a fatal strike. Absolute zero, muttered Kachiki Rukia, casting a fleeting glance over her shoulder at the woman now touched by the icy tendrils of Shirogane. A hissing mist began to rise, enveloping the masked woman in a frozen embrace. Simultaneously, the scene before Rosen shattered abruptly. The dim sky, the crumbling edifices, and even Kachiki Rukia with her exquisite yet perilous Zanpakuto Shirogane, all dissipated into nothingness. In their place emerged a familiar landscape of ice and snow, accompanied by the distant roars of wild beasts, Within the depths of Impel Down, on the fourth level, an inferno of extreme cold. Just as Rosen's consciousness broke free from the vision of Rukia wielding her Zanpakuto and returned to the grim reality of Impel Down, a revelation dawned upon him. Your innate understanding is extraordinary. Through the contemplation of your own essence, combined with the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, you have grasped the unique skill, Ryūjin. This is Rosen, an embodiment of extraordinary insight harmonized with the capabilities of a devil fruit. While in Baby Five's possession, the same fruit merely conjured mundane weaponry. In his hands, it effortlessly shaped a Zanpakuto. Even the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, Ryūjin, could be comprehended with but a fleeting thought and a moment of visualization. Previously, in the scorching depths of hell, Rosen required intense focus to shape the blade, but now, in the frigid abyss, bolstered by his enhanced strength and repeated visualizations, he found himself adeptly crafting Ryūjin with remarkable ease. As he transitioned from visualizing Rukia's usage of her Zanpakuto to mastering Ryūjin, he hardly slowed his pace, moving forward in tandem with Zefa and the others, navigating toward the sixth level, perhaps with a few more visualizations. He would soon be capable of conjuring different types of Zanpakuto to counter various adversaries merely by recalling their essence in his mind. After shaping Ryūjin, Rosen felt his proficiency increasing. Now, he could visualize without the need for unwavering concentration. Even while distracted by other tasks, he could still grasp the intricacies of his unique abilities concerning the Zanpakuto. We have arrived, Zefa announced, indicating that crossing this threshold would lead them to the sixth level of Impel Down. Infinite hell, Ryūjin stated, standing before a staircase without turning back. Then why do you linger here? Zefa's tone was brusque, likely a result of the unfavorable impression Ryūjin had left during the domino incident. Devoid of the earlier courtesy displayed at the entrance of Impel Down. Zefa-sensei, as the warden of Impel Down, I believe I am entitled to this information. Am I not? Moreover, if you require my full cooperation, you should not withhold any details from me. Ryūjin paid no heed to Zefa's change in demeanor, his interest solely focused on the intentions of Rosen and his companions. Very well. Zefa glanced at the entrance to Infinite Hell and, recognizing the necessity of Ryūjin's assistance, he withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket. What is that, Zefa-sensei? Rosen inquired, curiosity piqued. These are the key points you must master for your fifth lesson. Only by fully comprehending these elements will this lesson conclude, allowing you to depart from Impel Down and graduate from Naval Academy. Zefa explained, revealing the contents of the paper so that all could see. A list? Rosen's eyes scanned the white sheet, filled with names, some of which he found familiar, such as the first entry, Bondi Waldo, a world destroyer, a wielder of the Momo Devil Fruit. Zefa-sensei, I fail to understand the significance of presenting a list of prisoners from Infinite Hell. Ryūjin remarked, chewing on his cigar, puzzled by Zefa's intentions, particularly in light of the earlier conversation with Rosen regarding the fifth lesson. What I mean is, I intend to conduct a lesson for my students within Infinite Hell. As the warden, your sole responsibility will be to escort the prisoners corresponding to the names I read aloud to me. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Zefa's declaration was startling. What? Zefa-sensei, you cannot release prisoners from Infinite Hell. That is absolutely unacceptable. If even one prisoner escapes and reaches the ocean, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before Ryūjin could respond, Domino exhibited a surge of agitation. You fool. You think that former Marine admirals and current candidates would gather here merely for show? It is to ensure that no prisoners escape. Ryūjin rebuffed Domino, then fixed his gaze on Zefa. Interesting. I find myself reconsidering my opinion of you. Not kill the admiral, he smirked. The admiral you mentioned has long since perished, having died alongside his family many years ago. What stands before you now is merely the head instructor of the Naval Academy. An old man focused on nurturing the strength necessary to bring an end to the era of great pirates. In response to Ryūjin's mockery, Zefa maintained an impassive expression. Zefa-sensei, does this imply that if I resolve all the names on this list, I will graduate? Rosen inquired, examining the names on the paper, suspecting they represented all the prisoners in Infinite Hell, dozens of names that, even if tackled one per day, would require a month or more to complete. Precisely, Zefa affirmed. This constitutes your practical exam. If you succeed, you shall graduate. The task at hand is to breach the sixth level of Impel Down. Zefa's voice was resolute as he met Rosen's gaze. Had Rosen possessed the caliber of an admiral like Sakazuki or his companion Borisolino, Zefa would not have imposed such stringent demands. However, Rosen, in Zefa's eyes, held the potential to surpass even the admirals and fleet admirals. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, Zefa understood that nurturing a talent as extraordinary as Rosen's, one that could shape the course of world history, required an unconventional approach. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his gifts. Thus, after 2 days of instruction, upon sensing that he had nearly exhausted his teaching capacity, Zefa decisively arranged for practical lessons to penetrate the 6th level of Impel Down, infinite hell.to others. Accomplishing such a feat might prove daunting even for an admiral like Borsalino, let alone a newcomer yet to graduate. However, Zefa considered breaching infinite hell a task that, at this stage, the challenges presented to Rosen are just appropriately rigorous. One might even say they are tailor-made for his internship. I harbor no disdain for your teaching abilities, nor do I belittle your students. However, Zefa, you must be aware of the true nature of the infinite hell.it houses monsters whose strength rivals that of a marine admiral. Even in your prime, it is questionable whether you could breach the depths of such a realm. Shiryu, with a keen interest, glanced at Zefa, then at Rosen. Are you certain you wish to personally consign your students to hell? A playful smile graced his lips. Rosen, what is your stance? If you intend to turn back, now is the time. Once this lesson commences, there can be no cessation. Zefa, arms crossed, similarly regarded Rosen. Will you strive to penetrate this hell, and then graduate? Or will you return to the military academy, fulfill a year's tenure, and embark on an internship ship with others before graduating? The choice is yours. I shall not impose. Having learned from the experience of his fallout with Borsalino, Zefa did not coerce Rosen into attending this internship lesson. He merely fulfilled his duty as an educator, crafting the most advantageous developmental plan for his student. Whether it is a rapid ascent to the rank of admiral within a year or a languorous progression over the course of 3 to 5 years, the decision lies with Rosen. In that moment, Zefa, Borsalino, Shiryu, and even Domino, who had initially vehemently opposed releasing prisoners from the infinite hell, all turned their gazes toward Rosen. They were eager to discern the final decision of the man before them. Would he retreat or step into the abyss? Hell, you say? Rosen mused, a smile playing on his lips as he faced the collective scrutiny that he reached for the list in Zephyr's hand and scrutinized the names from beginning to end before returning it. He then turned to meet Shiryu's mocking gaze. Perhaps our interpretations of the term hell differ fundamentally. In my view, he continued, the so-called infinite hell is merely a minor inconvenience, no different from the frost I encountered in the frigid depths earlier. As his words echoed, a captivating crimson light surged in his eyes. With a crackling sound amidst the thunderous roars, sinister black-red lightning erupted from his body, coiling around him like a fearsome black dragon, exuding boundless pressure in all directions. Rosen noticed a sudden surge in the potency of his Conqueror's Haki. It was not due to the chi body source flow or the 6 powers, but rather a manifestation of his personal aura amplifying the essence of his Haki. While he initially contained the explosive surge of his Conqueror's Haki, preventing it from permeating the 5th level of Impel Down or affecting anyone, those nearest to him, Borsalino and Zefa, could still distinctly sense an almost tangible pressure. As his aura strengthened, Zefa was the first to react. The Conqueror's Haki embodies the spirit of a ruler. Before Rosen unlocked the chi body source flow technique, all rulers could only enhance their Haki through the growth of their spirit, unable to cultivate it otherwise. In just a day, he had transformed drastically. Compared to yesterday, the intensity of his Haki had more than doubled. Junior, you are like a monster, Borsalino remarked, visibly moved. Having witnessed Rosen awaken and master his Conqueror's Haki, he was acutely aware of his junior's capabilities. If yesterday's Haki could be likened to Don Quixote da Flamingo, today's Haki resembled that of Katakuri. In a single day, he had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Conqueror's Haki, and furthermore, Shiryu's expression shifted as he beheld Rosen envelop his surging Haki, constraining it around his form without allowing it to dissipate. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he exclaimed. As the second-in-command of Impel Down, he comprehended the nature of Conqueror's Haki intimately. Whether in its initial or intermediate stage, it ultimately serves to intimidate, merely indicative of a ruler's potential. However, once one masters the wrapping of their Haki, the situation alters entirely, even with a lower intensity. A single touch could incapacitate pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Is he truly just a freshman at the Naval Academy? Domino's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Rosen, her face awash with trepidation. Though she lacked understanding of the wrapping technique, she recognized the power of Conqueror's Haki. Even though Rosen had managed to rein in the explosive surge, she felt a momentary suffocation in the face of such might. Observing Shiryu, usually so haughty, now captivated by Rosen's display of Haki wrapping, she could only imagine the terror he inspired. My apologies. Rosen addressed the gathered individuals. Having subdued the sudden surge of his Conqueror's Haki. I nearly caused you all harm. With that, he took the lead, stepping toward the entrance of the 6th level under Shiryu's scrutinizing gaze. This marked the first time since his arrival at Impel Down that he walked ahead of everyone. It was not due to a lack of courage, but rather the necessity of guidance through the previous 5 levels. Now, however, his classroom for the 5th lesson lay directly ahead. Frost in the frigid hell. Domino pondered, recalling the earlier display of Haki that seemed to roar defiantly at the infinite hell. She could not help but conjure an image of this man's performance within the 5th level's icy depths. The overwhelming snow and ice had proven utterly ineffectual against his formidable presence. Perhaps, as Rosen suggested, even the infinite hell is merely a trivial inconvenience. Perhaps he truly can penetrate the depths of the infinite hell. This notion abruptly surfaced in Domino's mind, leaving her astonished. After all, it was a feat not even a Marine admiral could guarantee. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself believing that Rosen could achieve it. A freshman mastering the wrapping technique of Conqueror's Haki. What an astonishing feat. Let me witness how you disperse the frost of the infinite hell, Shiri mused, a sinister grin spreading across his face, initially resistant to cooperating with Zefa and the others upon receiving Magellan's orders. He had felt a strong urge to indulge in some carnage instead. However, after interacting with Rosen, his sentiments had shifted. The longer he spent in Rosen's presence, the less he resisted this mission. Particularly after experiencing Rosen's aura firsthand and witnessing his mastery of Haki wrapping. Shiryu was now filled with curiosity, whether it was mere bravado or a genuine ability to breach the infinite hell. The truth would reveal itself upon reaching the 6th level. I suddenly feel that this task accompanying my junior will be quite exhilarating. Borsalino remarked, witnessing the rise of a new king, the birth of a legend indeed, it promised to be thrilling. With that, Zefa set off in pursuit of Rosen. A new king, you say? Borsalino chewed thoughtfully, a smile of anticipation gracing his face as he followed in the footsteps of the two. Observing this, Shilio silently trailed behind. Domino, too, could only brace himself and accompany Rosen and the others, departing from the icy hell and stepping into the infinite abyss. The sound of a door creaking open echoed. This marked the entrance to the infinite hell being pushed ajar. Oh, our new inmates arriving. One wonders who they might be. To become our neighbors here, one must have at least obliterated a nation or two. Regardless of their past glories, from the moment they are sent here, they will be thoroughly erased from history, including their very names. As the sound of the door opening and footsteps approached, the prisoners confined in the lightless depths of the infinite hell cast curious glances. Some were intrigued, others mocked, while many expressed anticipation and even schadenfreude. The pirates imprisoned here were inherently ruthless, and after years spent in this sunless purgatory, even the purest of hearts could be twisted into malevolence. For them, aside from the daily newspaper, the greatest amusement lay in witnessing the arrival of new neighbors. With the footsteps drawing ever closer, several figures soon emerged into view under the scrutinizing gaze of the inmates, grinning wickedly and raising their arms, as if the demons of hell were welcoming the newcomers. Newcomers, welcome to the infinite hell. Oh, is that not Zefa? I heard you forsook the rank of admiral to become a teacher. Congratulations. If you had switched careers sooner, perhaps your family would not have met such an early demise. Upon catching sight of Zefa among the new arrivals, a prisoner from one of the cells instantly transformed his expression into one of malice. Grinning broadly and projecting his voice as if through a megaphone, the sound echoing throughout the infinite hell. The Black Arm Admiral, is it? I had no idea your family had perished. My apologies. Being locked up here, I was unable to attend your family's funeral. At that moment, another prisoner from a nearby cell joined in, his voice dripping with venom, stabbing like an invisible dagger into Zefa's long-buried wounds. Similar taunts continued to emanate from other cells. Listening to the relentless barrage of cruel remarks, Zefa's face appeared calm, seemingly unaffected, yet his eyes betrayed ripples of emotion. The death of his family remained his greatest anguish. How could he remain entirely unscathed by the mockery of these prisoners? However, Zefa chose silence. Prior to arriving here, he had steeled himself for such encounters. Senior, what is happening? Rosen's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze grew increasingly cold. The first 2 prisoners who spoke were those he had personally apprehended when Zefa served as the admiral. The others were merely long-term inmates joining the ruckus. Borsalino, unusually, refrained from mocking Zefa. In fact, no one noticed the icy demeanor behind his sunglasses. Teacher Zefa, are the names of those 2 on your list? Rosen inquired, turning to Zefa. Though they were all prisoners of the 6th level, they were not worthy of being on my list. Zefa replied coldly. Then they possess no value even as training fodder. Rosen acknowledged with a nod, then opened his palm. A single hair fell from his head, landing in his palm. As he closed his fingers around it, the hair suddenly transformed into a sheathed longsword. I almost forgot that you are a devil fruit user, Borsalino remarked, his expression one of surprise, perhaps due to Rosen's extraordinary prowess in Haki. coupled with the fact that he had never unveiled his devil fruit abilities in front of anyone. The knowledge of his status as a devil fruit user had often been overlooked. Not just Zefa. Even Borsellino was reminded at this moment that Rosen was indeed a wielder of such powers. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen him utilize his devil fruit ability. I heard it is a weapon fruit, allowing one to transform any part of their body into a weapon. Just as Zefa was still grappling with the painful memories of his family's demise, his attention was drawn to Rosen's display of devil fruit powers. After all, he had also never witnessed Rosen using his abilities and was naturally curious. He longed to discover if, as a user, Rosen's development of his powers matched his Haki training and its extraordinary nature. Is this truly his ability? Shilio fixated on Rosen. A mere blade. This devil fruit power seems rather unremarkable. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Rosen disregarded the gazes of Zefa and the others as he unsheathed the blade in his hand, uttering the command, with the sound of his release, or rather, command, echoing. The blade in his hand erupted into a dazzling pink light, transforming from the tip to the base, the entire blade turning a deep purple before shattering into a multitude of cherry blossom blades, swirling like a tempest throughout the infinite hell. Hey, marine brat. What do you intend to do? The first prisoner to speak, upon witnessing the oncoming flurry of cherry blossom blades, initially changed his expression, then quickly adopted a disdainful demeanor. Though I know not what your devil fruit ability entails. Sadly for you, I am no devil fruit user. This sea prism stone shackles can bind my limbs, and this sea prism stone cell can confine my freedom, but they cannot restrain my Haki, rising from the ground to confront the oncoming storm of blades. The prisoner adopted a defiant stance and unleashed a punch into the air, generating a visible shockwave that dispersed the approaching cherry blossom vortex. Yet, in the next moment, the scattered blades reformed, surging forth with greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cherry blossom blades pierced through the cell, racing towards the prisoner, akin to a colossal serpent opening its maw, enveloping his visage. Damn it. The prisoner's expression shifted dramatically. Trapped within his cell, he had nowhere to evade. He could only harden his neck, face, and head with Haki, bracing for the onslaught of blades. As the blades clashed against his cheek, sparks flew, accompanied by the harsh clanging of metal. Strangely, his cheek remained unscathed despite the onslaught. Is that all? Zefa, is that your student? He seems rather lacking. With such feeble force, he couldn't even manage to shave my beard. Seeing that the cherry blossom blades could not slice through his Haki, the prisoner scoffed, lifting his chin and covering his mouth, allowing the blades to make contact while simultaneously mocking both Rosen and Zefa. However, just as his laughter erupted, he felt the blades striking his cheek and neck suddenly unleash a terrifying brilliance. Ripping through the hardened surface of his face, from the sides of his cheeks to his chin and neck, the blades carved gruesome gashes, allowing one to glimpse through these wounds directly at his tongue and oral cavity. Before blood could spurt forth, the falling cherry blossom blades surged forward, penetrating the prisoner's throat, converging upon his tongue and viciously twisting like serrated teeth. As the cherry blossom blades scattered, the prisoner's bloodied mouth became devoid of flesh. His tongue, no, even his vocal cords, were reduced to a pulp and forced down his throat, descending into his stomach. Hiss. After all this, the cherry blossom blade finally withdrew from the prisoner's body, followed by an excruciating pain that surged through him like a tidal wave. So intense that he attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips, only a continuous hissing filled with agony and resentment. Hiss. Meanwhile, in another cell, another prisoner was experiencing the same ordeal. He was not an ability user, but he too could wield armament Haki. However, before the 1,000 cherry blossoms, it seemed his Haki was utterly inadequate. After a brief stalemate, his Haki-hardened neck and face were sliced open by the blade, along with his tongue and vocal cords, reduced to a gruesome pulp. Left with no recourse, he could only emit hissing sounds of anger and bitterness. The tongue is meant for speech, if one cannot articulate properly. Then perhaps silence is preferable. Rosen flicked the handle of his knife, and the sweeping cherry blossom blades returned to him as if obeying a command, reassembling into the sword, embedded in its hilt. Remarkably, due to the exceptional sharpness of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, not a single drop of blood marred the blade after it had severed the tongues of the two prisoners. That Navy brat's fruit ability is quite intriguing. Without utilizing Haki, he managed to shatter the Haki defenses of those two. They were merely incompetent fools. Indeed, those two had significantly lowered the average level of the 6th layer of pirates, had it been me. Even from behind bars, I could have easily dispatched that Navy brat with a single slap. As Rosen clashed with the prisoner, other pirates in their cells craned their necks, eager to witness the spectacle. Little did they expect that those two non-ability users could not withstand even a single strike from Rosen, losing their tongues in the process. This revelation left them greatly disappointed, with some feeling that these two had dragged down the average standard of the infinite hell, causing them to share in the humiliation as fellow inmates. This truly infinite hell. It hardly seems as terrifying as one would claim that it appears to be merely a burial ground for remnants of a bygone era. Faced with jeers and scorn from all directions, Rosen turned to look at Shiryu. Shiryu, upon hearing this, merely smiled. Though he said nothing, it seemed he was conveying to Rosen that he would soon understand. "You little brat," he thought. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do not let your victory over two worthless fools lead you to hubris. Each of us here is a monster that the world government must erase from history." Indeed, upon hearing Rosen's words, the prisoners in the cage reacted like enraged beasts, turning their gazes towards him, their eyes brimming with bloodlust and cruelty. To be scrutinized by the overwhelming majority of the Infinite Hell's pirates is a feeling Rosen was about to know all too well. The stares he felt were not mere intangible, harmless gazes, but a chilling, penetrating aura, infused with the stench of death and carnage, crashing upon him like relentless waves, until his spirit was torn asunder and his will shattered. Had it been any other Navy officer, like the legendary Deserter King, he likely would have been paralyzed by fear before he even contemplated fleeing. Even a rear admiral from headquarters, confronted by the combined ferocity and murderous intent of so many prisoners in the Infinite Hell, would only meet with one outcome, a breakdown and a scream. In the grand line, the aura itself is a form of power, while it may not reach the level of Conqueror's Haki. Sheer numbers can still overwhelm. In Infinite Hell, even a single prisoner typically commands a bounty starting at 200 or 300 million, and that is from many years ago, when dozens, even hundreds, of such pirates collectively unleash their aura and killing intent. They transform the entire layer of the prison into a hell of bloodlust. Indeed, this is no longer Infinite Hell. It has become a hell of slaughter. Do you understand now? This is what Infinite Hell truly is. Unlike any previous layer of prison, there are no guards here to maintain order, for no one could manage this assembly of monsters. Shiryu silently observed as Rosen found himself ensnared in the tide of murderous intent. Unable to escape. In Impel Down, every level is staffed with numerous prison guards. Even the fourth layer, the Hot Hell, is no exception. However, from the fifth layer onward, the presence of guards becomes nearly non-existent. If the fifth layer, the Icy Hell, lacks guards due to its frigid environment, the sixth layer, Infinite Hell, has too many monsters. No guard can withstand the reach of the creatures confined within, even if these prisoners are technically caged. The sheer onslaught of murderous intent has effectively deterred nearly all guards from entering the sixth layer, except for Warden Magellan and Shiryu. A collection of relics from an old era. It is time to cease this disgraceful display. Is that clear? In the face of the overwhelming tide of killing intent, Rosen did not flinch, but rather, his eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light. Then, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, ever since he had refined his chi body source flow, transforming his three types of Haki into a manifestation of chi, and following his battles with Kage and Gion, his Conqueror's Haki had reached new heights. After enduring the fifth layer of Icy Hell, his spirit had been vastly enhanced. This was the first time Rosen fully unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The booming aura, while a form of power, was as insubstantial as a rootless floating weed. As long as one's will was resolute enough, it could be born. But Conqueror's Haki was different. Even if it was not of the highest tier and could not inflict tangible physical damage, it remained a palpable force of Haki, especially when it entwined itself. It could exert destructive power that surpassed that of armament. Haki. That moment, centered around Rosen, his Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tempest, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the murderous intent and aura dissipated like phantoms before the blazing sun. Such intangible forces, no matter how potent or numerous, could only retreat in the face of Conqueror's Haki. Damn it. This inexperienced Navy brat actually possesses Conqueror's Haki. Is it not well known that the Navy is famously devoid of kings? For a century, aside from Sengoku and Garp, there have been no reports of any Navy possessing Conqueror's Haki. Confronted with the sudden eruption of Conqueror's Haki, the faces of the prisoners on the sixth layer paled in shock. Initially, they had planned to unite and give Rosen a hard time for their amusement, but instead found themselves the source of entertainment. Indeed, as monsters of these seas, none here would be rendered unconscious by Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. However, not being stunned does not equate to disregarding its presence. The aura and murderous intent were directly shattered, which was already humiliating enough, coupled with the overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki that crashed upon them. It was an experience they found utterly unbearable. After all, Even within infinite hell, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly rare. Lacking the qualifications of a king, one can only bear the brunt of Conqueror's Haki. There are no other options. This Conqueror's Haki has quite an extensive range. It actually belongs to a navy brat. Upon feeling the Conqueror's Haki that nearly filled every corner of infinite hell, several prisoners, who had merely glanced at Rosen, Zefa, and others when they first entered infinite hell, and then turned their attention away, suddenly stood up. For instance, a man clad in tattered military garb, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, slowly sat up from the ground, a defiant grin spreading across his face as his eyes turned to Rosen, gradually igniting with a fierce light. Then, centered upon himself, an overwhelming aura akin to a tempest surged forth, roaring towards Rosen with an imposing presence that seemed to blot out the sun. And that aura of dominance, it belonged to that fellow. This was bound to be intriguing, with him targeting the young Navy officer. Misfortune was surely in store. Even Zefa and Borsalino would be unable to shield him. After all, neither possessed such a potent will. The prisoners within the confines of the prison were momentarily stunned, only to soon wear expressions of mocking glee, as if they could already envision Rosen's impending defeat. It is he. Zefa discerned the source of the overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a raging flood. Douglas Barrett. Borsalino maintained his nonchalant demeanor, yet unbeknownst to others, a grave expression flickered beneath his sunglasses. This was the very monster that had wreaked havoc in the New World, a being of unparalleled ferocity. Even confined within Impel Down, he remained one of the most formidable presences. Borsalino recalled vividly how the Demon Hunt Order had been deployed to exhaust Douglas Barrett's strength and will before imprisoning him. Indeed, it was Sengoku and Garp who had led that operation. An aura of dominance, you say? In the face of the approaching tempest of will, Rosen displayed no trace of surprise. This was Impel Down, a place designated for the confinement of monsters. The presence of a pirate wielding such an aura was to be expected. It was merely a matter of testing one another. Kings meeting kings. Their encounter would inevitably commence with a clash of wills. This was the customary greeting among sovereigns, a means of salutation. If one could withstand it, discussions would continue. If not, there would be no need for further dialogue. With this thought, Rosen showed no inclination to retreat, pouring his consciousness into the aura of dominance like a blade cleaving the heavens, advancing with a heavy pressure that sought to cleave through Douglas Barrett's overwhelming presence. At the moment their auras collided, a thunderous roar reverberated in the ears of all present in the depths of hell. Subsequently, the once invisible aura of dominance transformed into two colossal torrents of gold and purple, erupting in fierce conflict. From a distance, it appeared as if two terrifying dragons were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. With each clash of wills, shockwaves reminiscent of torrential floods surged forth. Each encounter sparked flashes of black and crimson lightning. Those ensconced within the prison felt as though two immense mountains had suddenly materialized atop them, an indescribable weight bearing down, a sense of suffocation that was beyond words. Yet this conflict raged on. As time passed, the inhabitants of Impel Down remained oblivious to the fact that above them, the very heavens of the first layer twisted and churned like a whirlpool. The auras unleashed by the two individuals on the sixth level transcended the layers of rock and sea, surging upward like a rising tide, affecting the celestial phenomena and dragging forth swirling clouds. Had the pressure been subdued, that is quite normal. After all, it was the spirit of the progeny of demons. Even after years of confinement, diminished from his prime, it could only be described as terrifying. How could a mere fledgling Navy officer possibly surpass such a monster in spirit? Nevertheless, he had proven himself formidable, managing to withstand it. The prisoners on the sixth level initially believed this to be a one-sided encounter, unaware that after the eruption of their auras, Rosen's presence had indeed been suppressed but had not crumbled. It remained steadfast like a rock, facing Douglas Barrett's spirit with unwavering resolve. As expected. Skill is one thing, but intensity is another. Even after so many years of confinement and Impel Down, not restored to his peak, Barrett was still Barrett. Observing the clash of wills and finding himself at a disadvantage, Rosen was neither surprised nor felt any shame. Douglas Barrett had been raised on the battlefield, having obliterated his own nation before joining the Roger Pirates, constantly battling the monsters of that crew. Even after being pummeled by Garp and Sengoku and tossed into Impel Down to await his demise, he was not a figure that could be surpassed by Rosen at this juncture. Ultimately, Rosen had only trained in the aura for a mere 3 days since first encountering it. And what of Douglas Barrett? It had been over a decade. Was this the extent of his spirit? Through the clash of their auras, Douglas Barrett sensed Rosen's presence and could roughly gauge his standing. Frankly, he felt a tinge of disappointment. This level of dominance barely suggested that Rosen had just crossed the threshold of mastering the aura. It could hardly provide any surprise. However, just as Douglas Barrett prepared to conclude this clash, his expression suddenly shifted to one of disbelief. Not just him, everyone in the layer of the prison, save for Zefa, stared incredulously at Rosen. More accurately, they gazed at his aura of dominance. From being utterly suppressed, it gradually began to rise, as if a colossal giant were breaking through the heavens, pushing Douglas Barrett's aura back inch by inch. How is this possible? Shiryu's eyes widened in astonishment, a silent scream echoing in his mind. Junior, his spirit was growing stronger, or rather, should be said to be maturing. Yet this rate of growth seemed rather absurdly accelerated. Borisolino turned to Rosen, who stood beside him, his face reflecting astonishment. Although he lacked the aura of dominance, he possessed sufficient understanding of its nature. For instance, why do those sovereigns, endowed with such a presence, prefer to commence their encounters with a clash of wills? It serves as both intimidation and greeting, a method of enhancing one's spirit. The clash of dominance, whether entwined or directly colliding, was akin to the forging of iron. Only through relentless trials, amidst repeated intense confrontations with other sovereigns wielding similar auras, could one's resolve be fortified and their spirit remain unyielded, allowing for ascension in the mastery of the aura. Yet such elevation was not achievable through merely one or two encounters. Even if there were some improvement, it would not manifest in the extraordinary manner that Rosen was currently exhibiting. His growth in the aura was akin to an unrelenting ascent. Indeed, an unrelenting ascent. Under the pressure of Douglas Barrett's dominance, Rosen's aura rose like a dragon lifting its head, assuming an incomprehensible posture of continuous enhancement. I knew it would turn out this way. Zefa crossed his arms, a smile of certainty gracing his face. Having witnessed Rosen's battle against Kaji and Gion the previous day, he had already sensed something. Each time Rosen employed his aura, be it observation, armament, or dominance, there was a visible enhancement. This growth would increase with the strength of his opponents and the intensifying external pressure. In facing the combined might of Gion and Kaji, Rosen had achieved a resounding victory. With his three forms of aura experiencing a significant amplification, not to mention the clash with a monster like Douglas Barrett, who stood at the pinnacle of the ocean. As long as Rosen could remain standing and not be overwhelmed by Barrett's dominance, a significant enhancement was guaranteed. This was precisely why Zefa insisted on bringing Rosen to Impel Down. For the other Navy officers, infinite hell was indeed a torment, but for Rosen, it was a veritable treasure trove for experience. As long as he was not crushed in one fell swoop, his aura would exhibit explosive growth. Watching as Rosen's aura of dominance continued to rise, Zefa's smile deepened. He was utilizing my aura to cultivate himself. Douglas Barrett has also come to a realization. In the past, during his time with the Roger Pirates, he frequently engaged in such endeavors. Achieving combat prowess comparable to Rayleigh at barely 20 years of age was a result of his relentless pursuit of experience through daily encounters with Roger, Rayleigh, Jakka, and other formidable figures. What Douglas Barrett never anticipated was that one day he would find himself being used as a means for someone else to gain experience, and that the enhancement Rosen gained from their clash of Conqueror's Haki would surpass the growth he had achieved over months of battling with Rayleigh. Douglas Barrett frowned deeply and retracted his Conqueror's Haki. The thrill of gaining experience is only enjoyable when one is the one doing the gaining, not when it is taken from oneself. Especially considering Rosen's rate of improvement, a few more minutes of conflict would likely see his Conqueror's Haki surpassing Barrett's own. While Douglas Barrett found this hard to believe, he held no doubts. Why did it come to a halt? Upon seeing Douglas Barrett withdraw his Haki and forcibly end the encounter, Rosen appeared unsatisfied. He glanced at the information that surfaced in his mind. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Through the clash of Conqueror's Haki with Douglas Barrett and the cultivation of your chi body, your royal aura has experienced a groundbreaking enhancement. The intensity of your Conqueror's Haki has increased by 230%. A single clash of Haki has resulted in more than a doubling of intensity. This is no mere offspring of the devil. It is clearly an unexpected opportunity for Haki experience. What a jest! I am aware that confrontations between kings can indeed enhance the strength of Conqueror's Haki, but the extent of this naval brat's improvement is rather absurd. After merely a few exchanges with Barrett, his Conqueror's Haki has at least doubled compared to the beginning. If he can maintain this rate of progress, a few more minutes of clashes with Barrett would see him catching up, perhaps even surpassing him. The arrival of these Navy personnel in this infinite hell must be for this very reason, right? Witnessing the clash of Haki between Rosen and Douglas Barrett, all the prisoners displayed expressions of astonishment. Some even guessed the true purpose of Rosen and his companions. Hey, Barrett, why not continue? Rosen directed his gaze toward Douglas Barrett's cell. Having experienced the exhilarating acceleration of Haki enhancement, he found himself unable to resist the urge to continue. Continue, you say, very well. If you release me, I promise to satisfy you. Douglas Barrett wore a grim expression, raising his hands shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, and grinned menacingly, though he relished battle and cherished challenging the strong. He had no interest in nurturing a new era, especially not for the Navy that held him captive. Instead, he yearned to obliterate the powers of the new era. Keep your words in mind. Rosen replied meaningfully, neither rejecting nor agreeing. It was inevitable that Douglas Barrett would be released. His name was indeed on Zefa's list. However, not at this moment, although his Haki intensity had more than doubled after the clash. Rosen was acutely aware that having practiced Haki for merely 3 days made him no match for Douglas Barrett. Unlike the clashes of Conqueror's Haki, where a definitive victory is elusive once they truly engaged in combat employing Haki techniques, the slightest difference in their respective Haki would be magnified immensely, just as it was between Luffy and Kizaru. Without activating Gear 5th, even with a relentless assault and Kizaru's full might, Luffy could not hope to match him in Haki or combat skill. It won't be long. Once the names at the top of the list are dealt with, it will be your turn, Douglas Barrett. Rosen cast a glance at Barrett's cell. The next clash would not be a mere exchange of Haki, but a genuine confrontation with blades and fists, the ultimate test across all realms of skill, Haki, and devil fruit abilities. It would not be as gentle as the previous encounter. What do you mean? Could it be that he truly intends to release me? At this moment, Douglas Barrett was still grappling with the implications of Rosen's earlier words, though reason continually told him it was impossible. After all, the Navy had dispatched Garp, Sengoku, and even the Demon Slayer order to capture him. He couldn't help but entertain a glimmer of hope. Even if he wasn't to be released, merely breaking the sea-stone handcuffs would suffice for a satisfying battle. Zefa-sensei, please commence the lesson. Rosen chose to ignore Douglas Barrett further and instructed Zefa to begin the class. Having tasted the exhilarating acceleration of Haki enhancement from Barrett, his anticipation for this practical lesson was at an all-time high. Even if Zefa, Sengoku, and Garp joined forces to drag him back to Navy headquarters, he would refuse to leave, remaining at Navy headquarters, merely eating and sleeping without training or combat. Would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach the strength of a Navy admiral. However, by attending classes in Impel Down, he could achieve that rank within a year. Potential, capacity, and aptitude were all mere illusions. In Rosen's eyes, only power was real, and it was paramount to seize it as early as possible. For the Grand Line is a realm filled with miracles and uncertainties. One can never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Only by mastering power can one face all unexpected challenges. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary one's comprehension is, it ultimately remains just comprehension. If it cannot be transformed into power, it is utterly meaningless. Class, is it? Upon hearing Rosen's words, Shirita perked up, an expression of excitement gracing his face. As for Domino, she had been knocked unconscious by the waves of Haki unleashed during the clash between Rosen and Douglas Barrett. First up, Bondi Waldo. Zefa opened his meticulously prepared list. Each name had been carefully considered, encompassing all types, including Haki users, martial artists, swordsmen, and devil fruit users, arranged from weakest to strongest to ensure Rosen would not face a monstrous opponent at the outset, which could lead to disaster. World Destroyer? Kazara stroked his chin, recalling the name. It wasn't due to strength or devil fruit abilities, but rather because Bondi Waldo's method of confinement among the 6-layer prisoners was the most unique. Unlike other prisoners, who were shackled with sea-stone chains and confined to cells, Bondi Waldo was frozen in a state of apparent death. I will only be responsible for bringing Bondi Waldo before you. As for the consequences that follow, I will not concern myself. Though Shiryu was the chief warden of Impel Down, his nature was entirely different from that of Director Magellan. He was imbued with ambition, perhaps even relishing chaos, had Magellan been in his place. A dispute with Zefa would likely ensue, but Shiryu simply uttered a single line before striding toward the cell housing Bondi Waldo. What do they intend to do? From what I gathered from that kid and Zefa, they plan to release the frozen Bondi Waldo. Why? Does the world government require Bondi Waldo for experimentation? That seems to be the case. Otherwise, I simply cannot fathom why the Navy would be so kind as to venture into this infinite hell to release Bondi Waldo. How pitiful. Being bound to an operating table for dissection and study, it would be far better to succumb to death sooner than endure such a fate. Listening intently to the conversation between Rosen and Zefa piqued the curiosity of the prisoners in infinite hell. However, they were not virtuous individuals. Rather, They reveled in the misfortune that befell Bondi Valdo, feeling no compassion but rather a sense of schadenfreude. This is the prisoner you desired. Shortly thereafter, Shiryu returned, bearing an enormous ice block, which he unceremoniously placed on the ground and then kicked towards Zefa. With a resounding thud, Zefa halted the ice block with his foot, his gaze sweeping over a green-bearded man encased within. Before he struck the ice with a powerful palm, crack, the hardened ice, towering to several men's height, shattered instantly under the force of his conqueror's Haki. Bondi Valdo emerged from the ice, astonishingly standing and confronting Zefa. Moments later, the world destroyer, encased in ice for nearly 2 decades, slowly opened his eyes, his expression shifting from confusion to bewilderment, and finally to rage. After 2 decades in a frozen state, he awakened within mere minutes, requiring neither treatment nor rest, exhibiting an almost monstrous resilience. Such is the nature of infinite hell. Such are the prisoners of Impel Down level 6. Why did you betray me? Damn it. You all deserve to die. Every obstacle in my path must be obliterated, be it the Marines, the world government, or pirates alike. Bondi Valdo's eyes were laced with a fierce crimson. His mind lingered on the betrayal from 20 years prior. The moment his subordinates turned against him, leading to his icy entrapment. Hey, you should come to your senses, old man. Upon witnessing Bondi Valdo's emergence from the ice, lost in a trance and muttering to himself, Zefa interjected, the Marines. At the sound of Zefa's voice, the bloodshot eyes of Bondi Valdo glared fiercely, recognizing the Marine garb, initially flashing with murderous intent, but then hesitating as a sense of familiarity washed over him. You are Zefa? Bondi Valdo scrutinized Zefa, uncertain. Compared to the man he knew before being encased in ice, Zefa appeared to have aged significantly. I'm surprised you still recognize me. Zefa replied, astonished. How have you aged into such an old ghost? Bondi Valdo was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it quite normal? It has been 26 years since our last meeting. Zefa's words struck Bondi Valdo like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. 26 years. So, you Marines have kept me frozen for 26 years. His gaze swept over the shattered ice fragments, his expression shifting tumultuously. 26 years, first the betrayal of his subordinates, then the world government's entrapment, followed by the Marines' imprisonment. Though he had remained unconscious all those years, the mere mention by Zefa ignited a tempest of rage and bloodlust within him, characteristic of his violent nature. Indeed, Zefa affirmed with a nod, why release me? Bondi Valdo struggled to suppress the surging murderous intent within. He had pieced together the situation. It was not he who had broken free, but rather Zefa who had released him. Forget it, regardless of your reasons. I have no interest. My sole desire now is to eradicate those traitors and complete the unfinished business from 26 years ago. Bondi Valdo casually picked up a shard of ice. I do not know your motivations for freeing me, but it matters not. In gratitude for my newfound freedom, I shall grant you 5 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, everything here shall be obliterated. A chilling aura of death radiated from him. The betrayal of his subordinates, the 26 years of confinement. These had accumulated within the world destroyer an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury. A need to vent his wrath upon the Marines, the world government, and former traitors alike. Such a pity. You cannot go anywhere. As the price for your brief freedom, your only fate is to become a disposable tool for me to train my students. Zefa's cold gaze fixed upon Bondi Valdo. You will either die at the hands of my students or by my own hand. Choose, Bondi Valdo, he articulated slowly, had it not been for the treachery of those scoundrels. Do you think your incompetent Marines could ever have captured me? Not leaving, are you? Then die here alongside your students and that Marine over there. Bondi Valdo laughed in fury, not only refusing to flee, but also crushing the ice in his hand into 4 jagged shards, which he then hurled. Multiply 30 times. It was not evident he exerted much force, yet the moment the 4 shards left his grasp, they emitted a spine-chilling shriek, hurtling towards Rosen, Zefa, Polysolino, and Shiryu, spiraling like bullets through the air. This was the world destroyer, arrogant and defiant, regardless of whether one was a former Marine admiral or a current candidate for admiral. His attack sought to strike all 4. The bell for class had tolled. Faced with the incoming shards, Zefa neither dodged nor flinched, merely standing still as he addressed Rosen. Scatter, Senbenzakura. At these words, Rosen stepped forward, drawing the sword Senbenzakura from his waist. With a flourish, the blade glimmered with purple light. And then, beginning at the tip, it shattered into countless petals, forming a swirling vortex of cherry blossoms that enveloped the 4 incoming shards. Grasping the remaining hilt of Senbenzakura, Rosen waved it gently. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the ice shards accelerated by the Momo fruit to 30 times their speed, were reduced to mere fragments by the cherry blossom blades. Is this your student? He possesses some skill, but merely some. Bondivaldo looked down his nose at Rosen, then lifted his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the largest remaining ice block. Multiply 50 times. A seemingly ordinary ice block, when kicked, expanded instantly in size by 50-fold. More terrifyingly, its speed did not diminish but rather increased by 50 times as well. Fortunately, the spacious confines of infinite hell, along with the indestructible materials used to construct this level of the prison, be it rock, sea stone, or metal, coupled with the protective presence of Zefa and Pizarro, prevented any significant damage to the prison. Is this what true pirates are like? The encounter was wholly different from before. Faced with the oncoming ice block, now resembling a small mountain yet moving at several times the speed of sound. No, an iceberg, Rosen felt an unprecedented pressure. Unlike his previous sparring match with his classmates, or the clash with Douglas Bullet, where regardless of victory or defeat, there was no real danger, battling Bondivaldo was a contest of life and death. Every moment felt like dancing on the edge of a blade, thrilling and perilous. It was a test of both mental fortitude and physical prowess. Any oversight, any hint of complacency, would not only determine victory or defeat but also life or death. This was the essence of battle. Experiencing this unprecedented combat, Rosen felt his very blood, no, his Haki, boil with fervor. He felt no discomfort, nor a hint of anxiety. Instead, under the onslaught of Bondiwald's overwhelming murderous intent, Rosen's mental fortitude became tauter than ever, unleashing the full potential of his body. As the iceberg loomed ominously before him, Rosen abruptly raised the hilt of his blade, and a torrent of armed color Haki erupted from within him, coiling around thousands of cherry blossom blades like a raging river. This marked his inaugural fusion of Haki with the powers of his devil fruit in the heat of battle. The once ethereal blades, reminiscent of cherry blossoms dancing in the air and radiating a splendid violet hue, now bore a shroud of black. The romance and beauty diminished, replaced by a profound aura of lethality. Armed 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a gentle flick of his right hand gripping the hilt, countless Haki-laden blades surged skyward like a tempest, weaving into a colossal black hand of cherry blossoms, which then bore down forcefully upon the approaching iceberg. A sound akin to tearing fabric echoed. The iceberg first bore a clearly visible imprint, then began to sink, swiftly cleaved by the armed 1,000 cherry blossoms as the black hand disintegrated, scattering like a torrential downpour of pearly rain in all directions. In an instant, the fragmented pieces of the iceberg were reduced to shards, transforming into icy particles that danced alongside the swirling black 1,000 cherry blossoms, creating a breathtakingly romantic icy rain in this boundless, sunless abyss. Just as nearly everyone was entranced by Rosen's triumph over the iceberg, Bondiwald's figure suddenly vanished, charging toward Rosen at a speed exceeding 6 times the shave technique. The velocity was so great that it generated sonic booms, leaving even the 1,000 cherry blossoms surrounding Rosen, like vigilant guardians, unable to react. With a speed multiplied by 60 times, Bondiwald even managed to cast a glance at the oncoming obstacles attempting to impede him. Yet, the cherry blossom blades, too slow to intervene, elicited a scornful sneer from him as he coldly fixed his gaze on the nearby Rosen, grinning maliciously. A mere marine? No, not even a proper marine. Thinks he can contend with me? Zefa, you ought to recruit anew. With this thought, Bondiwald tightened his fist, channeling armed color Haki into his right arm, hardening both fist and arm, then breaking the sound barrier. Propelled by a ferocious gale toward Rosen's face, with a 70-fold enhancement of his punch, he unleashed an attack imbued with the intent to kill. After emerging from the ice, while his mind felt somewhat clouded, he was far from incapacitated. Despite his rebellious nature, he had grasped the current situation. With Zefa and Pizarro present, even if he had never encountered the latter, his observation Haki could not deceive him. Compared to the retired and ailing Zefa, Pizarro's presence was significantly more formidable. Bondiwald understood clearly that to escape this infinite hell, he must overcome these 2 hurdles. The optimal strategy was to deliver a fatal blow while Zefa utilized him to train Rosen. One down, observing Rosen standing dazed and seemingly oblivious, Bondiwald thought to himself, .3 more to go. Shall I intervene? Pizarro glanced at Zefa, his meaning unmistakable. In the face of Bondiwald's speed, only he could readily effect a rescue. This was also the reason Sengoku had arranged for Pizarro to accompany them, to suppress the prisoners released from the 6th level and to provide cover for Rosen. After all, the speed of the light fruit was unparalleled. However, what surprised Paisellino was Zefa's utter disregard for his silent cue. As the battle situation abruptly shifted, blood flow technique in a flash. Rosen acted. He first infused armed color Haki into his veins, not to enhance his defense, but to amplify his offensive power, while simultaneously employing 2 additional techniques of armed color Haki. The entwined hardening rendered his arms harder than steel. Then, he stepped forward, swinging his arm in a straightforward, unembellished thrust toward Bondywald's heavy punch. The collision of fists erupted like thunder, reverberating throughout the infinite hell. Even though the materials of this prison layer were renowned for their durability, the ground beneath them cracked under the force of their clash. Did you catch that? Bondywald was momentarily stunned. This was a punch enhanced by armed color Haki and the 70-fold speed of the Momo fruit. Yet Rosen had merely withstood it with his own armed color Haki. No matter how much force he exerted, the opponent's fist felt as immovable as a mountain, utterly unyielding. Did you catch that? Rosen suddenly lifted his gaze, his cold stare piercing like twin blades into Bondywald's eyes. Before the latter could react, the fists collided, unleashing a surge of Haki. Despite Bondywald's fist being hardened by armed color, this Haki flowed like water, infiltrating his arm, ravaging his internal organs and tearing through muscles, bones, and soft tissues along the way. Bondywald immediately felt a heart-wrenching agony radiate from his arm, where they had clashed. With each passing moment, the pain spread further into his body. The blood flow technique had evolved to a peak of offensive power, entwined hardening enhancing the arm's solidity, while the flowing outward Haki penetrated Bondywald's fist, wreaking havoc within him. What seemed like a simple punch from Rosen had, in reality, harnessed the full extent of his armed color Haki. Employing 5 techniques simultaneously, not only had he withstood Bondywald's punch augmented by the Momo fruit, but he had also breached his defenses, inflicting unbearable pain. In a swift retreat, Bondywald, feeling the sting of pain, found blood seeping from the corner of his mouth that he stepped back, utilizing the Momo fruit to amplify his speed 50-fold, while also employing the shave technique learned from his numerous encounters with the Navy. Although he hadn't reached his maximum velocity, he had already surpassed the sound barrier, achieving a speed that was supersonic. However, before Bondywald could withdraw, Rosen transformed his fist into claws, the 5 fingers, hardened by armed color, resembling black iron talons that forcibly ensnared his fist. The clash of fingers against fist sparked a shower of sparks, causing excruciating pain to Bondywald's hand, yet he still could not break free. Yet, Rosen's grip caused Bondywald's previously lightning-quick form to falter. If only for the briefest moment, this fleeting hesitation allowed the thousands of cherry blossom blades, poised for action, to seize the opportunity and surge forth with overwhelming force. With a whisper, the blade struck, a chorus of slashes. In the blink of an eye, Bondywald's body was riddled with countless wounds, flesh and blood flying in all directions. His entire being was adorned with a network of crimson lines, from which blood gushed forth. Damn it. 100 meters away, Bondywald emerged, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at his hands, feet, and body, all marred by a horrifying multitude of injuries, each inflicted by the cherry blossoms in a mere heartbeat. I can't defend against this. Despite employing armed color Haki, he remained unable to mount a defense, just as Rosen had withstood his earlier blow. Bondywald's expression darkened ominously, knowing he was ensnared by Rosen's claws. He realized the gravity of his predicament. Thus, despite enveloping himself in the hardening of armament Haki, he was still pierced through the skin by the Sakura blades. It was evident that the power of armament Haki was not solely his prerogative. The Sakura blades fluttering around Rosen, each appeared to possess minimal lethality. However, their sheer quantity, coupled with the fact that each was entwined and hardened with armament Haki, made them formidable. Had he not executed an absolute burst of speed to forcibly break through the encirclement of the Sakura blades, over time, they could have even carved him open. Bondywald held no doubts. A mere direct confrontation had left him with a multitude of wounds. At this moment, the gaze of the world destroyer towards Rosen had shifted. He was no longer regarded as a mere brat unworthy of a marine, but rather a formidable adversary. His speed was remarkable, yet the augmentation of his physicality could not be sustained indefinitely. Lasting only a brief moment, perhaps even just an instant, armament Haki merely coiled and hardened, while observation Haki was rather underwhelming. The only tangible asset he possessed was the Momo fruit, though its amplifying ability seemed limited to speed and size. Failing to enhance Haki, to Rosen's mind raced with thoughts. From the earlier exchange, he had gained a clear understanding of Bondywald's overall strength. In summary, his physical techniques were average, his Haki was unremarkable, with the sole commendable aspect being the Momo fruit. Yet, it appeared that Bondiwald had not fully harnessed its potential, as it could not amplify his Haki. Otherwise, even with Bondiwald's mediocre level of Haki, a hundredfold enhancement would allow him to overpower even a vice admiral. It seemed that the Navy, along with the world government, had not been wary of Bondiwald's strength, but rather the perilous nature of the Momo fruit diffused at a distance, amplifying it a hundredfold. He could easily lay waste to cities and nations. Rosen also came to recognize the origin of Bondiwald's moniker. The world destroyer that it was not due to his own might, but rather the formidable danger posed by the Momo fruit. Even in Bondiwald's hands, where it was not developed to its fullest, it still posed a colossal threat to the Navy, the world government, and any faction upon the seas that he could not allow himself. Nor could he permit those Sakura blades to come into contact with his body again. On the other hand, Bondiwald had also recognized Rosen's perilous nature and decided henceforth not to let Rosen, nor the 1,000 cherry blossoms, touch. He stomped his foot on the ground, sending the scattered ice and debris into the air, then swept his leg in a motion akin to a dragon's tail. A hundredfold barrage, as the debris and ice were kicked into the air, their size and velocity surged a hundredfold, transforming into colossal ice and stone projectiles that shattered the sound barrier with the force to pierce through a battleship. Weaving an immense, terrifying net of artillery capable of obliterating all avenues of evasion and retreat, descending upon Rosen. Had things escalated to this extent, feeling the oppressive wave of air rushing towards him and the incessant sharp sound of sonic booms ringing in his ears, Rosen's heart sank. This was the first time Bondiwald had amplified the Momo fruit a hundredfold. He understood that after the previous encounter had humbled the world destroyer, his opponent no longer underestimated him, hence deciding to unleash his full strength without conserving energy. But he was not the only one who had yet to go all out. In response to Bondiwald's full assault, after gauging his opponent's strength, Rosen withheld nothing but he waved his hand, and the 1,000 suspended Sakura blades erupted with a thunderous roar, their surfaces igniting with black-red lightning. Haki entwined 1,000 cherry blossoms, with a gentle flick of his right hand gripping the hilt. The 1,000 Sakura blades, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, soared forth, resembling a storm of thunder, carrying the weight of distorted air as they crashed into the incoming ice and stone projectiles amplified a hundredfold by Bondiwald. The thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the prison. Upon contact, the Sakura blades in the artillery net unleashed a terrifying shockwave of Haki, obliterating all the amplified ice and debris into dust. Yet, just as Rosen commanded the 1,000 cherry blossoms to intercept Bondiwald's hundredfold barrage, a figure darted like a specter across the prison ceiling, trailing a series of sharp sonic booms, instantly appearing behind him at a hundredfold speed. Bondiwald, observing Rosen's unresponsive back, felt a surge of ferocity in his eyes. He had already hardened his fist with armament Haki, which he now raised with determination and struck a hundredfold punch, originally an unremarkable armament Haki thrust. After the amplification of the Momo fruit, the speed of his punch soared to the point of tearing through the sound barrier, creating visible spirals of airflow, akin to a colossal sea dragon, capable of piercing through large sea creatures with a single blow. It rocketed towards Rosen's back that moment. It seemed as though Rosen could not keep pace with Bondiwald's hundredfold enhanced speed. Standing dumbfounded and still, or rather, he was so engaged in manipulating the 1,000 cherry blossoms to fend off Bondiwald's hundredfold barrage that he had no time to respond. Paper drawing. Just as Bondiwald's fist was about to make contact with his back, Rosen's body twisted like a willow in the wind, akin to leaves swirling in a storm, as he contorted away from the incoming punch, causing Bondiwald's determined hundredfold strike to miss him entirely. How could he possibly evade such an attack? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Bondiwald's expression shifted dramatically. The certainty of his hundredfold punch being evaded by Rosen made him realize that his observation Haki was superior to his own. Only with such foresight could Rosen have executed the paper drawing maneuver, twisting his body to avoid the blow. Had he not anticipated in advance and prepared his body for action, he would have been struck before he could react. A hundredfold speed. Witnessing his fist strike empty, Bondiwald's frustration boiled over, yet his body instinctively responded correctly. He hardened his entire body with armament Haki to prevent himself from being injured by the abrupt stop and rapid acceleration, then planted his feet on the ground while simultaneously utilizing the Momo fruit to enhance his retreat speed a hundredfold. However, Bondiwald was swift, and Rosen was no slouch either. The previous hundredfold punch that had missed had already compromised Bondiwald's balance. Though he managed to halt himself and swiftly retreat, the entire process required time. Moreover, he too possessed the capacity for explosive speed, blood movement, shave. Activating blood movement not only amplified his attack power, but also granted him extraordinary mobility. In this state, combined with the sixth-form shave, his speed easily surpassed the sound barrier as Bondi Wald retreated. Rosen followed closely behind. His right foot, hardened with armament Haki, shot up like a blade unsheathed, swirling the surrounding air as if wielding a black sword. Delivering a powerful upward kick, Haki entwined gale kick, accompanied by a piercingly sharp sound akin to a sword's cry. A slashing wave entwined with black-red lightning cleaved through the air, striking Bondi Wald with a ferocity that seemed unstoppable. Despite being in a state of full armament Haki defense, the layer of protection was rendered as fragile as paper before the gale kick. After a brief standoff, the Conqueror's Haki slashing wave shattered Bondi Wald's defenses, tearing through his skin and flesh, causing him to be grievously wounded, blood staining the air as his body flew back like a cannonball, creating concentric rings of air waves upon impact with the wall of the infinite hell prison. Even though the walls of Impel Down were constructed from remarkably sturdy materials, they could not withstand the radiant force of the Conqueror's Haki slash, which cracked and dented them. His limbs and head became fully embedded within the wall, appearing from a distance like a nail driven into the prison structure. Deeply ensnared within the wall, Bondi Waldo's eyes widened in horror, the bloodshot orbs nearly bursting from their sockets. In a violent gasp, he spewed forth a mist of blood, accompanied by a belated scream of anguish. The excruciating pain from the gaping wound inflicted by the slash was unbearable, while the disorienting impact of the overpowering strike sent him reeling. Together, these two forces wreaked havoc, leaving the world destroyer grievously injured on the spot. It over. The scene left Shiryu astounded. He had not anticipated that the contest between Rosen and Bondi Waldo would conclude so swiftly, nor that the rhythm of the battle would be so thoroughly dominated by Rosen. After all, this was the world destroyer. Had it not been for the machinations of the world government, he would never have met such a fate. Imprisoned in ice for 26 years, what astonished Shiryu even more was Rosen's subsequent actions. Any other naval officer would have ceased their assault after severely wounding Bondi Waldo, but not him. After delivering a fierce kick that sent Bondi Waldo flying, Rosen tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, raising it once more with fierce determination and striking down again. With swishing sounds echoing in the air, the cherry blossom blades that had been hovering around Rosen surged forth like a volley of arrows, aimed directly at Bondi Waldo, who was embedded in the wall. This was no mere training exercise. It was an attempt to eradicate the threat completely. Was this truly the behavior of the Navy? Unable to suppress his astonishment, Shiryu turned to Zefa. What further surprised him was that Zefa, once known for his principle of not killing high-ranking officers, now stood silently, arms crossed, watching his student slaughter the prisoners without uttering a single rebuke. Mr. Zefa, this is rather improper, Shiryu thought. The world government had explicit regulations stating that prisoners in the 6th level should not be executed if they could be contained, especially those with devil fruit abilities. Your student is currently killing prisoners. If this continues unchecked, not only will he face punishment, but you will also be held accountable. Having regained consciousness after being knocked out by the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Rosen and Douglas Barrett, Domino observed Rosen's relentless assault on Bondi Waldo. Instead of halting, he continued his onslaught, causing her brow to furrow. She held no particular fondness for prisoners, especially those in the 6th level. However, as the chief warden, she had to uphold her duties, particularly since the world government had established clear rules that, without superior authorization or an escape attempt by the prisoners, even the chief warden, deputy warden, or director could not unilaterally execute 6th-level prisoners, or they would face the consequences from the world government. This was done to prevent the possibility of prisoners with devil fruit abilities being reborn elsewhere upon death, potentially falling into the hands of pirates who might replicate their powers, inciting further chaos. Furthermore, prisoners in the 6th level, regardless of their abilities, possessed immense value as precious experimental subjects for the world government's various horrific human experiments. In truth, countless prisoners held in Impel Down over the years had their blood drawn without their knowledge, while many others had been quietly transferred, ultimately perishing in unknown experiments. Yet, Domino, as the chief warden, remained oblivious to all this. She urged Zefa not to let Rosen, who had a promising future, be tarnished by the infamy of killing prisoners. Zefa remained silent, merely presenting a small notebook to Domino, opening it for her to see. Exemption order. Upon seeing it, Domino realized it was an exemption order personally signed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. She understood that with this document, as long as Rosen did not engage in actions that would annihilate the world government's member states or violate their bottom lines, such as researching the poneglyphs, he would be deemed innocent. Even if he were to slaughter every prisoner in the infinite hell, he would not face any repercussions. In the coming time, all they had to do was cooperate and quietly observe until the old man's student completed this internship. Seeing that Domino had fallen silent, Zefa retrieved the exemption order, stating, "Until Rosen completes his lesson, battles like today against the World Destroyer or the slaughter of 6th-level prisoners will continue unabated." Were they to cultivate a Navy king from the blood of the pirates in infinite hell? Shiryu cast a deep glance at Zefa, at that moment realizing the true purpose of this esteemed instructor from the Navy headquarters visit, to nurture an unprecedented naval king. For this, they would not hesitate to transform the 6th level of Impel Down into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Moreover, this was not merely Zefa's personal desire, but a consensus among the higher echelons of the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not allow Zefa to engage in such actions, nor would he have signed an exemption order for Rosen. With Zefa's exemption order in hand, both Shiryu and Domino, as well as everyone else, fell into silence, watching Rosen as the beautiful yet deadly cherry blossoms, infused with armament Haki, surged toward the World Destroyer. I have yet to eliminate those traitors that I have yet to settle accounts with the world government. How can I fall here? Bondi Waldo, ensnared in the wall, glared at the approaching cherry blossom blades. Gritting his teeth, his voice laced with resentment and fury. I am the World Destroyer. All who stand in my way shall be obliterated, suddenly. With a roar, Bondi Waldo, fueled by his hatred for the world government and its traitors, summoned his vengeful will and unleashed the power of the Momo fruit, not to accelerate, but to exponentially increase his size. Crack, his hands, feet, torso, and head, all parts of his body swelled and expanded in the blink of an eye. Bondi Waldo, now a towering giant, broke free from the wall. This was his final gambit. As he charged forth, merely taking a running stance, the infinite hell erupted with a deafening shriek. The giant-sized Bondi Waldo seemed to teleport, propelled by a fierce gust, evading the incoming cherry blossom blades and appearing directly above Rosen, with his right foot, hardened by armament Haki, raised high like a colossal axe capable of cleaving mountains and severing seas. He aimed it downward at Rosen, preparing to strike. Exponential 100-fold slash. Rosen, standing firm, gazed up at the colossal foot descending upon him. Unfazed, he calmly raised his hand, palm facing upward, directing it toward Bondi Waldo's descending heel. Armament Haki, shell static blood armor. A flash of purple light erupted, centered around Rosen. A semicircular shield expanded outward, surrounded by streaks of black and red lightning, coiling like a black dragon, standing resolutely against Bondi Waldo's 100-fold slash. With a thunderous crash, Bondi Waldo's furious kick met the shell-static blood armor, unleashing waves of destructive force that shook the very foundations of Impel Down, which was perched upon the sea. However, despite the violent tremors, Rosen's shell-static blood armor remained unscathed on the surface. In fact, upon impact with Bondi Waldo's right foot, now hardened by armament Haki, the latter's Haki dissipated, reverting to its original state. Furthermore, the surface of the shell-static blood armor shimmered with purple light, resembling serpents slithering upward, taking advantage of the moment to envelop his right foot. Some of the purple light directly corroded his skin and flesh, transforming into tattoo-like patterns covering his body. Others spiraled up his right leg, invading the deep, bone-exposed wound on his chest, burrowing deep within. Bondi Waldo attempted once more to lift his foot, employing the armament Haki to envelop and harden it, bringing his left leg down like a battle axe to shatter Rosen's shell blood armor. However, he was abruptly seized by an uncontrollable sensation of expansion within his body, followed by excruciating agony. In an instant, his skin turned a deep crimson and swelled, as blood began to pour uncontrollably from his nostrils. Eyes, ears, and mouth. Particularly alarming was the wound on his chest, previously inflicted by Rosen, which now erupted with torrents of blood, reminiscent of crushed tomatoes, spraying forth like a fountain and staining Rosen's shell blood armor a vivid red. With a gasp, Bondi Waldo's eyes rolled back, his giant-like body swiftly deflating back to its original form before he fell helplessly at Rosen's feet. Blood streamed from every pore, creating a thick crimson pool on the ground. What on earth is happening? The one most profoundly affected by Bondi Waldo's sudden collapse was none other than Domino. The shell blood armor, She had not forgotten how Rosen had once used this technique to shield her from the frigid cold in the 5th layer of the extreme cold hell. Yet now, the world destroyer had fallen victim to it. Now I understand. Was it possible to apply the shell blood armor against an enemy, combining the flowing external force with internal destruction and the shell blood armor itself? A formidable fusion was created upon contact with the semicircular shield formed by Rosen's armament Haki. The Haki would seep into the opponent, eroding their body and potentially penetrating the surface to invade their bloodstream. Zefa's eyes flickered with realization. As Rosen's mentor and the one most familiar with his abilities, he instantly deduced the cause of Bondi Waldo's demise. This made him marvel at Rosen's intricate control over Haki. Any other individual, even himself or Garp, could only force armament Haki into Bondi Waldo's body to directly attack the organs. However, determining where to strike was beyond their control. To achieve what Rosen had done, simultaneously defending while flowing Haki into Bondi Waldo's interior and exerting precise control to inject it into the bloodstream for devastating internal damage, was a feat unattainable by Zefa or even the legendary hero Garp. In terms of control over Haki, no. Over the technique of armament Haki, he had completely surpassed not just Zefa, but everyone in the Navy headquarters. As Zefa gazed at Rosen's silhouette, a satisfied smile graced his face. He had retired, dedicating his later years to nurturing the budding talents of the Navy. As a mentor, nothing brought him more joy than witnessing a student surpass their teacher. How had he accomplished this? Shirya felt a chill run down his spine while simultaneously grappling with confusion. Junior, he mused, you were truly as terrifying as a monster. Borsellino shook his head. During the clash between Rosen and Bondi Waldo, he had nearly been unable to restrain himself from intervening. After all, Rosen had only recently begun to engage with Haki. Merely 3 days had passed. Although Bondi Waldo's strength was not remarkable, his notoriety as a world destroyer stemmed from the inherent danger of the Momo fruit itself. Therefore, he had not expected Rosen to not only decisively defeat Bondi Waldo, but to maintain control over the entire flow of the battle. The only damage sustained was a slight soiling of his clothing. Is he dead? The fact that Bondi Waldo had been defeated in such a manner was astonishing. The young Navy recruit could wield Conqueror's Haki. Good grief. It was one thing for the Navy to have a king with Conqueror's Haki. It was entirely another for such a technique to be wielded by a student yet to graduate from Navy school. The prisoners on the 6th level, who had witnessed Rosen's annihilation of Bondi Waldo, were utterly dumbfounded, not only by Rosen's prowess but also by the myriad techniques he had displayed in battle. His mastery of armament Haki was unparalleled, transcending comprehension. Moreover, the use of Conqueror's Haki was a symbol of royalty. Unexpectedly manifested in a mere student, after dispersing the shell blood armor, Rosen paid no heed to the gasps of the prisoners, instead casting a glance at the lifeless Bondi Waldo sprawled at his feet. His blood vessels ruptured and life extinguished. Remove him. Next, he instructed Domino to carry away Bondi Waldo's body and summon the next prisoner. It was no wonder Rosen was so eager, aside from not fully unleashing the potential of his weapon fruit. He had activated all 3 types of Haki: armament, observation, and Conqueror. Utilizing every self-taught and learned technique in the battle, the experience had been exhilarating, propelling the strength of his Haki to new heights. His aptitude was extraordinary. Through the encounter with Bondi Waldo and the cultivation of his chi body source flow, he had achieved a groundbreaking enhancement in his Haki. The intensity of armament Haki surged by 225%. The strength of observation Haki increased by 183%. The power of Conqueror's Haki grew by 110%. Even the least enhanced Conqueror's Haki had more than doubled. While the observation Haki had nearly reached a 2-fold increase, the most significant enhancement had undoubtedly come from the relentless application of armament Haki throughout the battle, which had more than doubled in strength. In addition to these tangible gains, there were also latent benefits. The augmentation of Haki caused the 3 types of Chi infants to expand, greatly accelerating the speed of cultivating the 3 forms of Haki. Did engaging with stronger opponents yield greater increases in Haki? Rosen recalled his prior clash with Douglas Barrett and the tremendous spike in his Conqueror's Haki despite not engaging directly. The sheer intensity of Barrett's Haki had propelled his own to over double its previous strength. Unlike his bout with Bondi Waldo, where even the maximum increase from armament Haki paled in comparison, Rosen was not surprised. The greater the strength of the opponent, the greater the risk. If the disparity in Haki was too great, one could easily be killed before they had a chance to enhance their own. Why had Douglas Barrett attained royal-level strength before the age of 20? Exceptional talent was a prerequisite, but many in these waters possessed talents equal to or surpassing Barrett's. The core reason lay in his relentless training against formidable foes such as Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. These individuals would merely toy with Barrett, never truly endangering his life. Over time, with repeated sparring sessions, he had developed his royal combat prowess. Wait that A.S. Rosen prepared to commence the next round of battle with the World Destroyer. Zefa swiftly intervened. "What is it, Zefa-sensei?" Rosen inquired, puzzled. "Did you not instruct me to undertake an internship in the Infinite Hell? Did you not ask me to break through the Infinite Hell? I have only just begun my performance, so why the sudden halt?" "Domino, please attend to Waldo's remains." Zefa refrained from offering an explanation, instead instructing Domino to gather the remains of Bondi Valdo, before turning to make his way towards the fifth layer of the frigid hell. Observing this, Rosen did not press for answers, but chose to follow suit. As the foremost commander of the Navy, a figure comparable only to Teacher Kai, he believed Zefa's actions bore profound significance. Borsalino shrugged and trailed behind. Shiryu cast one last glance at the lifeless body of Bondi Valdo, lost in thought, and silently departed from Infinite Hell, leaving the prisoners of the sixth layer to murmur in astonishment over Valdo's demise and Rosen's formidable prowess. Upon exiting Infinite Hell, Zefa did not pause. Instead, he retraced his steps to an unoccupied office that Domino had prepared earlier. However, he did not permit Shiryu and Domino to enter, instructing them to wait outside. "Miss Domino, please prepare some meat, starting with 300 pounds. Specifically from Sea Kings.as for you. Chief Guard Shiryu, feel free to do as you wish, but unless it's urgent, kindly refrain from disturbing us." After conveying his instructions to Domino, Zefa closed the door firmly, leaving Shiryu outside. It was evident that after witnessing Shiryu's callous disregard for his comrades in the previous frigid hell, Zefa had developed reservations about the Chief Guard. In response, Shiryu made no effort to ingratiate himself with Zefa. Instead, he moved a short distance away and began to replay the earlier confrontation between Rosen and Bondi Valdo in his mind. The sight of the Conqueror's Haki entwined with the powers of the Momo fruit. The seamless integration of various techniques, both static and dynamic blood forms, and the weapon fruit that remained inconspicuous throughout the battle. All these images flashed before Shiryu's eyes like a rapid succession of lanterns in a parade. With each replay, the intensity of his astonishment grew. For the first time in his life, Shiryu felt a sense of fear towards someone whose strength did not even match his own. Yes, feared. He was not mistaken. The man, during his encounter with Bondi Valdo, was continuously amplifying his might. The extensive experience in utilizing Haki, the combination of various techniques, and the synergy of fruit abilities with Haki. Everything was progressing at an unfathomable pace. Taking a deep breath, Shiryu realized that the true terror of Rosen did not lie in his current abilities or strength, but rather in his astonishing and illogical rate of advancement. Should Rosen face a world destroyer now, it would not be a battle. It would be a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, after closing the office door, Zefa turned his attention to Borsalino, who was comfortably seated on the sofa and sharing tea with Rosen. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask," he said, somewhat surprised. Borsalino appeared approachable, reminiscent of Kazan, but was, in reality, inscrutable, always exuding an air of ambiguity. Within the naval headquarters, while he did not inspire the same fear as Sakazuki, few dared to harbor thoughts of disrespect. The current harmony between him and Rosen was indeed a rarity, at the very least. Zefa had only witnessed Borsalino in such a manner when he interacted with a handful of figures like Sakazuki, Kazan, Garp, and Sengoku. Moreover, in contrast to those individuals, Borsalino seemed to share an even greater sense of familiarity and ease with Rosen, resembling the rapport between a senior and a junior. "Did Bondi Valdo truly contend with you, Teacher Zefa, and Vice Admiral Garp, as well as Sengoku?" "To be frank," Zefa replied, "with his level of skill, whether he could withstand even a single slap from Sengoku is questionable." A.S. Rosen observed Borsalino pouring tea for him. He politely tapped the table before taking a sip and addressing Zefa. He had witnessed Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki and his Buddha form. The aura of authority exuded was such that even 3 world destroyers bound together would be left half dead by a single strike. Naval combat differed significantly from land battles. Some fruit users could unleash terrifying power in specific environments. The conditions of Impel Down and the fact that Bondi Valdo had just broken free from ice without a weapon indeed restricted the capabilities of the Momo fruit. Consider this. You are aboard a warship, surrounded by the vast ocean. while Bondi Valdo is firing at you from several kilometers away, perhaps even further. Zefa seemed to have anticipated Rosen's question, promptly responding. A single bullet, magnified in both size and speed by 100 times. Even a giant race, no. A large sea king would be pierced through by a single shot. A cannonball, likewise magnified by 100 times in both size and speed, could level a mountain, nay, a small island. With such 100-fold bullets and cannonballs, Valdo could continuously bombard you from several kilometers away. When you attempt to capture him while enduring the onslaught of 100-fold projectiles, you would find that Bondi Valdo's pirate ship could also accelerate to 100 times its normal speed. What do you think of that? He looked at Rosen. That is truly terrifying, Rosen mused. Mentally simulating Zefa's description, the most ordinary bullets from the Grand Line's handguns and rifles can surpass the speed of sound. Once amplified by the Momo fruit, their size and speed would increase 100-fold, transforming them into humanoid, self-propelled missiles on a large battlefield, especially in naval warfare. Irrespective of whether one possesses powers, the ship beneath one's feet is of utmost importance, particularly in the perilous waters of the New World. Losing a vessel spells imminent death for most, let alone the fact that Bondi Valdo could utilize the Momo fruit's amplification to command a pirate ship capable of increasing its speed by 100 times at will. Fortunately, that individual was overly reliant on his fruit abilities, lacking in physical prowess and Haki. Otherwise, if he could harden a 100-fold bullet or cannonball with armament Haki, the consequences would be dire. If Valdo possessed Haki on par with that of a Yonko, he would be even more formidable. If, on top of that, he were to awaken the Momo fruit, imagine the implications. Kaido's speed and size magnified by 100 times. What would that entail? Zefa shook his head, in his view. The Momo fruit, akin to the float fruit and the tremor fruit, was a top-tier paramecia-type devil fruit. However, the limitations imposed by Bondi Valdo as its users severely diminished its potential. He could not achieve the same level of strength as figures like Shiki or Whitebeard. Indeed, Rosen acknowledged, gaining a deeper understanding of the Momo fruit's terror, that it was no wonder that Bondi Valdo, despite his lackluster strength, had earned a notorious reputation as a world destroyer. It was also evident why he was ensnared by the machinations of the world government, despite being far inferior to the Yonko. The backstab from the filial sword was a privilege exclusive to the likes of Yonko-level monsters, such as Whitebeard. As for how Valdo managed to contend with me, Garp, and Sengoku back in the day, that is a simple matter. That time, Garp, Sengoku, and I were not the heroes, marshals, and black arm we are today. That we were merely budding seedlings within the Navy headquarters, much like you are now. No, you are far stronger than we were back then. Zefa shook his head. During my era, the Naval Academy did not teach Haki, nor even the 6 styles. We could only accumulate military merit by capturing pirates after graduation, using those merits to exchange for training and figuring things out on our own. It was only after I retired and became an instructor at the Naval Academy that I implemented a series of reforms, allowing even ordinary students to access Haki training. Thus, it is noteworthy that several of us only began to shine after reaching our 30s. A prime example is Carp, whose true rise to fame commenced at the age of 40 when he dismantled the Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this, both Rosen and the seemingly unperturbed Borsalino felt a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for the esteemed first instructor of the Navy. It is no exaggeration to assert that Zefa single-handedly ushered in a golden era for the Navy. Now, let us set aside these discussions of the bygone era and return to the matter of the training session. You must be puzzled, as after your battle with Waldo, your mastery of the 3-color Haki witnessed a remarkable enhancement. Yet I chose this moment to halt your progress. Zefa refrained from elaborating on the topics of the past, instead focusing his attention on nurturing a new generation, such as Rosen, the foremost instructor of the Navy headquarters. Zefa certainly possesses his reasons. Rosen shook his head. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind the cessation, he chose to trust Zefa and heed his guidance, even after experiencing the swift enhancement of Haki against the prisoners in level 6. He resolutely decided to follow Zefa's lead and left the 6th level without hesitation. After all, he was merely a novice who had just traversed into the world of pirates, encountering Haki, devil fruits, and physical techniques. His understanding of these powers and the means to cultivate and enhance them could not possibly compare to that of Zefa, who had trained 3 admirals. Do not flatter me so excessively. Zefa jestingly chided Rosen. Though a satisfied expression graced his face, he quickly shifted to a more serious demeanor. The purpose of bringing you to Impel Down is to ensure you attain the strength to stand at the pinnacle of the sea. Mastering every aspect of Haki, physical techniques, and devil fruit abilities. Therefore, whether in battle or training, these are not the end goals but merely the means to an end. What you must achieve is to gain self-awareness through your confrontations with the prisoners on the 6th level. To see the world clearly, and to elevate all your abilities holistically, rather than blindly pursuing the enhancement of a singular skill. Upon hearing this, Rosen could not help but adopt a contemplative expression. If I were to immediately commence a second battle, what would I truly gain? An increase in the strength of my 3-color Haki. Indeed, with your potential, it might see a significant rise, yet that is insufficient. Zefa articulated each word with precision. What I desire is for you to undergo a comprehensive metamorphosis after every battle with the prisoners, not merely an enhancement of Haki. This was something that Borsalino could not achieve. Nor could Sakazuki or Kazan, and even Karp and Sengoku fell short of this. However, you, Rosen, possess the potential to surpass all the legends of the Navy. You can undoubtedly accomplish it. His voice grew fervent. Imbued with heavy expectations for Rosen. Every time a metamorphosis, Rosen mused, as memories of his encounter with Bondi Waldo resurfaced in his mind. He must recognize his shortcomings and identify areas for enhancement, not merely deficiencies. But rather, using Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, as a mirror to uncover aspects that could bolster his own prowess to is its speed. Through the mental replay of the battle in the infinite hell, Rosen recalled Bondi Waldo's speed. Amplified 100-fold, which was the very ability he most feared. Had it not been for his observation Haki surpassing that of his opponent, the first battle in the infinite hell would not have been so effortlessly won. Just as Zefa pointed out, it was Bondi Waldo who lowered the ceiling of the Momo fruit's potential. In truth, the Momo fruit is undoubtedly a top-tier paramecia devil fruit, rivaling the likes of the Pika Pika fruit and the Zushi Zushi fruit. Even though he emerged victorious, Rosen had to concede that he could not match Bondi Waldo's speed. In previous confrontations, he often found himself forced to adopt a defensive stance rather than taking the initiative. Indeed, it was speed that eluded him. Even if Waldo's physical techniques were mediocre, under the 100-fold enhancement of the Momo fruit, his speed easily surpassed the speed of sound, reaching levels several times that of sound. I do not require you to be faster than Waldo under the 100-fold amplification, but you must possess the ability to contend with speed-oriented adversaries without being hindered by insufficient velocity. Zefa stated, then glanced at Borsalino. Do not forget, there are those in this sea who can surpass even Waldo's 100-fold speed. Rosen involuntarily turned his gaze toward Borsalino. Zefa-sensei, your expectations of your junior seem excessively stringent. When it comes to light speed, I am likely the only one in the Grand Line capable of such feats. He is not a user of the Pika Pika fruit. How can you expect my junior to chase after light? Borsalino felt that Zefa's demands were overly harsh, especially towards Rosen. Though he possessed the powers of a weapon fruit, he was expected to match the speed of the Momo fruit or even the Pika Pika fruit. Before my retirement, I faced off against Kaido. He neither consumed the Momo fruit nor wielded the Pika Pika fruit. Yet when he unleashed his full power, his speed was such that even I, using my future-seeing observation Haki, could not entirely evade it. Furthermore, the late Gold. Roger, who was not even a devil fruit user, could overshadow nearly all the kings, save for Whitebeard. Zefa stated expressionlessly. Rosen, your future does not lie in battles with pirates of Waldo's caliber, but rather with monsters like Kaido and Whitebeard. With the speed you have exhibited today, even if your Haki intensity were to increase tenfold, you would still be unable to brush against the hem of their garments. Zefa's words plunged Rosen into deep contemplation. Indeed, Master Kaido's speed was so formidable that he could effortlessly overpower Nikiform Luffy to red-haired Shanks, could wrest a blade against Borsalino's throat. Although this was partially due to the foresight of observation Haki. Without extraordinary speed, such predictions would be futile. Even Whitebeard, who seemed to rely solely on brute force, was a monster capable of leaping several kilometers in mere bounds during his youth. How can I enhance my speed? Shave is merely a technique applied to the body. Even if my physique were to improve tenfold, relying solely on shave would not allow me to catch up to Waldo. But what if it were a technique that could amplify Haki? Rosen considered Kaido and Shanks. Their remarkable speed was surely not solely due to physical techniques but rather Haki. Only this power, which is said to transcend all, can enable non-devil fruit users to unleash attacks, defenses, and speeds that surpass those of fruit users. The shave within the 6 powers is simply a technique applied to the body, not Haki. What if shave could be enhanced not through physical steps, but by harnessing Haki? As a stream of inspiration surged in his mind, Rosen's consciousness delved into Haki, observing and contemplating. He had already realized that his version of shave was somewhat outdated, unable to keep pace with him. However, this was not a significant issue. Since he recognized that his version of shave was lagging, he could create a new ability that would align with his current capabilities. Zefa-sensei, he inquired, didn't you, along with Mr. Carp and Mr. Sengoku, improve shave long ago to incorporate Haki for enhanced speed? Why not directly teach this Haki-enhanced version of shave to your junior? Borisolino noted Rosen's contemplative demeanor and lowered his voice to speak to Zefa. It is not that I do not wish to teach, but I do not want to restrict his potential. From the moment Rosen instantaneously mastered the three-color Haki and all the techniques, creating new forms of static and dynamic blood, I realized he was an unparalleled gem in this world, one that can be sculpted and refined, but must do so with his own hands. Even if others' words are meticulously crafted by an old man, the result will merely be a flawless white jade with slight imperfections. Only by honing it himself can Rosen achieve perfection. Zefa shook his head. Your innate understanding is extraordinary. Based on the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, combined with Zefa's teachings, you have comprehended a unique skill, Fylean foot. Fylean foot. By utilizing Conqueror's Haki, one can intricately control the armament Haki concentrated beneath their feet, enabling them to instantaneously transport their body to another location. The stronger the Haki employed, the swifter the movement. Requires mastery of Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. At that moment, a surge of information flooded Rosen's mind. Fylean foot. Your exceptional comprehension has allowed you to observe your own Haki and, in conjunction with the 6 styles, attain this mastery. It perfectly merges physical techniques with Haki, allowing one to traverse the air as if stepping on a staircase of Haki. Gazing at the information manifesting in his mind, Rosen's expression turned contemplative. Fylean foot, you say? With this newly developed physical technique, his speed would no longer be a shortcoming, even when confronted with Bondivaldo. A user of the Momo fruit, capable of amplifying his speed 100-fold, speed would no longer be a liability. After all, Fylean foot is not limited to standalone USBY integrating the blood motion technique with Fylean foot. His speed could reach an even greater echelon. A thought flashed through Rosen's mind. The instant he conceived Fylean foot, he had already envisioned how to amalgamate it with his learned abilities and all the skills he had developed. The blood motion technique could evolve both attack power and speed. With Fylean foot, Rosen felt confident enough to face anyone, except for the shining fruit user. After all, that is the speed of light. He was not so presumptuous as to believe that after merely 3 days of lessons, he could achieve such velocity if he were to engage Bondivaldo in battle again, or confront the fully powered Bondivaldo before he was frozen. Could he defeat him in an instant with Fylean foot? Reflecting on his previous encounter with Bondivaldo in the infinite hell, he shook his head inwardly. He could win, but a swift defeat was unattainable. Had they been in a spacious environment instead of the confines of infinite hell, even with Bondivaldo's generally average observation Haki, the 100-fold speed boost would easily allow him to evade most attacks. This was predicated on the necessity of a desperate fight. If he turned and fled, Rosen knew he would be unable to restrain him. Especially in the vast ocean, he was acutely aware that the environment of infinite hell and the absence of weapons had severely limited Bondivaldo's abilities. If it were a naval battle, equipping Bondivaldo with several knives, firearms, and cannons would significantly elevate the combat potency of this world destroyer. Thus, the difficulty of subduing him would increase substantially. Just then, as Rosen was deep in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him, followed by Domino's voice. Mr. Zefa. Admiral Pizarro. Mr. Rosen. Lunch is ready. Shall we dine now? Domino stood at the entrance. Has it been prepared so quickly? Upon hearing this, Rosen paused his contemplation, feeling a sudden urge to eat. After traveling from the Navy headquarters to Impel Down and then directly to the 6th level, having even crafted 2 blades along the way and engaged in combat with Bondivaldo, as well as just having comprehended Fylean foot, he had hardly paused. This was the scorching hell, a place abundant with cooking conditions. Zefa explained briefly before turning to the door. Bring it in. Noticing the lingering expression on Rosen's face, he understood that a tranquil and comfortable environment was more suitable for his student. Yes, with the sound of the door opening, several prison staff entered, bringing various meat dishes and staples prepared from Sea King ingredients. This office had been prepared in advance by Magellan for Rosen and his companions, and its spaciousness was evident even when accommodating several 100 pounds of food. Thank you for your assistance. Miss Domino. If I do not call for you, please refrain from allowing anyone to disturb us. Zefa instructed, recalling how Domino's voice had interrupted Rosen's thoughts. Understood. Domino nodded solemnly and carefully closed the door. Let us eat. Zefa signaled to Rosen to begin. Senior, please enjoy. Rosen nodded, beckoning Pizarro, and then seized a piece of grilled sea king meat, devouring it heartily. He had no fear of poison, with the digestive system forged by the 6 paths of heaven. Even the most toxic substances could be assimilated as nutrients. For others, dining was merely a process of enjoying food or replenishing energy. However, for him, it was something entirely different. Eating served as both a pleasure and a means to cultivate his Haki and physical techniques. The 3-colored Haki, cultivated through the flow of Qi, allowed him to augment his Haki. The perfect digestive system forged by the 6 paths of heaven not only enhanced his Haki, but also fortified his body. All of this relied on a substantial nutrient supply. Thus, rather than feeling anger at Domino for interrupting his thoughts, Rosen was quite pleased to commence his meal. Was it really a significant matter to have his train of thought disrupted? After the meal, he could continue pondering. After all, he possessed an extraordinary comprehension that rendered him perpetually inspired. In fact, following his recent exchange with Zefa, Rosen had already mapped out his upcoming schedule before departing from Impel Down. He planned to practice in the morning, cultivate at noon, and innovate in the afternoon, ensuring none of his tasks were neglected. Your extraordinary comprehension, coupled with your substantial intake of food and the assimilation capabilities of the 6 paths of heaven, alongside the cultivation of Qi, has led to an enhancement in the strength of your 3-colored Haki and physical prowess. The intensity of your armament Haki has increased by 20%. The intensity of your observation Haki has risen by 15%. The intensity of your Conqueror's Haki has augmented by 13%. Your physical strength has grown by 30%. This time, Rosen did not gorge himself ravenously. Instead, he ate with a methodical approach. Yet, the formidable digestive system wrought by the 6 paths of heaven was simply too powerful. Any type of food entering his stomach would be digested within seconds, converted into Haki, and transformed into the nutrients necessary for his physical enhancement, all perfectly assimilated. Moreover, the 3-colored Qi infant, honed through the flow of Qi, was also vigorously cultivating Haki. The 2 processes complemented each other, yielding a synergistic effect that far exceeded mere addition. After this lunch, the enhancement in Rosen's 3-colored Haki and physical strength was visibly noticeable. Still pondering the matter of speed? After the meal, Zefa sent Pizarro to the side to boil water and prepare tea, while he focused on attending to Rosen. Even before dining, the issue of speed had ceased to be a concern. Rosen shook his head and, without hesitation, shared his recent comprehension of Foot, unreservedly discussing it in front of Pizarro. Given that Zefa had chosen to allow Pizarro to accompany them and had not dismissed him, it indicated that there was no need for concealment in his presence. At the very least, there was no need for any pretense regarding a skill like Foot. Domino had stepped away to prepare a meal. And you spontaneously created Foot? Zefa shook his head, displaying a mixture of admiration and lack of surprise. There was simply no way around it in comparison to the blood motion technique, the still blood technique, the flow of Qi, and the various Haki training methods that Rosen had previously developed. Foot no longer evoked astonishment in him. Foot, you say? The stronger the Haki, the swifter the speed, and it can even traverse the air. Combined with the blood motion technique, you have truly demonstrated remarkable prowess, junior brother. Pizarro observed Rosen's openness in discussing Foot without any reservations, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. Yet beneath the sunglasses, a glimmer of amusement danced in the eyes. Teacher Zefa, I must concede, you are indeed correct. The flying gale technique devised by my junior far surpasses your physical prowess. This unrefined gem can only be sculpted by the hands of its creator. After witnessing Rosen's self-invented flying gale technique, even Pizarro, despite his ongoing rivalry with Zefa, could not deny the latter's wisdom. In the vast expanse of the Navy headquarters, no one could shape this rough diamond but Rosen himself. Otherwise, it would merely yield a blemished masterpiece. Senior, you flatter me excessively. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part. All credit goes to teacher Zefa. Feeling a bit bashful from Pizarro's effusive praise in front of Zefa, Rosen felt a tad embarrassed. Both of us are creatures of the Navy. Why indulge in modesty? Pizarro replied, I am well aware of my own caliber. If I truly possess the ability to transform an ordinary individual into a prodigy like you, the 4 emperors of the New World would have long been vanquished by my students. Zefa refrained from accepting the lofty compliments Rosen offered. He understood all too well that even in the branches of the New World, A mere seaman with a modicum of Haki could teach Rosen, yielding results no worse than those he could provide as the so-called Navy's foremost instructor. In reality, as Rosen mentor, he was acutely aware that his role was limited to guidance and facilitating certain advantages along Rosen's path to growth. Just as he was doing now, directly introducing Rosen to the Impel Down prison for practical training. There, he would have an unending stream of hellish prisoners as sparring partners, whether it involved slaying or escaping prisoners. It mattered little. He had the immunity granted by Sengoku's decree. Each day, he would feast upon a lavish meal of sea king meat mixed with rice. After morning classes, Domino would prepare the meals in advance. Accompanying him were former Marine admirals and current candidates, serving as both bodyguards and sources of invaluable insight. Junior, Borsalino began, since you devised the flying gale technique before our meal, what were you pondering just moments ago? Let us drink first. This is a national treasure tea from the tea country, worth a month's salary for me. He poured a cup of tea for Rosen, simultaneously boasting about his prized leaves. What kind of tea fetches millions of berries? Rosen inquired, surprised. Although Borsalino was still a candidate for admiral, he had already garnered the title and was informally recognized as an admiral. Even his base salary was substantial. Setting aside other hidden benefits, he still received several million berries each month. Scarcity breeds value. It's merely that your senior has sufficient connections. I once saved the king of the tea country during a mission. Otherwise, this tea would be unattainable even with money. Borsalino sipped his tea. The tea country has become one of the allied nations of the world government, primarily due to the tribute of such tea, which is considered heavenly gold. The finest batch is what you are currently savoring, a rarity even among the celestial dragons. After being transported to myriad each year, most ends up in the hands of the Gorosei. With only a minuscule portion circulating in the black market. He explained. Rosen comprehended. Exclusive tea for the Gorosei. In terms familiar to his past life, this was tea reserved for the national leaders of a global superpower. How could it not be precious? Just as Borsalino had asserted, even wealth could not guarantee its acquisition. Actually, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating how one might defeat Bondewald in his prime during a naval battle. Especially in a scenario where he attempts to escape. After savoring a sip of tea, Rosen resumed the previous discussion. The flying gale technique ensures that you can effortlessly vanquish Bondewald in any environment. However, defeating him and killing him are two entirely different matters, particularly in naval warfare. Zefa set down his teacup and pondered briefly. Bondewald is adept at using moonwalk amidst the surging waves. He can maintain 100-fold increase in speed at the cost of his own stamina for extended periods. Even in my prime, I might struggle to subdue him. Thus, to achieve what you suggest, not only must your speed be unparalleled, but your techniques must also be executed with swiftness. Ideally, your striking range should be considerable. Having engaged in numerous battles with Bondewald in the past, Zefa was acutely aware of how formidable the World Destroyer was during naval confrontations. He could effortlessly augment the speed of his pirate vessel by 100-fold, while simultaneously enhancing his own moonwalk speed to the same extent. Defeating him is one thing. Killing him is quite another. Speed and an extensive striking range, you say? Rosen mentally traversed through all the abilities he had learned and invented, with his Haki at its zenith. He could undoubtedly achieve this, just like red-haired Shanks, who, on the shores of Wano, traversed a vast distance inland, directly using his Conqueror's Haki to pressure Admiral Green Bull, rendering him unable to maintain his elemental state. Yet, that was the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. He had yet to reach such heights. Static blood mode? Not feasible. Dynamic blood mode? Also not an option. Chi body source flow and 6 paths of a mortal thief. Those are training methods for Haki and physical techniques, which won't suffice either. As for my Zanpakuto, Simbenzakura, its Bankai is viable, but its Shurkai is not. Shiaketsu. Similar circumstances, its Bankai works, but the Shurkai does not. Lastly, there is Shiroi Yuki. Likewise, its Bankai is acceptable, but the Shurkai is not. It is not a matter of combat strength, but rather the differing types of abilities. Just as the tremor fruit cannot match the speed of the light fruit. I suggest you invest some effort into swordsmanship. The techniques of a great swordsman, paired with a black blade, can cleave through the sea for miles with a single stroke, coupled with Conqueror's Haki, unless Bondewald begins firing at you from 10 kilometers away at sea. It would be nearly impossible for him to escape. After deliberation, Zefa proposed the most prudent plan. Too slow, teacher Zefa took Mihawk over a decade to evolve from a novice to a great swordsman. Even with my junior's prodigious talent, it would still take at least a year to achieve such mastery. Borsalino remarked. Recalling Rosen's exceptional aptitude, if it were someone like Dracula Myhawk, self-taught, it would easily exceed 10 years. But for Rosen, it seems that one take as long, from novice to great swordsman in a year. Is that too long? Zefa retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone. If Myhawk were to hear this, he'd likely have a meltdown. For others, a year is brief. But for my junior, it feels like an eternity. Moreover, why should one take a year to resolve something that could be accomplished in an afternoon? Junior, this time you should heed my advice. Teacher Zefa's proposal isn't without merit, but he represents the remnants of an old era. His ideas too antiquated, always relying on Haki, physical techniques, and swordsmanship to resolve matters. Borsalino shook his head, revealing his differing stance from Zefa. As for the devil fruit, it could be mastered in a day. Conveniently, you are also an ability user, with your prodigious insight. If you applied even a fraction of your focus to mastering the fruit's powers, the issue could be swiftly resolved. Having learned Zefa's Haki and physical techniques, while possessing swordsmanship and the light fruit, Borsalino's perspective diverged from Zefa's, compared to the decade-long training required for Haki. Physical techniques and swordsmanship, the devil fruit undoubtedly offered a more expedient path, capable of altering the fate of an ordinary person, if one knew how to develop and wield it. Thus, to consume a devil fruit is to realize that my destiny is governed by me, not by fate. This statement was undeniably accurate to devil fruit. You say? Upon hearing the words, Rosen's gaze flickered. Initially, he too considered Zefa's proposal to become a master swordsman in record time. After all, a swordsman who is both strikingly handsome and remarkably powerful, with no apparent weaknesses, can seamlessly combine with the 3 types of Haki and even the abilities of devil fruits. In the world of pirates, the prestige of a swordsman is hardly inferior to that of a devil fruit user, as vividly demonstrated by the likes of Shanks and Myhawk. However, Borsalino's words served as a reminder to Rosen. The devil fruit is a force capable of creating miracles, even altering destinies, despite his prodigious intellect. Achieving mastery as a swordsman in a single day was beyond his reach. Yet, developing a devil fruit to unlock the capacity to slay the formidable Bondi Wardo during his prime in a single day was undoubtedly feasible. With targeted development, he could craft a Zampakit that fulfilled Zefa's earlier stipulations of speed and striking range. In essence, when faced with uncertainty, one should first refine the Zampakit, speed and distance, you say, after deciding to tackle this dilemma through the devil fruit. A name for a Zampakit immediately surfaced in his mind, the divine spear. A seemingly ordinary short blade. It could extend and contract at will upon its initial release, enhancing both its speed and power. Especially in its Bankai form, its retraction speed reached 500 times the speed of sound. With an extended range of 13 kilometers, such velocity and distance meant that even if Bondi Wardo fired upon him from 10 kilometers away, and then attempted to retreat 2 kilometers at 100 times the speed, he would still have ample time to strike him down. As for close combat, the divine spear would suffice without the need for the divine killing spear. Rosen, you can't possibly intend to heed Borsalino's words, can you? Haki, swordsmanship, and physical prowess are the rightful paths. Once mastered, they become your eternal strength. The devil fruit, while not without merit, is susceptible to countermeasures and carries the risk of loss. Zefa noted, observing Rosen's apparent persuasion by Borsalino to abandon the noble path of a swordsman for the allure of devil fruits, leading him to regret bringing Borsalino along. As long as you are strong enough, you cannot be targeted. As long as you are strong enough, you will not lose. Neither the Sea Kings nor the seas themselves can threaten you, Borsalino retorted defiantly, seeing the tension rise between his teacher and senior. As if on the verge of revealing their skills, Rosen felt compelled to intervene. What do you mean? Zefa's piercing gaze bore into Rosen. Junior, one must be adaptable. Borsalino's seemingly innocuous reminder was, in truth, a jab at Zefa. What I mean is that I shall not choose. In the face of both your gazes, I raise my left and right hands. I shall claim the swordsmanship of the great swordsman and the powers of the devil fruit. As long as it is strength, I desire it all. As he spoke, Rosen made a fist. Zefa, upon hearing this, was tempted to caution against being greedy, asserting that no one could master all abilities to their fullest potential. Yet, before he could voice this, he recalled Rosen's remarkable feats, mastering all 3 Haki types and techniques within 3 days, creating his own moves, and grasping concepts like the static blood and chi body flow and 6 library immortal thief. Not to mention the flying lean foot he had comprehended during mealtimes. For others, Even mastering a single type of Haki in 3 days would be an insurmountable challenge. But Rosen accomplished what many would struggle to achieve over lifetimes in just 3 days. Perhaps the old man was mistaken. Imposing such beliefs on Rosen would be erroneous. He was a prodigy unlike any seen in the Grand Line's storied history. Haki, swordsmanship, physical prowess, and devil fruit abilities. He could ascend to the pinnacle of each path in a remarkably short time. With this realization, Zefa felt a sense of relief. Junior, pursue your own convictions that I shall offer you constructive advice. If you find it useful, heed it. If not, disregard it. Borsalino cast a profound glance at Rosen. He himself was one who walked all paths simultaneously. Apart from the innate lack of Conqueror's Haki, he was proficient in armament Haki, observation Haki, swordsmanship, physical techniques, and devil fruit abilities, yet none of his skills reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. His swordsmanship paled in comparison to Mihawk. His physical prowess was dwarfed by Carp, and he could not hold a candle to either in armament Hades for observation Haki. He was outmatched by Gold to Roger and Bartholomew Kuma. Yet, in the brief time they had known each other, Borsalino sensed that Rosen was capable of achieving what he himself could only dream of, mastering every facet of power within these seas and reaching the utmost limits of each. I will. Rosen nodded slightly. I shall claim it all. A hexagonal warrior has always been my aspiration, and no one can alter that. Nevertheless, for the time being, he would focus on crafting a Zampakit. After all, creating the divine spear required only his hands and would not take much time, unlike swordsmanship and Haki, which demanded extensive training. Even he would need 1.5 years to stand at the pinnacle of the seas. Having reached this decision and quelled the tension between Zefa and Borsalino, a satiated Rosen turned his thoughts toward the powers of the devil fruit, intent on completing the tasks he had set aside before dinner. As his mind settled, an image began to materialize within his thoughts, gradually consuming his consciousness. The grand and imposing entrance of the Soul Society, a figure clad in the garb of the Soul Reapers. Robust as a giant, bent down, grasping the base of the massive doors with both hands, he summoned his strength. The heavy portal creaked as it opened, inch by inch, until it was raised above his head. However, as the doors swung wide, his expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? A boy with an orange, spiky hairstyle, also dressed in Soul Reaper attire, peeked from behind the giant, looking curiously into the Soul Society. Standing at the entrance, draped in a captain's haori over his Soul Reaper uniform, silver-haired with narrowed eyes that glinted like a serpent's, and a sly smirk gracing his lips, was none other than the captain of the 3rd Division. Shinji Hirako Sta damned. The giant's muscles tensed, sweat pouring down his face. This cannot be. The gatekeeper is not meant to open the doors. Do you understand? Shinji's smile was enigmatic as he scrutinized Sta. I have been defeated. It is only natural for a defeated gatekeeper to open the door. Though Sta was drenched in sweat from fear, he gritted his teeth and replied, "What are you talking about? A defeated gatekeeper should not open the door. The defeat of the gatekeeper signifies death." Shinji continued to smile, though his expression grew increasingly chilling. Then, without another word, he turned to leave, striding away for about 50 meters before pausing. Turning his back to the spiky-haired boy and Sta, and slowly unsheathing the Zampakit from his waist. What is this? The distance seemed substantial. Was he going to throw a short blade? The spiky-haired boy was left bewildered. It is not a short blade. This is my Zampakit. Shinji cast a fleeting glance back at the spiky-haired boy before suddenly pivoting, pointing the short blade at him, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. Kill him, the divine speared. As his words faded, the short blade in his hand swiftly extended, transforming into a chilling arc of silver light that pierced the air ahead, creating spiraling currents that rippled outward before it shot forth. Transcending the speed of sound, the hedgehog-haired youth blinked, barely managing to raise his Zanpakuto as a shield before he and his blade were sent flying by the incoming silver ray, propelled by the colossal figure of Ziden Fang behind him. With the support of Ziden Fang lost, the gates of the Soul Society crashed down with a thunderous roar. "Farewell," said Shichibukaijin, sheathing his blade and waving goodbye to the hedgehog-haired youth he had just sent flying. Meanwhile, the divine spear in his hand had, unbeknownst to him, reverted to the innocuous form of a short sword, which he returned to its sheath. A resounding thud echoed as the heavy object struck the ground, and the gates closed with a decisive finality. In an instant, the scenes involving Shichibukaijin, the hedgehog-haired youth, Ziden Fang, and the ancient, enigmatic Soul Society shattered like glass, ephemeral and unreal. Yet, as Rosen contemplated Jin's use of the divine spear. An intriguing message surfaced in his mind. Your exceptional insight has led you to comprehend your own essence through visualization, combined with the power of the superhuman weapon fruit, granting you the exclusive skill, divine spear. The following day, after breakfast in the 4th level of Impel Down, Rosen, Zefa, and Borsalino, along with Shiryu, set out once more. Domino, however, did not accompany them this time, remaining in the scorching hell to prepare lunch for Rosen and the others. Meanwhile, in the infinite hell, the atmosphere remained as oppressive as ever. Yet, following the events of the previous day, the usually stagnant 6th level of Impel Down was now abuzz with activity. The prisoners, who rarely interacted, were engaged in hushed conversations. Clearly, the death of Bondi Waldo had struck a nerve with them. Though you think the Navy will come today? Of course, just look at that old coot Zefa. He's dead set on using us as sparring partners for his students. Sparring partners? What a nice way to put it. That we're nothing more than disposable training fodder. We're prisoners of the 6th level. Back in the day, we were all formidable figures. How could the world government allow them to trample over us? Whatever the case, if they come again, whoever they choose, it must be that Rosen from the Navy, and that old bastard Zefa had better watch out. Indeed, they must understand who rules the infinite hell. With each prisoner voicing their thoughts, a consensus was swiftly reached. Point one reason was to vent their anger. After all, any pirate imprisoned on the 6th level was once a rebellious force to be reckoned with, and none could tolerate the actions of Zefa and his crew. The other reason was self-preservation. They aimed to make Zefa understand that if he dared use the prisoners of the 6th level as training material, he must be prepared to face the anguish of losing his own men. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the infinite hell, and the entire prison fell eerily silent. Every prisoner in their cells ceased their conversations, exchanging silent yet vicious glances. Well, it's quite a bit quieter today, Zefa remarked as he stepped into the infinite hell, surveying the scene like a lion surveying its territory. To his surprise, the once defiant prisoners now averted their gazes, avoiding any eye contact with him. Zefa dismissed this, attributing it to the chilling effect of Bondi Waldo's death, which served as a warning to the 6th level prisoners. In their desire to avoid his scrutiny and not become the next world destroyer, they had seemingly toned down their bravado. Have they truly been dulled by their prolonged confinement? Have their innate savagery and bloodlust been extinguished? Borsalino mused as he observed the scene. Only Shiryu, having keenly noted the prisoners' reactions, allowed a glimmer of excitement to flash in his eyes. That a sinister grin slowly spread across his face, revealing a depth of understanding far beyond Zefa and Borsalino, the chief warden of Impel Down. And with a penchant for bloodshed, he often found amusement in the plight of the prisoners. Intimately aware of their true nature, the darkness of endless confinement might indeed reduce former sea emperors to remnants of a bygone era, but it would never extinguish their ferocity. That kind of brutality, more savage than the Sea Kings, was deeply ingrained in the bones of every prisoner within the infinite hell, unless they were liberated by death. Such savagery could never be eradicated. This is going to be interesting, to the very least. It will be far more entertaining than yesterday. If he remains at the same level as before, today could very well be his last day within Impel Down, Shiryu thought, glancing at Rosen, who seemed blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, his smile growing ever more pronounced. For him, this was merely a task. As long as the prisoners did not escape, he had no qualms about the outcome. Whether Rosen killed prisoners or vice versa, there was no essential difference. Thus, even when he sensed the prisoners might be plotting something untoward, Shiryu chose to remain a passive observer. Zefa-sensei, Rosen inquired, who will be making an appearance today? After the previous day's experience with the divine spear, he had not sought to explore new abilities, opting instead to refine his existing skills. He spent his time much like Borsalino, reading the newspaper, sipping tea, trimming his nails, eating well, and sleeping soundly. His routine consisted of morning combat, midday training, afternoon technique creation, and the rest devoted to relaxation. Observing Rosen's seemingly lethargic demeanor, Zefa, usually a stern taskmaster, surprisingly expressed no dissatisfaction. Recognizing that this was simply his student's method of growth, beneath Rosen's seemingly lazy exterior, his mastery of the three-color Haki, physical technique, and fruit abilities was advancing at an unfathomable pace. It would not be an exaggeration to say that today's Rosen was a vastly different individual compared to yesterday's. Zefa was acutely aware of this transformation as the Navy's foremost mentor. He understood that his role was to facilitate Rosen's growth and occasionally offer pertinent suggestions. Beyond that, there was no need for excessive interference. Gerber, Zefa declared, his gaze fixed on the second name in his cherished list. Senior, have you heard of this name? Rosen asked Borsalino. Recently, he had taken to perusing past newspapers to familiarize himself with events of the Grand Line or listening to Zefa and Borsalino recount tales of notorious pirates not mentioned in the original narrative, or obscure tales that had slipped through the cracks of history. Yet, despite his research, he found no connection between the name Gerber and any pirate or event. And no, I haven't, Borsalino replied with a shake of his head. Is he a relic of the Rocks era? Rosen inquired, surprised that even Borsalino was unfamiliar with the name, suggesting it was indeed quite antiquated. Not that far back, but not too long ago either. The reason you haven't heard of him is that before being imprisoned in Infinite Hell, he was not a pirate, but rather an officer of CP0, Zefa revealed, shocking them both. CP0, an officer. The Celestial Dragons actually dared to imprison their most loyal hound in Impel Down? Upon hearing this, Rosen displayed a modicum of surprise, since Rob Lucci ascended to the position of CP0 commander. His audacity to adopt a condescending demeanor before Sakazuki illustrates the extent to which these so-called ultimate shields have ingratiated themselves with the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, Rob Lucci would not have dared to mock the four emperors or display arrogance towards an admiral. Of course, he would only dare to put on such airs in front of Sakazuki and Monkey D. Luffy. Had it been Sengoku or the esteemed Kazu, one could only imagine the consequences. Either a swift dismissal or a forceful removal as a member of CP0. He relished the privilege of execution while bearing the responsibilities of protecting the Celestial Dragons, executing clandestine operations, and adhering to the absolute commands of the five elders. Even if ordered to take his own life, resistance was not an option. Yet, he had failed in his duties. Zefa's gaze shifted towards a nearby cell, fixing upon the bearded man within, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. Had he defied the Celestial Dragons? At this point, Rosen contemplated whether to leave a survivor behind, even if he was the CP0 commander and a prisoner of the 6th level. His mere act of defiance against the Celestial Dragons warranted consideration for mercy. Perhaps he could leave Grabble severely injured but alive. Around 18 years ago, a few Celestial Dragons ventured into a non-world government-affiliated nation in the East Blue. Some were enamored with the nation's queen, others with the princess, and some even with the wives of the aristocracy, while a number of common women were not spared either. Ultimately, these Celestial Dragons conspired to have CP0 abduct all the young women from that nation, facilitating their selection one by one. However, during the operation, they unexpectedly encountered Carp, who was returning to East Blue for a vacation. Consequently, not only did they fail to capture the women, but CP0 also received a thorough beating, with Carp using his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate the Celestial Dragons, all of whom were subsequently escorted back to Mariawa. The commander overseeing that ill-fated operation was the former CP0 commander, Grabble. Upon hearing Zefa recount Grabble's legendary deeds, Rosen remained silent, extinguishing the flicker of compassion that had briefly ignited within him. Indeed, prisoners confined to this level of the infinite hell, be they pirates, marines, or CP0 agents, were predominantly deserving of their fate, with the singular exception of one he had yet to encounter. And I wonder if this can be deemed defiance against the Celestial Dragons. Regardless, those Celestial Dragons, upon awakening, attributed the failure of the mission to Grabble's inadequate protection, leading to their demand for his suicide. Naturally, he resisted and opted to flee. Zefa's tone was as cold as ice, devoid of any intention to reminisce with Grabble. That I understand. Grabble turned to cast a deep, penetrating glance at Rosen, as if to etch his features into his memory eternally. He then kicked, sending the fallen sea stone handcuffs and shackles hurtling towards Rosen and Borsalino. In the next instant, Grabble sprang forth, moving like a bolt from a bow, effortlessly passing Zefa and covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. His mastery of the 6 powers, particularly the shave, had become second nature to him, allowing him to traverse distances with astonishing speed. Suddenly, he transformed, his physique swelling and his skin taking on a dark brown hue akin to that of an elephant's hide, while his arms extended and morphed into enormous wings that spanned over 15 meters. Like many members of CP9 and CP0, Grabble had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the ancient dragon fruit, enabling him to assume the form of a pterosaur AKT that moment, as he flapped his wings. He conjured a fierce gust of wind that not only stirred up dust, but also lifted his body off the ground, propelling him toward the entrance, an exit, of the infinite hell. Farewell, Zefa, and to your student. Should our paths cross outside, I shall ensure he is well taken care of. Grabble's venomous words echoed like a demon's roar throughout the infinite hell. Has he fled? Zefa chuckled, amusement flickering in his tone. The idea of a prisoner escaping from the infinite hell would surely bring repercussions upon him. Such was the price of underestimating pirates. This entertaining spectacle would be gone by tomorrow. Upon witnessing Jeeber's decision to flee rather than confront Rosen, he transformed into his pteranodon form, soaring with remarkable speed towards the exit of infinite hell. The surrounding prisoners, observing this scene, could not suppress their glee. The fact that Zefa had utilized them as mere training fodder left no pirate able to swallow their indignation. Now, with Jeeber's escape, should he succeed, it would not only deliver a resounding slap to Zefa's face, compelling him to reconsider his disdain for the prisoners of the 6th level, but it would also make him ponder the ramifications of using them as training materials. Even if Zefa entertained the thought, neither Magellan of Impel Down nor Sengoku of the Navy headquarters would permit it. Rosen's mind stirred, and his shell-like armor unfurled. This not only propelled Jeeber towards his sea-stone handcuffs, but also created a barrier between him and the shackles of Borsalino. Truly, the speed of CP0 was nothing short of terrifying. Do you require my assistance? Borsalino, with his hands tucked in his pockets, cast a glance at the rapidly approaching Jeeber, yet he made no haste to pursue. Instead, he stood his ground, mockingly praising Jeeber's velocity before leisurely conversing with Rosen. For one who wielded the powers of the glint fruit, unless hidden beneath the sea, pursuing a pirate was inconsequential, whether they ascended to the heavens or descended to the depths. It mattered not that in a mere instant he could traverse 100 miles. It was all a matter of his desire to chase. This is merely my practical lesson, Senior, Rosen replied. Even if I wish to find someone to take my place, I cannot do so in front of Teacher Zefa, can I? He made no move to pursue, instead engaging in a relaxed dialogue with Borsalino. Was he truly this confident? As the chief warden, Shiryu's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Yet he refrained from intervening. He wished to observe Rosen's forthcoming actions. Would he become the Navy's greatest jest by the next day? Or would he once again astonish with his prowess as he had on the first day? However, Rosen's subsequent actions took even Shiryu by surprise. Not only did he refrain from chasing, but he also engaged in casual banter with Borsalino. As for the escaping prisoner, Rosen, Borsalino, and even Zefa seemed to have forgotten the matter entirely, each standing idly by. Frankly speaking, while these individuals remained unperturbed, Shiryu felt a sense of urgency. After all, he was still the chief warden of Impel Down, regardless of his indifference to position. Witnessing a prisoner escape before his very eyes would be a tremendous disgrace. Are you sure you don't need Senior's help? Do not hesitate. You should know, Mr. Sengoku assigned me to accompany you precisely to prevent situations like this from arising. Borsalino, seemingly oblivious to Shiryu's growing impatience, spoke to Rosen. To be honest, the prisoner's unwillingness to cooperate and choice to flee is not your fault, but rather mine, Senior. After all, ensuring these prisoners are treated with dignity is my responsibility here. As he spoke, Borsalino revealed his right hand from his pocket, adopting a stance that suggested he was prepared to act. While his words rang true, the rare opportunity to test his blade left him somewhat reluctant. Thus, Senior, you may continue to play the handsome spectator. Rosen slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto. Since you are so insistent, very well. However, let us agree on a limit. As long as Jeeber does not cross the 5-meter threshold, I shall pretend not to see him. Should he breach this line, I will have no choice but to intervene. Junior, you must understand the predicament of your senior. In about 1.5 years, I shall be promoted to admiral and will no longer be a candidate. If a prisoner escapes during this time, my aspirations for the admiral position will be postponed for several more years. Borsalino feigned a pitiful expression. There was no opportunity for Jeeber to surpass the established boundary. Rosen reassured Borsalino, then drew his Zanpakuto, its tip pointed at Jeeber's retreating figure, compared to the weapon known as Senbenzakura from yesterday. This blade was half its length, as a wielder of the weapon fruit, capable of transforming into various arms. This short blade must possess an entirely different ability. Borsalino's gaze swept over the short sword in Rosen's hand, anticipation stirring within him. What unique capabilities might this blade harbor in contrast to Senbenzakura? His talents extended beyond mere Haki, swordsmanship, and physical prowess. Even the development of his devil fruit abilities was unparalleled. While others could only transform the weapon fruit into ordinary weapons, the junior had forged an alternate path or elevated this paramecia-type devil fruit to an extraordinary height. Not only Borsalino but even Zefa was captivated by the short sword in Rosen's possession. Since Rosen had demonstrated the abilities of Zakura in Infinite Hell, Zefa had finally recalled that his student was indeed a devil fruit user. He also recognized Rosen's extraordinary insight within the realm of abilities. How he had utilized the weapon fruit to unlock the powers of his Zanpakuto. Despite Zefa's general disregard for devil fruit abilities, witnessing Zakura had clarified that, in Rosen's hands, the weapon fruit equated to a top-tier paramecia-type devil fruit, perhaps even surpassing it. The combination of observation Haki and this Zanpakuto was indeed a perfect match. Although he could not yet glimpse the future, it was sufficient. Then, Rosen intently gazed at Jiber's silhouette, his eyes gradually shimmering with a crimson glow as he extended his observation Haki. Not only did he lock onto Jiber's position, but he also sensed his next move, to shoot him with a divine gun. A detached voice echoed. The short sword in his hand erupted in a blinding flash, transforming into a streak of silver light that cleaved through the darkness that had long enveloped Infinite Hell. In the eyes of Borsalino and Zefa, Rosen merely uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a silver beam, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, reached Jiber's back. Paper drawing. The moment Jiber heard Rosen's voice, he felt an ominous shiver along his spine. Although his back was turned to Rosen and Zefa, his focus had never wavered. He had even employed his long-neglected observation Haki to sense his surroundings. Thus, in the instant the divine gun was fired, his body midair seemed to shed its bones, swaying like a willow branch, narrowly evading the bullet by a hair's breadth. I dodged it, just as Jiber felt a surge of relief for his timely evasion. The silver flash that had brushed past him seemed to possess foresight, predicting his subsequent reaction. It swept downwards like a silver dragon, fiercely descending with a slash. What should have been a near miss became a swift downward stroke, too rapid for him to counter, slicing from his shoulder down to his left abdomen, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to see bone. The divine gun's trajectory from launch to strike was a blur. Faster than lightning. By the time Jiber comprehended the situation, he was already drenched in blood, crimson staining the air. With a thud, accompanied by the sound of his blood splattering, Jiber plummeted to the ground. At this moment, if someone were to measure the distance from where he fell to the entrance of Infinite Hell, they would find it precisely 6 meters, just 1 meter shy of the boundary set by Borsalino. At this instant, the vast expanse of Infinite Hell had fallen into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The need for speed and distance was paramount. Borsalino gazed at the divine spear as it swiftly cleaved through the sky, striking down the sky god pterodactyl with lightning speed, only to revert back in an instant to an innocuous short knife, now held by Rosen. Initially, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, but it was soon replaced by the recollection of a matter from the previous day. That was the fact that both he and Zefa had presented 2 proposals to Rosen. Zefa had suggested that Rosen master the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, while he himself had urged Rosen to develop the powers of the devil fruit. The ultimate aim of these 2 proposals was to empower Rosen with the ability to move swiftly and strike from a distance. Reflecting on the earlier display of the divine spear, it moved with the swiftness of a meteor slicing through the air, traversing thousands of meters, yet remained as still as a venomous snake lying in wait. It wholly satisfied the requirements of both speed and range. Is this the ability you developed yesterday afternoon? Upon witnessing Rosen wield the divine spear, Zefa's thoughts aligned with those of Borsalino. Indeed, Rosen affirmed with a nod in response to the inquiries of his mentor and senior. It was, without a doubt, the case. Yet, he recalled that during their time in the scorching hell of the 4th layer and the frigid hell of the 5th layer, he had paused for a moment and claimed to have developed a technique utilizing a fruit ability. If that was the case, then similar to the 1,000 cherry blossoms and the divine spear, his junior must possess at least 2 or more abilities. That a surge of astonishment coursed through Borsalino as he recalled that during their passage through the scorching hell, Rosen had mentioned developing a technique utilizing a fruit ability. The sword turned thousands of 1,000 cherry blossoms, the meteorically swift divine spear, and 2 unknown weapons, any one of which could be considered equivalent to a top-tier paramecia fruit ability. Junior, to what extraordinary heights have you elevated the weapon fruit? The more he pondered, the more astounded he became. Although there were indeed some ability users in this sea who had consumed a single devil fruit yet developed multiple powers, such as Kaido and Big Mom, both of whom wielded Zoan and paramecia types, they were inherently top-tier fruits. Unlike Rosen, who had, through sheer genius, elevated the weapon fruit to an unfathomable level. Most importantly, as fellow ability users, Bolu Salino understood that fruit abilities, much like Haki, could be honed and strengthened through training. This meant that the divine spear and 1,000 cherry blossoms in Rosen's possession would only become stronger over time. That knife, just as Bolu Salino and Zefa were moved, Gerber, who had been struck down by Rosen's divine spear, suddenly twitched. Clearly, as a Zoan-type ability user from ancient times, his physique, vitality, and recovery far surpassed that of the world destroyer slain by Rosen yesterday. Even after being struck down and gutted by the divine spear, he had not perished on the spot. Instead, he remained lively and animated. "You may attempt to move forward," a voice echoed in Gerber's ear. Though it was barely audible, it thundered like a clap of lightning, sending shivers down his spine and rendering him motionless, even with the exit of the infinite hell merely 6 meters away. Gerber hesitated to take a single step forward, as if the path ahead was not an exit to freedom, but rather an entrance to the depths of hell. "Stand up and return," Rosen commanded from a distance. Observing Gerber without advancing to pursue him. "Boy, what is your name?" Gerber rose from the ground but did not step forward. Instead, he turned around, his expression twisted with malice. As student, his hatred for Rosen was palpable, especially now that he was on the brink of escape, only to be thwarted and wounded. There was no need for the dead to know so much. Rosen's gaze remained cold as he regarded Gerber. "It appeared that my only option is to take your head." Gerber shot a sidelong glance at the short knife in Rosen's hand, his countenance darkening further. He did not wish to flee, but he knew he could not. After facing the divine spear once, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by this short knife. To turn his back on the divine spear would be tantamount to suicide. "Do not speak so arrogantly. It only serves to expose your weakness," Rosen retorted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, displaying a hint of disdain. "Is that so?" Gerber sneered, wiping the blood from the wound the divine spear had inflicted, revealing that the crimson gash had ceased to bleed, showcasing the formidable vitality and recovery of an ancient Zoan. With a flick of his wrist, he cast away the blood and, with a powerful thrust of his feet, unfurled his dragon wings, vanishing from his original position with a rush of footsteps and piercing sound. As soon as Gerber made his move, the divine spear, resembling a silver dragon, cut through the air and pierced the ground where he had just stood, creating a gaping hole. He had evaded the attack of the divine spear. At that moment, Gerber shot toward Rosen from behind, his black dragon wings unfurled, cloaked in an aura of death that enveloped Rosen entirely. "Your knife will not have a second chance to touch me." He leaned slightly forward, whispering into Rosen's ear, akin to the murmurings of death itself. With a clang, the black dragon wings, hardened by Haki, sliced through the air like a blade, aiming to cleave down upon Rosen's neck. Dragon blade. Faced with Gerber's lightning-fast assault, Rosen appeared momentarily stunned, standing frozen as the Haki-infused dragon wings closed in on his vulnerable neck. "It is over," the unknown naval rookie. Gerber's eyes glinted with malevolence as he regarded the defenseless Rosen, his gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. In that critical moment, the fabric beneath Rosen's ribcage suddenly tore open, unleashing a chilling black light that surged forth like a black laser, piercing through Gerber's chest before he could strike with his dragon wings. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted in all directions as Gerber's assault was forcibly interrupted. The black beam thrust Gerber backward like a cannonball, sending him crashing against the ceiling of the 6th-layer prison. It was then that everyone witnessed the source of the black beam that had propelled Gerber away, the divine spear. Now entwined and hardened by Haki, transformed into a black blade. My knife will not have a second opportunity to touch you. Is that truly the case? Rosen gripped the knife in reverse, pointing the blade of the divine spear behind him. "You." Gerber's expression soured as he opened his mouth to speak, only to feel the divine spear impaling his chest, pinning him to the ceiling of the prison, suddenly erupt with terrifying brilliance and power. Clang, clang, as sparks flew, the piercing sound of metal tearing echoed, the tip of the divine spear relentlessly shredding through the skin of his chest, which had been hardened by Haki. No. Gerber's body tensed, fear etched on his face as he extended his arms, seemingly attempting to grasp Rosen from a distance to halt the onslaught. But what met him was Rosen's icy command. "Pierce him, divine spear. Pierce him." As Rosen's voice rang out, the divine spear, transformed into a black blade through Haki, erupted with purple streams of light, the relentless infusion of Haki amplifying its strength and sharpness in an instant. Iron block. At this moment, Gerber seemed to perceive the grim specter of death beckoning him. Confronted with despair and helplessness, he could only harden his body with the power of Haki while pinning all his hopes on a block of iron. Then, with a chilling sound akin to tearing fabric, the blade of the divine spear forcefully ripped through Jeeber's iron defense and hardened flesh, penetrating deeply into his vital organs and ultimately emerging from his back. With a resounding thud, the divine spear even pierced a deep gash into the ceiling of the prison, which pressed against his back. Jeeber's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels surrounding his pupils, and his right hand extended helplessly towards Rosen's arm, only to fall limply after less than 2 seconds. Another one dead? Shiryu fixed his gaze on Rosen that he recalled vividly how, just yesterday, upon arriving in the infinite hell and facing Bondi Vardo, Rosen had unleashed every means at his disposal, his 3 colors of Haki, martial techniques, and fruit abilities. Although he had triumphed with overwhelming superiority, it had necessitated his utmost effort. Yet today, against an opponent whose strength rivaled that of the World Destroyer, or even surpassed the former CP0 commander, Rosen still emerged victorious with a similar dominance. However, unlike yesterday, he had not moved an inch from his position throughout the duel. Shiryu observed that Rosen had remained stationary, taking only 2 strikes in total. This realization was crystal clear to him. Compared to yesterday, Rosen had transformed entirely. His Haki, martial skills, and fruit abilities had all seen remarkable advancements, with his strength and capabilities evolving at an astonishing rate. "Junior," he thought, "you truly are formidable." Borsalino gazed at the divine spear that had pierced Jeeber's left chest, withdrawing his gaze with a shake of his head in in the past, when facing pirates. This had been his catchphrase, merely a dismissive jest. However, now, his tone bore no hint of mockery, but rather a solemn recognition. Clearly, Borsalino was not jesting about Rosen. He genuinely found his junior to be terrifying. "In comparison to the 3 seniors, I still fall short by a considerable margin." In light of Borsalino's praise, Rosen exhibited no hint of arrogance. As one who knows the warmth and chill of water. He understood well. Since beginning his training with Zefa, his strength had indeed progressed remarkably, yet it had only been 3 days. When juxtaposed with the likes of Borsalino, a top-tier combatant, the disparity was still starkly evident. After all, despite Borsalino's apparent rank of rear admiral and candidate for admiral, his strength had already transcended the admiral tier, placing him among the elite of past admirals. He could be deemed a top-tier admiral. And had he possessed the innate Conqueror's Haki, he could have rivaled the formidable Whitebeard at his peak, perhaps even proving more challenging to contend with, though aware of the distance he still had to cover to reach the pinnacle of admiral strength. Rosen's tone remained unperturbed when he remarked on his shortcomings, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he could bridge that considerable gap at any moment. At the very least, Borsalino felt this way. Harboring no doubts whatsoever, the former CP0 commander, Rosen glanced at Jeeber, whose heart had been pierced, and spoke indifferently. "Remove him." He sheathed the divine spear, dissipating his Haki, while also addressing Shiryu. With a thud, Jeeber's body fell to the ground, landing precisely beside the cage that had been his prison. Shiryu said nothing, merely approaching and lifting Jeeber's corpse as if it were a mere chicken, though the infinite hell boasted ample space with no shortage of beds. As the chief warden, he could not allow a corpse to occupy a cell on the 6th level, even if that corpse had once been a CP0 commander. That will be all for today. To the prisoners in the infinite hell, I eagerly anticipate your more spectacular performances at this time tomorrow. Rosen returned the divine spear to its sheath, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners in the infinite hell. All their faces were as somber as water, yet without exception, no one dared to utter a word, seemingly intimidated by the deaths of Bondi Vardo and Jeeber. Yet he understood them all too well. These heinous monsters, whose crimes warranted erasure from history, would not easily submit, nor did they harbor any fear. Their current compliance was merely superficial, a transient facade. In truth, the pirates imprisoned on the 6th level were akin to dormant volcanoes, accumulating energy with the potential to erupt at any moment. Rosen was fully aware of this. But so what? What hunter fears the beast within their cage, particularly when that hunter wields a Zanpakuto? Your extraordinary aptitude, forged through combat with Jeeber and the cultivation of your chi body, has bestowed upon your 3 colors of Haki a groundbreaking enhancement. The intensity of your armament Haki has surged by 125%. Your observation Haki by 108%, and your Conqueror's Haki by 130%. Through the information conveyed in his mind, Rosen directly perceived the enhancements gained from his battle with Jeeber. He cast a glance at the prisoners on the 6th level, momentarily pausing at the two deepest cells before retracting his gaze and turning towards the exit, the gains derived from slaying Jeeber. While not as profound as those from his battle with the World Destroyer, were still undeniably immediate. Yet, he chose to follow yesterday's course, sending the former CP-0 Commander Jeeber to meet the Celestial Dragon's 20 Kings. Without lingering, departing the infinite hell, morning battles, midday training, afternoon crafting, and evening rest, this was the balanced regimen tailored for him by Zefa. According to Zefa, whether in combat, training, or matters of nutrition and rest, all were merely means to an end. The ultimate goal was to steadily and rapidly ascend to the rank of admiral. Thus, excessive fighting was not permitted, as it would keep the mind in a constant state of tension, hindering self-awareness and impeding the development of martial techniques. Swordsmanship and fruit abilities, while also risking a descent into bloodlust, solely focusing on training was equally unfeasible, as it would result in possessing immense power and Haki without being able to translate that into practical combat strength. Likewise, an exclusive focus on nutrition and rest was unacceptable, leading to laziness, weakened will, and sluggish growth. Only through the integration of all four elements, combat, training, nutrition, and rest, could Rosen's ascent to admiral rank be achieved in a stable manner. In the days that followed, Rosen would consistently arrive at the infinite hell at the appointed times, accompanied by Borisolino and Zefa. To check in, he would then unsheath his sword without mercy, sending one pirate from Zefa's meticulously selected list to meet their king. Gold. Roger. Afterward, Rosen would return to the scorching depths of the fourth level, indulging in the Neptune-themed meal that Domino had carefully prepared for him, utilizing chi body cultivation and the 6 paths of Senzen to further enhance his 3 colors of Haki and physical prowess. In the afternoons, as per his routine, he would craft his Zanpakuto by hand. Thus, time progressed day by day. With each passing day, the ranks of pirates in the infinite hell, who had long been enjoying free bed space and naval provisions, dwindled, while Rosen's fruit abilities, 3 colors of Haki, and martial techniques experienced corresponding enhancements. This established a positive cycle, wherein the further along time progressed, the easier it became for the prisoners encountering Rosen to meet their demise. This was not due to the subsequent prisoners being weaker than the likes of Bondi Vardo or the former CP-0 commander. On the contrary, the prisoners appearing later on Zefa's list were, in fact, of even greater strength. However, the rate at which the prisoner's strength increases is utterly unable to keep pace with Rosen's daily progress. If it is said that the prisoner on the 3rd day possesses an overall strength approximately 2 to 3 times greater than that of the prisoner on the 2nd day, then upon entering Impel Down on the 3rd day, Rosen's overall strength is indeed double that of his 2nd day self. As the days accumulate, the disparity in strength between the subsequent prisoners and Rosen not only fails to diminish but rather expands exponentially. This is especially evident on the 10th day. Scatter, Senbin Sakura, with the flourish of his blade, petals of cherry blossom rain down. The dark petals, reminiscent of a sudden and deadly storm, engulf the prisoner named Sabanos. With a swift motion, Rosen retracts Senbin Sakura, sheathing the blade with a satisfying click. Another day passes with yet another effortless annihilation of a prisoner from the 6th level. As the sound of the blade returning to its sheath resonates, one would find no trace of a prisoner named Sabanos in the depths of hell. Only a pool of viscous blood remains, interspersed with fragments of what once belonged to him. Clearly, the recent onslaught of armed cherry blossom rain has dismembered him, leaving him no time to even utter a scream, or rather, to feel pain, before he was reduced from prisoner to mere parts. After eliminating Sabanos, Rosen cast a glance around the cage, disappointment flickering in his eyes. It seems to silently question whether this is truly the extent of the monsters erased from history. In response to this unvoiced inquiry, the silence is deafening. The prisoners of hell appear to have collectively lost their voices, each one rendered mute, as if they have been thoroughly terrified by Rosen's relentless presence over the past 10 days. Observing this, Rosen says nothing. After sheathing his Zanpakuto, he turns to leave. Since the prisoners in hell cannot gratify him through combat, he resolves to indulge himself with Domino's ever-changing Sea King cuisine. Indeed, beginning from the 7th day, it remains uncertain whether it is Rosen's mastery of the 3-color Haki that has ascended to a new pinnacle, or if the prisoners he battles are simply too weak. His morning visits to hell yield far less enhancement from combat than the previous week. Particularly today, his extraordinary comprehension, combined with the training of the chi body flow, has granted his Haki a modest boost. Armed Haki strength increased by 13%, observation Haki strength by 9%, and Conqueror's Haki strength by 5%, as the information materializes in his mind. Rosen shakes his head in quiet discontent. Aside from the armed Haki, the increases in Conquerors and observation Haki have fallen below double digits, an alarming depreciation. The gains from clocking in at Hell now pale in comparison to the delectable Sea King meals prepared by Domino. Rosen understands all too well that it is not the chi body flow that has regressed, but rather the prisoners of Hell who cannot keep pace with his rapid advancement. Without even needing to utilize observation Haki, he dispatches them with a single stroke. If it cannot withstand a single blow, where lies the opportunity for growth? Is this combat? No, it is mere extermination, essentially, striking at thin air. In essence. Clocking in at Hell bears no distinction from unleashing skills into the void. Where, then, does one expect to find groundbreaking improvement? Zefa-sensei, have you noticed? Despite wielding the same fruit abilities, they have undergone a transformative evolution compared to when the junior first entered Impel Down, that I recall the first time he summoned Senbon Sakura, managing to conjure only around 1,000 Sakura blades. Yet now, the number of blades he can produce has surged to at least tens of thousands, in an office within the blazing inferno of Hell. Pagliusolino glances at Rosen, who is partaking in a meal, before turning to Zefa beside him, and that weapon called the Divine Spear as well. When the junior first utilized it, its extension speed was merely around 5 times the speed of sound. Now, it must exceed 10 times, right? With armed Haki, it can only become faster and stronger. What exactly are you trying to convey, Pagliusolino? Zefa regards him with a raised brow. Zefa-sensei, I do not intend to question your professionalism or authority as a teacher. However, the truth remains that your list appears somewhat outdated. It has been 3 days. The junior has not employed Conqueror's Haki for over 3 days now, Pagliusolino states, raising 3 fingers. Perhaps it is due to the shared days spent with Zefa in Impel Down, coupled with Rosen serving as a bridge between them, that while they still bicker within mere sentences, they no longer resort to drawing their weapons at the slightest disagreement. Upon hearing this, Zefa instinctively prepares to retort. But recalling Rosen's performance in Hell these past few days, he falls silent. Even Pagliusolino can discern the stark inability of the prisoners in Hell to keep pace with Rosen's rapid evolution. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, Zefa is certainly aware of this. Yet, in response to Pagliusolino's challenge, Zefa feels a pang of irritation that he is acutely aware that it is not his expertise as an educator that falls short, but rather the sheer genius of Rosen that is simply beyond comprehension. Despite overestimating him, he still underestimated the speed of his progress. He had anticipated that even with rapid advancement, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to achieve the current level of strength. And yet, it has only taken 10 days. Now, Rosen's combat prowess has surpassed that of elite rear admirals, firmly placing him within the ranks of the 7 warlords, not among the likes of the defeated Moonlight Moria or the critically injured Crocodile. This has resulted in the hastily constructed plan for a general's rapid training becoming obsolete. If you are not yet clouded in vision, you should be able to see that the junior has gradually lost his initial enthusiasm for Hell. If tomorrow's prisoners are no different from today's, I suspect he will completely lose interest in Hell. Of course, this does not include Barrett, but it is still too early for him to confront Barrett. Given the junior's typically cautious approach, the most likely course of action would be to leave Impel Down and request an early graduation from the Navy headquarters. After all, you know how dreadful the environment of Impel Down is. Rather than squander time here, it would be far more fruitful to wander the Grand Line. With his level of comprehension, he could achieve the rank of Admiral even while reclining. Then, he could return and settle accounts with Barrett. Pagliusolino's voice trails off, as if struck by a sudden realization, and a somewhat lecherous smile spreads across his face. I wonder how you plan to explain this to Admiral Sengoku, if I recall correctly. When you requested an Impel Down pass and exemption order from Admiral Sengoku, you pounded your chest and proclaimed that upon Rosen's departure from Impel Down, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a candidate for Admiral. You even mentioned something about betting your reputation as Black Arm. Am I mistaken? With a sardonic smile, Pagliusolino gazes at Zefa. This. Zefa's expression shifts dramatically. As the saying goes, do what you love what you do. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, he harbors a sense of pride. Moreover, just as Pagliusolino stated, in order to persuade Sengoku to grant the pass and sign the exemption order for Rosen, he boldly proclaimed in the marshal's office that he would bet his reputation as Black Arm to ensure that Rosen would possess the strength of an admiral candidate upon leaving Impel Down. This was the reason that Sengoku was swayed. Should Sengoku, Garp, and others discover that Rosen's departure from Impel Down, or even his early graduation, is due to Zefa's hastily devised plan for a rapid admiral training that failed to keep pace with Rosen's progress, or worse yet, hindered his growth, would Zefa's face retain any semblance of dignity? Upon this thought, Zefa retrieved the meticulously prepared list from his pocket, his gaze sweeping methodically over the remaining 20 names. He then produced a pen and, with a single stroke, crossed out a full 14 names, ultimately encircling the 5th name from the bottom. Simultaneously, a newly revised plan for the formidable general quietly crystallized in his mind. The following day, although Rosen felt somewhat lackluster, he dutifully proceeded to clock in at the infinite hell. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Sending a prisoner to meet Roger could yield a nearly 10% increase in his Conqueror's Haki. And within a span of 10 days, that accumulation would be quite substantial. He approached it as a leisurely stroll post-breakfast, though with the Six Kingdoms thief at his side, there was no need for digestion. However, upon arriving at the infinite hell, Zefa unexpectedly called out the name of a prisoner that took Rosen by surprise, Katerina Butterfly. Teacher Zefa, if I am not mistaken, it shouldn't be Katerina Butterfly's turn just yet. Right? Upon hearing the name, Rosen glanced towards Zefa. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the list, he distinctly remembered that Katerina Butterfly was positioned towards the latter in truth, after the power increase from clocking in at the infinite hell dropped below double digits. He chose to remain in Impel Down. This was primarily due to the exceptional quality of the meals. Perhaps it was because the prison staff must endure the dark, suffocating, and chaotic environment of Impel Down for extended periods, which can easily warp both body and mind over time, leading to remarkably favorable treatment in all aspects. Notably, the accommodation and food were exponentially superior to that of the Navy Academy's cafeteria. Each meal featured a variety of sea kings, and not the small ones provided by the military canteen, but rather medium-sized specimens. This alone allowed Rosen, even without clocking in at the infinite hell, to significantly outpace the training speed of his Conqueror's Haki and physical techniques compared to his time at the Navy Academy. Another reason, of course, was the presence of well-known monsters like Katerina Butterfly and Douglas Barrett in the infinite hell. While the preceding prisoners could not yield a double-digit increase in his Conqueror's Haki, surely the subsequent ones would. With such thoughts, Rosen had lingered in Impel Down until now. It was just a pity that I misjudged. Having overestimated you repeatedly, yet still underestimated your extraordinary comprehension. Although the prisoners on the list were arranged in ascending order of strength, no matter how incrementally, it still could not keep pace with your rate of progress. According to the original plan, you were indeed supposed to confront 14 more prisoners before Katerina Butterfly would take the stage. However, if pursued in this manner, the next 14 days of battling the prisoners of the infinite hell would scarcely afford you any significant enhancements. Zefa regarded Rosen, his gaze imbued with complexity. He was aware of Rosen's rapid advancement, yet he had not anticipated such an astonishing speed. It compelled him to revise the plan overnight, eliminating the names of 14 prisoners and directly advancing Katerina Butterfly from the first tier. No. I merely possess an overwhelming desire to improve. Rosen smiled lightly. Regardless of the circumstances, omitting the names of 14 prisoners was ultimately a positive development. At the very least, he would no longer be slaying air. Indeed, for him, the prior slaughters of prisoners in the infinite hell felt akin to cutting through thin air. In consideration of the remarkable scenes he had witnessed over the past few days. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Katerina Butterfly is unlike any of the prisoners you have faced before. She is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, rarer than even the Logia types. Although her Zoan abilities lean towards support rather than combat, her overall capabilities surpass those of ancient types. At this moment, Shiryu lit a cigar, seemingly anticipating an exhilarating spectacle, and for once, the typically taciturn man offered a rare piece of advice. I await with bated breath. Rosen's expression remained tranquil, unfazed by Shiryu's words. Observing this, Shiryu ceased his commentary and proceeded deeper into the infinite hell, unlocking one of the cells towards the back. Muluhuhu. Has it come to my turn so swiftly? Katerina Butterfly, clad in prison garb, possessed not only a devilish figure but also a devilish smile. At that moment, she sported a menacing grin, eagerly anticipating the impending confrontation with Rosen. Shiryu took in Katerina Butterfly's expression, sensing something amiss. This was unusual, since Rosen began clocking in at the infinite hell. A prisoner was taken each day without fail. After 10 days, not a single one had emerged alive. Logically, Katerina Butterfly should not exhibit such a reaction. Is it confidence in her own strength? Shiryu pondered. As the chief warden, he held a certain understanding of each prisoner's capabilities within the infinite hell. Indeed, compared to the 10 prisoners who had perished at Rosen's hands, Katerina Butterfly was immensely stronger. Yet, the growth Rosen had undergone was undeniable. He observed it clearly, as did Katerina Butterfly. Yet her demeanor was somewhat peculiar. It did not resemble that of someone facing an unprecedented mortal adversary, but rather that of someone confronting a doomed individual. As Shiryu mused in silence, Katarina Butterfly had already released the sea stone handcuffs and shackles, unlike the previous CP0 commander, who had chosen to flee the moment his restraints were lifted. She instead strode eagerly toward Rosen. You seem quite excited. Rosen noted Katarina Butterfly's heightened emotions. No, I am delighted. Despite being imprisoned by your navy, I never expected to emerge for a breath of fresh air and have the opportunity to personally extinguish the future of the Navy headquarters. Tell me, how could I not be happy, Muluhuhu? Katarina Butterfly appeared to envision Rosen's demise before her eyes, unable to suppress a wicked grin, her voice laced with excitement and murderous intent. Is that so? Rosen replied, his expression unchanged. Had it been the first day he clocked in at the infinite hell and faced Katarina Butterfly instead of the world destroyer, it might have indeed been a fierce battle. However, that was not the case. By now, it was the 10th day. Regardless of Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, observation Haki, or the mastery of his devil fruit and physical techniques, he had updated them all 10 times over. At this point, even if he faced a moonlit hunter, it would only afford him a modest increase in his Conqueror's Haki, bringing it back from single digits to the double digits. Nothing more. In other words, the moonlit hunter before imposed less pressure than the world destroyer had on his very first day. This was not due to Katarina Butterfly's inferiority compared to Bondewald, but rather because Rosen had grown exceedingly strong. Compared to himself from 10 days prior, he was now several times more formidable. Of course, Katarina Butterfly turned to Zefa. Can we commence? Zefa. I can hardly wait to witness the expression on your face when I twist your student's head from his shoulders. Her smile grew increasingly sinister. At any moment, Zefa, unperturbed and offering no rebuttal, merely cast a dispassionate glance at Katarina Butterfly before calmly stating, with Zefa's words. Katarina Butterfly could no longer contain the surge of murderous intent that had been building within her for 10 long days. Muluhuhu, with a flourish, she spread her arms wide, and amid a cacophony of chilling laughter, her already imposing physique swelled as muscles bulged prominently. The quality of her prison garb, designed for years of wear, could hardly withstand the dramatic expansion of her form. In an instant, clothing burst apart, revealing the springtime allure, yet all present managed to avert their gaze, including male prisoners who had been confined for over 2 decades. The reason was simple. Katarina May was astonishingly eye-catching, her visage dominated by a long nose, sharp teeth, and a fierce expression, her physique even more robust than that of a man. Upon transforming into her 9-tailed fox beast form, she became a fearsome creature, a hybrid of human and fox, adorned with 9 menacing tails. Only those of a certain depravity could muster the audacity to approach. Are you ready, Rosen? Hell smiles upon you. After her transformation, Katarina May wore a chilling and cruel expression, her eyes gleaming with ferocity and a thirst for blood. Hell, you say? Then allow me to experience it. Witnessing Katarina May's metamorphosis into her 9-tailed fox form for the first time, Rosen felt a flicker of surprise as a glint of crimson shone in his eyes. Compared to the former CP0 commander who had consumed the dragon fruit, ancient type, and wielded the wind god Pteranodon form, Katarina May's power surge post-transformation was significantly more formidable. This was not due to her inherent strength or superior mastery of her fruit's abilities, but rather the inherent advantages of the mythical Zoan type. Both transformations involved a hybrid human-animal form, yet the enhancements brought forth by a mythical Zoan transformation far surpassed those of an ancient type, let alone a standard Zoan. Muluhuhu. With piercing, high-pitched laughter, Katarina May was enveloped in an eerie purple mist. This sudden, dense fog arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing in an instant. Along with the purple mist, so too did Katarina May's visage and physique, as well as her 9-tailed fox form, disappear without a trace. In their stead stood a man, towering like an iron tower, clad in a coat of justice, with flowing purple hair. Teacher Zefa. Borisolino could not help but glance at Zefa beside him. Upon witnessing this, Rosen's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, Katarina May had transformed into Zefa's likeness. Moreover, it was the version of Zefa as an admiral, not that of a military academy instructor. Only Shiryu remained unfazed, his expression betraying no surprise, as though he had anticipated such an outcome. Huh? What? Come now, call him Teacher Zefa. Not only did her appearance, physique, and attire mirror his, but Katarina May's laughter now echoed Zefa's unmistakably. Just as Rosen began to feel a stir of emotion, she made her move. Sorrow. Catherine Dai May vanished from her position, shooting forth like a bullet, accompanied by a shrill whistle and the rapid sound of footsteps. Flashing towards Rosen, her eyes, tinged with a blood-red hue, locked onto his, her mouth stretching into a grin that nearly connected with her ears, rendering Zefa's normally imposing visage alarmingly sinister. Black arm. A voice identical to Zefa's reached Rosen's ears. Simultaneously, Catherine Dai May raised her arm high, clenched into a fist, the color of armament enveloping and hardening her fist, before she unleashed a powerful blow that sent a visible spiral of air rushing towards Rosen's neck. With a swift motion, Rosen drew his unreleased Zanpakuto from his waist, similarly enveloped in armament color, transforming it into a black blade that clashed against the oncoming, thunderous punch of overwhelming power. The collision echoed like two sea kings grappling. A deafening sound reverberating as a tempest of frenzied air erupted around them. The previous sorrow was no mere coincidence. She had not simply learned the 6 styles from some naval officer. Instead, by utilizing the abilities of her mythical Zoan, the 9-tailed fox form, she could assume the powers of whomever she transformed into. However, the strength of her Haki and physical techniques remained unchanged, and she could not conjure the powers of a devil fruit from thin air. As Rosen felt the force transmitted through his Zanpakuto during their initial test of strength, he grasped the essence of the 9-tailed fox's abilities. Not only could she flawlessly transform into another individual, but she could also utilize that person's capabilities, such as physical techniques, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. Of course, the strength of her Haki, swordsmanship, and physical techniques would not alter, regardless of who she transformed into. Catherine Dai May's Haki, physical prowess, and skills would remain at their original levels. If the individual was a devil fruit user, she could not possess that user's fruit abilities after transformation. At that moment, Catherine Dai May pressed against Rosen's Zanpakuto with one fist while her other hand, similarly enveloped in armament color, struck out again. Unfazed, Rosen raised his elbow to collide with Catherine Dai May's fist. The impact resonated like two colossal projectiles colliding, the tumultuous air roaring once more. Black arm tornado. Yet, as their elbows and fists clashed, Catherine Dai May let out a fierce shout, causing her fists, which met Rosen's elbow and Zanpakuto, to unleash a violent and sharp burst of Haki that spiraled outward. It was a synthesis of the slashing wave of a gale, the shock wave of an iron fist, and the amplified power of armament color, combining the weight of impact, the sharpness of a strike, and the enhanced offensive capacity of Haki. Boom! Faced with the sudden eruption of Haki spiraling dangerously close, Rosen felt a slight tremor through his body, and then his feet scraped against the cold rocky ground as he was forced back 10 meters. Aside from his initial encounter with Bondi Waldo, this was the first time Rosen had been pushed back during a confrontation with a prisoner. Not only could she transform into teacher Zefa, but she could also wield his signature move, Black Arm. These prisoners on the 6th level are truly terrifying. Borisolino shook his head in astonishment. It was no wonder Zefa had struck down 14 names in one fell swoop, halting only at Catherine Dai May. Compared to all the prisoners Rosen had previously faced, Catherine Dai May's Haki, physical techniques, and fruit abilities were on an entirely different level. What is the taste of teacher Zefa's fist like? After sending Rosen staggering with her punch, Catherine Dai May did not rush to pursue. Instead, she remained stationary, her countenance resembling that of a youthful Zefa, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded Rosen. What teacher Zefa's fist? I saw nothing but someone drawing a tiger to resemble a dog. That all. Rosen steadied himself, bracing against his retreat, though Catherine Dai May's previous strike had come like a tempest. Under the protection of his blood-stained attire, he had sustained no injuries beyond the force that sent him back. That so, Catherine Dai May's expression darkened at his words. As a fruit user, the most disheartening affront was to have her abilities belittled. Even if she recognized the truth in Rosen's statement, the powers of the 9-tailed fox form indeed allowed her to change shape at will and utilize the abilities of those she transformed into, but only in terms of physical techniques and swordsmanship, with the magnitude of power entirely dependent on the original user's strength, devoid of any enhancement upon transformation. During Zefa's prime, he had risen to the rank of admiral solely through Haki and physical prowess. Even with another decade of training, Catherine Dai May's skills would never rival his. Then how about this? With a glint of fury in her eyes at being compared to a mere caricature, Catherine Dai May summoned another wave of eerie purple mist, invoking her 9-tailed fox transformation once more. As the mist dissipated, Zefa's form was nowhere to be found. However, this time, the figure that emerged was still clad in a coat of justice. Robust as a lion, but with hair now black. Most striking, however, was the face that emerged. Just a stroll through the Grand Line would be sufficient to instill fear in countless pirates. Vice Admiral Carp. As Rosen observed the transformed appearance of Catherine Demii after her second metamorphosis, his gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, this time, Catherine Demii had assumed the guise of the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. Even as a member of the Navy, you must have never witnessed the true power of a naval hero. After transforming into Garp, Catherine Demii broke into a boisterous laugh, mirroring Garp's own, yet within that laughter resided an inescapable undercurrent of ominous intent. With a swift motion, her laughter surged forth like a tide as she vanished from sight, soaring to the ceiling of the 6th level of the prison, where she looked down upon Rosen from her elevated position. Her right fist clenched high above her head, her left hand gripping her right arm. Fist bone impact. Catherine Demii exuded an aura as formidable as that of the legendary naval hero, her entire being radiating a chilling power. Especially her right arm, hardened by the armament Haki, which shimmered like a purple dragon in the light. Hey, naval hero, where is your Conqueror's Haki? As the tempestuous aura descended upon him like a hurricane, Rosen found himself smiling rather than feeling alarmed. This technique he had only glimpsed in his previous life through the original text. However, one thing was certain: if a naval hero were to wield it, it would encompass far more than just armament. Haki.it would also embody the Conqueror's Haki that symbolizes the king of the Navy. In midair, upon hearing his words, the smile on Catherine Demii's face evaporated instantly. Or rather, it seemed to shift onto Rosen's countenance. Where would she find the Conqueror's Haki? If she possessed it, she would have revealed it by now. Initially, she had hoped that by transforming into Garp, she would demonstrate her prowess to the obstinate Rosen, but instead, she found herself mocked for her inability to wield Conqueror's Haki. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, prompting her to remain silent and instead launch herself downward. Raising her arm to strike, that a shockwave of Haki erupted forth, crashing down like a comet from the boundless depths of hell. Although lacking the Conqueror's Haki, and her armament Haki and physical techniques paled in comparison to Garp's, the fistbone impact was undeniably a formidable attack. Even before the overwhelming Haki shockwave descended, its terrifying force had already begun to weigh heavily upon Rosen's heart. If one's will was not resolute, facing Catherine Demii's striking blow, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, would cause one's fighting spirit to collapse even before being struck. Yet, Rosen possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Such a mere fist strike was insignificant, failing to sway his resolve in the slightest. I have witnessed the capabilities of your devil fruit. Now, it is time for you to comprehend my power. As the Haki shockwave plummeted like a meteor, Rosen calmly raised his Zanpakuto. Burn, Shanyued. In an instant, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from his Zanpakuto, radiating a heat more intense than the fiery depths of the 4th level of hell. The crimson flames illuminated the previously dark confines of the infinite hell, rapidly increasing the temperature throughout the entire level of the prison, particularly around Rosen. Within a 50-meter radius, the air visibly rippled with heat. Upon releasing his Zanpakuto, the roaring flames surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Then, a cataclysm of flames shot skyward, enveloping the Haki shockwave descending from above with its ferocity and heat. At this moment, Rosen swung his right hand holding Shanyue downward. Crack! From within the blazing crimson inferno, purple streams of light ascended, merging with the flames to create a Haki explosion. Following a spine-chilling tearing sound, the Haki explosion shattered the shockwave above him, incinerating it entirely. This must be the devil fruit ability he comprehended in the 4th level of hell. Pauliusolino, witnessing the Haki explosion that seemed poised to engulf the ceiling of the 6th level of the prison, felt a flicker of realization behind his sunglasses. Previously, in the scorching depths, he had asked Rosen if he could witness this ability, and now he finally beheld it. It resembled an armament that had consumed the flame fruit. Pauliusolino murmured to himself, offering his assessment of Shanyue. However, he soon recognized that his evaluation was overly hasty. With Shanyue's initial release, after cleaving through the fistbone impact, Rosen stepped forth, seemingly treading upon the very air itself. Though there was no solid ground to support him, it felt as if invisible yet tangible steps had formed, allowing him to ascend through the void effortlessly. This is not moonwalk. Zefa instantly recognized that Rosen was employing a technique far beyond the moonwalk of the 6 forms. It was far too effortless. Even at his prime, or Garp's, neither could execute the moonwalk with the same ease as Rosen did now. This was not merely a matter of strength. The moonwalk inherently lacked such capability. Just as the flame fruit could not surpass the magma fruit, this was the technique he had devised just yesterday, Finglian Kick. By projecting his armament Haki beneath his feet, he formed substantial Haki steps. Demonstrating an extraordinary mastery over Haki control, Zefa watched in awe, realizing that in terms of Haki techniques, Rosen had surpassed him, even in his prime. Although Rosen moved as if traversing stairs, his speed remained astonishingly swift. Merely taking 2 steps into the air, he had closed the distance between himself and Catherine Demii with the speed of a lightning bolt, and crucially, he did so without a sound. This silent swiftness was so rapid that even Catherine Demii, utilizing her observation Haki to perceive his next move, found her options severely limited. She was left with but one choice: to harden her arms with armament Haki, maximizing her defense and crossing them in front of herself. As for why, after transforming into garb, Catherine Demii did not utilize the moonwalk to create distance, the answer was simple: she couldn't react in time, much like Luffy facing Rayleigh, even with the foresight of observation Haki. The body cannot keep pace with the mind's anticipation. As for why she did not evade using paper drawings, that was even simpler. Her observation Haki had already provided the answer. There was no way to evade. No means to escape. Crescent moon slash. Rosen, standing suspended in midair before Catherine Demii, firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, raising it above his head before executing a downward slash. Clang, the Shanwei descended, leaving a visible crimson line in the air. Instantly, a resplendent wave of slashing energy erupted from the red line, resembling a crescent moon in the sky, striking with unstoppable force against the crossed arms of Catherine Demii. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the infinite hell. Shaking its very foundations, the audacious crescent moon obscured the heavens, pressing down upon level 6, as well as upon the hearts of every prisoner within the cells, before the crescent moon could dissipate. A wretched figure, dragging a gruesome trail of blood, plummeted rapidly from the ceiling of the 6th level of Impel Down, crashing to the ground and fracturing the solid rock capable of withstanding the pressure of the deep sea, creating gaping fissures from which clouds of dust ascended. As the fissures began to settle, streams of blood flowed forth, filling the cracks entirely. Such a magnitude of slashing force was not merely a testament to swordsmanship, but rather the innate capability of the weapon wielded by the junior. No wonder Zefa insisted that he hone his swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of a great swordsman, combined with Shan Yue's crescent moon slash, entwined with armament Haki or Conqueror's Haki, would undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of the world's mightiest swordsman. Upon witnessing Rosen's crescent moon strike that cleaved the airborne Caterina Deber, Borsalino experienced a stirring within. As a master swordsman himself, he could discern at a glance that Rosen's technique was not merely a fruit-based ability but a formidable sword strike. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the terrifying extent to which Rosen had harnessed the powers of his weapon fruit. To date, with the likes of Sinbin Zakura, Divine Spear, and the earlier Slash Moon, each weapon possessed a unique capacity, akin to a weapon imbued with various types of devil fruits. Even when wielded individually, their abilities were formidable, not to mention their potential synergy with swordsmanship, physical techniques, and Haki. Was it truly too arduous for even Caterina Deber? Zefa's mind flickered back to every frame of the clash between Rosen and Caterina Deber. It was an utter domination, an unequivocal crushing, even though he had erased 14 names in one breath. Hastening Caterina Deber's appearance by 14 days, she still could not keep pace with Rosen's rapid advancement. Undoubtedly, compared to the prisoners who were annihilated by a single blow from Rosen, Caterina Deber's performance was far superior. At least she could exchange a few blows with him, yet it evidently fell short of his expectations. Should he unleash the next prisoner? No, unless it was the likes of Barrett, a monster of royal caliber. Otherwise, no prisoner could possibly exert any pressure on Rosen. Moreover, the remaining prisoners on the list were of comparable strength to Caterina Deber, and even if they were strong, their prowess would hardly surpass hers. Zefa pondered quietly. The list was crafted by him, so he was well aware of each prisoner's abilities and strengths. Unless he released Douglas Barrett, substituting other prisoners would yield little significance. However, the Devil's Heir differed from the other prisoners. Sengoku had repeatedly cautioned him during the issuance of the immunity order and passage that releasing Douglas Barrett was permissible, but he must first report it to ensure the Navy headquarters was adequately prepared. It seemed the time had come to submit an application to Sengoku. Zefa shook his head. It was too soon, just 10 days since arriving at Impel Down, and they had already reached the level of a vice admiral. The so-called erased monsters from history were quickly becoming unable to meet Rosen's internship requirements. Cough, cough. Just as Borsalino and Zefa were lost in their thoughts, the dust stirred by the crescent moon strike began to settle. At that moment, Caterina Deber lay prostrate in a large pit marked by spiderweb cracks, supporting herself with one hand from the ground. A gruesome, blood-red gash resembling a centipede extended from her shoulder down to her abdomen. As she coughed, crimson blood flowed incessantly from the wound, dripping onto the ground and transforming the cracks into small streams of blood. Oh, is she still alive? Truly remarkable vitality for a Zoan-type user. Rosen observed Katarina Dieber, who had taken his crescent moon strike head-on. Not only was she not slain on the spot, but she was also able to rise swiftly. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Though it quickly vanished, what a pity. Such vitality, disproportionate to her actual strength, is merely a waste. He gently shook his head, gripping the hilt of his sword, pulling out the previously sheathed /moon once more. No matter how many times she was knocked down, her monstrous vitality and recovery allowed her to rise again. Rosen found that hard to believe, not to mention that Katarina Dieber had yet to exhibit any sign of awakening her Zoan form. Even if she did, a strike through the heart or a decapitation would still lead to death. Teacher Kaido had been exalted by Oda, the old thief, as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Plummeting from 10,000 meters, he remained unscathed. His body was impervious to both fire and water, captured multiple times by the Navy headquarters. He had withstood every conceivable method of execution. He seemed a celestial demon, a deity among mortals. Yet, as the narrative unfolded, it became apparent that it was merely a facade. Internal destruction from Haki could inflict harm. Conqueror's Haki could also deal damage. The Navy headquarters was utterly helpless against Kaido. What a grand joke that was. To capture the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air without killing him was merely to facilitate various human experiments for Vegapunk. If they truly wished to eliminate him, they could simply find an unremarkable devil fruit and feed it to Kaido. Alternatively, they could dispatch the three admirals, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan. Together, the chaotic assault at Onigashima ultimately forced Kaido into magma, ending the reign of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. The combined strength of the three admirals far surpassed that of everyone present at Onigashima. Not only could they defeat Kaido, but they could easily slice him into pieces for a hot pot if all else failed. Enlisting Sengoku and Garp would suffice, right? Kaido's downfall at Onigashima had made Rosen acutely aware that the pirate world was not a realm of gods and demons. Even kings were not deities. No one was invincible. If even the green dragon Kaido could meet his end, how much less so could Katarina Dieber, this nine-tailed fox prisoner. This fellow was not jesting. She truly intended to kill me. I am a rare Zoan-type user, more uncommon than those of the natural lineage. The world government should not permit the Navy to execute me. Sensing the chilling aura of death that surrounded Rosen, Katarina Dieber seemed to have lost her initial defiance, or rather, her bravado had dissipated along with the crescent moon strike that Rosen had just unleashed. It was not merely Rosen's strength that unsettled her. It was the sheer, unadulterated intent to kill that emanated from him. Initially, Katarina Dieber's confidence stemmed from her belief that having consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit meant that the world government would opt for imprisonment rather than execution unless absolutely necessary. For the fruit's ability would merely be reborn somewhere in the sea upon her death. It was far more prudent to confine her, allowing her to serve as a subject for experimentation. A subject imbued with a Zoan-type fruit was exceedingly rare and precious. Even the Warden Magellan would have to tread carefully in such matters. How could a mere sailor, not even a graduate of the military academy, dare to kill me? The more Katarina Dieber pondered, the more incredulous she became. Yet, as Rosen tightened his grip on the hilt of the /moon, a cascade of purple light began to emanate from his palm. With a metallic clang, the blade, now enveloped in Haki, transformed into a black sword. If the ordinary form of /moon could not thoroughly vanquish Katarina Dieber, then he would wield the black sword variant. The sight of the /moon morphing into a black sword caused Katarina Dieber's eyelids to twitch, her heart racing, and beads of sweat to form on her back. But just then, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Release Baskerville Jot. At this sudden proclamation, Rosen, Katarina Dieber, Borsalino, and Shiryu, as well as the prisoners confined in various cells, turned their gazes toward Zefa. Are you certain? Shiryu's expression was one of surprise, seemingly unprepared for Zefa to make such a request at this moment. After all, he had accompanied Rosen and Zefa to the Infinite Hell daily, and for 10 consecutive days, Zefa had only released a single prisoner each time. But now, not only had he released Katarina Dieber ahead of schedule, but he was also audaciously demanding the release of Baskerville Jot before Rosen had concluded his battle. Teacher Zefa, Borsalino glanced at Zefa, his brow slightly furrowed, but before he could speak, Zefa interrupted him. Your role is to maintain order and address any unexpected occurrences. I am Rosen's teacher. Do you understand? Borsalino. Zefa met Borsalino's gaze, offering no explanation for his actions. Very well. As poor Celino spread his hands, he adopted an expression of detachment. Rosen, the content of the internship course remained unchanged. It was still you alone piercing through the infinite hell, but the method of clearing had to be altered. Starting today, you will face 2 prisoners at once. Is that acceptable? Zefa, observing that poor Celino was no longer intervening in his class, finally spoke to Rosen. I can manage. Upon hearing this, Rosen gave a slight nod, just as he had grown weary of 1v1. Trying 1v2 seemed intriguing. After all, once he graduated and faced pirates, they wouldn't engage him in a fair 1v1 duel. It would always be an entire pirate crew against him. Consider it a form of advanced practice. Seeing this, Shirley refrained from commenting and proceeded toward the cell where Buscare Jot was imprisoned per Zefa's instructions. Ultimately, the students were not his, and he was content with merely witnessing a grand spectacle. Moreover, after observing Rosen's battles for 10 days, he harbored a question in his mind. To what extent could this man reach if he exerted himself fully? Warlord of the Sea, Vice Admiral, or perhaps a candidate for Admiral? Poor Celino, after graduation, would be a different entity altogether. The combat style and rules of the internship course were dictated by the old man, but what about fighting against pirates? What if it were against the 4 emperors? Would it be the case that he could also dictate terms, calling for the 4 emperors to engage in single combat with Rosen? Zefa's gaze swept over the taciturn poor Celino, and after a moment of hesitation, he set aside his role as a teacher and proactively explained to poor Celino, with whom he had a strained relationship. Had it been before their arrival at Impel Down, he would never have done such a thing. Yet during this time, with Rosen acting as a bridge for communication, their relationship could not be described as brotherly, but it had certainly evolved beyond their initial hostility and even the point of drawing swords against one another. Once they exited Impel Down, it would signify Rosen confronting the most formidable and perilous waters of the Grand Line. There existed the warlords of the sea, the Dark Emperor, and the 4 emperors standing atop the ocean, commanding countless pirates. What lay ahead for him was not merely one-on-one combat, but also facing multiple adversaries, conspiracies, and ambushes. Zefa posed the question, during the time from poor Celino's graduation to becoming a candidate for Admiral. How many missions had he undertaken that were genuine 1v1 fair duels? Zefa's words caused a slight change in poor Celino's expression. Although he did not speak, it was evident he was contemplating his teacher's words. Rosen must possess the strength to stand at the pinnacle of the sea, as well as the capacity to confront various battle scenarios and crises that no matter when, who the opponent may be, the number of adversaries, or how dire the situation, he must embody the ability to single-handedly stand against the tide. If even in the internship course, the transition from single combat to facing 2 opponents, while you and I stand by to support, indicates a lack of adaptability, how could he hope to contend with the warlords of the sea? How could he withstand the 4 emperors? How could he dominate the entire Grand Line? Zefa's voice suddenly grew impassioned. From the moment he recognized Rosen's potential, he had high hopes for him. Becoming a Navy admiral like you, poor Celino, was merely the starting point of his life. Ascending to the rank of fleet admiral like Sangoku was just a stepping stone. To become an unprecedented and unparalleled naval force capable of severing this chaotic era of piracy would be his ultimate destination. Zefa articulated each word with emphasis. Of course, there was another reason he did not voice. Rosen was growing far too quickly. Since his enrollment, including the time spent in Impel Down, it had only been 13 days. In a mere 13 days, he had transformed from a novice who was unaware of Haki into a powerful combatant capable of crushing the vast majority of monstrous pirates in the infinite hell. Unless Douglas Bullet was released now, even if he were to hastily revise the accelerated admiral training program for Rosen, adjusting the difficulty of clearing the infinite hell, and releasing Katarina Devine in one go, he still could not keep pace with Rosen's rate of growth. To ensure that Rosen could continue his rapid ascent within Impel Down, Zefa had no choice but to alter the program twice daily, once again heightening the difficulty of traversing the infinite hell. Thus, the previous 1v1 between Rosen and the prisoners transformed into a 1v2 scenario. Poor Celino watched Zefa's fervent demeanor and felt a flicker of emotion cross his lips, yet ultimately remained silent. In the era of piracy, one must ask, which man, upon joining the Navy, has not harbored such a dream? Sangoku had it. Garp had it. Zefa had it. Even he, a candidate for admiral, was no exception. Yet the higher one ascends, the clearer it becomes that this era of piracy, ignited by Gold Roger at the cost of his life, grows increasingly rampant day by day. Even the likes of Sengoku, Garp, alongside 3 candidates for admiral, and the warlord system could at most maintain a balance in the situation, severing the era of piracy that was merely a dream more unattainable than becoming the Pirate King. Junior, this is the weight of the era of piracy. Are you truly prepared to bear it? Poor Celino mused while gazing at Rosen, who stood poised with his sword. He understood that Zefa's earlier words were directed not only at himself but also at Rosen. To sever the era of piracy, you remain as stern as ever, Teacher Zefa, Rosen remarked, as Zefa's voice echoed in his ears. A trace of seriousness and yearning flickered in his eyes. The weight of the era of piracy? He glanced at the black blade in his hand. Shanwei. Whether he could sever it was uncertain, but at the very least, he possessed the spirit to confront it with his sword. At that moment, a footstep echoed from afar. Rosen turned to see Buscared, released from his cell by Shirley, striding with an arrogant gait toward Katarina Devine, standing defiantly opposite him. He silently resolved to sever the era of piracy? Then let it begin with these two monstrous pirates from the 6th level. Are we truly playing such a grand game? Zefa, Buscared cautioned, be wary that your student may not bear this weight. He glanced at Rosen before shifting his gaze to Zefa. I have never doubted the capacity of my students. Zefa crossed his arms. Is that so? Buscared grinned wide, revealing a blood-red tongue, exuding a chilling aura. Hey, it's Rosen, right? You hand me a jug of liquor now, and I might consider sparing your head later. Perhaps due to the extended period of confinement, his thirst for alcohol had surged upon being released from his cell. Buscared made a demand of Rosen rather than launching an immediate attack. No, rather it was more accurately described as a transaction. If you survive today, I'll buy you a drink. If you do not, it matters not. I shall pour the liquor over your corpse as a farewell. Rosen, upon hearing this, did not take offense but instead shook his head and chuckled. Then it settled, just as Buscared finished speaking. He couldn't help but belch, releasing a gust of air that reeked of high-concentration alcohol. He then grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. Boom! An intense flame erupted spontaneously, illuminating the dim, hellish expanse of the infinite hell as if it were a massive light bulb. Drunken inferno, Buscared cackled, his face alight with mirth. Yet his gaze towards Rosen was that of a predator eyeing its prey, brutal and cold. With a mere wave of his hand, the flames ignited into a colossal fireball, radiating scorching heat that rippled the surrounding air as it barreled fiercely toward Rosen. Meanwhile, Katarina Devine, who had previously been knocked down by Rosen's crescent moonstrike, activated her mythical Zoan fruit ability, transforming from a fearsome female pirate into a likeness of monkey D. Garp. Then, she forcefully stomped the ground, and with a swift whooshing sound, her form became indistinct. In that fleeting moment of complete disappearance, she reappeared behind Rosen like a specter. Meteor fist, Katarina Butterfly brandished her hardened, armed fist, unleashing a thunderous force akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, aimed directly at Rosen's nape. Until today, her encounters with Buscared had been virtually non-existent, let alone any collaboration in battle. Yet, in this inaugural alliance, the two exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Point 1 positioned at the front, exhaling high-concentration alcohol, conjured explosive flames with a mere snap of his fingers, maintaining a frontal assault. The other, positioned behind, transformed into a naval hero, delivering devastating blows with an iron fist that had vanquished countless pirates. Was it the power of the superhuman alcohol fruit? Upon witnessing Buscared demonstrate the abilities of the alcohol fruit, Rosen's gaze sharpened slightly. He felt little surprise. After all, Buscared had already earned the moniker of Big Barrel long before joining the Blackbeard Pirates. In the world of pirates, names are often mistaken. Yet nicknames rarely misrepresent the truth. Since Buscared had been dubbed Big Barrel prior to his incarceration, it was entirely plausible for him to possess the superhuman alcohol fruit. It seemed not all prisoners, or rather, not all members of the Blackbeard Pirates, became fruit users solely after following Blackbeard. As Rosen faced the dual assault of these two monstrous pirates, he appeared oblivious to Katarina Butterfly's iron fist swinging toward him from behind. He simply gazed ahead at the scorching flames cascading toward him, then raised his empty left hand and gently blew. He exhaled breath into a blade. The second Zanpakuto materialized out of thin air, grasped firmly in his left hand. Could it be that, like Shinsui's weapon, he was capable of wielding two at once? This scene, witnessed by Borsalino, Zefa, and Shiryu, sparked a shared thought among the 3.2 swords. What a joke. After Buscared conjured a fireball, it entirely obscured Rosen from view, making it impossible to see the second Zanpakuto he held. However, Katarina Butterfly, standing behind him, saw everything clearly. Upon noticing Rosen wielding a second Zanpakuto, Her expression transformed in shock, and goosebumps erupted across her body. Throughout the 10 days Rosen had spent in Impel Down, she had observed this man confronting the infinite hell daily, the god gone. Shinsui, every Zanpakuto Rosen crafted through his weapon fruit was terrifying, nearly equivalent to the abilities of a devil fruit. The only solace for Katarina Butterfly lay in the fact that Rosen seemed only capable of wielding one Zanpakuto at a time. He had never been seen using a second. Thus, whether among the prisoners of infinite hell, or Shiryu, Zefa, and Borsalino, they gradually formed a preconceived notion. Weapons like Zanpakuto could not be simultaneously created and wielded by Rosen. However, this understanding was utterly shattered the moment Rosen exhaled into a sword, manifesting the second Zanpakuto. Fly, Shiryuki. With his left hand gripping the blade, Rosen pointed it towards the approaching searing flames as the release command fell. The unadorned blade in his hand transformed into a long sword, entirely snow-white, resembling ice and snow. Not only that, but upon Shiroyuki's initial release, his body temperature began to plummet drastically. In an instant. It dropped from a normal human temperature to -18 degrees. And it continued to decline. At this point, wisps of icy mist began to emanate from Rosen's body. As it reached -50 degrees, the ground beneath him began to freeze, causing tremors of ice. Then, at -100 degrees, frost formed upon his skin, akin to an icy armor enveloping him. Following this, at -200 degrees, the once bright and heated infinite hell, ignited by Busker Chote's alcohol fruit, remained ablaze, but the surrounding heat was rapidly extinguished, plummeting the temperature dramatically. If it continued to drop, his body would not endure. As the master of Shiroyuki, Rosen too began to feel the bone-chilling cold wrapping around him. After all, he was a weapon fruit user, not a natural ice fruit user. His constitution remained human, not that of ice. Even in the world of the Soul Reapers, Rukia Kachiki, who wielded Shiroyuki, would be harmed if the temperature fell too low. However, this was merely the limit of his body. With a single thought, Rosen infused his armed color into his veins, enveloping his skin, flesh, and bones. As his temperature dropped to -200 degrees, the piercing cold that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. Clearly, in the world of pirates, devil fruits and Haki complement one another. Their union often unleashes capabilities that transcend limits. For instance, the combination of Haki and devil fruits can amplify the strength of Haki-based attacks. Similarly, the fusion of devil fruits and Haki can elevate the abilities of the devil fruits to unprecedented heights. He dispelled the biting cold brought by Shiroyuki with armed color Haki. Rosen gently pushed his left hand forward, sending the snow-white blade ahead. As Shiroyuki's blade met the oncoming flames, ice and fire erupted in a violent clash, resulting in a tremendous explosion that unleashed shockwaves of heat and cold in opposing directions. Yet, after a momentary standoff, the massive fireball, fueled by the high-concentration alcohol, burst forth like a balloon punctured by a needle, extinguished under a veil of white mist. To those surrounding, it appeared that Rosen had merely thrust forward with Shiroyuki, effortlessly extinguishing the fireball. Simultaneously, without looking back, Rosen swung his right hand, wielding the black blade shins. As the blade cut through the air towards the rear, it stirred up a furious blaze, accurately striking Katarina Butterfly's iron fist aimed at his nape. Guided by his observation Haki, the clash echoed with a resounding impact. Both combatants staggered, unleashing a tidal wave of explosive energy that surged outward in all directions, with Shiroyuki in his left hand and Shinsui in his right. Even when confronted by the dual assault of these two formidable pirates, Rosen maintained an air of effortless composure. As this scene unfolded, Busker Chote's eyes lit up, and his mouth hung agape, overwhelmed with joy to the point of oozing repulsive slime. I see it. Busker Chote witnessed Rosen wielding two swords, displaying an overwhelmingly powerful stance. Yet, despite extinguishing his fireball and briefly entering a standoff with Katarina Butterfly's iron fist, he could not suppress his delight. A flaw has been revealed, Rosen. His excitement caused him to stick out his tongue, and the air around him filled with dense alcohol as he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. An enormous fireball materialized out of thin air, igniting the atmosphere of infinite hell with crackling sounds, trailing an orange tail like a meteor slicing through the sky, hurtling toward Rosen's back. Does my junior have a flaw? Rosen has a flaw? Borsalino was taken aback, unable to resist glancing at Zefa, who happened to meet his gaze. The two exchanged bewildered looks, confusion etched on their faces. Although they had not consistently employed observation Haki, their keen perception as candidates for admiral and former marine admirals remained sharp. Yet, no matter how they scrutinized Rosen's figure, they could not discern any flaw. Nevertheless, Busker Chote's self-assured demeanor and his resolute strike left no room for doubt. This led both of them to momentarily question their own judgment. At this moment, both Borisolino and Zefa could not help but ponder. Was it because they had not employed observation Haki and relied solely on their naked eyes that they had missed something? Or was it possible that Busker Chote had not consumed the alcohol fruit, but rather the flaw fruit? Alternatively, could it be that the big barrel was a dual fruit user? I don't see it. Zefa and Borisolino exchanged a glance, reaffirming silently that neither had perceived the flaw mentioned by Busker Chote, and then, in unison, directed their attention towards Shilio. After 10 days of companionship, it was evident to them that Shilio's prowess ranked second only to Director Magellan within the formidable confines of Impel Down. Undoubtedly, he was a master swordsman. Should Rosen truly possess any weaknesses, Shilio would undoubtedly discern them, and perhaps he had even utilized Kenbunchika Haki to sense the situation if Busker Chote were indeed a monster of the caliber of a Yonko. Then Rosen was currently riddled with vulnerabilities. Confronted by the questioning gazes of the two, Shilio spoke without hesitation. Borisolino and Zefa nodded slightly in agreement. The notion of flaws is indeed quite selective. From the perspective of a Yonko, viewing Rosen in his current state would reveal a multitude of vulnerabilities from head to toe. However, through the lens of Busker Chote's vision and strength, it could be argued that even if Rosen had flaws, the opponent would be incapable of seizing upon them as if to respond to their collective thoughts. A cry echoed, "Crescent Moon Slash," at that moment. With his back turned to Busker Chote, Rosen was poised to absorb the fireball with his back. He exerted pressure upon the hilt of his black blade, Shanwei, and the black blade, locked in a stalemate against the iron fist of the transformed Caitlin Daime, suddenly erupted in an exquisite violet light. A resounding wave of purple crescent energy surged forth, akin to a terrifying torrent that sought to engulf everything, sweeping towards Caitlin Daime, who was mere moments away. Maintaining her stance against Rosen's Shanwei, faced with the oncoming deluge of purple crescent energy, Caitlin Daime had no time to evade, left only to watch helplessly as the crescent approached, enveloping her entirely. The horrific sharpness penetrated deeply, leaving her battered and in excruciating pain, emitting a series of heart-wrenching screams that even the deafening roar of the purple crescent could not overshadow. At that instant, the fireball unleashed by Busker Chote had already reached Rosen's back, mere inches from his body. Given the speed and size of the fireball, along with the distance between them, there was no time for either evasion or counterattack. Busker Chote could not contain his triumphant declaration upon witnessing this. Then, under his eager gaze, Rosen indeed appeared unable to evade or react in time, standing firm in his position, maintaining the motion of releasing the crescent moon slash, ultimately struck by the searing fireball. Yet, there was no anguished cry, only the sound of ice and fire colliding. The massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, crashed into Rosen as if colliding with a glacier. It first released a torrent of white mist, and then, at a visible rate, the blazing fireball began to shrink 0.3 meters, 0.2 meters, 0.1 meter, before it could fully impact Rosen. The fireball, which had initially measured over 5 meters in radius, diminished to a mere palm-sized flicker in less than 2 to 3 seconds, still continuing to shrink until it became a tiny flame, ultimately extinguished by the dispersing white mist. Confronted with this abrupt turn of events, the confident grin on Busker Chote's face abruptly froze. As the white mist dissipated, he beheld the situation within. The ground of the infinite hell had been significantly scorched, creating a deep pit, a testament to the ferocity of the flames. Yet, to Busker Chote's disbelief, Rosen stood unharmed at the bottom of the pit, having taken the full brunt of the powerful fireball without a single injury. Not only was his body intact, but even his clothing and hair showed no signs of damage. Remarkably, after enduring the impact and heat of the fireball, the ice covering his shoulders and back exhibited no signs of melting. Truly, the combined efforts of two monstrous pirates were formidable enough to withstand my attack. Impressive, Rosen remarked, brandishing his dual blades while fixing his gaze upon the astonished and incredulous Busker Chote. Impossible, Busker Chote exclaimed, unable to fathom why his fire of the wine god had failed to affect Rosen. Your flames did indeed make contact with me, and I was unable to react in time. Which is why I commend you, Rosen replied. Barmaster, Rosen acknowledged the fact that Busker Chote's flames had indeed touched him. Why? Busker Chote pressed, unable to restrain his curiosity. What do you think? Rosen replied with a slight smirk. That blade. Busker Chote's gaze shifted to the ice clinging to Rosen's clothing, then to the shobashue held in his left hand. I see now. The ability of that blade does not merely release freezing air or create ice. It directly alters your body temperature. The blade's function is merely to extend the area of freezing. That a sudden realization struck him, and he voiced it aloud. Has he finally grasped the concept? As Busker Qiao Te unveiled the ability of Shou Baixue. The smile in Rosen's eyes deepened. He was not concerned about the revelation of Shou Baixue's power. Its nature was straightforward, easily deduced after a single encounter. Moreover, knowing and countering are two distinct matters. Everyone is aware of Whitebeard's power being the trimmer fruit, but who among them could topple the world's strongest man? Damn it. Busker Qiao Te mused. I had always believed that the ability of that white blade was to release freezing air and create ice blocks. Regardless of whether it released freezing air or generated ice, reliance on that white blade was essential. He had never anticipated it was not so. Indeed, he could only wield that blade to utilize his power. However, the ability of that blade was not to release freezing air or to create ice, but to alter body temperature. Upon observing Rosen's expression, Busker Qiao Te realized he had hit the nail on the head regarding Shou Baixue's ability. Yet, instead of feeling elated, his countenance darkened ominously. His intention in unleashing the fire of the wine god was predicated on the belief that Rosen was reliant on Shou Baixue to counter his flames. Thus, upon confirming that his opponent had no time to wield Shou Baixue and lacked the space to block with it, he had acted without hesitation, deploying the powers of the sake fruit to unleash a fierce blaze. As he had anticipated, Rosen indeed had no time to evade or utilize Shou Baixue. However, the problem lay in his misjudgment of Shou Baixue's ability to eye in the face of the fire of the wine god. Rosen had no need to employ Shou Baixue. He merely needed to lower his body temperature to a level that could withstand or even extinguish the flames. In other words, rather than going to great lengths to conjure a fireball using the sake fruit, it would have been far more effective to charge forward and strike with armed fists and feet. Believing he had uncovered Rosen's flaw and launched a vigorous assault, he ultimately found himself the fool. This realization left Busker Qiao Te in no mood for celebration. Now that you've deduced that Shou Baixue's ability is to alter body temperature, why not take a guess at how low I can reduce my temperature? Rosen remarked with intrigue, observing the profoundly troubled expression on Busker Qiao Te's face. Busker Qiao Te seemed momentarily lost in thought, perhaps still grappling with the humiliation of becoming a jester. Absolute zero. Rosen continued, unperturbed by Busker Qiao Te's silence. What? The color drained from Busker Qiao Te's face as he processed this information. He understood all too well what absolute zero implied. To put it plainly, a mere touch from Rosen could spell disaster. That moment, as Busker Qiao Te grappled with the implications of Shou Baixue's ability, Rosen, positioned 20 meters away, suddenly vanished, moving with such speed that it seemed like teleportation. Silent and without any disturbance to the air. Not good. Busker Qiao was momentarily blinded, only to find that Rosen had inexplicably appeared before him. He then raised the snowy sleeve, imbued with the essence of absolute zero, and with the swiftness of lightning, swung it toward him. This is bad. He could scarcely ponder the veracity of Rosen's claim regarding the snowy sleeve's ability to lower body temperature to absolute zero. Faced with the onslaught of the white lightning-like attack, he instinctively retreated. However, in his haste, he could not fully escape the deadly arc of the snowy sleeve. After all, Rosen's speed, enhanced by his gale-like technique, was simply too formidable. Left with no choice, Busker Qiao hardened his left arm with armament Haki as he dodged. He raised his left arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself, like a shield confronting the blade of a sword. When the blade made contact with his arm, he expected a crushing force or a devastating edge that could slice through mountains and split seas. Instead, he felt merely a gentle tap, akin to a child playfully swinging a toy sword. There was no pain to be felt. This left a flicker of doubt on Busker Qiao's face, which quickly vanished, replaced by a profound sense of dread. With an incredulous gaze, he watched as his previously touched left arm instantaneously froze into solid ice. Not only his arm but his shoulder and a significant portion of his upper body were ensnared by the ice. The chilling grip of the snowy sleeve rendered his left hand completely devoid of sensation, leading him to an unsettling illusion that his left hand never existed. He was born with only a right hand. In the face of this predicament, his heart felt as frigid as his frozen limb. If it were merely his arm that had succumbed to ice, he could muster the resolve to sever it. After all, in the world of pirates, the fierce spirit of a warrior could endure the loss of an arm. Moreover, as a user of the sake fruit, losing an arm would not diminish his capabilities significantly, nor would it render him easily slain by Rosen. The crux of the matter, however, was that it was not just his arm that had frozen. His shoulder and half of his upper body had also succumbed to the icy grip. Though he possessed the fortitude to sever a hand, he could not simply sacrifice his left chest and abdomen. To do so would mean death without Rosen needing to lift a finger. Surprisingly, even the armament Haki had proven ineffective. No, the Haki did hold some merit. Otherwise, he would not have merely half of his body frozen but his entire self encased in ice. It was simply that Rosen's powers were overwhelming and his Haki insufficient, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Ultimately, Buskerchot managed to escape the lethal arc of the snowy sleeve, creating distance between himself and Rosen. Yet his face bore no semblance of relief. The cost of his evasion was devastatingly high, while Rosen had merely flicked the snowy sleeve as if it were a trifle. At that moment, a sound resounded as a hand struck the ground. It was none other than Catherine Butterfly, who had been engulfed by Rosen's armament Haki-wrapped crescent moon strike, having taken the blow directly. She not only survived but miraculously rose again. The formidable constitution and resilience of a mythical Zoan user were on full display. However, her expression mirrored that of Buskerchot, devoid of any exhilaration for having escaped death. Replaced instead by a somber and fearful demeanor, these two monstrous prisoners, formidable enough to rank among the top 5 in the endless abyss, had not only failed to harm Rosen but had instead been left battered and bruised. One half of his upper body frozen, and the other slashed by the crescent moon strike. Dragging their injured forms before the fully unleashed Rosen, neither Buskerchot nor Catherine could discern a glimmer of hope for victory. Suddenly, Rosen took a casual step forward. This seemingly innocuous movement sent Buskerchot and Catherine into a reflexive retreat of 50 meters, both instinctively responding in unison. Witnessing their reaction, Rosen couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. "Weren't you two so eager to kill me here?" he mused, bemused by their retreat. "Why the sudden need for distance? With your Haki and abilities, you ought to draw closer to strike if you seek to injure me. Or perhaps, as the monsters erased from history, you fear approaching me." His gaze shifted between the two, and their expressions soured, revealing a profound embarrassment, as if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare. "It seems I have struck a nerve," Rosen observed, noting their palpable fear. "Such trepidation is utterly meaningless. The distance in battle only holds significance when both parties are of equal strength. In our case, it bears no relevance, and no matter how far you retreat, the outcome remains unchanged." As his words hung in the air, he vanished from sight, akin to a flash of lightning, reappearing before Buskerchot. With a calm demeanor, he reached out. "Move, quickly, move." Buskerchot's crimson pupils constricted, his mind screaming in fury. He had maintained a state of heightened alertness, utilizing observation Haki to anticipate Rosen's every move. Even before Rosen unleashed his gale leg, he had sensed the impending danger and attempted to create distance while awaiting Catherine's assistance. Yet, as Rosen stood before him, Busker remained frozen in place. Even as Rosen extended his hand, he could not muster the strength to move. When Rosen's hand finally made contact, Buskerchot was still immobilized. It was not fear that paralyzed him, nor was he stunned into inaction. It was the chilling grip of ice that had significantly hampered his speed. In contrast, Rosen, employing both the gale leg and blood flow technique, surged forward with unparalleled speed. Thus, even with his observation Haki alerting him to Rosen's movements, Busker found himself helpless, like a statue, watching as Rosen approached, extending his hand toward the untouched side of his body. "Behold," Rosen intoned, "I can encase you in ice entirely." With a finger poised against Buskerchot's right chest, a surge of absolute zero energy erupted forth from the point of contact. "Stop." Catherine's face paled as she recklessly approached Rosen. Transforming into her carp form, she unleashed the 6 styles, shave, darting toward him like a bolt of lightning. Desperate to avert the impending calamity in a 2-on-1 scenario, they struggled. Reverting to a fair 1-on-1 duel would only lead to her more tragic demise. "Ah!" Buskerchot felt the terrifying chill emanating from Rosen's fingertips, his eyes widening in fury, mouth agape, tongue protruding, resembling a malevolent specter clawing its way from the depths of hell, his expression grotesquely fierce. Yet, it appeared he foresaw his own demise, aware that he could do nothing to avert it, ultimately unleashing a roar filled with rage, malice, and profound despair. In an instant, with a hissing crack, the remaining half of Buskerchot's body, along with his neck and head, was encased in ice, transforming him into a frozen sculpture, standing tall amidst the boundless abyss. Through the ice, one could observe his features contorted in agony, his tongue held in its ghastly position, rendering him a figure of sheer terror. It's over. Upon witnessing this scene, Catherine Daibe, who had previously shot forth like a bullet, suddenly froze in place at that moment. The arrogance and confidence she had felt upon being released from her cage by Shilyo vanished, replaced solely by helplessness and dread. Indeed, even the monsters of the infinite abyss began to comprehend the essence of fear when confronted with Rosen. It was not merely the freezing. Look, Rosen raised his index finger, gently tapping the layer of ice encasing Basque-Jote. The sound resonated thrice, each strike sending shivers through Catherine Daibe's heart, while the other prisoners in the infinite abyss, observing this spectacle, felt a chilling dread from the crisp echoes. After the third strike, Rosen withdrew his finger, yet Basque-Jote remained frozen in his immobile state, the ice unscathed, his body intact, not shattered. Seeing this, Catherine Daibe could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. But almost immediately, her heart tightened once more, suspended in an unprecedented state of anxiety. For after retracting his finger, Rosen turned to her, his gaze fixed, and began to stride towards her. This time, he did not employ the blinding speed he had used while freezing Basque-Jote, but instead, his eyes glimmered with a cold, fierce light, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, as he leisurely approached Catherine Daibe. This deliberate pace, combined with the distance between them, afforded Catherine Daibe ample opportunity to act, whether to defend, attack, or retreat. Yet, curiously, apart from adopting a posture of utmost vigilance, she stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force, watching Rosen advance towards her. With each step he took, it felt as though he was not merely treading upon the frigid ground of the infinite abyss, but rather stepping upon her very heart, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat emerging on her forehead, neck, face, and back. She was paralyzed with terror upon witnessing Catherine Daibe's reaction. Pagliusolino understood the situation. In the Grand Line, presence is a formidable power, and the Conqueror's Haki, which transcends mere killing intent and aura, is even more terrifying, just like Catherine Daibe, who, despite having ample time and space to counter, evade, or defend, found herself rooted to the spot, not out of desire, but out of fear. Her spirit was subdued by Rosen's overwhelming presence. Move. For heaven's sake, move. What is wrong with my body? Catherine Daibe, much like Basque-Jote moments before, internally screamed in a frenzy. She felt as if an invisible yet immensely heavy mountain was pressing down upon her, rendering even a single finger immobile. Ultimately, she could only stand there, filled with despair, watching as Rosen approached, helpless to resist the will of the man before her. Is this the end? To share the same fate as Basque-Jote, frozen in time, or to be obliterated by that purple crescent? As she gazed at Rosen standing before her, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, she possessed a physique far superior to any of the prisoners who had fought Rosen before. Even after enduring multiple moon crescent assaults, she could still rise to continue the fight. Unlike Basque-Jote, who became sluggish and stiff after being partially frozen, her combat capability remained intact despite her injuries. Yet, peculiarly, she found herself contemplating her own demise. This was the reaction of a spirit overwhelmed, a mind collapsing, akin to Moonlight Moria after being vanquished by Kaido. Even if she survived, she would succumb to self-destruction, her strength regressing at an alarming rate. Just as Catherine Daibe pondered whether Rosen would unleash the Moon Crescent assault or utilize the absolute zero of his techniques, he stood before her, briefly sizing up the witch-like hunter. Then, to her astonishment, he raised both the Moon Crescent and the snowy sleeve. The Haki swirling around the two swords dissipated swiftly, followed by their return to their sheaths. After executing this, Rosen seemed to regard Catherine Daibe as inconsequential, walking past her without a glance. What is happening? Catherine Daibe's pupils constricted, her face reflecting disbelief. She could comprehend why he did not shatter the frozen Basque-Jote. After all, the ice sculpture stood there, and given time, Basque-Jote would either perish from the cold or suffocate. Whether he shattered it or not, the inebriated barrel was ultimately doomed. But to sheathe the Moon Crescent and the snowy sleeve, then walk past her, was utterly incomprehensible in her memories. No prisoner had survived since Rosen's arrival in the infinite abyss. Thus, Catherine Daibe had mentally prepared herself to confront death. There was no need for further inquiry. You LV6 prisoners are utterly disappointing. Before arriving here, I held high hopes for you, believing that even with daily battles, I could achieve substantial growth, only to be met with repeated disillusionment. With his back turned to Catherine Daibe, Rosen continued forward, stating, "It has only been 13 days. Even if Zefa has prioritized your release from your cell, and despite the combined efforts of you and Basque-Jote, this is all you can muster." You cannot even compel me to utilize my Conqueror's Haki.by tomorrow. Your performance will likely be even more abysmal. I might not even need to draw my swords again. You are now merely a step below Douglas Barrett and Raidfield in terms of prisoners. If I were to eliminate you here and now, I would lose 2 potential training materials. This was merely a judgment Rosen made. He paid no further attention to Catherine Daibe, instead approaching Zefa, proposing a training regimen that left Zefa aghast, while both Pausalino and Shilio were equally stunned. Teacher Zefa, Rosen began, there is no longer a need to deliberate on the order of names on the list, nor to consider who should be released first. Starting tomorrow, release 1 additional prisoner each day. Today, it is the inebriated barrel and the witch hunter. Tomorrow, retain both while adding 1 more. The day after, retain 3 and add another, and so forth, until only those with combat prowess rivaling that of a vice admiral remain in Impel Down. Upon hearing this, every prisoner in the infinite abyss was left in shock. I had always believed that Teacher Zefa was excessively strict with his students. Little did I expect that your own demands upon yourself would be even more unforgiving. Pausalino was taken aback. It is no wonder that Rosen and Zefa could maintain such a harmonious relationship, while my own rapport with Zefa, despite being from the same generation of master and disciple, was fraught with tension. Which teacher would not appreciate a student like Rosen, who sets such high standards for himself and yearns for progress? If he were in Zefa's position, he would undoubtedly hold Rosen in high regard. Senior, I simply desire to improve. Rosen shook his head. Was he harsh on himself? From Pausalino's perspective, indeed he was. Yet for him, it was merely a matter of steady and methodical progress, in a single day. I have revised my plans multiple times, yet I still cannot keep pace with your advancements. Truly, the only one capable of sculpting this unrefined gem is you alone. If that is the case, then very well, you need not adhere to the plans I have set for you any longer. Everything shall proceed as you dictate, with the addition of 1 prisoner each day, until the infinite hell is left with only those possessing the strength of a general. Upon hearing this, Zefa first shook his head, then addressed Rosen as the foremost teacher of the Navy. He had always been confident that the educational program he devised for Rosen was the best. Yet now, reality proved otherwise. Despite Zefa's repeated overestimation of Rosen, altering plans and increasing difficulty, the ultimate outcome revealed that he had underestimated Rosen and, in fact, limited his growth. I can no longer impart anything to him, not merely in terms of Haki, swordsmanship, or physical techniques, but even in crafting a training plan for him. As this thought crossed his mind, Zefa could not help but smile bitterly. He was at a loss as to how to describe his emotions. Was he proud? Certainly, any teacher would feel a sense of pride for having cultivated such a student. Was he ashamed? Undoubtedly, as he found himself unable to teach anything further, nor even devise a suitable educational plan. What teacher would not feel a twinge of shame in such a circumstance? At the very moment, Zefa felt both pride and shame for being unable to teach Rosen any longer. Rosen turned his attention to the improvements gained from his recent battles with Basgotts and Katarina Devon. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Through your confrontations with Katarina Devon and Basgotts, combined with the training of the Chi body source flow, your mastery of the 3 types of Haki has seen significant enhancement. The intensity of your armament Haki has increased by 85%, observation Haki by 73%, and Conqueror's Haki by 52%. Observing the information in his mind, a smile graced Rosen's face at last. He was no longer stuck in the single digits of improvement as he had been a few days prior. Although it did not match the exponential gains he experienced in his first battle with Bondi Walt, nor the clash of Conqueror's Haki with Douglas Barrett, he had nevertheless returned to double digits, and was very close to a doubling of his abilities. It is important to note that his current mastery of the 3 types of Haki, both in intensity and quality, far surpassed that of his initial encounters with Haki at the Navy Academy. An 85% increase, nearly doubling his armament Haki, was already an astounding enhancement. This improvement not only brought joy to Rosen but also solidified his resolve. Starting tomorrow, he would implement a plan to increase the number of prisoners he faced each day. However, even more unexpected, or perhaps delightful, developments lay ahead. After reviewing the enhancements gained from his duels with Basgotts and Katarina Devon, Rosen caught a glimpse of Zefa's complex expression from the corner of his eye. Understanding the situation immediately, he was about to offer some comforting words to Zefa when the scene before him suddenly blurred. The oppressive environment of the infinite hell vanished, replaced by a sky of blue and white clouds, alongside numerous towering structures below. Rosen recognized instantly that this was the Soul Society. Not only had he seen it through an anime titled Bleach in his previous life, But he had also glimpsed the entirety of the Soul Society when visualizing his Zanpakuto and developing his weapon fruit. Simultaneously, he noticed two figures confronting each other amidst the architecture. One was clad in the captain's Haori, wielding a Zanpakuto, while the other was wrapped in fur, gripping an enormous skeletal snake, Rinji Abarai, Byakuya Kachiki. Thus, it appeared to be the moment of their first Bankai unveiling. Rosen's gaze swept over the two figures. Recognizing their identities and surmising their imminent actions as expected, he observed Byakuya Kachiki raise a hand and declare, Bakuto number 61. Rikujikuro. 6 beams of light shot forth like lasers, binding Rinji Abarai in place. Just put your sword away, and it will be fine. You really intend to defeat me? Have you forgotten? I can also use Bankai. Byakuya Kachiki's two statements caused Rinji Abarai's expression to change drastically. He then calmly flipped his Zanpakuto, pointing the blade to the ground, and with a release of his fingers, the sword fell to the earth. Bankai, as Byakuya's icy voice rang out, the tip of the Zanpakuto, upon touching the ground, did not rebound off the hard surface but rather sank into the earth as if submerging in water, creating ripples that spread outward. In the next moment, the once unyielding ground undulated with waves, as one enormous Zanpakuto after another rose from the earth, each so massive that only a member of the giant race in the pirate world could wield them. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Byakuya Kachiki stood proudly amidst the array of giant Zanpakuto, showing no sign of movement. Merely by uttering the full name of his Zanpakuto, the 2 rows of blades erupted into a brilliant display of pink light. Soon after, countless enormous Zanpakuto shattered into innumerable cherry blossom blades, their sheer number obscuring the sky and casting a veil over the Soul Society. Bound by the 6 beams of light, Rinji Abarai could do nothing but watch as the sea of cherry blossoms descended upon the Soul Society. Then, he widened his eyes, standing transfixed, as he beheld the countless cherry blossom blades, which could only be counted in billions, surging toward him like a mighty tide. The beams binding Rinji Abarai shattered, along with his own Zanpakuto. The massive skeletal snake obliterated entirely. At that very moment, the scene before Rosen shattered like a broken mirror, first fracturing, then peeling away, until the image once again reverted to the infinite hell. The only addition was the information that materialized in his mind, which he focused on intently. Your comprehension is extraordinary. During the battle in Impel Down, you utilized your fruit's abilities numerous times, elevating the weapon fruit to a higher level through self-visualization, thereby comprehending the exclusive skill, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, exclusive skill. Your extraordinary comprehension has led to the understanding of 3 forms, Shinjitsu, KZ, and TS Jitsu, through the visualization of your Zanpakuto. Requires weapon fruit. In an instant, the sword transforms into a myriad, blades like a sea, obscuring the sky and sun. Upon finishing the information in his mind, a flicker of delight shone in the depths of Rosen's eyes. His duels with Bascots and Katarina Devon had restored the growth of his 3 types of Haki back to double digits, which had already put him in high spirits. Little did he expect that even more joyous revelations awaited him. The enhancements extended beyond just Haki. They included his fruit abilities as well. Upon entering Impel Down, through days of continuous battles, his extraordinary comprehension had quietly elevated the weapon fruit to an entirely new level. Although he had yet to reach the awakening stage of the fruit, he was now capable of manually performing his Bankai and had even visualized his Zanpakuto, crafting a Senbenzakura Kageyoshi right before him. In recent days, Rosen had indeed attempted to visualize his Zanpakuto and manually execute his Bankai. However, it seems that his proficiency in developing the weapon fruit has yet to meet the prerequisites for manually performing the Bankai. After several attempts at visualization, he still could not manually execute any Bankai of his Zanpakuto. Nevertheless, he was in no hurry, since he was unable to perform the Bankai for the time being. He decided to focus on mastering the Shurkai first. After all, even with the Shurkai, as long as he continually enhanced its power and combined it with the 3-colored Haki, he would still possess formidable combat strength. Moreover, Rosen was confident that his exceptional talent would ultimately resolve the issue of manually executing the Bankai. As expected, within merely half a month, his extraordinary aptitude had already advanced the development of the weapon fruit to a level sufficient for achieving the manual Bankai. Subsequently, he successfully performed his first Zanpakuto's Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. This was also the first Zanpakuto he comprehended after traversing into the world of pirates, acquiring the weapon fruit, and harnessing his extraordinary talent. Was there anything amiss, Junior? Borsalino keenly sensed that Rosen's gaze seemed to drift, as if he were contemplating something of great importance. Nothing. At Borsalino's words, Rosen snapped back to reality. Shaking his head, he chose not to elaborate on how his extraordinary talent would elevate the weapon fruit to a higher level. After all, Borsalino was merely a bystander, consuming popcorn daily, whether he spoke of it or not. It was evident through observation that his fruit abilities were growing stronger by the day at that moment. He caught a glimpse of the change in Katarina's expression. She seemed to have finally recovered from being intimidated by his Haki, her eyes and demeanor devoid of the previous horror and despair, now replaced by a glimmer of euphoric relief. After all, aside from the frozen busker chote, Katarina was the only prisoner who had faced Rosen and managed to survive without missing any crucial pieces. Please take care of shattering the ice and the subsequent work of re-imprisoning the prisoners, Chief Shiryu. I believe this should not pose much difficulty, as they would likely be more than willing to return to their cages voluntarily. Rosen withdrew his gaze and addressed Shiryu. Is that so? Yakatsuki Hunter. Rosen paused, maintaining his back to Katarina, without turning to face her directly. Upon hearing this, Katarina clenched her fists, her expression instantly contorting into one of ferocity. To be defeated by someone, losing consciousness, and being forcefully confined, that could be attributed to a lack of skill, but to willingly return to a prison cell, that was no different from a dog being called and obediently returning to its cage. The thought filled her with a profound sense of humiliation, piercing her heart like a dagger. Should she fight fiercely against Rosen for the sake of her last vestiges of dignity, or should she cower and obey? Humbly returning to her cell. At that moment, Katarina's mind was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle. However, this struggle soon reached a conclusion, not through her own realization, but with external assistance. What is it? I did not hear your response. Katarina. Noticing her prolonged silence and inaction, Rosen remained unmoved, merely allowing his pupils to shift slightly toward the corner of his eye, casting a faint glance backward as a chilling crimson hue began to emanate from his gaze. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning, sinister black-red lightning surged forth from Rosen, coiling around him like a giant serpent. Then, centered around himself, an overwhelming aura of Haki descended upon Katarina, bringing an immeasurable pressure that enveloped her. The change in Katarina's countenance was stark. Her body tensed involuntarily, trembling uncontrollably. Having already been defeated by Rosen in their previous encounter, a primal fear of him simmered deep within her. Even she herself was unaware of it. Now, as Rosen unleashed his Haki, the immense pressure bore down upon her like a mountain woven from black lightning, awakening the innate terror residing within her. No, it's impossible. How could your Haki have suddenly increased so much? Just moments ago, it lacked this intensity. As Katarina's eyes widened in disbelief, she gazed at Rosen's silhouette, her expression betraying her shock. She recalled distinctly that not long ago, he had employed his Haki against her. Yet, in such a brief span, this man had escalated the intensity by more than 50%. While she could comprehend his Haki increasing after entering the infinite hell and clashing with legendary monsters like Douglas Bullet, she could not fathom the current situation. Where was the majesty of a king that could rise so dramatically in mere minutes without any cataclysmic events to warrant such a change? Throughout her time as a pirate and her subsequent imprisonment, she had never witnessed anything like this in any king. Huff, huff, Katarina gasped for breath, her confusion and fear only deepening. As she sensed the overwhelming surge of murderous intent emanating from Rosen's Haki. Her body instinctively moved beyond the control of her mind, turning laboriously back toward the cell that had once confined her. What? Has she lost her mind? The Yakatsuki Hunter was voluntarily returning to her prison. She was not even dead. Wasn't Katarina the most dangerous female pirate in the world? This scene left the other prisoners in disbelief. After all, Rosen's mastery over his Haki was meticulous. Apart from Katarina herself, no one else felt even the slightest impact of his Haki, and thus they remained oblivious to the fact that its intensity had increased by 50%. The seed of fear had already been sown in her heart. Borsalino observed Katarina's voluntary return to her cell, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had witnessed similar occurrences countless times, even having experienced it himself. From graduating from the Naval Academy to becoming a candidate for admiral, he had defeated numerous pirates, many of whom had reacted just like Katarina was now upon seeing him. This woman was finished. She was no longer the most dangerous female pirate, though she still drew breath. Her spirit had perished. Zefa took in Katarina's transformation. He understood that while the Yakatsuki Hunter had managed to cling to life, in a sense, the previous incarnation of her had died. What remained was merely a shell devoid of the spirit and vigor that once defined the world's most dangerous female pirate. The fact that he could crush the spirit of a monster ranked among the top 5 in the infinite hell was truly astounding. This man, with each passing day, he grew increasingly terrifying. Shilio cast a deep glance at Rosen. Over the past few days, he, along with Borsalino and Zefa, had been navigating the treacherous depths of infinite hell alongside Rosen. It was precisely this shared experience that allowed him to witness, firsthand, the remarkable growth Rosen had undergone in just half a month. The transformation could only be described as terrifying. Not only had his strength surged to unprecedented heights, but perhaps more importantly, there was a profound shift in his spirit and demeanor. In a mere fortnight, Rosen had shed the naivety and youthful exuberance typical of a military academy student. Through countless battles with prisoners in infinite hell, he had cultivated an aura of regal authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Shilio observed this transformation with keen clarity. Among Rosen, Zefa, and Borsalino, the dynamics of their relationship had gradually shifted to place Rosen at the forefront. Rather than Borsalino, who was the strongest in terms of power and held the highest rank, nor Zefa, who was the most senior and a legend from a bygone era. He mused, "It seemed you have come to understand." As Rosen listened to the fading footsteps of Catherine Demi, which diminished from loud to faint until they vanished completely, the fierce glint in his eyes gradually receded. Unlike the astonishment displayed by others present, he did not betray even a hint of surprise at Catherine's choice, as if he had anticipated her decision all along. "Zefa, do you happen to have any alcohol on you?" Rosen turned to his companion. Over the course of their time together, he had learned that Borsalino had no taste for alcoholic beverages, preferring tea instead. In contrast, Zefa, despite having abstained from alcohol during his tenure as an admiral, had taken to drinking after retiring to become an instructor. "Indeed," Zefa replied, though he inquired, "What do you need it for?" "I recall you and Borsalino are not particularly fond of alcohol," despite his words. Zefa produced a green bottle from within his coat. A mere prisoner, capable of drinking the liquor of a former admiral, surely would have no regrets even if he were to perish here. "Is that so?" To Busquerchote. With his back turned to the ice-encased Busquerchote, Rosen tossed an unopened bottle of alcohol over his shoulder. The bottle landed squarely in front of the ice sculpture. Upon witnessing this, Zefa and Borsalino recalled Rosen's earlier statement. If Busquerchote survived today, he would be treated to a drink, although Busquerchote had not survived through his own strength, but rather because Rosen had no intention of killing him. The fact remained that he had indeed lived to see this day. Thus, even for a pirate he had spared, Rosen chose to honor his promise. "Shilio, if he emerges from that ice and is still alive, please deliver this bottle to him. If he is dead, then pour it over his corpse." "Let it be so," Rosen instructed Shilio, before departing from the 6th level of Impel Down, under the watchful gaze of the remaining prisoners in infinite hell. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. In infinite hell, Shilio bore the towering ice sculpture to a cell. He casually placed the ice sculpture inside before giving it a swift kick, with a crack akin to that of a person frozen by Kazan's ice powers. Busquerchote, encased in ice by Rosen's ability, became exceedingly fragile. A gentle tap would shatter the ice into countless pieces. Likewise, the large barrel of liquor would break apart, spilling its contents onto the floor. However, Shilio's seemingly rough kick was executed with profound mastery of Haki. The moment his foot made contact with the ice sculpture, the armament Haki flowed from his foot through the ice, surging within before erupting outward. It neither harmed Busquerchote in the slightest nor left a shard of ice intact. Cough, cough, cough. Emerging from the ice, Busquerchote collapsed onto the cold floor of the cell. His face pale, body trembling, gasping for breath in the frigid air. "Am I still alive? Did you save me?" Shilio, first taken aback by his own survival, his gaze shifted toward Shilio, who stood like a towering iron pillar outside the cage. "You overestimate me. I lack the ability to rescue you from that man's clutches. Your survival to this moment, even to tomorrow, is merely because he did not wish to kill you just yet." Shilio scoffed lightly, then placed a bottle of alcohol within the cell. "This is alcohol?" Upon seeing the bottle Shilio had brought, Busquerchote's face lit up with joy. His fondness for liquor stemmed not only from a genuine love for it, but also from a significant reason, for those who had consumed the sake fruit. Alcohol served as a potent remedy for healing. It was given to you by him. Seeing the expression on Busquerchote's face, Shilio couldn't help but smile, a hint of mockery evident in his demeanor. "Him?" Busquerchote faltered for a moment, then quickly grasped who Shilio referred to. Upon realizing that this was the alcohol left for him by Rosen, the smile on his face instantly faltered. What was this? A reward for surviving? But why had he managed to survive? He had already learned the truth through Shallud At that moment. Buskerchot was devoid of any elation from surviving or the joy of receiving a bottle of fine liquor. Instead, he felt the same piercing humiliation as Catherine Choate. What is that expression? Do you feel humiliated? That's nothing. Compared to Catherine Demi, who had to walk back to her cage, you are far better off. Shilio observed Buskerchot's reaction, his smile growing broader. What? She had to walk back to her cage. Upon hearing this, Buskerchot's face registered disbelief. As the strongest female inmate of infinite hell, he was well aware of Catherine Demi's fierce and untamed spirit. Yet, to think that such a pirate, upon defeat, could only turn and walk back to her cage. One could only imagine the humiliation and torment she endured during that process. In contrast, though he had been frozen, at least Shilio had carried him back to his cell, and he had even received a bottle of liquor. In light of this comparison, Buskerchot found the alcohol in his hand to be less unpalatable, even somewhat fragrant. Indeed, humiliation and suffering do not vanish, they merely shift. You could ask her. After all, your quarters are not far from hers. Shilio grinned, biting down on his cigar, as he turned to leave. Having fulfilled Rosen's directive, there was no reason for him to linger in infinite hell any longer. The environment, climate, temperature, and odors were all too abhorrent. To survive in such conditions was a feat in itself. Ask her. Buskerchot shook his head internally, unwilling to become a punching bag for Catherine Demi. While Rosen could subdue the Moonlight Hunter without a trace of anger, it did not imply that he could do the same. As Shilio's footsteps faded into silence, the sixth level of Impel Down once again fell into an eerie stillness. Darkness and silence seemed to be the defining tones of this prison level. Time passed unmeasured in this oppressive quietude until it was finally shattered by a voice echoing from the depths of infinite hell. Are you not afraid, Barrett? From the innermost cell, a cold, raspy voice suddenly emerged. What do you mean? Laidfield. In the adjacent cell, directly opposite, Douglas Barrett cast a glance at the man before him. With a hawk-like nose and a visage marred by the creases of a bygone era, he appeared somewhat aged, yet his gaze was sharper than the blade wielded by any swordsman. Were it anyone else speaking, Barrett would have ignored them entirely, let alone respond. However, this man was an exception, for he was none other than one of the legends of the old era, Barolik Raidfield, that a figure hailed as a tyrant capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates, solely through his own strength. Yet, Douglas Barrett was acutely aware of the remarkable exaggeration embedded within such tales. At best, Raidfield was merely a formidable commander, for he had witnessed firsthand how Raidfield, upon encountering the full might of Roger and Whitebeard in their prime, had promptly abandoned his ambition of becoming the Pirate King. Though not as potent as the rumors suggested, Barrett perceived that this man still possessed the right to engage in conversation with him. He had grown stronger. It seemed that the simultaneous presence of Catherine Demi and Buskerchot had spurred a resurgence in his previously waning growth. This inexplicable pace of advancement resembled a feat that he himself had never achieved during his time in the Roger Pirates. Raidfield regarded Douglas Barrett with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement. Indeed, he was not as formidable as the whispers suggested, yet one aspect undeniably surpassed both Whitebeard and Roger, as well as the Devil's Heir, his observation Haki. Unlike the acquired mastery that allowed one to foresee the future, his was an innate awakening, enabling him to directly read the hearts and memories of others. Thus, regardless of the thoughts swirling within the other inmates of Infinite Hell or the Devil's Heir across from him, Raidfield knew their intentions with absolute clarity, as long as they fell within his perceptive reach. Be cautious as you pry into my heart and memories, lest I take your life, Douglas Barrett thought, fully aware that Raidfield had once again delved into his mind and recollections. Kill me? Could you truly manage such a feat? Rather than waste time pondering that, you should consider how to confront the man looming ahead. Raidfield certainly held no fear of a younger generation. Instead, he regarded Douglas Barrett with an air of amusement. Rosen's ascent is hastening. I believe he shall soon stand before you. How will you respond then? The Devil's Heir. His expression bore a hint of intrigue. Who from the mountain would deign to acknowledge someone from below? Even should I look down, I might not even see him. Furthermore, do not forget that even if Rosen were to reach the summit, it would merely signify his qualification to challenge me, not that he could vanquish me. I am the victor in this bout of challenges. In the face of Raidfield's taunts, Douglas Barrett maintained a defiant demeanor. There is one thing you seem to have overlooked. Before Rosen challenges me, he will likely challenge you first. So I ask you, Raidfield, when he stands before you, how shall you respond? He lifted his chin, shifting the conversation's tone to one of mockery. Upon hearing this, Raidfield remained silent, his smile unbroken, though the glint in his eyes shifted. Rosen, was it? Though distance prevented him from reading this man's heart and memories, he understood that Barrett's words were not mere rebuttals but a statement of an unassailable truth. Atop the mountain stood not only the Devil's Heir, but also the lone Crimson, and the swiftly ascending Rosen aimed to replace not just the Devil's Heir, but him as well, the lone Crimson. Barolik Raidfield, he was reminded of Rosen's words upon his first day in Infinite Hell, relics of the old era. This was a declaration directed at all inmates, and indeed, at him if they were relics of the old era. They would inevitably be swept into the annals of history. The power of the new era? Let me witness it. Raidfield closed his eyes, ceasing any further communication with Douglas Barrett. Infinite Hell fell once more into an oppressive silence. On another front, within the office of the Scorching Hell, Rosen set down the remnants of a 1-meter-long roast, now reduced to nothing but a small bone from a sea king. Besides this, he had devoured over 200 pounds of meat, leaving not a scrap nor a single vegetable behind. Simultaneously, the Chi body source flow and the 6 libraries Celestial Thief were tirelessly engaged in their endeavors, with an unparalleled aptitude. Through copious consumption and the digesting prowess of the 6 libraries Celestial Thief, alongside the cultivation of the Chi body source flow, his 3 types of Haki and physical strength had seen significant enhancements. The intensity of armament Haki increased by 32%. The intensity of observation Haki increased by 21%. The intensity of Conqueror's Haki increased by 18%. Physical strength surged by 42%. After reviewing the information in his mind, Rosen felt a tinge of surprise. Normally, during meals, no, during training, the combination of Chi body source flow and the 6 libraries Celestial Thief would yield a maximum increase in armament Haki of merely 30%, with physical strength not exceeding 40%. Yet today, after consuming the food delivered by Domino, his enhancements surpassed every meal he had partaken of since arriving at Impel Down. What is it? Paulusellino, preparing to rise for tea. Notice the shift in Rosen's expression. Nothing. Just a feeling that today's meal was somewhat peculiar. The effects seemed excessively pronounced. Rosen carefully organized his thoughts that, of course, such texture and flavor were not typical of a medium sea king, but rather that of a large sea king. Second only to the colossal varieties, Zefa set down his chopsticks, offering an explanation. I caught this large sea king on my way back to Impel Down after visiting the headquarters in the afternoon to see Guion and the others post-lesson. My asthma has been acting up lately, so it was the perfect opportunity to replenish my health. Zefa's tone was casual. As if this were merely a trivial matter that I see, Rosen replied, feeling warmth in his heart. While Zefa spoke lightly, claiming it was merely for his asthma, he had clearly gone to great lengths to catch a large sea king for himself. After all, Zefa was well aware of the benefits that the Chi body source flow and the 6 libraries Celestial Thief would bring him. And he understood just how advantageous a large sea king would be. Come, Junior. As for the large sea king, having Zefa as a teacher sufficed. However, I shall ensure you have plenty of tea.at this juncture. Paulusellino had already prepared the tea. He poured the brew from the teapot into a fairness cup and then filled the small teacups in front of Rosen and Zefa in turn. Thank you, Senior. Rosen tapped the table lightly, lifting his teacup to savor the fragrant brew while reflecting on the encounters he had with Catherine Demi and Busker Choate in Infinite Hell that day. I reflect on myself thrice daily. This was also part of the training regimen Zefa had arranged for him. Through each encounter with the inmates, he sought to gain self-awareness and refine his skills. Images flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the moment Busker Choate exploited what he considered a flaw and unleashed a fireball. Had the substance generated by his Geo fruit been of a different elemental type, coupled with Haki, it might not have breached his defenses, but it would certainly have stained his attire in his heart. Rosen contemplated thus. Although his armed color Haki surpassed that of Busker Choate, it was only due to the interplay of Sui by Shui's abilities and the flames produced by the sake fruit being in a mutually restraining state that he could disregard the flames with his physical form. Had it not been for Sui by Shui's absolute zero overpowering Busker Choate's fiery brew, he would have undoubtedly been singed, not to mention his attire remaining entirely untouched by even a flicker of flame or a speck of ash. If faced with the likes of Ace's Flame Emperor or Kaido's Heat Breath, daring to confront them head-on would surely leave him charred and disheveled. Furthermore, Busker Choate, unassisted by the flames of the sake fruit, could still wield armed color Haki directly, adding to Rosen's predicament. While breaking through his defenses was out of the question, being sent flying was certainly feasible. As Busker Choate had remarked, Rosen had indeed exhibited vulnerabilities at that time. It would be inaccurate to label them as mere flaws. It was merely a matter of facing multiple adversaries versus engaging in one-on-one combat. In the heat of battle, there are always moments when one cannot attend to all angles. Especially when confronted by equally formidable foes, even the capital is not immune. Consider Whitebeard from the Marineford War, Kaido from the Onigashima War, and Carp from Honeycomb Island. All three are titans at the pinnacle of the sea. Yet, no matter how cautious they were, facing multiple opponents inevitably resulted in receiving a few blows. Indeed, one-on-one combat and brawling in groups are entirely different matters, whether it be Katarina Devon or Busker Jot. In a duel, they would scarcely touch the hem of my sleeve. Yet once they combine forces, they swiftly exploit openings to strike at me. Come tomorrow, I shall not face merely 2 prisoners of such caliber, but 3, with even more to follow thereafter. As Rosen pondered the increasing number of prisoners he would confront daily, he deemed it essential to develop an ability tailored for single-handedly challenging groups of foes. As for relying on layered armor, engaging in brute force, or stacking health to absorb damage, those notions were far from his consideration. The mishaps of Big Mom and Kaido on Onigashima had already illustrated to him that the world of pirates is not akin to a realm of cultivation. In these vast seas, there exists no impenetrable armor, nor an unexhausted health bar, regardless of whether one is the strongest creature on land, sea, or air, or a balloon of iron. There are always abilities capable of dealing with you. In Rosen's view, rather than passively enduring blows, it would be wiser to entrust the dilemma to his extraordinary intuition. If even his extraordinary intuition could not resolve the issue, then he would reconsider layering armor and stacking health. The shell blood armor technique is particularly suited for chaotic battles. With just a thought, one can activate it, forming a 360-degree defense without blind spots. However, it is somewhat cumbersome and lacks agility. Within the shell blood armor, one cannot effectively counter while in a defensive state. In one-on-one situations, it suffices, but when besieged by multiple foes, standing still in the shell blood armor to absorb damage would ultimately lead to being overwhelmed. After taking a sip of tea, Rosen set down his cup, and as he contemplated, he began to outline his requirements. It must be more convenient than maneuvering limbs and, akin to the 3-colored Haki, should be operable solely by thought in any situation, rather than being incapacitated by the sea prism stone. Even if he were to plunge into the depths of the sea, he should still be able to cope. It must provide the comprehensive defense of shell blood armor while incorporating the agility and dual offensive and defensive capabilities that the shell blood armor lacks. Soon, Rosen compiled a list of essential requirements for this new ability and entrusted the remaining work to his extraordinary intuition. He primarily aimed to set a modest target, allowing his intuition to strive for 100 million. And indeed, his extraordinary intuition did not disappoint him. As Borsalino noticed that the tea in the fairness cup had been fully dispensed, he rose to boil water, returning to pour it into the teapot before serving the tea to Rosen and Zefa. After merely boiling water, brewing tea, and distributing it, Rosen received a prompt from his extraordinary intuition. Your intuition is extraordinary. Based on the 6 techniques of armed color, in conjunction with the extreme intent of Haki and the chi body flow, you have innovated and comprehended a specialized skill of armed color, gasification form. The gasification form allows for supreme control over armed color through the extreme intent of Haki, enabling the externalization of fluid armed color Haki, manifesting it in a colossal form akin to a mountain-like divine warrior. Capable of shaping various weapon forms for combat, integrating offense and defense, the divine warrior can evolve in stages alongside the user's Haki, featuring 5 distinct forms, requires extreme intent of Haki and chi body flow. If others attempt to cultivate it, they may exhaust their Haki, become fatigued, or, in severe cases, deplete their life force, accelerating aging. Observing the information flooding his mind, Rosen's eyes gleamed. The 7th technique of armed color is akin to a Haki version of Susanoo. And indeed, a plus model at that, for he could fabricate various weapon forms at will with armed color Haki, unlike the chakra version of Susanoo, which is nearly fixed in weapon type. Moreover, compared to fruit abilities that become unusable upon contact with sea prism stone, the Haki version of Susanoo is undeniably more reliable. With the gasification form, even if he inadvertently plunges into the ocean, immobilized, as long as his armed color Haki is not exhausted, he can externalize it to directly manifest Susanoo, then ascend to escape the depths. When confronting the earlier vulnerabilities in Infinite Hell against Busker Jot's fiery brew, Rosen need not engage physically. With just a thought, he could use the gasification form to create Susanoo. And without needing the complete form, The first stage alone suffices to shatter the flames. He would not find himself in a predicament of neglecting either front when facing multiple assailants. Junior, the tea is getting cold. This is the third brew, Borsalino remarked as he noticed Rosen had yet to touch his teacup. Initially, he did not wish to interrupt, but it was already the third brew. Typically, the second and third brews yield the most exquisite flavors. Earning a meager salary as a vice admiral, he neither embezzled nor accepted bribes, and sipping on tea costing millions of berries per pound, he certainly did not wish to waste it. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Seeing Borsalino's pained expression, Rosen recognized his senior's love for tea. He first displayed an apologetic demeanor, then instinctively employed the recently comprehended armed color technique. Instead of directly reaching for the teacup on the table, he allowed armed color Haki to flow from the tip of his index finger, transforming into visible strands of Haki, shimmering with a purple glow, akin to delicate threads. With the agility of a finger, he ensnared the teacup, tugging it toward his lips. It's not cold yet. The temperature is just right. Rosen took a sip, then manipulated the strands of Haki to return the teacup back to the table. Immediately afterward, he realized that not only Borsalino but even Zefa was staring intently at him. Is something amiss? Rosen inquired, noticing their wide-eyed focus upon him. What was that Haki you just used? Zefa was the first to speak. Teacher Zefa, do you mean the gasification form? I wasn't daydreaming. I was contemplating this armed color technique. Rosen did not conceal the truth. Their shared experiences had fostered a deep bond among the three of them. Moreover, both Borsalino and Zefa had witnessed similar occurrences on more than one occasion. You have comprehended yet another armed color technique? Zefa asked, employing the word yet out of habit. It was inevitable. The creation of unique Haki techniques had already transpired thrice in Rosen's case. Junior, please don't tell me that in the brief time I took to boil water, brew tea, and serve you, and Teacher Zefa, you managed to comprehend the seventh armed color technique. Borsalino's expression reflected skepticism towards life. Pretty much. Rosen nodded slightly. Ultimately, the technique of vaporization was merely an advanced application of Haki. Given his current strength, coupled with the foundation laid by the myriad abilities he had previously developed, comprehending a brand new Haki technique would not be a matter of difficulty. In silence, Borsalino poured tea for Rosen, his head bowed in concentration. In the time it took to brew a cup, his junior had surged far ahead. There was little left to say. If the tea cooled, so be it. After all, the time of his junior was invaluable, far beyond the worth of the tea leaves that cost several 100,000 berries per pound. It was likely due to Buskerchot's previous strike. Zefa's discerning gaze was formidable. Upon learning that Rosen had grasped the technique of vaporization and merely taking one glance at it, he had roughly discerned its function and even speculated on the reason behind Rosen's invention of the technique. Truly, Zefa was a master. Upon hearing this, Rosen couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. The renowned first teacher of the Navy indeed lived up to his reputation. But what did it matter? Borsalino, curious, mused that in terms of raw power, he had already surpassed Zefa in his prime. Yet when it came to keen insight and rich experience, he still paled in comparison to the legends of the bygone era. Senior, you and Teacher Zefa should attack me together. Ideally, one after the other. Come at me from the most unpredictable angles possible. Rosen did not elaborate further, instead signaling for his teacher and senior to launch their assault. With a resounding thud, Zefa, without a moment's hesitation, raised his fist and unleashed it like a cannonball aimed at Rosen's face. In contrast, Borsalino's speed was undeniably swifter than Zefa's iron fist. One moment, he was seated on the sofa, holding a teacup. The next, he vanished into thin air, leaving the cup suspended in space, yet to succumb to gravity's pull. In the blink of an eye, a radiant golden figure flashed behind Rosen. He arrived in a flash. His right foot poised in the air, surrounded by dazzling light particles, resembling a laser sword, poised to cleave down upon Rosen from above, with Zefa's heavy, mountain-like Haki punch in front and Borsalino's lightning-fast kick behind. Facing the combined onslaught of the former Marine Admiral and the rising star among the admirals, any rear admiral in the headquarters would be caught off guard, left to passively endure their attacks, and be instantaneously defeated. Only the more formidable warlords of the sea could react in time, though they might not be able to fully defend against the assault. At least they would have the option to choose between enduring Zefa's iron fist or Borsalino's lightspeed kick. However, confronted with the dual assault from his teacher and senior, Rosen remained composed. Seated calmly on the sofa, he neither rose to evade nor drew his sword in defense. Instead, he held the teacup delicately, savoring the fragrant tea as it flowed over his lips. seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. The moment Borsalino's light-speed kick descended, akin to an indomitable laser, sword poised to strike his shoulder. He finally moved. It could be said that it was the Haki within Rosen that finally stirred. Without any visible action from him, the armed Haki erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, surging forth with tremendous force. In an instant, as the Haki burst forth, it transformed into a layer of heavy, crystalline purple light enveloping him entirely, rendering any incoming attack utterly ineffective. Moreover, once the purple light ensured that its master would remain unharmed, it proceeded to more further. The radiant purple light swiftly transformed into two immensely powerful arms, akin to twin dragons emerging from the sea, reaching out together. One of the arms, cloaked in purple light, extended towards the top of his head, fingers splayed wide, palm facing upward, as if to bear the weight of the heavens, successfully blocking Borsalino's downward kick. Simultaneously, the other purple arm shot forward, akin to a giant's hand, carrying an overwhelming force that met Zefa's iron fist head-on. With two nearly simultaneous thunderous sounds echoing through the room, Rosen wielded his armed Haki, utilizing the vaporization technique to shape his Haki into lifelike hands, effectively shielding himself from the onslaught of both his teacher and senior. The three exhibited remarkable synergy, meticulously controlling their powers to prevent excessive destruction in the office, resulting only in a cacophony of sound without causing significant damage. Vaporization technique. Rosen. The Haki technique you have comprehended is quite extraordinary. It is far more intricate and refined than the static and dynamic blood techniques. After delivering his punch, Zefa refrained from striking again, retracting his hand. As the foremost teacher of the Marine and a former admiral, he had gleaned from this brief encounter just how formidable Rosen's vaporization technique truly was. It was far more profound than the existing techniques of binding, hardening, external release, and internal destruction. Indeed, he even discerned that while vaporization appeared to be a singular technique, it encompassed traces of other armed Haki techniques, the binding, external release, internal destruction, and both static and dynamic blood techniques, each element seamlessly woven together. Such complexity defied simple characterization. Junior. If I am not mistaken, the vaporization technique you have developed should be a synthesis of 6 armed Haki techniques, amalgamated into one, correct? Borsalino's gaze swept over the teacup in Rosen's hand. Though both he and Zefa had been particularly cautious in controlling their powers to avoid any collateral damage, this did not imply that the power behind their recent strikes was negligible. The force of that light-speed kick could effortlessly incapacitate a supernova. Yet, Rosen had withstood it head-on, completely unscathed, casually seated on the sofa, sipping tea, and the fragile teacup in his hand remained intact, without a single drop spilled. What did this signify? Borsalino understood it all too well. His light-speed kick and Zefa's Haki-infused fist had failed to penetrate the crystalline layer of purple light enveloping Rosen. Internally and externally, the purple light created a complete separation, existing as two distinct realms. Indeed, Rosen nodded in acknowledgement of Borsalino's observation. The vaporization technique was indeed a testament to his extraordinary comprehension, integrating the strengths of the binding, hardening, external release, internal destruction, and both static and dynamic blood techniques into a singular masterpiece. Thus, when Zefa witnessed him employ the vaporization technique, he could identify traces of the other techniques within in the realm of Haki techniques. He had ascended to a pinnacle unprecedented in the Grand Line, towering above all other kings. All rulers could do was look up to him. After receiving Rosen's affirmation, Borsalino couldn't help but express heartfelt admiration. Junior, your comprehension is truly monstrous. He shook his head, his tone filled with a rather than the usual teasing banter reserved for opponents. In response to Borsalino's genuine praise, Rosen merely smiled softly, saying nothing. Your abilities should be capable of further evolution. Shouldn't they? Zefa pondered, repeatedly recalling Rosen's display of the vaporization technique in his mind, ultimately arriving at an astonishing conclusion. The transformation of Haki into crystalline purple light, enveloping his entire being and manifesting 2 purple hands, was not the pinnacle of what Rosen could achieve with the vaporization technique. Was that not your limit just now? Junior, do not hold back any longer. Show me what you can truly do. After all, this room is spacious enough to accommodate even a giant. Upon hearing the words, Borsalino could not help but glance at Rosen, a look of eager anticipation spreading across his face. Very well. Noticing that both Zefa and Borsalino were looking at him with keen interest, clearly intrigued by the technique of Haki transformation, Rosen did not hold back. After all, during the ensuing battle with the prisoners. He would undoubtedly have to employ it. The very purpose of creating the Haki transformation technique was to counter the combined assault of multiple monstrous prisoners. Even if he did not utilize it now, it would inevitably manifest in encounters with the prisoners tomorrow or the day after. Zefa-sensei, Sr. Then, I shall demonstrate my inadequacies. Rosen raised his right hand, palm facing upward, fingers curling inward lightly, with a thunderous surge. His Haki erupted forth from within him, cascading out like the mighty Yangtze River, instantly transforming into a radiant violet light that enveloped his entire being. This violet light swiftly expanded outward, while within, bones began to grow, skull, neck, torso, and arms. A colossal skeleton, wreathed in violet light, materialized, its giant skeletal arms extending outward like a guardian deity, encasing Rosen within a protective embrace. Was this the true form of the Haki transformation technique? Both Zefa and Borsalino gazed at the violet skeleton, their expressions betraying a flicker of astonishment. To externalize Haki and shape it into a skeletal giant that shielded Rosen, this was no mere defense. It was a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. They involuntarily directed their attention to the skeletal giant's arms. Just moments ago, Rosen had merely molded his Haki into arms, achieving such astounding offensive and defensive capabilities. Now, by further advancing to the form of a skeletal giant, his prowess in attack and defense would undoubtedly surpass what had come before. Just as Borsalino and Zefa were taken aback, Rosen spoke once more, shocking them into silence. I apologize. This is my first time using it, and I am somewhat unaccustomed. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. Upon saying this, the skeletal giant enveloping Rosen sprouted facial features. Blood vessels, muscles, skin, and even clothing. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome exterior of the skeletal giant transformed into a majestic figure, adorned in battle attire, yet only half-formed. Is it ready? Borsalino could not restrain himself from asking. Not yet. In response, Rosen's words were equally astonishing. Immediately, under Borsalino's wide-eyed gaze, Rosen continued to release his Haki, employing the Haki transformation technique to mold it into the form of armor, donning it upon the half-formed violet giant. Seeing this, Zefa could not help but step forward and strike with his fist. The impact of the fist against the armor erupted in a thunderous roar, yet the area struck remained unscathed. And the armored giant surrounding Rosen did not waver in the slightest. Such formidable defense. Zefa glanced down at his own fist. The sensation of striking a mountain lingered. It possessed the weight of an unyielding peak, coupled with defense surpassing that of the mountain itself. Was this the limit? Borsalino felt uncertain. Not quite. Rosen shook his head, and then, under Borsalino's slightly dazed gaze, the thick armor enveloping the violet giant suddenly dissipated, reverting to a form reminiscent of its initial state. However, the previously half-formed violet giant sprouted a lower body and legs, rising to its full height. The distance between the office floor and the ceiling exceeded 30 meters. Yet the violet giant, now fully erect, was nearly touching the ceiling with its head. Why remove the armor? By sprouting legs and gaining mobility that had been absent before, wouldn't donning the armor again enhance both offense and defense? Borsalino watched in astonishment as Rosen used his Haki to shape a towering humanoid creature akin to a giant, feeling both awed and slightly perplexed. I see. This is your current limit, but not the limit of Haki transformation. If I am not mistaken, the Haki you possess now, both in strength and quality, does not meet the requirements to unleash the ultimate state of Haki transformation. After a moment's contemplation, Zefa discerned the reason behind the violet giant's sprouting legs. It necessitated the removal of the armor. While equipping the armor required shedding the lower body and legs. Truly, Zefa-sensei possessed a keen insight. You are absolutely correct. Haki transformation currently encompasses 5 forms. Upon hearing this, Rosen could not help but admire Zefa's sharp perception. The first form, half-skeleton. The second form, half-giant. The third form, half-armor. The fourth form, Haki giant. As for the fifth form, the complete form, it represents a perfect fusion of the third and fourth forms, resembling a divine warrior, which I have dubbed Susanoo. However, as you, Zefa-sensei, have mentioned, with my current level of Haki, I am not yet able to manifest the fifth form, the complete Susanoo. Rosen elaborated on the 5 forms of Haki transformation. When he had created this technique, he himself was astonished. It was akin to a Haki version of Susanoo, yet even more perfected than the chakra variant. Given the opportunity, he could conjure weapons of various forms using Haki, whether conventional longswords, bows, shurikens, or higher-level artifacts like the 8-span mirror and the tin sword, he could effortlessly shape them according to the circumstances and his adversaries. This is the pinnacle of Haki transformation, where the ability to evolve Haki into both offense and defense reaches its zenith. Indeed, the term supreme aptly describes Haki transformation. However, achieving this ultimate evolution of Haki demands exceedingly high standards of Haki strength and quality. Though I have never witnessed the fifth form of Haki transformation, I can roughly estimate that without the level of a general's Haki, it cannot be manifested. Zefa pondered for a moment before addressing Rosen. In other words, your Haki must be at least equivalent to my peak form for you to fully embody the fifth form of Haki transformation. With your current level of Haki, attempting to force it would either deplete your Haki entirely on the spot or allow you to maintain it for only a few seconds before exhausting it. And that is predicated on having ample Haki reserves. Thus, he warned Rosen, though Haki transformation is indeed formidable, its power comes with exceedingly high demands for Haki. Only during my prime could my Haki meet the requirements for the fifth form of Haki transformation. Currently, that is not the case. Rest assured, Zefa-sensei. Rosen nodded. As the pioneer of Haki transformation, he understood better than Zefa how demanding this technique was in terms of Haki consumption. However, he harbored no concerns and felt no impatience regarding his inability to summon the complete form of Susanoo at present. Today he indeed could not meet the Haki demands of the complete Susanoo. But what of tomorrow, with the Chi body source flow and the sixth treasure immortal thief by his side? His tricolor Haki was on an upward trajectory, consistently rising without any downturn. Moreover, starting tomorrow, he would face an increasing number of prisoners each day, ensuring that the growth of his tricolor Haki would only accelerate, unaffected by its own strength, unless he encountered no challengers on the Grand Line, or the sea beasts and sea kings were driven to extinction. Otherwise, Rosen's tricolored Haki and physical prowess would not adhere to the concept of stagnation, simultaneously with the presence of 6 realms of celestial thieves. His body, nearly ageless until the very end of life, ensures that his combat strength remains at its peak at all times. Even at the age of 80, or even a century, he only grows stronger with age. Manifesting in a form that transcends mere energy, his fully realized Susanoo, fortified by armed color Haki, can be achieved in no time. Junior, you are truly formidable, Pizarro remarked, shaking his head once more, the sunglasses perched on his nose failing to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. There was one thing that both Rosen and Zefa had not articulated, yet Pizarro comprehended it perfectly. The technique of transforming energy into form possesses remarkable growth potential. Even mastering the fifth form of the fully realized state does not signify the limits of this technique. Rather, as Rosen's armed color Haki continues to amplify, the offensive and defensive capabilities of his fully realized Susanoo will perpetually enhance. Only when Rosen's tricolored Haki reaches its ultimate conclusion will the Susanoo follow suit. Yet the question remains, does this junior of his possess an endpoint? His power has already surpassed that of Zefa at his prime, and the limit of Rosen remains elusive. Today, they would unleash Pizarro. Zefa observed Shiryu as he ventured deeper into the abyss of infinite hell, retracting his gaze to face Rosen, his expression laden with complexity. According to his initial plan, Rosen would not confront Pizarro, famously known as the King of Tyranny, until the 28th day of his incarceration in Impel Down. But now, his grand strategy for rapid promotion had been forced to undergo multiple revisions, unable to keep pace with Rosen's meteoric rise. In just half a month, Rosen was already poised to face Pizarro, and not as a solitary contender. The so-called King of Tyranny was merely one of the materials in the lineup of prisoners assisting Rosen in his training. Alongside Pizarro were Baskak Jode, who had been frozen yesterday, and Catherine Butterfly, who had retreated to her cell in disarray after being intimidated by Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. The King of Tyranny, the Great Barrel, the Hunter of the Moon, any one of them, in their heyday, had been renowned pirates in the New World, necessitating the deployment of admiral candidates or multiple elite vice-admirals to capture the monstrous prisoners. Across the entirety of Infinite Hell, these three stood as prisoners second only to the Devil's Offspring and the Lone Red. And yet, it required the combined efforts of all three monsters to even qualify to face Rosen. Merely to qualify. Zefa recalled Rosen's growth from the previous afternoon. The enhancement of his tricolored Haki's intensity, coupled with the amalgamation of 6 armed color techniques embodied in the transformation of energy into form, evoked a sense of awe in both him and Polisalino.it. Was as if Rosen was not encircled by the King of Tyranny, the Great Barrel, and the Hunter of the Moon, but rather He had enveloped them. You appear to be in fine spirits. You too, as he beheld the three prisoners released from their cells by Shiryu. Rosen's gaze swept over Baskak-Jote and Catherine Butterfly. The Hunter of the Moon was somewhat excusable, given his status as a Zoan-type fruit user with the ability of the mythical nine-tailed fox, allowing him to recover overnight. However, Baskak-Jote's situation raised eyebrows. He had consumed a Paramecia-type devil fruit and was not a monster like Kaido or Big Mom. Moreover, he had been subjected to an extended period of absolute zero freezing from Rosen Snow White. To survive such an assault was astonishing enough, let alone the fact that Baskak-Jote's aura remained as robust as it had been prior to the battle yesterday, as if he had never experienced the freezing at all. That is thanks to your bottle of liquor, Shiryu remarked while unlocking the sea stone shackles and leg irons from the three. This was the first time he had voluntarily disclosed the abilities of the prisoners in Infinite Hell to Rosen. Liquor? Rosen's eyes gleamed with realization, instantly recalling Baskak-Jote's fruit ability. The sake fruit. I see to is liquor the source of your power. Not only can it create flames from alcohol, but it can also expedite the healing of injuries through consumption. Observing the healed Baskak-Jote, Rosen felt a sudden clarity. Baskak-Jote remained silent, his face darkened, casting a cold glare at Shiryu. The revelation of his sake fruit ability had evidently displeased him. However, he soon found himself without the luxury of dwelling on such matters. The clanging sound of the sea stone shackles and leg irons hitting the ground reverberated, whether it was Baskak-Jote, Catherine Butterfly, or Pizarro, who now stood across from Rosen for the first time, all felt a chill run down their spines. They understood all too well what the falling of the shackles and leg irons signified. Especially Baskak-Jote and Catherine Butterfly, who could not guarantee that today's fate would mirror yesterday's good fortune of being spared by Rosen. The corpses of their predecessors in Infinite Hell had already conveyed the message. Rosen was unlike other Marines. There would be no capturing and detaining. No stopping at the brink, not even a chance of collateral damage. Only deliberate killings. What are you all waiting for? The side with the numerical advantage is not me. The one who should be hesitating is surely me, right? Observing the three, now free from their sea stone restraints, their bodies tense and poised for battle, rather than adopting the arrogant demeanor of previous prisoners who charged forth or attempted to flee. Amused Rosen. To counter the increasing number of attacking prisoners, he had even created the new armed color technique of transforming energy into form the previous afternoon. Yet, as the one being besieged, he felt no pressure. Instead, it was Catherine Butterfly and the others who displayed signs of overwhelming anxiety. Come at me, the monsters of Infinite Hell. I await your arrival. Rosen exhaled sharply, wielding a blade so indistinguishable in its power that it could not be classified. Signaling the three before him to commence their assault. Kid, you better not get too carried away. Just as you said earlier, we are all monsters here in Infinite Hell. Ultimately, it was the most arrogant of the trio. Pizarro, who could no longer contain himself, his eyes widened as he let out a furious roar, his arms hardened by armed color Haki clashing in a punch, emitting a chilling murderous intent. Charging at Rosen like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Damn it, Pizarro, do not recklessly approach him. This Marine's abilities, be it physical prowess, Haki, or devil fruit, show no flaws. Even in a 3-on-1, that is not our advantage. Witnessing Pizarro's reckless attack on Rosen, Catherine Butterfly could not help but curse. Yet Pizarro paid her words no heed. As if compelled to a CT-IN response, she suppressed her anger, exchanged a glance with Baskak-Jote. And then, just as she had done yesterday, transformed into her carp form using the nine-tailed fox ability, propelling herself forward with the 6 styles through, her body shooting forth like a bullet, receiving a signal from the Hunter of the Moon. Baskak-Jote silently dashed out, positioning himself to form a golden triangle with the other 2 prisoners, encircling Rosen. But before they could initiate their assault, Rosen had already aimed his blade at the advancing Pizarro. Shoot him down, God gone. Confronted by the malevolent monarch of tyranny, who charged at him with arms shrouded in a menacing hue, Rosen maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, his Zanpakuto extended forth, transforming into a streak of silver light, reminiscent of a white rainbow piercing the sun, swiftly cutting through the air towards Pizarro, who stood a mere 10 meters away. Pizarro, with his hardened fist gripped tightly, poised to strike, found that this short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, before he could unleash his iron fist or let his overwhelming will flow outward. Rosen's divine spear had already surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying brilliance and force, shattering the sound barrier as it pierced through the air and struck Pizarro's abdomen that a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the infinite hell. Avalo Pizarro's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed forward, arm raised to strike, yet before he could close the distance to Rosen, the divine spear had already impaled him. The immense power and sharpness erupted. And even before he could lower his gaze to assess the damage, he felt as if his abdomen was being forcibly torn apart. Helplessly, he could only watch as a massive wave of force radiated from his body, lifting him off the ground, akin to a cannonball fired from its chamber. The sheer velocity of the divine spear, coupled with its terrifying force, sent him hurtling backward, and with each inch he flew, visible shockwaves erupted around him. It took 3 successive shockwaves before the tumult finally subsided, culminating in his body crashing against the iron bars of a cell. Fortunately, the bars were forged from sea stone, preventing them from shattering upon impact. I had already warned that approaching him recklessly would spell doom. Even a 3-on-1 scenario would yield no better outcome. Witnessing Avalo Pizarro being sent flying without ever reaching Rosen left Caterina de Bell exasperated. Under normal circumstances, even if the tyrant were to be dismembered before her eyes, she would face it with a jest, perhaps even requesting a leg to accompany her meal. But today was different. The previous day's devastating defeat had confirmed a harsh truth. Even with the alliance of Buscared, they could not shake Rosen in the slightest. To survive this day, they needed Avalo Pizarro's strength. Such contemplative reflections seemed incongruous for a creature of the infinite hell. Yet, the notion that recklessness would lead to an end was utterly ludicrous. Seeing the brash hunter from yesterday transformed into a cautious strategist today, Rosen shook his head in bemusement. Whether one approached recklessly, cautiously, or not at all, the outcome remained unchanged. I do not speak of future events. Rather, your fates will conclude here. An inevitability that has been set in motion since my ascension to the infinite hell. Just as it was yesterday, wouldn't you agree, Buscared? He turned his gaze toward Buscared, who was panting heavily, spewing forth a torrent of high-concentration alcohol. Rosen. Buscared's expression shifted upon hearing the name. Recalling the bottle of liquor Rosen had instructed Shiryu to deliver to him. Known as the Great Drunkard, nothing pleased him more than drink, yet that bottle from yesterday had proven nearly impossible to swallow. Even after consuming it, which hastened his recovery, no joy accompanied the act. Only a profound sense of humiliation remained. Do not rise to his provocation, Caterina de Bell urged hastily. Drunken dragon fire, Buscared, heeding Caterina's warning, stifled his anger and humiliation. Instead of charging recklessly at Rosen, he snapped his fingers with 2 fingers of his right hand. Suddenly, 2 vividly alive fire dragons erupted from the alcohol-saturated air, racing towards Rosen with enough heat to melt stone. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Faced with the enormous fire dragons hurtling toward him, Rosen did not even raise a hand. He merely exhaled, and a Zanpakuto appeared before him, its blade embedded at an angle into the ground. At his call, the blade erupted in a stunning pink glow, fragmenting into thousands of razor-sharp cherry blossom petals. Indeed, when he had previously conjured the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he could only create a limited number of blades. However, with his growing strength and mastery over his weapon's fruit, even in its shuriken form, the number of blades had multiplied into the tens of thousands. With a whoosh, myriad blades soared into the air, intertwining to form 2 colossal blade dragons that clamped down on the approaching fire dragons. Then, with a flick of their cherry blossom tails, they unleashed a shrill cry as they cleaved through Buscared's fire dragons, reducing them to mere wisps of flame that scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, transformed into carp, Caterina de Bell, her feet gliding swiftly as if tracing a shooting star, seized the opportunity created by Rosen's divine spear, sending the tyrant flying and the destruction of the Great Drunkard's fire dragons. She zipped behind Rosen, extending her right hand, her fingers hardened by Haki, resembling the claws of a fierce beast as they gripped Rosen's shoulder. In that moment of exertion, Caterina's expression shifted dramatically. Instead of grasping flesh and blood, it felt as though she was clutching a block of sea stone. How could his body be so hard? Doubts churned in her mind as she speculated whether Rosen had hardened just his shoulder with Haki, leaving the fabric of his clothing unaltered, or if he had employed the iron block technique of the 6 styles. With her right hand securing Rosen's shoulder, she stomped the ground, executing the moonwalk technique, soaring into the air like a great rock, dragging Rosen along with her into the heights above the 6th prison layer. In this moment, she resembled an eagle soaring in the heavens, locking onto her prey below, diving down to seize it with her talons, then ascending into the skies with her captured quarry. descend into the abyss. She roared from the apex of the infinite hell, raising her right hand, which gripped Rosen's shoulder. She twisted her body into a throwing stance. Her palm exploded with immense Haki, propelling Rosen downward like a cannonball towards the floor below. In the face of the overwhelming strike unleashed by the carb transformations, Rosen felt like a solitary leaf adrift in a storm, yielding to her Haki's force as his entire being transformed into a violet beam of light, plummeting rapidly through the ceiling of the infinite hell, crashing into the unyielding rock layers below. A resounding boom echoed like thunder, reverberating through the ears of every prisoner. Where Rosen landed, a surge of violet light erupted, the immense Haki crashing against the ground, fracturing the rock layers of the sixth prison and creating a web-like fissure. The Haki filled the cracks, erupting forth like lava, shooting skyward, though it was merely a high imitation, a low-tier version of the abyssal descent. Lacking the Conqueror's Haki and the mastery of the true naval hero, the sheer force of Katarina de Belle's full effort still displayed a glimmer of the naval hero's unmatched grandeur. Did it work? Suspended in midair like a bird, Katarina de Belle gazed intently at the swirling dust below. Her pupils glowed faintly red as she prepared to use her observation Haki to sense Rosen's condition amidst the debris. Yet unexpectedly, a deep black light burst forth from the dust, cutting through it like a dragon soaring through the heavens, carrying a piercing brilliance that shot directly towards her in the air. Not good. Catherine Butterfly's pupils constricted as she beheld the ever-enlarging black light before her. Instinctively, she shifted her body to the left, only to be met with a resounding impact that struck her chest with overwhelming force, causing her to tremble uncontrollably and stumble backward. Almost immediately, she heard a series of horrendous sounds resembling tearing fabric and snapping bones echoing in her ears. Upon focusing her gaze, Catherine discovered that the black laser hurtling toward her from the billowing smoke was none other than the divine gun that had sent Álvaro Pizarro flying at the outset of the confrontation. Moreover, it was the divine gun transformed into a black blade through the manifestation of armed color. As her eyes trailed downward, she followed the path of the divine gun to her own vital point, realizing with horror that the black-bladed divine gun had pierced through the very center of her chest. Skin, flesh, and bone were all obliterated. This black-bladed divine gun had impaled her body from front to back, akin to a skewered piece of meat, nailing her to the ceiling. That moment, the dust that had been stirred up by Catherine's earlier attack, the seafloor drop, began to settle, gritting her teeth against the agony. She directed her gaze downward, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rosen, injured from her seafloor drop. Yet, what met her eyes was not the tragic sight of Rosen bleeding and battered as she had envisioned, but a towering skeletal giant, entirely enveloped in a deep purple light, revealing only its upper half. As for Rosen, he was ensconced within the skeletal giant's interior, shielded completely. Not only was he unscathed, but his attire remained untouched by even a speck of dust. In his right hand, the black-bladed divine gun. In his left, the black-bladed Senbon, adorned in the first form of Susanoo. Witnessing Rosen's formidable presence, Catherine could not help but feel her pupils constrict further, her complexion paling as a trickle of blood escaped her lips, cascading down her chin. It wasn't merely blood that fell. Her heart plummeted into an abyss. 3 against 1. The malevolent King Álvaro Pizarro had been struck down by the divine gun at the onset. The colossal Basque Jot had his fire dragon shattered by Senbon. Even she herself had been pierced by the divine gun, pinned to the ceiling of the infinite hell. Meanwhile, Rosen stood unscathed, exhibiting an even more terrifying prowess than the day before. Oh, did I miss? I had intended to pierce your heart. Although Rosen faced away from the ground, his body, shrouded in the first form of Susanoo, bizarrely remained suspended in midair, never making contact with the ground. His gaze lifted, following the divine gun's trajectory to Catherine Butterfly, noting with surprise that she had evaded the fatal strike he had anticipated. How remarkably swift her reflexes are, she managed to avoid it. Perhaps it is due to the abilities of the Zoan-type mythical beast. Observing Catherine's remarkable evasion of the lethal blow, Rosen felt compelled to commend her agility, such instinctive reactions in the face of death, without the need for observation through Konbunchika Haki, are not traits possessed by all. Clearly, this acute sense of danger was a gift bestowed by her Zoan-type mythical beast form, the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, Catherine Butterfly grasped the black-bladed divine gun that had pierced her chest. I have seized your blade. Her hands, along with the area of her chest pierced by the divine gun, hardened with armed color Haki, as she exerted her grip, tightening her chest cavity to firmly clamp down on Rosen's divine gun. Interesting, What do you intend to do by grasping my blade? Or do you believe that my strength lies solely in the weapon I wield, that by seizing my blade, you have grasped victory?" Rosen chuckled lightly at her determination. Since Catherine was so eager to seize the divine gun, he would allow her to grasp it as tightly as she wished. However, he tightened his grip on the gun's hilt and yanked downward. The black-bladed divine gun, embedded in Catherine's chest, began to slice downward toward her abdomen. Though Catherine had firmly gripped the divine gun with her hands fortified by armed color Haki and had hardened her chest area as well, she was still but flesh and blood, especially with the divine gun's blade already embedded within her body. Despite her utmost effort to restrain it, the blade inexorably sliced deeper, inching from her chest toward her abdomen. With each downward slice, her expression grew increasingly pained, and the searing agony intensified, akin to a festering wound. Despite having mentally prepared herself for the excruciating pain wrought by the divine gun's descent. And maintaining an unwavering resolve, Catherine could not help but let out cries of anguish. Yet, her grip on the blade remained steadfast. Firstly, she could not allow Rosen to retract the divine gun. Secondly, should she loosen her grip, the blade would plunge downward, cleaving her in two. Pizarro, Jot, how much longer will you two fools dawdle? Can't you see that I am on the brink of collapse, you two imbeciles? As she clutched the divine gun, Catherine thundered in fury, drunk in starfall. Hearing Catherine Butterfly's anguished cries, Jot understood that she was nearing her limit and dared not hesitate. He unleashed a torrent of alcoholic bubbles from his mouth, snapping his fingers rhythmically. With each snap, the suspended bubbles ignited into fierce flames, transforming into blazing fireballs. In an instant, dozens of alcoholic bubbles morphed into fireballs, hurtling like a meteor shower toward the cascading blades of cherry blossoms surrounding Rosen. Pizarro, with Zakura temporarily restrained, Jot bellowed. A sudden rush of air pierced the silence. In the next moment, a figure shot forth from the depths of the infinite hell, akin to an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air with a series of sharp whistles, arriving before Rosen. In this endless abyss, we have played with you for long enough. Surely you must be weary of the game, without these two blades. This is where it ends for you. The newcomer was none other than Álvaro Pizarro, who had been struck down by the divine gun at the very beginning. To believe that seizing my blade equates to grasping victory. Such notions are not held solely by Catherine Butterfly. You share this delusion as well. Rosen cast a sidelong glance at Zakura, which had been blasted away by Jot's fireballs, and the divine gun clutched by Catherine. Their thoughts were unmistakable. You are absolutely correct. Without these two blades, what else can you do? Álvaro Pizarro's face twisted into a sinister grin, clearly sharing this belief. Rosen, now, it is your turn to depart. He extended his right arm backward, his fist emanating streams of Haki, swirling around his arm like a vortex. With a furious roar, Álvaro Pizarro unleashed a punch, brimming with violent armed color Haki, infused with a chilling aura of death, striking the ribcage of Susanoo. The sheer force unleashed shattered the rib bones of the first form of Susanoo, generating a terrifying shockwave. This scene brought joy to the eyes of both Catherine Butterfly and Jot. Not only them, but as Álvaro Pizarro's powerful punch fractured the ribs of Susanoo, other prisoners in the infinite hell also displayed expressions of exhilaration. They seemed to envision Rosen's demise, anticipating his complete withdrawal from the fray. Quite resilient. Is this truly a product molded from armed color Haki? How terrifying. I have never heard of such techniques existing in the Grand Line. As Álvaro Pizarro witnessed his formidable and entangled Haki-laden punch fail to shatter Rosen's Susanoo, a chill of disbelief gripped his heart. Hastily, he twisted his left arm and unleashed another devastating blow. However, this could not serve as a justification for your survival. With a deeper understanding of Rosen's terror, the murderous intent within him only intensified. The armed color Haki surged forth from his left fist like a raging torrent, transforming into a cataclysmic shockwave that slammed against the ribs of the Susanoo. The ominous crack of shattering bones echoed once more. The ribs of the first form of Susanoo were entirely fractured. Break open. Álvaro Pizarro's expression grew increasingly sinister as he observed this scene. His fists, akin to dragons, pressed fiercely against the chest of the Susanoo, his internal armed color Haki surging violently, converging within his hands, only to erupt with a thunderous blast. A tremendous roar accompanied this eruption, releasing a powerful shockwave that unleashed a terrifying Haki dragon, systematically tearing apart the Susanoo's form. Not merely the ribcage, but even the skull and arms buckled under this immense force, fracturing and collapsing. Shatter him. Jot and Catherine Deem could not contain their roars upon witnessing the spectacle. They had awaited this moment for far too long, eager to see Rosen's last bastion. The Susanoo, obliterated. Then, the man who had instilled countless nightmares in the inmates of infinite hell would be conclusively vanquished. To think that the first form of Susanoo could be shattered, truly worthy of the title of Tyrant King. A being not merely defined by power, but capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Catherine Deem and Bast Jot, a monster of the sixth tier. Yet, as the Susanoo fragmented, Rosen exhibited no trace of fear or concern. Instead, he commended Pizarro's strength. This calm, akin to an ancient well devoid of ripples, sent a shiver down Pizarro's spine that it was profoundly unnatural. This was not the expression of a man cornered, trapped in desperation. That if there were to be blame, it lay in your arrogance, allowing us three to collaborate. Seeing the Susanoo on the brink of total collapse, Pizarro forced down his inner unrest. Donning a mocking smile. To claim that the first form of Susanoo could be shattered. It seems you truly fail to understand. Allow me to clarify further. Since the Susanoo possesses a first form, do you not ponder the existence of a second form? With keen interest, Rosen regarded Pizarro, whose expression shifted dramatically due to his words. The answer is, there will be innate as his words fell. The armed color Haki within him erupted like a volcanic outburst, surging forth in a magnificent cascade. Under Pizarro's relentless barrage, the Susanoo, poised to be shattered, rejuvenated from its skull to its neck, and from its upper body to its arms, all enveloped in Rosen's armed color Haki, restored in an instant. Moreover, as the continuous flow of armed color Haki was unleashed externally, further augmenting the Susanoo, what was once merely a skeletal half-body rapidly grew veins, organs, muscles, and skin, even clothing. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal figure transformed into a vividly lifelike, fearsome Haki giant, although it retained only its upper body like the previous first form. The vast supply of armed color Haki enhanced both its offense and defense beyond comparison. This was the second form of Susanoo. Rosen regarded Pizarro with an enigmatic smile. No, this cannot be. Such an overwhelming scale of armed color Haki, coupled with such unfathomable technique, how could you possibly possess it? Pizarro gazed at the towering Haki giant before him, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Despite having shattered every bone in the Susanoo's body, how could it suddenly restore itself, and in such a more terrifying manner? Indeed, it was even more terrifying, even without the use of observation Haki. Merely by sight, Pizarro was left horrified by the second form of Susanoo. Let us not even delve into the skill required to manifest the second form of Susanoo from the external armed color Haki. Merely accomplishing this feat necessitated an extraordinary amount of armed color Haki. He certainly possessed none of such vast quantities. The mere thought that the Susanoo before him was a manifestation of such an overwhelming Haki entity sent tremors of fear through his very being. In response to Pizarro's incredulity, it was a punch from the second form of Susanoo that answered him. This was a colossal manifestation of armed color Haki in essence. Rosen's Susanoo was comprised entirely of armed color Haki, devoid of any other substance. When that fist struck, it was akin to being hit by an immense force of armed color Haki. Furthermore, under Rosen's control, every punch and kick from the Susanoo could utilize the techniques of internal destruction. After all, the Susanoo itself was merely an external manifestation of armed color Haki, albeit exceedingly vast and corporeal. Pizarro found his vision swallowed by darkness as a terrifying force bore down upon him. His stature was certainly not diminutive. On the contrary, he was quite formidable, standing at an impressive 5 meters tall. Yet, such height paled in comparison to the second form of Susanoo, which towered over him. Receiving a direct blow, Pizarro felt every bone and drop of blood within him tremble in agony, an overwhelming pressure and pain inundating his entire being. Then, his body erupted outward in a violent shockwave, akin to a missile, crashing against the robust wall of infinite hell. With a mere punch, akin to swatting away an insect, Rosen sent the Tyrant King flying. His gaze then swept over Bast Jot, who, employing the abilities of the Sake no Mi, had conjured fireballs to restrain the flying Zakura, and Catherine Deem, who was still exerting herself to grasp the divine spear in her hands. Do you truly fear my devil fruit abilities so? Bast Jot. Catherine deemed that a cold glint flickered in Rosen's eyes as he willed the divine spear piercing Catherine Deem's body and the cherry blossom blades of Zakura to dissipate into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, he commanded the Susanoo to wield the colossal arm sculpted from Haki, fingers splayed open, and grasped the AIR. In an instant, a long, Haki blade emerged, flowing like water and igniting like flames. Grasped firmly by the Susanoo. Like the second form of Susanoo, this weapon, resembling a lightsaber, was crafted from Rosen's technique of gasification, forged from the external armed color Haki. What a pity. Your regard for me is still wholly insufficient. What I possess that should instill fear in you extends far beyond just the devil fruit. Haki is an equal force, too. Once the Haki blade was in hand, an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanated from the Susanoo. Akin to a malevolent deity, a tempest of power surging forth from within, pressing down upon Baskjot. Before the fearsome figure of the second form of Susanoo, Baskjot's entire being tensed, overwhelmed by pressure and anxiety. Unable to suppress the instinctive action of repeatedly swallowing hard. What manner of monster am I battling? In this moment, he involuntarily harbored such thoughts. He had initially believed that partnering with Catherine Deem would be sufficient to restrain Rosen and his weaponized devil fruit. But then, when the formidable and most powerful Alvaro Pizarro took action, victory was assured. Little did he expect that Rosen's terror stemmed not only from the weapon fruit but also from his Haki. The massive, armament Haki capable of shaping a giant over 20 meters tall, combined with the exquisite skill to mold flowing Haki into both a giant and weapon, surpassed all of Baskjot's understanding of Haki users. Particularly regarding armament Haki, what filled him with dread and terror was the phrase Rosen had just uttered. This is the second form of Susanoo, with a first form and now a second. The monstrous Susanoo, crafted by Rosen using armament Haki, left him wondering if there was a third form. The mere thought caused his heart to plummet into despair. Will you not attack? Observing Baskjot hesitating. Unwilling to initiate an assault, Rosen chuckled softly, advancing forward with his Susanoo, which moved in tandem like a guardian deity. Despite its colossal size and lack of lower limbs, the armament Haki creation bore almost no weight. Its speed, like a shadow, was entirely dependent on Rosen's own swiftness. That he was fast, and thus Susanoo was swift as well, just like now. With a leap propelled by the flying wind technique, Rosen darted before Baskjot like a gale. With Susanoo closely following, towering before Baskjot like a small mountain, it raised a Haki blade the size of a pirate ship and struck down. There was no intricate swordsmanship. There was only the simple, unadorned might of a powerful slash. Yet, confronted with this straightforward and unembellished blow from Susanoo, Baskjot felt an overwhelming sense of despair. To him, the descending blade was not merely a weapon, but a mountain. A mountain forged from Haki, capable of cleaving the earth and splitting the seas. What was more terrifying was the sheer area of the strike and its astonishing speed, unaffected in the slightest by the massive form of Susanoo. You cannot evade. Baskjot barely registered the blur before him as Rosen, accompanied by Susanoo, charged forth, delivering a devastating strike with the Haki blade. In his despair and helplessness, he hardly had time to utilize the sake fruit to spew forth alcohol and conjure fierce flames. He could only cross his arms above his head, hardening them with armament Haki to shield himself, only to be engulfed by the descending blade. A thunderous roar erupted as the heavy, resilient ground shattered beneath him. With a piercing scream, Baskjot was cleaved into the rocky depths below by Susanoo's strike. Rosen retracted the long blade, and crimson blood surged forth through the fissures in the ground. With a casual punch, he sent the formidable yet non-ability user, the Tyrant King, flying. With a mere swipe, he plunged the sake fruit user, Baskjot, into the earth. In an instant, the trio, second only in power to the demon heirs and the solitary red, was decimated. Among them was Katarina Daime, with Rosen voluntarily dissipating the divine spear. Katarina Daime, previously pinned to the prison ceiling, was freed from the peril of being eviscerated by the divine spear, no longer enduring the agonizing pain of having her insides sliced by the weapon's blade. Yet, even so, her situation had not improved. As she plummeted, Katarina Daime's body trembled with each movement. Despite her slight motions, each tremor caused the penetrating wounds on her torso to ooze thick blood, dripping onto the floor. Clearly, she had sustained severe injuries from the divine spear, albeit narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to her heart, drawing upon the vitality and regenerative power of her mythical beast form. She remained standing, albeit breathless and pallid. In such a state, facing Rosen, who wielded Susanoo, she understood her chances of survival were slim. However, the situation would not shift due to Katarina Daime's pessimism. The battle would not cease in the wake of her despair. Just as she gasped for breath, she noticed that Rosen and Susanoo, once within her sight, had vanished without a trace. This is bad. Her pupils, glowing with urgency, contracted sharply, and she remained ever vigilant, utilizing her observation Haki to sense Rosen's presence and anticipated movements. Yet she knew it would be futile. In an instant, she attempted to retreat, her body responding to her brain's command to withdraw. But before she could even bend her knees, a purple figure loomed before her. The massive shadow of Susanoo enveloping her entirely. Before she could retreat, a colossal hand descended, seizing her with blinding speed as she barely lifted off the ground. The grip was akin to a cataclysmic force, crushing her with overwhelming strength. Katarina Daime's features contorted in agony as a chilling scream escaped her lips. She immediately hardened her body with armament Haki to withstand the pressure of Susanoo's tightening grasp. Yet it proved futile. The hand that captured her was an embodiment of Haki, crafted through Rosen's mastery of armament techniques. As the fingers constricted, the overwhelming armament Haki infiltrated her body, directly assaulting her internal organs. She could not simply endure this internal destruction. She had to rely solely on her physical resilience. Were it merely this, akin to the Monkey King trapped in the Buddha's grasp, her formidable bloodline and regenerative capabilities might allow her to survive a while longer. However, the situation was far more dire. With a flicker of thought, Rosen elevated Susanoo's right hand, effortlessly lifting Katarina Daime toward the ceiling of the 6th prison level. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a drum of thunder, as terrifying black lightning surged from Susanoo's grasp, coiling like a black dragon around his arm. An overwhelming pressure cascaded over Katarina Daime, wave after wave crashing down upon her. This familiar motion, this demeanor of disdain accompanied by the Conqueror's Haki, instantly conjured 4 words in her mind. Simultaneously, a voice that sent chills through her very being thundered in her ears. Susanoo, descending to the abyss. No. Katarina Daime's expression changed dramatically, her half-human, half-fox visage revealing sheer terror. She had utilized her mythical beast form, the nine-tailed fox, to transform into monkey garb several times and was acutely aware of the technique Rosen was employing. In fact, she had just used it against him moments ago. Moreover, she knew that unlike her inferior version, devoid of Conqueror's Haki, Rosen's current application of descending to the abyss was not only intertwined with Conqueror's Haki, but also executed with Susanoo. This meant that it was a pinnacle creation combining Rosen's Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and various techniques. Susanoo, descending to the abyss. Such a formidable Haki ability could only be wielded by Rosen throughout the vast seas. Even the legendary marine heroes could not replicate it. As the overwhelming force bore down upon her, accompanied by the relentless roars of Haki and the sound of fierce winds, Katarina Daime writhed in a frantic effort to escape Susanoo's grasp. But it was in vain. Each finger of Susanoo's second form was a colossal manifestation of Haki. With nothing but her own strength and her feeble condition, she found herself utterly incapable of breaking free. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Susanoo raised his hand, entwined in the color of the Conqueror's Haki. Then, he hurled her body towards the ground of the infinite hell, as if she were a mere baseball. The moment Catherine Butterfly was released, she was instantly engulfed by streaks of dark red lightning. Following a series of piercing shrieks, she transformed into a black beam of light, descending from above, crashing down upon the rocky layers of the infinite hell like an enraged dragon. The entire prison trembled violently, and the ground erupted with a tremendous wave of force that could the very epicenter. A pillar of black light shot up from the earth, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, soaring towards the ceiling of the Impel Down 6th level. Then, amidst the sound of thunder, the black pillar shattered, dispersing into numerous tendrils of dark lightning that writhed through the air like a swarm of serpents.